Chen Fan found himself transmigrated, transformed into a diminutive Rattata, accompanied by a rather unscrupulous system. Chapter 1. Who would have expected? As a member of the transmigration community, Chen Fan's fate was tragically sealed, for he had become a mere Rattata at the bottom of the food chain in the enchanting world of Pokémon. To compound his misfortune, he was born in the novice village of Viridian Forest. This might have been bearable, as the Pokémon world exudes a certain charm. However, when his unfortunate Rattata mother wept as she recounted the woeful tales of the Rattata lineage, Chen Fan realized that fairy tales were indeed but fabrications. His long-absent father had met his demise as the meal of an Arbok, and his grandfather had fallen victim to the gaping maw of a Spearow. As for the family members who had been subjected to the whims of an Ariados for the propagation of the next generation, such matters need not be elaborated upon. Discussing them only invites tears. The Rattata clan, born to greatness, yet dying in glory to AS for the prospect of being captured by a trainer. Such fortunate occurrences were mere fantasies. As a species regarded as inept in battle, Rattata were hardly sought after by trainers. Even the most ordinary trainers would selectively turn a blind eye upon encountering one. In the realm of Pokémon, tales of bug-catching youths abound, yet none speak of rat-catching youths. The reality of nurturing Pokémon is far from simple. It requires not only time and affection, but, most critically, a substantial financial investment. Bug-type Pokémon are favored due to their ease of care and rapid evolution. Alas, the pitiful Rattata species is deemed one of the least desirable, contributing little more than their role in the Pokémon ecological chain. A trainer willing to capture a Rattata must be a true romantic. A Rattata fortunate enough to be captured by a trainer would undoubtedly be considered a winner in their rodent life. Chirp, 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 I am not destined for such fortune. It will never be my turn, lamented a soulful songster, no, a lamenting rodent. Every night, Chen Fan gazed at the starry sky, extending his middle finger, his middle claw in a gesture that seemed profoundly meaningful. Thus, he was dubbed the child of hope by his fellow Rattata, affectionately referred to as the dreamer among them. In truth, he merely wished to hold his head high, preventing tears from cascading down. Who could fathom the agony of a robust man, suddenly transformed into a small mouse? Whether in sustenance or the ephemeral notion of love, the thought of one day sharing an intimate bond with a female Rattata filled him with a bittersweet beauty. As a typical transmigrator, a golden finger was expected. Yet, Chen Fan's golden finger, aside from engaging in idle chatter, proved to be rather unreliable. System, where are the promised tasks? Where's the new player gift package? Where's the store? Oh, salty rodent host, is it not delightful to be a salty rodent? Once you activate me, I shall be compelled to commence my duties. So do you truly believe I would disclose my activation method? Thus began the inaugural dialogue between the amiable system and the cheerful host. The dormant system, while seemingly possessing a modicum of utility, allowed him to view basic information about himself and other Pokémon, boasting high-tech capabilities that enabled him to access a 10 square meter storage space. Host species, Rattata, level 4, aptitude, first order ordinary, don't hold out hope, you are merely an unremarkable little mouse. Trait, run away, you're a little mouse well versed in the art of war. Skills, tackle, tail whip, quick attack. Indeed, Chen Fan was a rather lackluster combatant. In the realm of Pokémon, love is rarely enduring swiftly. His rather opportunistic Rattata mother found herself a new mate. This was a robust male Rattata, accompanied by 2 female Rattatas and a dozen juvenile Rattatas, thus rendering his mother a third party in this rodentian affair. Life often surprises us when least expected. Who could have predicted that this would mark a pivotal moment in Chen Fan's mouse existence? For within this new family resided a dazzling, shiny Rattata. Though the shiny Pokémon was exceptionally unique, generally, the clan does not exhibit overt disdain for peculiar individuals. The absence of friends for this little creature was likely due to its entirely green hue, which instinctively led Rattata, father, to believe he had been deceived. While others might forsake him, Chen Fan could not abandon hope. The shiny little Pokémon was the embodiment of excitement. For a mouse raised in neglect and ostracism, winning over its heart would prove remarkably simple. Shiny Rattata, level 7, aptitude, first order elite host, it can easily overpower numerous foes. Traits, guts, vital, spirit skills, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, hyperfong. Charge, bite, dig, grass knot, leaf blade. In the hierarchy of mice, Rivalry breeds resentment. One might wonder how a mere Rattata could wield grass knot, and Leaf Bladino wonder it lacked paternal affection. Filled with envy and jealousy, Chen Fan, a loving little Rattata, endeavored to cultivate harmony within the family. In just 2 days, he managed to win over the affection of a neglected shiny green Rattata. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a follower, fulfilling the activation conditions of the system. The Pokemon nurturing system has been activated. Congratulations on receiving a starter gift pack. The system store 2 is now open. Would you like to open your starter gift pack? Open it, of course. Our springtime has finally arrived. Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. Congratulations on acquiring an indestructible Chew Stone, Sharp Claw covers, 2 template lottery chances, and 1 skill lottery chance. Indestructible Chew Stone, an item exclusive to the Rattata lineage. Daily use enhances the sharpness of teeth and the power of Hyper Fong and Rage Fong. System, I haven't even learned those 2 skills yet. Sharp Claw covers. Donning these allows one to scratch at enemies. Am I supposed to charge in a battle with my little frame and meet my demise? Upon viewing his novice gear, Chen Fan felt compelled to draw a circle and curse the system, yearning for a lottery that would ignite his hopes. System, initiate the template lottery. The lottery system resembled a gacha machine, with images of Pokemon continuously flashing. As images of legendary creatures appeared, Chen Fan's spirit soared. Are you not a fool? Shout stop. Already how long must I spin? The system's voice brimmed with exasperation. Stop. The gacha machine's speed gradually diminished, and a chime resonated. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the Giratina template. Could be. Just 1 pull, and I've hit the jackpot. Am I destined to become a wealthy Pokemon elite from this day forth? I reveled in my triumph. 1 fragment. System, you must have no friends, right? You must frequently be on the receiving end of beatings. Upon seeing the system interface's 11,500 exchange requirement, Chen Fan felt an urge to express an expletive that he was unsure whether to voice. Ahem, host. This tale imparts a vital lesson. One must exercise patience and not be overly hasty. Unexpectedly, the opportunity for retribution arrived swiftly, a consequence of the prolonged gacha session I had just endured. Let us continue the lottery. If it were possible to confront the system, not just confront it, but to bite at Chen Fan, would surely do so 100 times over. This time, the lottery yielded a second-tier Caterpie template. In this narrative, Pokemon are categorized by their qualifications: ordinary, elite, boss, quasi-divine, divine beasts, and creators. Between ordinary and divine beasts, there are 3 tiers, 2 tiers, and 1 tier for instance. The 3 birds are classified as a 3-tier divine template, while Mew is a 1-tier template. If time could rewind, he would undoubtedly choose to refrain from rushing the lottery. Although the Caterpie template boasts significantly higher qualifications than that of Rattata, and the 3-stage evolution of Butterfree appears far superior to Rattata, his Rattata tribe resides on the fringes of Viridian Forest, rendering both Caterpie and Rattata perilous if they venture alone into the woods. This world is abundant with ordinary insects and animals, all possessing brief growth cycles, essential to fulfilling the demands of various Pokemon ecological chains. Thus, even the most formidable predatory Pokemon seldom target weaker ones unless they are isolated individuals or small groups. In the case of Rattata and Arbok, a solitary Arbok may not necessarily prevail against a few well-developed Rattata. Having likely reincarnated as a Rattata, Chen Fan, with his simplistic cognitive faculties, remained blissfully unaware of emotions such as melancholy or sorrow. Soon, he resumed his final skill lottery with an unburdened heart. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill scroll. Iron Tail. Upon accessing System Store 2, Chen Fan experienced utter despair. The store currently offered 5 items: Special Attack Fruit, Physical Attack Fruit, Dual Defense Fruit, Speed Fruit, and Stamina Fruit. While these appear to be valuable commodities, every fruit was marked with a note, for use by followers only. To add to his confusion, the store's currency, referred to as energy, was 0. Ultimately, Chen Fan realized that this system seemed to offer him no significant enhancement. He began to run beneath the setting sun, a symbol of the system's lost integrity. One knew whether Chen Fan's IQ was high, but as a Rattata reincarnated from a human, he was destined to be the most extraordinary among his kind, for he possessed the ability to think. Since enhancing his own powers was temporarily unachievable, he resolved to elevate the capabilities of his little brother, the shiny Rattata, Little Green, handing the grinding stone to Little Green was a necessity, as Chen Fan had yet to master the secret technique of utilizing his teeth. The Sharp Claw sheath and the Steel Tail skill scroll were, however, meant for his own use. He had initially considered entrusting the steel tail to Little Green, for the ability to develop stealthily while launching skills from a distance was the true path to success. Although Steel Tail was indeed a commendable ability, its close-range nature was not what he desired. Regrettably, the skills produced by the system could not be acquired by his followers. Strength comes at a cost, and thus Chen Fan transformed, or rather, his tail underwent a metamorphosis. He left behind a legend within the Rattata clan tale that stood straight and firm like steel, seemingly heralding a call for the Rattata people to rise. That night, some of the knave young maidens in the Rattata clan were destined to lose sleep over Chen Fan. Hey, new mouse dad, I have no interest in those female rats, why are you watching me so closely tonight? On that evening, Chen Fan enjoyed presidential treatment, even having two bodyguards accompany him to the lavatory, one being the ever-attentive Little Green, and the other his somewhat reluctant mouse father. This extraordinarily gifted Steel Tail and the vibrant Little Green constantly left the leader of this small clan, that robust Rattata, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. Tonight, no mouse shall find slumber. Chapter 2. I have grown stronger, yet I have also become bald. The after effects of mastering the Steel Tail skill finally dissipated when I awoke the following morning. Upon witnessing the less than stalwart tail of Chen Fan, the robust leader of the Rattata tribe succumbed to his grievances and dark circles, drifting into a deep slumber. In the world of Pokémon, not only do the moons appear rounder, but the air is also remarkably fresh, especially after a gentle rain at night. Dining, which should be a source of joy, has become a source of despair for Chen Fan at every mealtime. Glancing at the Rattata tribe's menu reveals small insects, grass roots, plants, tiny fish and shrimps, and fruits, an unspeakable fare. While the delicacies of fruits are plentiful in the Viridian Forest, such luxuries are beyond the dreams of the Rattata. Even a meal of tiny fish and shrimp is a daunting task, for where there is water, there lurks a plethora of fearsome Pokémon. As for consuming raw insects, such thoughts are utterly unbearable. Having subsisted on grass roots and flowers for several days, the taste is indescribably dreadful. If Chen Fan were to become the first person in history to perish from hunger, would he achieve immortality? Venturing forth with Xiao El in search of food, Chen Fan was greeted by an abundance of mushrooms sprouting at the cave's entrance due to the rain, which made his mouth water. He had never imagined that mushrooms could be so enticing. Recalling tales from his youth that colorful mushrooms were poisonous, while the unattractive ones were edible, he gleefully bit into a brown, unsightly mushroom. Crunchy, with a taste reminiscent of chicken, it was delightful. However, the life of a rodent is fraught with swift and dramatic turns. Just as one expects a comedy, tragedy ensues. Within merely 6 minutes after ingesting the mushroom, Chen Fan sensed something amiss with his body. Who was it that proclaimed that one must consume unattractive mushrooms? I shall not hesitate to confront them. Observing Xiao El devour several vividly colored mushrooms and remain vibrant, Chen Fan was filled with resentment. Following this, he found himself engaged in a relentless struggle as his stomach churned with urgency. Enduring the ordeal for half an hour, it felt as though he would soon transcend this mortal coil, his steps light as though he might ascend to the heavens. No, I sense there is still hope. The pangs of hunger compelled him to crawl back to the cave, where he plucked 2 vibrant mushrooms and began to nibble on them. Shortly thereafter, excruciating pain surged from his stomach to his head. It was over. He had forgotten Xiao L's grass-type abilities, and the last vestige of his consciousness flickered away. Yet, the wicked life of a rodent does not conclude so swiftly. When he regained consciousness, 7 hours had elapsed. As for the significance of the number 7, perhaps it embodies a certain will. This time, lying in his nest, Chen Fan did not decline the insects that Xiao El had brought back for him. If he were truly to starve, what did it matter what he consumed? Crunchy, with a taste reminiscent of chicken, it was delightful once more. Yet, it was perplexing why everything tasted like chicken. After all, being a Pokémon, recovery was swift. Once his hunger was satiated, he felt revitalized. To his astonishment, upon checking his status via the system, Chen Fan discovered he had learned the toxic skill. Indeed, the world of Pokémon is wondrous. Consuming poisonous mushrooms can lead to skill acquisition. What of lightning strikes? Hold on. Chen Fan dared not venture further down the path of self-destruction. Why can't I simply embrace my role as a mage? Why must I be burdened with warrior skills like toxic, which undoubtedly require a medium, such as teeth? If it were to spray poison like water gun or flamethrower, it would likely result in him being rendered to mere mouse jerky, an image too horrifying to contemplate. Ding. The system has detected that the host is an irredeemable slacker and has forcibly issued the quest, Path of the Strong One, elevate to level 6 within 3 days. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences. What? I, a Rattata imbued with ambition and vigor, am labeled as a slacker? Wait. What horrors await should I fail to level up? Indeed, Chen Fan felt a tinge of cowardice. Otherwise, he would not have remained at the same level for so many days. In the animated realm of Pokémon, There are only beauties, having crossed into this world. He lamented the loss of opportunities to witness the charm of Rattata females. He could no longer afford to wallow in sloth. It was time to begin leveling up. Hey, why are you all looking at me with such disdain? Those female Rattata usually gaze at me with affection. Why do they now seem repulsed? Upon stepping outside, Chen Fan discerned a peculiar shift in the glances of the females directed at him. The robust Rattata leader, who typically regarded him with suspicion, now gazed at him with a perplexed expression, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Xiaoel, do you notice any changes in me? Boss, you've lost all the fur atop your head, so you have become bald. Bald. Touching his head with his forepaws, the unfamiliar smoothness was unmistakable. Was this the after effect of learning the toxic skill from consuming poisonous mushrooms? Truly, gaining strength comes at a price. I have grown stronger, yet I have also become bald. Why must even the Pokémon world be so superficial? Is beauty truly of such paramount importance? Displeased with the company of these unappreciative little rodents, Chen Fan haughtily set out with Xiaoel. Xiaoel, are you familiar with the tune of Only You? What? Only you can accompany me in leveling up. Only you can battle and defeat foes. Only you can protect me from serpents and birds. Your abilities are unparalleled. Only you. In light of the unreliable system's punishment, Chen Fan felt no courage to await his fate. He decisively took Xiaoel and ventured forth to level up. The rules of the Pokémon world mirror those of a game. Continuous battles facilitate quicker leveling, while training requires proper equipment and nourishment, conditions that wild Pokémon lack. Recalling the notion of training, Chen Fan suddenly conceived a regimen: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run each day. System. I am already bald. With this training method, can I become extraordinarily strong? Haha. System, I scoff at you. Chen Fan's destination was the riverbank. For to hone one's skills, one must choose a place abundant with strong foes. Xiaoel, I have heard that the riverbank is often frequented by formidable king lures, who possess the immensely powerful skill of splash. Let us challenge the strong and level up. Boss, you are truly brave. You are indeed the great hope of our Rattata tribe. Yet, oftentimes, dreams teeter on the brink of demise, as evidenced by the sudden appearance of a bug-catching boy who obstructed Chen Fan and Xiaoel's path. This marked Chen Fan's first encounter with the legendary humans. Indeed, as the comics suggest, there are no unattractive individuals, for this bug-catching boy was an adorable young lad. Chen Fan felt no interest in this boy, for he epitomized the stereotype of the impoverished in the Pokémon world. The legendary wealthy heirs have long cultivated bonds with quasi-deities or rare, powerful Pokémon since their youth. The shimmering little Pokémon, even a seemingly worthless Rattata, is a rare find. To the boy, it represented an opportunity. At this moment, the boy gazed at Xiaoel with drool pooling at the corners of his mouth, a poorly developed caterpie perched on his shoulder. Let us battle, shimmering little Rattata. Such a glitch proclamation. The data indicated that this caterpie was merely at level 3, a veritable experience treasure for Chen Fan. He quickly intervened, declaring, "This dangerous matter is not for you. Allow me to take the lead. If danger arises, you must flee." The wind howled as the river chilled. A hero sets forth, never to return, stirring tears in Xiaoel's eyes. Hey, boy, what is with that derisive glance? I find you equally contemptible with your short stature. Chen Fan huffed disdainfully. Since you are so bothersome, allow me to vanquish you before capturing that shimmering little Rattata. The boy proclaimed loudly. To be looked down upon by someone one regards with disdain is one of life's most disheartening experiences. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Little brat. Feel the wrath of the little Rattata. In the game, the Dujiaochong appeared rather feeble at first glance. Yet, when confronted, Chen Fan felt a certain pressure. A caterpillar, no larger than a mouse, was indeed quite intimidating. The Dujiaochong launched a toxic stinger attack, its horn transforming into a radiant spike that flew toward him. What happened to the promised duel between men? Long-range attacks were the most detestable. Chen Fan, filled with resentment akin to sour grapes, employed a flash of electricity. His intentions were noble, but as it was his inaugural use of the skill, he found himself unable to control it. What is happening with this flash of electricity? Why am I spinning uncontrollably? I can't seem to halt. The Dujiaochong fixated on Xiaoel and initiated a silk-spitting assault. With an incompetent commander facing a dim-witted Xiaoel, the result was that Chen Fan managed to confuse the Dujiaochong while simultaneously disorienting himself. Was this the bond of camaraderie? To protect one's companions, even at the cost of oneself. How touching. Seeing the dizzy Chen Fan, the young boy wept with emotion. Oh my God, this truly is a world steeped in youthful exuberance. The resilience of the spirits was remarkable. Chen Fan took the touched Xiaoel and left the tearful boy behind. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement. First battle. You have received one each of low-level physical attack, special attack, dual defense, speed, and stamina fruits. The host experienced a rather embarrassing battle, earning 1 experience point. System. I find this single point to be an affront. Congratulations, the host has also learned to buzz in. Your understanding is not incorrect. The fruits awarded by the system could not be fed to Xiaoel, so Chen Fan had no choice but to consume them himself. Indeed, they tasted like crispy chicken. A terrifying thought crossed Chen Fan's mind. Xiao Lada would eat anything, wouldn't it? Chen Fan felt himself to be the destined one. To level up, he would face the minor foes. Indeed, before him appeared a spiked-tail bug. As an invasive species, the spiked-tail bug's existence was tragic. It could only scuttle about with its tail. This emaciated spiked-tail bug clearly suffered from stunted growth. Gazing at the spiked-tail bug, which was also at level 4, Chen Fan was determined to savor the taste of victory this time. 5 seconds of mutual staring turned into 10, then 1 minute passed. Charge. Flash of electricity. Iron Tail. Chen Fan unleashed a flurry of basic moves in place, which elicited a look of pity from the spiked-tail bug. Come, let us battle. Just now was merely a warm-up. The real fight was about to commence. Another round of intense eye contact ensued, reminiscent of a duel between masters atop the purple Forbidden City. The wind surged, and the battle commenced. Chapter 3. Bald heads are indeed strong. What the? You're not following the script. Chen Fan felt a wave of dejection upon witnessing the spiked-tail bug unleash its silk-spitting ultimate move. Was there no justice? A mouse bullied by a bug. Indeed, long-range attacks were the way to go. Resolutely, he used the flash of electricity. Guided by the instinct of battling with the spirit's body, he would not spiral again, as it was purely for evasion. Observing Xiao Lada employing a high-speed move, the spiked-tail bug remained unfazed, instead spitting silk on the ground to disrupt movement. Chen Fan tragically discovered that he had no good offensive skills to choose from. His iron tail was unpracticed, leaving him with no choice but to bash ahead with a charge move. Heavens, is there a more unfortunate transmigrator than me? As the bald Xiao Lada charged toward him, the spiked-tail bug inexplicably felt a hint of amusement. Just as it was distracted, Chen Fan's attack struck. The malnourished spiked-tail bug was sent flying into the air before crashing down hard. Concluding that bald heads were indeed formidable foes, this was the last thought of the spiked-tail bug before it fainted. I, Nicholas Chen Fan, am quite fierce. This marked Chen Fan's first victory after transforming into Xiao Lada. Congratulations to the hapless host for unlocking the achievement. First victory, earning 10,000 energy points and 1 lottery attempt. Energy points serve as currency in the system's shop, where a single fruit costs 2,000 energy points. Earning energy points is no simple task. Chen Fan had previously acquired only 3 points from a draw, and this victory yielded merely 10. Next came the sacred act of drawing lots. System, may I request something from you? Chen Fan felt quite earnest. Speak. Could you play a BGM for good luck? As your system, I feel quite despondent. Nonetheless, the system acquiesced to Chen Fan's modest request. Good luck comes, bringing joy and love. Listening to the BGM, Chen Fan drew a template for a second-stage spiked-tail bug, leaving him quite disheartened. Heavens, could I not receive something more powerful? Boss, are we not heading to the riverbank? Xiao El inquired. I wish to be alone. Do not ask who alone is. Not even Chopin could evoke the sorrow Chen Fan felt. However, upon seeing the spiked-tail bug awaken from its stupor, his sadness was whisked away by the winds of the Changpan Forest, and an audacious idea took root. Hey, little bug, you are the wind, and I am the sand. Together we will entwine until the ends of the earth. Ah, little bug, you look so thin. Living alone must be tough. Join us, and I promise you will enjoy the finest delicacies. Chen Fan wore the grin of a wolf encountering Little Red Riding Hood. Can you imagine the terrifying image of a bald Xiao Lada wearing such an evil smile? The spiked-tail bug found itself in a dilemma. In the subsequent 10,000th of a second, it made the most prudent decision of its insect life. If only Chen Fan knew that the spiked-tail bug joined them due to their lack of charm, he might have considered eradicating it. Walking alongside Chen Fan and Xiao El, the spiked-tail bug felt it had reached the pinnacle of its insect existence. With great determination, they approached the riverbank. And Chen Fan suddenly realized a crucial issue. The king carp resided in the water. Without such a formidable foe, how could he possibly level up to 6? Noticing Chen Fan's inaction, Xiao El and the spiked-tail bug sat upon a rock to rest, feeling refreshed after a drink. Just then, Chen Fan felt a sharp pain in his tail. Instinctively, he used Iron Tail, swinging it forward, inadvertently flinging a king carp onto the shore. While Chen Fan was lost in thought, his tail had dipped into the water, and a king carp mistook it for food, resulting in the unexpected capture. Let us duel. King carp. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Chen Fan had no intention of relenting. Seizing the initiative, he charged with the attack. Indeed, the splashing water was emblematic of the legendary water splash. The king carp, aided by the water splash, not only evaded the charge, but also crashed down hard onto Chen Fan. What was it like to be crushed by a 0.9M king carp upon a mere 0.3M Xiao Lada? Chen Fan could tell you. Who claims the king carp is weak? Watch me not crush it. Chen Fan, pinned by the king carp, began to doubt his very existence. No, I believe I can still salvage this, Chen Fan pondered as he sought a way out of the predicament. After some contemplation, he began to dig into the mud beneath him with his claws and teeth. Congratulations to the host for mastering the dig skill and unlocking the achievement, earning 2 lottery attempts. For the first time, the system's voice seemed quite endearing. Upon mastering the dig skill, Chen Fan's forepaws and sharp teeth instinctively burrowed into the ground at an astonishing speed. He swiftly tunneled underground and emerged from the king carp's blind spot. Soaring into the air, with a well-charged iron tail, he struck the king carp with great force. The king carp elegantly fell into unconsciousness, and the anticipated transformation into a Gyarados did not occur. Boss is so impressive. Xiao Lu's words are not mere flattery. He genuinely believes that Chen Fan possesses remarkable strength. One could only describe him as exceedingly naive. Seizing the fortuitous moment of victory, Chen Fan embarked on a skill lottery. Within his mind, the gotcha machine whirred, revealing an exhilarating skill, teleportation. At last, fortune was turning in his favor. He was eager to learn this remarkable ability. Teleportation is indeed a splendid skill. Reminding Chen Fan of Li Bai's verse, to slay a man within 10 paces, none shall escape 1,000 miles. However, the system's disdainful voice interrupted his thoughts, stating that he lacked the necessary conditions to learn it. Chen Fan lamented the swift ups and downs of his life as a mouse. System, I require an explanation. Are you truly a subpar product? Who can endure such a roller coaster of emotions daily? The system replied that teleportation, a hallmark of the superpower category, could not be mastered without formidable mental will and robust physicality, attributes that Chen Fan unfortunately lacked. Thus, it seemed as though his inadequacies were to blame. If the system could manifest, it would undoubtedly cast a disparaging glance at Chen Fan, devoid of any gaming experience. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill scroll, Poison Needle. System, you are deliberately tormenting me. In the span of a mere minute, his emotional trajectory had taken a dramatic plunge, leaving him overwhelmed. Xiao Lu and the Caterpie, accustomed to Chen Fan's frequent daydreaming, were suddenly enveloped by an invigorating essence of spring. Chen Fan felt a surge of joy. His long-awaited spring had finally arrived, and he had acquired a ranged skill. After mastering Poison Needle, the world appeared infinitely more vibrant. In his exuberance, Chen Fan resolved to grant his 2 companions a boon. Xiao Lu, direct your attacking skill at that large tree. Understood, boss. How reassuring it is to have such dependable subordinates, thought Chen Fan, reveling in his good fortune. Though it was short-lived, gathering energy, he unleashed a flurry of skills: Leaf Blade, Shatter, Fury Fangs, Impact. By the end of his attack sequence, the tree Chen Fan had pointed at lay in ruins. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan was disheartened. Why was the disparity so vast, even among members of the same species? Was this the distinction between an ordinary player and a VIP? As a shiny Rattata, Xiao Lu's grass-type energy surpassed that of a typical member of its kind, rendering Leaf Blade devastatingly effective. Chen Fan ultimately decided to exchange 5 elementary special attack fruits for Xiao Lu. In the system store, all fruits available to companions were limited, and consumption was capped. The total quantity of elementary fruits was 10. Thus, regardless of whether one consumed physical attack, special attack, dual defense, speed, or stamina fruits, once the cumulative total reached 10, no further effects could be obtained. Without hesitation, Xiao Lu consumed the 5 special attack fruits presented by Chen Fan. Congratulations, host. Your companion Xiao Lu has mastered the physical attack skill Leaf Blade, exceeding its limits, comprehending grass-type energy, awakening the abundant trait, and evolving into a Tier 3 leader. Wait, something feels amiss. Chen Fan sensed a significant issue within the system's proclamation, yet he did not ponder deeply on it. Xiao Lu, why do I feel that you are the one who has been granted an unfair advantage? Chen Fan, having endured numerous setbacks, had grown numb, amidst envy and admiration. He was nonetheless pleased with Xiao Lu's progress. Caterpie, have you made your decision? Follow me faithfully, and you shall grow stronger. Chen Fan gazed earnestly at Caterpie, awaiting its response. Having witnessed the evident enhancement in Xiao Lu's energy after consuming the 5 fruits, Caterpie no longer harbored any aversion to its subordinate status. After all, they were both Pokémon, and gaining the acceptance of a Pokémon was far easier than that of a human. Boss, I shall follow you loyally. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new companion, Caterpie. Regrettably, there is no reward. The unscrupulous system once again asserted its presence. Open your mind. Do not resist any changes. Under the system's guidance, Chen Fan equipped Caterpie with the Tier 2 leader template. Caterpie felt a surge of extraordinary energy coursing through its body, invigorating its previously frail form. However, after the initial comfort, Caterpie experienced excruciating pain as its meridians felt as if they were fracturing, leaving it on the brink of unconsciousness. Chen Fan, observing Caterpie's distress, was unfazed. The system had already indicated that upgrading through its interface would necessitate a complete restructuring of its muscles. After 5 minutes, Caterpie finally returned to normal, and any entomologist examining it would undoubtedly marvel at its remarkable growth. Thank you, boss. I feel fantastic now. Gazing at his 2 exceptionally gifted subordinates, and then at his own inadequacies, Chen Fan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Was this akin to the trio of Lu, Guan, and Zhang from the Pokémon world? Alas, in the realm of Pokémon, even their counterparts still dined on roots and insects. Life is so difficult, Chen Fan mused as he discreetly consumed a chicken-flavored crunchy insect. He dared not use his tail to fish for a Magikarp. Should he inadvertently hook a Gyarados, he would surely be singing a lament for himself. As the three companions dined, a subtle sound emanated from behind them. Turning, they beheld an Arbok, its forked tongue flickering, coldly fixating on Chen Fan and his companions. In an instant, the two Rattata transformed from hunters to prey. Chapter 4. Battle, Little Rattata. The suffocating urgency made it challenging for Chen Fan to associate the Arbok before him with the bumbling Team Rocket from the anime. As a predator, Arbok represented a terrifying entity to the Rattata species. According to the system's data, this was an 11-level tier 3 elite template Arbok, while the highest among them was merely Xiao Lu at level 7. As the melodies of Running Free and Chrysanthemum's Petals Fall oscillated in Chen Fan's mind, he found it difficult to focus on the Arbok. Fleeing was not a viable option. He had no choice but to confront it head-on. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become Arbok's target. To consume Pokémon as food, even predators face peril. As an 11-level snake, venturing into the Pidgey nests to pilfer eggs was exceedingly dangerous. Aside from Pidgey eggs, the Rattata clan was also a favored meal for Arbok. Even if the Rattata populations were generally small, facing a one-to-many scenario remained perilous. Thus, encountering a solitary Rattata was a divine blessing for Arbok. Arbok had no interest in a caterpie like the one before it. Instead, it perceived the vibrant Xiao Lu as an inadequate choice, making Chen Fan the optimal target, particularly with the alluring gleam of his bald head. Caterpie launched a string shot, followed by Xiao Lu's leaf blade. As Arbok lunged with its gaping maw, Chen Fan could not deny the surge of anxiety. The 2-meter-long Arbok was an imposing target, and Caterpie's string shot was easily evaded due to the vast disparity in their strengths. However, that brief moment was ample for Xiao Lu's leaf blade to strike true. Seeing no way to evade the leaf blade, Arbok quickly employed Iron Tail, transforming its tail into a shield to deflect the attack. Despite consuming 5 special attack fruits, some of the leaf blade's energy managed to breach Arbok's defenses. Chen Fan took aim at the minor wounds on Arbok's body, executing a poison needle attack to maximize its potency. Yet, as the attack was launched, Chen Fan was taken aback to find that the needles were remnants of his own sparse hair. After the assault, he felt as if his bald patch had widened further. Arbok swiftly retaliated with a comprehensive demonstration of Poison Needle, utilizing Iron Tail to block the leaf blade while simultaneously channeling energy for its own Poison Needle attack. When Chen Fan's Poison Needle collided with Arbok's, it felt as though a mantis was attempting to stop a chariot. The 1v3 scenario favored Arbok. After a barrage of poisonous needles, Chen Fan, Xiao Lu, and the stinging bug suffered injuries, leaving them in a state of disarray. Fortunately, the apple snake was non-venomous, and the needles it shot did not possess considerable toxicity. Xiao Lu initiated a grass knot, while the stinging bug prepared to unleash its most potent silk-spitting attack at the opportune moment. At this juncture, Chen Fan surprisingly regained his composure. The repeated grass knot had a minimal effect on the apple snake, yet it was sufficient to render it completely unbalanced. Seizing the opportunity, the stinging bug launched its silk attack. Despite lacking in level, its quality was commendable, being of leader-class caliber. The resilient silk swiftly ensnared the apple monster, resembling a mummified serpent just unearthed from a pyramid. Together, they executed a powerful charging skill. Under Chen Fan's command, both Xiao Lu and the stinging bug charged forcefully toward the apple monster, which was on the verge of breaking free from the silk. The tremendous force unexpectedly propelled the apple monster into the sky, after which its whereabouts became unknown. Indeed, this was the proper exit for the apple monster. Farewell. Do not return. After enduring a fierce battle, the 3 Pokémon simultaneously leveled up. Congratulations to the host for defeating a formidable foe, unlocking the achievement, surviving a catastrophe, and receiving a resurrection stone. Upon seeing the resurrection stone in his storage space, Chen Fan was grinning from ear to ear. Brothers, let us battle again. We shall challenge the apple snake. Boss, it's getting late. We should return home to rest. Xiao Lu, still shaken by the previous encounter with the apple snake, was reluctant to face it again. Indeed, boss, we are all weary. Let us conserve our strength and fight again tomorrow. The stinging bug hastily intervened to prevent Chen Fan from taking reckless actions. All right then, we shall spare them for today and head home. With the resurrection stone in hand, it seemed that Chen Fan had unlocked some extraordinary reckless characteristic. When he returned to his clan, the adorable little Rata sisters would usually be waiting at the entrance. But today he found none. Entering the cave, he was met with disdainful glances, a stark contrast to the previously affectionate gazes. He finally comprehended something profound. From this day forth, he would no longer trust females. Strength always demands a price. The world of true men requires no opposite gender. He was met with the affectionate gaze of his stepfather. Indeed, regardless of whether biological or step, all fathers favored a powerful son. A night passed in silence. How should he level up? Early in the morning, a remarkably wise sage contemplated life. Perhaps he should target wild apple snakes. Hearing Chen Fan's murmured thoughts, the stinging bug seemed to experience a sudden epiphany, its intelligence soaring by 360 points. Boss, do you not have mini Rata and little Ratakin? Aren't battles among companions also a means to level up? The most dreaded silence ensued. If one day you discover that your intelligence is even inferior to that of a bug, then, ha ha ha, truly my little brother, as clever as I am. Chen Fan patted the stinging bug, though a glimmer of danger flickered in his eyes. If possible, the stinging bug wished to say, Boss, can I return? Can I leave you? Following someone reckless who looks at you with ill intent is quite unsettling. Boss, I am a male bug. Another unspoken warning exchange between them made the stinging bug choose to remain silent. It seemed he had awakened a reckless trait akin to Chen Fan's. All along, Chen Fan believed that the hidden attribute of charm was useless until he became bald. The once adorable and obedient female mice transformed into fierce tigresses, each unhesitatingly rejecting his advances. Fortunately, those male Rata and little Rata, who had previously glared at him, now greeted him warmly. Humph, in pursuit of leveling up. One must endure scorn and humbly accept the role of a mouse. After a day of fierce battles, both Chen Fan and the stinging bug reached level 7, while Xiao Lu, having also battled against Rata, ascended to level 10. Upon completing the system task, Chen Fan received a template lottery opportunity and 1,000 energy points. Marking it as a fruitful day, he decided to save the lottery opportunity for later, not wanting a rare good mood to be spoiled by chance. Xiao Lu, stinging bug. Tomorrow we shall challenge the apple snake again. The flames of battle ignited in their eyes. Boss, you've worked hard all day. You should rest early. Now that you mention it, I am tired. Good night. Xiao Lu and the stinging bug exchanged a resigned glance, then silently gave Chen Fan the finger. Chapter 5. The bug's many schemes. Why strive? Sometimes, it is quite simple, just to enjoy a better meal each day. These past few days of feasting on meaty bugs have left me with a little belly. Indeed, a vegetarian diet is the way to go. Today, let us venture into the forest to seek tree fruits. Chen Fan cheerfully made the decision, having spent nearly half a month in the Pokémon world without tasting the legendary tree fruits. This time, neither Xiao Lu nor the stinging bug objected, as they were oblivious to the dangers of the forest, which posed a greater threat than challenging the apple snake. Xiao Lu, stinging bug. Let us conquer the J-Band Forest. Conquering the J-Band Forest. This should have been a thrilling scene. Yet it was hard to feel excitement when faced with a bald little Rata, a vibrant green little Rata, and a stinging bug that seemed bulkier than usual. Lacking an aesthetic appeal, at the forest's edge resided some formidable solitary Pokémon. As long as Chen Fan and his companions did not provoke them, they would not easily attack. After encountering a level 33 Scyther and a level 29 Paras, Chen Fan ceased his ambitions of conquering the J-Band Forest. Boss, why do you look so dejected? Xiao Lu asked at an inopportune moment, as sometimes the seemingly innocent could utter the most heart-wrenching words. The saddest part was that the one being addressed could find no rebuttal. I was pondering whether I should send you to find an apple snake for a PK. Oh, let us not. Xiao Lu's face instantly contorted in distress. The stinging bug, who was merely observing, stifled a laugh. At that moment, Chen Fan spotted a few small tree fruits resembling mini apples, pears, and peaches scattered on the grass beside a large tree. Nearby, some footprints indicated that someone had hurriedly knocked the fruits to the ground, unable to resist the allure of the fresh, glistening tree fruits. Chen Fan and his companions approached to gather them for consumption. A minute later, the two little Rata and the stinging bug had ascended into the air, and under the sunlight, they vaguely noticed coarse silk strands adhering to them, forming a large net. Who could have known that those tree fruits were a trap set by Ariados? And what were those footprints about? Time and again, the intelligence of bugs surpassed that of humans, leaving Chen Fan feeling quite disheartened. Thus, he transformed his sorrow into appetite, biting into 2 tree fruits before Ariados could pull the net into the air. Finally, it was not the usual crunchy chicken flavor, but rather the taste of watermelon. Perched on a tree adjacent to the web, 2 Ariados and several little poisonous spiders regarded their latest catch with disdain, as the sight of a bald little Rata, juice dripping from its mouth, was hardly appetizing. Xiao Lu's appearance was unappetizing, while the stinging bug was merely passable. Do not look at me like that. I am tough and unpalatable, the stinging bug meekly protested, feeling like a mere bystander in this ordeal. It was a blow to his pride, even being deemed unworthy of being food by the bugs. Chen Fan's sorrow was profound. Xiao Lu, use leaf blade to cut the web. Fortunately, Xiao Lu possessed the leaf blade skill. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the little Rata and the stinging bug would have faced total annihilation. Xiao Lu's leaf blade was formidable, and with a single strike, Ariados' web shattered into fragments. Alitos, level 22, Elite Tier 2 template. Chen Fan had long since examined the largest Alitos, thus harboring no desire for vengeance, as the winds howled around him. Alitos, I shall return. Chen Fan felt an inexplicable sense of elation upon uttering these words. Could this be the declaration of a retreating weakling? Alitos coldly observed the departing trio, weary of the incessant grievances expressed by feeble prey. Father, are we not pursuing them? The little poison spider inquired curiously as Alitos refrained from chasing the food. It is our misfortune. Let us set new traps instead and not waste our energy on unpalatable prey. Xiao Lu, Xiao Ci, I know you dislike such disgrace. Let us strive together to grow stronger. At last, Chen Fan found a flicker of resolve to improve himself. Yes, boss, I want to become stronger too, so that I can protect you in the future. If there were a loyalty metric, Xiao Lu's loyalty to Chen Fan would surely be at its maximum. I believe I will become the strongest among the Stinger Bug clan. In terms of racial potential, the leader template of the Stinger Bug was indeed 1 in a million. Noticing that the host had developed a hint of ambition, the system felt a sense of satisfaction and issued main quest 1 within 15 days. The number of followers must reach 5. Quest rewards include 3 draws from the miscellaneous lottery, 5,000 energy points, and 1 slot in the follower space. Hey, watch out. I could accuse you of slander. A salted fish cannot possibly remain a salted fish with such a diligent, self-improving host as you. By the way, what is this follower space? The follower space is akin to a Pokeball, adjusting its internal energy based on the attributes of the followers. It is also the most suitable place for Pokémon training. The system even offers a rental feature for the follower space, 1 slot costing 10,000 energy points per month, which is quite economical. The evils of capitalism. Products from the system are certainly top-notch, yet unaffordable. After achieving victories in a dozen battles over the past few days, he had only accumulated 135 energy points, plus the previous reward of 1,000 energy points. It was too daunting to contemplate. After a frantic escape from Alitos, the trio found themselves lost in a forest filled with towering trees. Even humans could easily lose their way in such a forest, let alone Chen Fan, the diminutive Rattata. A sweet aroma wafted through the air, and the hungry little group, having not yet had breakfast, felt their appetites intensify. Following the scent, they discovered a green caterpillar nestled in the grass, sipping honey from a small, lidded tin box. This peculiar caterpillar sported a flower-printed headscarf and had a little twig beside it, wrapped with a small bundle. Hello, Baldy Rattata, the green caterpillar greeted. Is it possible that one of your parents is a green caterpillar? This insect companion was indeed a stinger bug. The species in this forest was notoriously exclusive. While the green caterpillar was typically timid, this one was a striking exception. I see you are hungry, but alas, I have finished this honey. Never fear. I shall take you to my treasure trove. Rest assured, it is not the nest of a bee drill. With that, the green caterpillar placed the licked clean tin into its small bundle. Chen Fan noted that the contents of this bundle were quite substantial, and, reflecting on the technological marvels of this world, he felt reassured. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Amu, a wanderer. Were it not for the system's data confirming this was indeed a genuine green caterpillar, Chen Fan might have almost believed it. The trio chose to trust the caterpillar, for its kind was known to be honest. After winding through the forest for a good 10 minutes, they arrived at a cave over 2 meters high. Upon reaching the entrance, an unpleasant odor assaulted their senses, with fruit pits, animal bones, and copious amounts of feces scattered about. The deep recess of the cave was surprisingly clean around a large iron can, which they deduced was used to store honey from the remnants of sticky nectar. The green caterpillar produced its tin once more, skillfully climbed into the iron can, filled it, and then sealed it back into its bundle. Help yourselves to the honey. Do not be shy. The honey, with its uniquely alluring scent, was undoubtedly that of a bee drill, leaving them curious about how so much had been collected. They eagerly climbed onto the can, lapping up the honey with gusto. The rich, sweet, and smooth texture, along with the gentle energy radiating throughout their bodies, ensnared the sprites in a state of bliss. Just then, an angry roar erupted from the cave entrance, accompanied by a foul odor and a palpable aura of menace that sent chills down their spines. Chapter 6. Testing the limits of recklessness. What to do if caught by the master while stealing, especially when the master is a notoriously irritable level 40 bear? Quite urgent, awaiting a response. Brother Bear, do you believe this is a misunderstanding? Chen Fan timidly addressed the bear. You little Rattata and insects, thieves that you are, I shall slay you. The bear stood at the entrance, refraining from entering, pondering how to dispose of these nuisances without damaging its lair. Xiao Lu, hide beneath the honey barrel and use your tunneling skill to escape. Xiao Ci, follow suit, while I draw the bear's attention. Chen Fan quietly devised the most prudent plan. But boss, you cannot assist by remaining here. Escape first. I have a way to extricate myself. Faced with a 40-level brute, the 3 little creatures stood no chance and would surely face annihilation. Very well, boss, take care. Xiao Lu and the stinger bug exchanged worried glances with Chen Fan before obediently following his command. Sometimes, the distinction between cowardice and bravery lies solely in the presence of a resurrection option. Ever since the system rewarded him with a resurrection stone, Chen Fan had begun to act recklessly. What difference was there between a mouse living cautiously and a salted fish? He calmly positioned himself before the honey jar and addressed the bear leisurely. Brother bear, look at you. You're so large yet have no female bear. Likely due to your untidy appearance. Let us sit down and discuss life and dreams. I can help you find a mate quickly. Chen Fan prepared to employ his persuasive tactics. Female bear? Indeed, a gentle and lovely female bear. Sensing that the bear was somewhat swayed, Chen Fan felt a glimmer of hope. It appeared to be a simple-minded creature. However, at that moment, the bear seemed to recall some terrifying memory, its body shivering involuntarily. Humph. You have ulterior motives. Female bears are fearsome creatures. Die. The bear attempted to intimidate Chen Fan with a glare. Big brother, let us speak calmly. Real male bears do not need female bears. Same-sex love is true love. I respect you as a man. Could it be that this bear had experienced something dreadful with other female bears? Humph. If you help me steal some honey from the bee drills to fill this jar, I shall let you go. It seemed that the sprites were too naive. A cunning smile crept across the bear's fierce face. Helping you is out of the question. Foolish bear, I shall gladly accept your honey. Chen Fan surmised that Xiao Lu and the others had likely escaped, so he began to court death by taunting the bear. He also placed the honey-filled tin into the system's storage space. Witnessing the inexplicable disappearance of its honey, the bear fumed. You scoundrel. I will kill you. A powerful blow came hurtling towards Chen Fan. Farewell. Chen Fan swiftly dove into the tunnel dug by Xiao Lu. Alas, he was entirely oblivious to the dangers lurking within the Pokémon world. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter the cave, the bear swiftly adapted, stomping its foot and unleashing a seismic attack. Who am I? Where am I? Chen Fan was utterly unprepared to flee when he sensed a terrifying force emanating from the ground. The earth trembled violently. An instinct compelled him to burrow deeper into the ground. The earthquake caused by the Kun Kun Xiong was beyond his endurance. Should he perish beneath the earth? Who could fathom what awaited him upon resurrection? With no time to alter his course, he could only dart out through the original opening. The thought of the Kun Kun Xiong waiting at the entrance was too dreadful to contemplate. Chen Fan could not comprehend why he was courting death in such a manner. Perhaps it was due to the awakening of primal powers after acquiring the resurrection stone. At the very moment he emerged from the burrow, a bizarre wave of energy surged forth in the form of an orange-red light, and the devastating beam of destruction obliterated his diminutive figure. The full force of the Kun Kun Xiong's attack was not something the small cave could withstand. The combination of the earthquake and the explosive energy from the beam caused the entire cavern to collapse. A dominant creature had been outwitted by a mere Rattata. The bear could not endure this humiliation. Thus, it became its own grave. With a resounding crash, a significant portion of a small hill crumbled, creating a commotion that, despite its magnitude, did not attract any nearby spirits, for the Kun Kun Xiong was the sovereign of the area. Oh no, boss. At that moment, the little green creature, Xiao Lu, was rendered helpless by the noise. Patience, let us wait a bit longer. The boss can dig his way out, the tailed bug reassured Xiao Lu. Though it too felt anxious, the selfless act of Chen Fan saving them had elevated the tailed bug's loyalty to him to the maximum. Let us dig to find the boss, it directed Xiao Lu, and after a while without any sign of Chen Fan, it hastily commenced the grim task of searching for his body. Chen Fan met a peaceful demise, as he was instantly annihilated by the beam of destruction before he could react. Reality was not a cartoon. Spirits were not indestructible. Under such a vast disparity in strength, being obliterated was not surprising. Faintly, he heard the system's voice, sensing danger nearby and delaying the resurrection stone's activation. Chen Fan chose yes, and then, darkness and silence enveloped him. After a prolonged interval, he felt something wet drizzling onto his face, gradually bringing him back to consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Xiao Lu and the tailed bug, both in tears. Observing the collapsed cave and the wounds upon their bodies, Chen Fan realized they had unearthed him. Stop crying. I am fine. A surge of life energy coursed through him, and his once damaged body was restored to its original state. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the two spirits were astonished, quickly transforming their tears into joyous cries. Hey, 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 while the scene is quite touching, please do not wipe your snot on me. I have never experienced death. What a pity it is to waste such an opportunity. The system's mischievous voice echoed in his mind. Oh my foolish system, I intend to develop cautiously. How could I possibly court death? Chen Fan began to question the intelligence of the system. The system, in turn, began to doubt its host's intellect. At that moment, a gentle green breeze stirred around the three spirits, and a verdant figure emerged within it. This spirit had a rounded head tapering into a point, adorned with green antennae tipped in blue, and possessed pale blue eyes framed by dark rings. It had rounded, toe-less feet and three-fingered hands. Is that not Shalevi? The legendary divine beast. Chen Fan was astonished to encounter such a fabled spirit so soon, albeit it was a supporting healer. Shalevi appeared due to the potent life energy emanating from the resurrection stone, immediately surrounding Chen Fan. Bald Rattata, what summoned this powerful life energy? Can I exchange items with you? Please, can we refrain from calling me bald? Chen Fan felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Shalebi, I apologize. I died earlier and do not know why I have returned. I see. Before this energy dissipates, may I stay here? Of course. Could you please assist in healing my companion's wounds? Shalebi, being the benevolent divine beast, obliged. In no time, Shalebi fluttered around the two little creatures, healing their injuries until they vanished as though they had never existed. Indeed, the divine beast was remarkable. Chen Fan longed to persuade Shalebi to join his cause. Shalebi, there is a Kun Xiong trapped under the collapsed cave. Do you know if it is still alive? Yes, it is alive, albeit quite weak. Would you like my help to rescue it? No need to trouble yourself. I caused its predicament, so I must rescue it myself. Chen Fan was secretly scheming. Soon, Chen Fan began to regret his decision. He had not anticipated how challenging it would be to excavate the Kun Xiong from the rubble, even with Shalebi's guidance. Yet, for the sake of his ambitions, every effort was worthwhile. Bear, be a good companion to me. Chapter 7. Life as a mouse is a performance. Life as a mouse hinges on performance. Spirits are astute and somewhat exclusive, yet if one is willing to invest in them, rewards will inevitably follow. Upon discovering the injured and earth-buried Kun Xiong, Chen Fan unleashed his Oscar-worthy acting skills. For instance, he let the Kun Xiong catch sight of his bloodied claws inadvertently and pretended to stumble and collapse in a show of weakness. In no time, he noticed the bear's goodwill toward him, culminating in Shalebi's assistance in healing the bear being attributed to his efforts. Indeed, Shalebi worked wonders within a minute. It restored the severely injured bear to its former state. Truly, a divine beast is a necessity for both home and travel. However, after such a traumatic experience, the Kun Xiong was exceedingly weak. Bear, I apologize. The one who took you honey was a green caterpillar. This is your honey pot, which I hastily stored away in an emergency. I return it to you now, as the bear required sustenance to regain its strength. Thank you. I apologize for my earlier recklessness. Receiving its beloved honey, the Kun Xiong did not immediately indulge. Instead, it placed it on the ground and gestured for Chen Fan and the others to join. Such is the simplicity of friendship among spirits. After this commotion, night had fallen. With the Kun Xiong's cave now collapsed, the spirits could only seek rest beneath a large tree. With the bear and the divine beast Shalebi present, Chen Fan felt utterly secure that night. The forest at night held a serene beauty, with the moonlight filtering through the branches, creating dappled patterns on the ground. The moon in this world differed from that of Earth. While Earth's moon was poetic, the moon in this Pokémon realm resembled a rounded coal ball, pockmarked and tinged with a hint of red. Gazing for long, one could find it rather peculiar. A jug of wine among flowers, drinking alone with no dear friend. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and together with my shadow, we become three. The moonlight was enchanting, adding a tinge of melancholy. You are a rather unique spirit. Shalebi suddenly fluttered beside Chen Fan. For humans, you are the unique spirit. Would you believe me if I said I were human? Since his arrival in this world, Chen Fan had felt somewhat lost, especially after transforming into a spirit. I believe you, for you are sincere now. More so than in the afternoon. Shalebi's gaze was as clear as water, devoid of any impurities. Truly, legendary spirits are exceptional. You know, I come from another world, where you exist only on television and in games as virtual beings. I do not quite comprehend. By the way, Shalebi, I have heard you possess the ability to traverse time and space. Can you take me back to my world? Chen Fan looked at Shalebi with eager anticipation. I apologize, but I can only traverse time and space. Venturing into another world is beyond my capabilities, and such temporal travel is fraught with peril, potentially leading to chaotic disruptions in the fabric of time. The countenance of Shui Labai, though youthful, bore an expression of utmost seriousness. All right, thank you, Chen Fan replied, feeling a sense of melancholy mixed with relief. Since he had arrived, why should he dwell on unhappiness? This extraordinary Pokémon, having stood atop the food chain since its birth, possessed a rather simplistic mindset. Indeed, why should he not embrace joy? Chen Fan ultimately relinquished his burdens, inhaling deeply the sweetened air, fully immersing himself in this world. Thank you, Shui Labai. I prefer the current version of you. A sweet smile graced Shui Labai's face. Good night. The following morning, when Chen Fan awoke, Shui Labai had quietly departed, which did not surprise him in the least, as he felt assured. Xiao Lu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, although Shui Labai exuded benevolence. The pressure emanating from its superior life form made them slightly uneasy. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of encountering a divine beast. Rewarded with a miracle seed from Shui Labai, 20,000 energy points, and an unknown Pokémon egg. Legendary Pokémon are indeed serendipitous encounters. Thus this reward was remarkably generous. The miracle seed from Shui Labai enhances the power of grass-type moves by 20, providing certain boosts to stamina and speed while battling on grass-type terrain. It also restores some stamina when subjected to water-type attacks. The Pokémon egg rewarded by the system bore a cerulean pattern, likely indicating it was either an ice-type or water-type egg. Could it be a Rayquaza or Kyogre? Or perhaps an Articuno or Suicune? Just the thought sent a thrill through him. Although he was eager to hatch the egg, he recognized that now was not the appropriate time to do so, as he was merely a small Rattata, not much larger than the egg itself. Thus he had to store it in the system space. Xiao Lu, Xiao Ci, and Kun Kun Xiong. One day, I will elevate you all to that level. Standing at the pinnacle. With the system, anything is possible. Boss, we believe in you, Xiao Lu and Xiao Ci affirmed, having already experienced Chen Fan's remarkable abilities. Kun Kun Xiong merely nodded in agreement. Handing the miracle seed to Xiao Lu, Chen Fan was curious about how to utilize this item, reminiscent of equipment from games. As Pokémon in reality lacked an equipment slot, Xiao Lu happily accepted the seed, feeling the soothing energy it radiated, as if guided by instinct. Reluctantly, Xiao Lu swallowed the seed. He then planned to continue exchanging for special attack fruits. However, at that moment, the unprincipled system suddenly interjected. Host, a friendly reminder. Leaf Blade is a grass-type physical move. Enhancing special attack offers minimal benefit to Leaf Blade. Don't you think it's a bit late to mention that? Chen Fan retorted, his expression one of exasperation. You never asked, you never asked, you never asked. I asked, Chen Fan replied, his face reflecting his displeasure, as he expended 10,000 energy points to exchange for 5 physical attack fruits, handing them to Xiao Lu, along with the previous 5 special attack fruits. Xiao Lu's use of basic attribute fruits reached the maximum limit of 10. Once Xiao Lu had contentedly consumed the 5 physical attack fruits, Chen Fan eagerly anticipated the results. Kun Kun Xiong, could you practice with Xiao Lu? Let us test the power of Leaf Blade. Kun Kun Xiong, being sturdy and resilient, was an excellent candidate for the experiment. No problem, it replied, indifferent to Xiao Lu's level of just 10. Xiao Lu, unleash Leaf Blade towards Kun Kun Xiong. Chen Fan instructed as Xiao Lu positioned himself. The Leaf Blade employed by Xiao Lu manifested as 10 crescent-shaped blades, each measuring 1 decimeter, spinning rapidly, creating a sound akin to blades slicing through the air. Kun Kun Xiong did not employ any defensive techniques, merely waving its hands in an attempt to swat away the Leaf Blade. Unfortunately, it underestimated Xiao Lu's attack power when the first blade struck its arm. Kun Kun Xiong's expression shifted to one of pain. Indeed, being level 40, Kun Kun Xiong retaliated against subsequent Leaf Blades by utilizing a cleaving technique, knocking away the ensuing blades with force. The power of this Leaf Blade was formidable. Most ordinary Pokémon would likely struggle to withstand it, thus further testing was unnecessary. We should find something to eat. Kun Kun Xiong has been hungry since only consuming honey last night, it suggested, signaling the end of the battle. The disparity in levels rendered the fight meaningless. Bear, lead us to find some berries to eat. This is the life we aspire to. During their casual conversation, Chen Fan learned that, aside from notorious species like Lu Ju, Pokémon generally enjoyed engaging in various battles, as it fostered continual growth. Aside from encounters with predators, the only reason they would face fierce opposition was if they foraged in another's territory without consent, akin to provocation or territorial theft. Kun Kun Xiong's territory was rich with berry trees and home to small groups of Pokémon such as Badawei, Pilasi, and Hila Kaluo, all contributing to the forest's ecological chain, ensuring the environment remained intact. Following Kun Kun Xiong, Chen Fan felt a sense of borrowed authority, deciding to challenge the Pokémon within Kun Kun Xiong's domain after finishing breakfast. As they arrived at the largest berry grove, Chen Fan spotted a familiar figure. Ah, today, you shall learn why the flowers are so red. Chapter 8, the level 100 Green Caterpillar. Upon encountering the green caterpillar again, he was surprised to find it enjoying a breakfast of berries mixed with honey, relishing life to the fullest. The peculiar bundle and headscarf it wore remained as absurd as ever. Compared to this green caterpillar, Chen Fan felt less like a time traveler. Hello there. Is the honey delicious? Chen Fan greeted, offering a smile that sent shivers down the caterpillar's spine. With a thud, the berry in his hand fell to the ground. The antennae atop the green caterpillar's head bent ominously downward, its large eyes displaying a bewildered and innocent expression. It was not Chen Fan it feared, but rather the Kun Kun Xiong trailing behind him. Dear Rattata brother, do you believe this is all a misunderstanding? The green caterpillar stammered, glancing furtively to the side, hoping to escape before Kun Kun Xiong approached, fearing that lingering too long might lead to its demise. Kun Kun Xiong. This green caterpillar is truly the mastermind behind stealing your honey, not allowing the green caterpillar any chance to flee. Chen Fan resolved to make this clever Pokémon his ally. Without needing further persuasion, Kun Kun Xiong was drawn in by the scent of honey drifting towards it. It rushed over, the quaking ground mirroring the green caterpillar's rapidly beating heart. With a gulp, the green caterpillar swallowed hard, the imposing presence of the 1.8-meter Kun Kun Xiong before it was beyond what words could convey. Kun Kun Xiong stood there for a full minute, while the green caterpillar became drenched in cold sweat. Convinced it would be the first Pokémon in history to perish from sweating. All you need to do is agree to join us, and Kun Kun Xiong will let you go. At this moment, Chen Fan intervened. Really? The green caterpillar looked weakly at Kun Xiong. Indeed, Kun Xiong nodded. Having already discussed this with Chen Fan, the green caterpillar silently produced a piece of white cloth from its bundle, tying it to a small branch and raising it above its head, shaking it gently. Green caterpillar, are you a time traveler? This question had lingered in Chen Fan's mind for quite some time. What do you mean by time traveler? I am merely a wandering caterpillar, though I roam the world. I have never lost my true self. A sudden gust of wind swept by, carrying a sense of solitude. I believe you not, you crafty little caterpillar. Were it not for its status as merely an 11th level, 3rd tier elite template of a weak, green caterpillar, Chen Fan would indubitably perceive it as an inconsequential character from another world. Such low-tier spirits like the green caterpillar, especially with subpar qualifications, face immense challenges in leveling up if they suppress their evolution. Chen Fan had previously drawn a candidate for the green caterpillar leader template, but would not employ it immediately. With the addition of the green caterpillar to his team, alongside Quan Xiong, Xiao Lu, and the spiny worm, Chen Fan now had 5 companions, allowing him to train with peace of mind. Over the course of a day, Chen Fan and his companions trained within the territory of Quan Xiong, where both he and the spiny worm reached level 12, while Xiao Lu's progress was even swifter, having attained level 14. The spiny worm was already eligible for evolution at level 7, yet Chen Fan refrained from hastening this process. It is not always advantageous for a spirit to evolve rapidly. Spirits with superior qualifications can delay their evolution while enhancing their levels, thereby unleashing greater potential upon evolving. The talents exhibited by the 3 spirits astonished both Quan Xiong and the green caterpillar, who likely felt that even the most meticulously cultivated successors of their kind could not match such aptitude. Chen Fan feigned ignorance of their subtle hints regarding Xiao Lu and the spiny worm, understanding that the instinct to grow stronger resides within every spirit, with merely the methods of achieving strength differing. Thus, he held ample confidence that the green caterpillar and Quan Xiong would ultimately become his followers. After dinner, Chen Fan was about to take stock of his recent gains. Perhaps due to the day's smooth course, devoid of any turbulence, he felt as though something was amiss. At that moment, a flash of white light caught his attention, and the spiny worm had indeed evolved. Witnessing the pale purple creature adorned with sharp spines and a shield-like cocoon, Chen Fan felt disheartened. He had long hoped for the spiny worm to evolve into the hunting butterfly, yet the latter emerges from the shell of a beetle. The shielded cocoon would evolve into the poison powder moth, a far more troublesome entity than the insect-flying hunting butterfly. The disparity between reality and the game was stark. The poison type was a source of considerable vexation for both humans and spirits alike. Perhaps the potency of poison types was the reason no divine or quasi-divine beings of this type existed. The thought of nurturing a poison powder moth into a quasi-divine or divine being was exhilarating, albeit at the cost of his team's overall aesthetic appeal. With features resembling those of a bespectacled radar, a robust physique, and seemingly underdeveloped wings, the poison powder moth was hardly pleasing to the eye. The excessively verdant Rattata appeared odd in every regard. The green caterpillar adorned with a headscarf was undeniably peculiar. Quan Xiong's fearsome visage was more likely to frighten children than anything else, and Chen Fan himself, with a balding head, resembled a greasy uncle within the Rattata realm. Nevertheless, he mused, who cares, for we are a team of strength. After settling the shielded cocoon, the weary Xiao Lu and Quan Xiong drifted into a deep slumber. Despite Quan Xiong's lack of combat, it had spent the day digging, which provided everyone with a place to rest that night. However, Chen Fan found no inclination to sleep. Instead, he wandered to the cave entrance and gazed at the moon, lost in thought. The system's gentle reminder interrupted his reverie. Due to the isolation of energy within the system's storage space, the energy of the mysterious spirit egg was dissipating. Should excessive energy loss occur, the spirit's qualifications would decline. It was advisable for the host to allocate the follower space to the mysterious spirit egg to facilitate its hatching, with a chance of a shimmering mutation occurring during the process. The system's voice shattered Chen Fan's tranquility. Very well, I shall heed your advice. It was already inconvenient to carry the spirit egg, and he had initially intended to reserve the follower space for Xiao Lu, but plans must change. The host activated follower space for the spirit egg, 1 month, deducting 10,000 energy points. A hidden reward was obtained, growth of the spirit. If the spirit remains within the space for an extended period, there is a chance it may transcend the shackles of life and evolve into a divine beast. Difficult. System. Is it truly appropriate to bestow upon me a divine beast so soon? Chen Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, he failed to perceive the sinister glee concealed within the system's laughter. Shifting his focus to the follower space, he discovered that the entire environment resembled a tranquil pond, saturated with rich aquatic energy. In the center of the pond, a fountain-like column of water surged, with the spirit egg perched atop, receiving the invigorating flow. The water-blue egg radiated a mysterious glow. I eagerly anticipate your emergence, little one. It seemed to sense Chen Fan's presence, giving a slight jump in response. Upon exiting the system space, Chen Fan noticed the green caterpillar sitting beside him. I am a spirit abandoned by my trainer 2 years ago for refusing to evolve. Since my birth, I have taken pride in being a green caterpillar, fortunate to possess an Everstone. I refuse to believe that being a green caterpillar signifies weakness and an inability to change. I yearn to grow stronger and carve my own path. However, the experiences of these past 2 years have left me bewildered. No matter how hard I strive, my strength scarcely increases, and in truth, it seems stagnant. Beyond producing silk and a minor impact, my frantic learning has only yielded a fleeting skill. I desire to grow stronger. And if you can help me do so in my green caterpillar form, I am willing to follow you. Spirits, too, harbor their dreams and convictions, steadfastly pursuing their own paths. Very well, I shall assist you in becoming stronger while retaining your green caterpillar form. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan provided the answer the green caterpillar sought. Thank you. 1,000 words were encapsulated within a single phrase. Let me share a secret with you. Rayquaza is, in fact, a level 100 green caterpillar. Chapter 9. Divine Beast Magikarp? Please do not look at me like that. Since morning, Chen Fan has felt a pair of mournful eyes fixed upon him. If it were from another spirit, it would not matter. But this gaze emanated from none other than Quan Xiong, the fearsome bear. Upon awakening, Quan Xiong had noticed the green caterpillar's transformation. Although its appearance and level remained unchanged, there was an unmistakable elevation in its life essence, an aura befitting a natural ruler of its kind. Much like the previous Xiao Lu and Spiny Worm, while spirits may not perceive level as Chen Fan does, they possess an innate sense. After receiving the system notification that the green caterpillar had become his follower, Chen Fan had transferred the leader template to it. The world of spirits is simple yet often cruel, where the survival of the fittest prevails. The community tends to favor powerful individuals. And upon witnessing the green caterpillar's markedly different spirit and essence, Quan Xiong felt a tumult of emotions, recalling his own days as a bear cub. Go on. My sister cannot accommodate you, and thus our family cannot either, were the words spoken to him by Quan Xiong's father when he was cast out of the home. Why? Why does my sister always steal my food and bully the other little bears, yet our parents defend her? Because your sister possesses the potential to surpass me and lead our family to greater strength. Quan Xiong's father provided a brutally reasonable answer. Chen Fan's arrival had given Quan Xiong a purpose. It sought to grow strong enough to transcend its family and earn respect. Boss, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Let me grow stronger. Your situation is far more complex than that of the green caterpillar and the others. I can promise to assist you in growing stronger, but I cannot provide a precise timeline. Only the system knows when I might draw the Quan Xiong template. I believe in you. Congratulations, host. Quan Xiong has officially become your follower. The loyalty of spirits is never as fickle as that of humans. Another day of training began. I detest Heracross. Due to the fact that most suitable challengers within Quan Xiong's territory had already been faced yesterday, today's opponents were considerably stronger, and thus Chen Fan quickly encountered difficulties. Gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, Chen Fan felt a profound sense of melancholy. Especially upon witnessing Xiao Lu and Xiao Chong, the green caterpillar, effortlessly vanquishing their opponents. It became apparent that everyone had grown stronger while he remained a mere novice. The recent battle against Heracross had decisively brought Chen Fan crashing down to earth. How was it possible for the seemingly invincible bald head to be effortlessly thwarted by a single claw from Heracross? The poisonous needles released from his already sparse hair fell feebly onto the hard shell of his opponent. What a predicament! To be knocked out by a simple horn attack was absurd. Why had Xiao Lu so easily triumphed over it the day prior? Even the prodigious Chopin could not articulate Chen Fan's sorrow. It seemed he had spent these past few days helping others grow stronger, while his own progress was limited to a mere few levels without any substantial development. System, perhaps you should rename yourself to Lei Feng. Or maybe I should take on that name. Today, Xiao Lu's condition was remarkably good, having risen to level 19 by evening. Initially, the green caterpillar had lost a few rounds, likely due to its sudden surge in strength and inability to adjust, but it soon began a winning streak. Previously, Chen Fan had seen the green caterpillar at level 11, but after transforming into a second-tier leader template last night, its level had automatically increased to 14, and through battle, it ascended another 2 levels, even acquiring a new skill. Green Caterpillar, second-tier leader template, level 16, possessed skills, Quick Attack, Tackle, String Shot, Leer, Bug Bite. Originally, the Green Caterpillar could only learn Tackle, String Shot, and Bug Bite, but it had mastered Quick Attack on its own, marking a significant milestone in its development. The Shield Cocoon, nestled beneath the fallen leaves of a grand tree, was also in good form, ready to evolve again at the right moment without needing to increase its level. The Circle Bear dutifully prepared dinner for everyone, believing itself to be a most virtuous bear. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly announced, "Congratulations, host. Your Pokémon egg has hatched. Please check your follower space." Chen Fan eagerly rushed to inspect his follower space. brimming with excitement at the prospect of nurturing a Pokémon with divine beast potential, regardless of its bronze status. With a king to guide him, he felt quite content. However, upon seeing the Pokémon peeking out of the water upon sensing his approach, it felt as though a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him in the frigid month of December. That alluring red mouth and the aloof golden crown. Wasn't he merely a Magikarp? Magikarp, shiny, semi-divine level 1 template, with potential to evolve into a divine beast. Skill, Splash. While the evolved Gyarados was indeed formidable, no one could guarantee that it would evolve successfully. A divine-level Magikarp, with its Splash attack, would be unmatched across the realm, an unfathomably beautiful vision. The newly hatched Pokémon was particularly sensitive to emotions and seemed to sense Chen Fan's dismay. Appearing somewhat forlorn as if to say, "Mom, don't you like me?" At that moment, Chen Fan felt on the verge of collapse. What a ridiculous notion of motherhood. Nonetheless, he quickly managed to regain his composure, suppressing his urge to wreak havoc, and soothed the little Magikarp's feelings. "It's getting late. Be good now, and I will come to see you tomorrow." Chen Fan longed to slap himself twice. "Okay, Mom, I will be good. Dear, could you please refrain from calling me Mom? Just call me Boss. It sounds more affectionate." "All right, Mom." Chen Fan was about to lose his mind. "How does it feel, host? Surprised? Unexpected? System. I suspect you did this on purpose. Can I file a complaint and give you a bad review? If you're not afraid of me going on strike, then I'm indifferent. Your friend Chen Fan has praised your wit and disconnected. Host, please do not doubt the system, nor your Pokémon. The number of followers has reached 5. The main quest is complete, and rewards have been allocated to the system space. The follower space is now fully activated, and the deducted energy points are non-refundable. Cunning merchant. Chen Fan chose not to dwell on the energy point issue, but instead turned to the rewards of 3 miscellaneous lottery draws, eager to alleviate his anxiety. "Congratulations, host. You have received a Pokémon Training Beginner's Manual. Would you like to use it?" "Use it," he responded. Though uncertain of its purpose, it appeared quite impressive. The system's advanced technology directly transmitted the relevant information into Chen Fan's mind, detailing how to better nurture Pokémon in the early stages, laying the groundwork for various types of Pokémon. "Excellent. Let us continue with the lottery." Striking while the iron was hot, he proceeded. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Insight, Protect. Reading this manual gives Pokémon a chance to learn the skill Protect. Many skills in the wild can only be inherited or awakened, and if one wishes to learn specific skills, there are 2 possibilities. One is to seek guidance from Pokémon that possess the skill, and the other is the methods summarized by human trainers, with the latter boasting a significantly higher success rate. Although it lacks the 100% certainty of the Protect skill as seen in games, it is nonetheless exceedingly practical, and Chen Fan had long coveted it. Continuing with the lottery. The miscellaneous draw had proven immensely profitable for Chen Fan. The gacha machine whirred to life, then gradually came to a halt. Upon seeing the prize displayed on the system interface, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 10. Drink Me Up. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a case of Wangzai milk. Why are you still staring at me? Quickly drink me up." Wangzai milk. The system perfectly incited his ire. "Just as I was beginning to warm up to you, you pull this stunt." Chen Fan felt utterly disheartened, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. "Oh, young host, you are utterly unaware of the wonders of the system. Products from the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. Did you not know? Wangzai milk, an explosively delicious beverage that, when savored, offers Pokémon the chance to comprehend awakened powers. Function ceases after the awakening effect occurs." Faced with such enticing Wangzai milk, Chen Fan wisely chose to remain silent. This system may be unreliable, but its rewards were undeniably trustworthy. Following such a tumultuous ordeal, he felt surprisingly at peace regarding the emergence of the Magikarp from the Pokémon egg. It was not that he held any ill will towards Magikarp. After all, the evolved Gyarados was exceptionally powerful. The question remained, could Magikarp truly evolve into Gyarados? The mere thought of needing to level up Magikarp felt daunting to Chen Fan. Come, let us enjoy some Wangzai milk." Chen Fan mysteriously produced 4 bottles of Wangzai milk, distributing one to Xiao Lu, the green caterpillar, and Circle Bear each. These were not the typical pull-tab cans found on Earth, but rather cup-shaped containers sealed with foil. Upon breaking the seal, a rich, creamy aroma wafted forth, captivating all the Pokémon present. "Oh, Navi host, have you never tasted milk from a large milk can? This is a carefully crafted beverage made from the finest milk," the system boasted. "I must admit, I am impressed by your advanced technology." Sipping the milk, Chen Fan relished the moment. This is the essence of life. Perhaps Chen Fan had acquired a buff for sorrow since traversing into this world. After finishing the milk, Xiao Lu and the green caterpillar swiftly fell into a state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Circle Bear exchanged blank stares. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and aside from their strained eyes, nothing else transpired. Finally, they could only share a wry smile. The world of Pokémon could be quite realistic at times. The disparity in potential had palpable consequences. Indeed, I am better suited to being Lei Feng. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Xiao Lu snapped back to reality. Excitedly addressing Chen Fan. Boss, I have comprehended a skill. This must be the effect of the milk. It allows one to grasp awakened powers. Show me what you can do. In truth, Chen Fan had already witnessed the awakening power Xiao Lu had acquired, and it was nothing short of extraordinary. All right, he declared. And a surge of water energy erupted towards a distant tree, heralding the awakening power, water. In reality, the power of awakening is not a skill with low damage as seen in games. Chen Fan felt this force was formidable, and after gaining the awakening power, Xiao LV exhibited a subtle, indescribable change. At that moment, the green caterpillar also emerged from its state of comprehension, having realized its awakening skill, which left Chen Fan with a thoughtful expression. Noticing the attention of those around him, the green caterpillar instinctively unleashed its awakening skill. An energy surged forth, resonating like a trembling air, accompanied by an unidentifiable roar akin to that of a monster. This was the oppressive aura of a natural-born king, the awakening power, dragon. 100 levels. Could this legend truly be real? Otherwise, how could one explain why the green caterpillar awakened the power of a dragon? Chen Fan mischievously pondered. The green caterpillar, already an appealing sprite, became even more dashing after awakening the power of the dragon. After Chen Fan insisted it remove its theatrical headscarf, it became the visual centerpiece of the team. There were still treasures to be had. Noticing the dejected expression of the circle bear, Chen Fan quickly produced the skill insight document. It was a remarkably resilient leaf inscribed with elven script. It appeared arcane, yet the elves seemed to comprehend its meaning. In reality, elves require a process to learn skills, especially through the teaching of companions. If one possesses skill insights, the learning process accelerates significantly. Such items are worth a fortune among trainers, often only available to major powers. Unintentionally, Chen Fan exemplified the spirit of Lei Feng, perhaps unaware that with his aptitude, he could never fully master it. With the powerful awakening skill learned, Xiao LV and the green caterpillar drifted into a contented slumber. Chen Fan observed the remaining 4 bottles of Wangzai milk, contemplating their distribution. Given the aptitude of the shielded cocoon, it should have no problem comprehending the awakening power after consuming the milk post-evolution. He decided to reserve 1 bottle for the king of fish, and thought to keep another for the circle bear. Don't be disheartened, bear. I have yet to grasp the awakening power myself. At least you are luckier than other sprites, for you have once possessed such treasures. Haven to you? In my eyes, aptitude is not paramount. It is a powerful heart that truly matters. The narrative continued, revealing Chen Fan's unintentional shift into a motivational mode, dispelling the circle bear's gloom, which now wished for the bald mouse resembling Tang Sung to simply hush. As for who Tang Sung was, the circle bear had no idea, yet the thought emerged spontaneously. Boss, I understand now. Thank you. Please rest early. Bowing sincerely, humbly admitting fault, the circle bear longed for tranquility at that moment. Chen Fan ceased his prattling, and the world fell silent. After acquiring the novice handbook for Pokémon training, Chen Fan ascended to the status of an elite-level Pokémon trainer and breeder. Thus, he no longer rushed to level up in the morning. As the novels suggest, if a martial artist solely pursues blind upgrades, the result is an unstable foundation, ultimately leading to mediocrity. System, are you certain this method is truly reliable? The most practical training method for Pokémon: 100 squats, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run daily. Don't deceive me due to my lack of education. I believe this should be titled How the Bald Head is Cultivated. Contemplating a certain bald-headed teacher, Chen Fan's expression darkened. Dear host, please remember 2 things. 1. The system is always correct. 2. If you believe the system is wrong, refer to the first point. This system exhibited its Sundra nature. God only knows how amusing it is to visualize Xiao Lada and the green caterpillar performing sit-ups and push-ups. At least Chen Fan found himself doubled over in laughter for quite some time. After training and breakfast, it was time for sparring among companions. The participants were often oblivious to their own issues, while their comrades could perceive what they could not. Boss, the battle with the green caterpillar begins now. Xiao LV, you shall temporarily serve as the referee. The conflict commenced, with the green caterpillar immediately employing its silk-spitting tactic, for based on its understanding of Chen Fan, the only remote attack it possessed was a rather weak poison needle skill. Chen Fan deftly utilized the dig skill to maneuver behind the green caterpillar, emerging from the ground with considerable restraint. As anticipated, the green caterpillar, wary of an opponent appearing from behind, unleashed its awakening power, dragon. However, Chen Fan quickly retreated underground. When the opponent lacks an earthquake skill, using dig proves to be an excellent tactical maneuver. Continuously darting around, Chen Fan finally spotted a flaw in the green caterpillar's defenses, delivering a powerful steel tail strike against it. Boss, you've fallen for it. Another awakening power, dragon, was unleashed upon Chen Fan. Although he had consumed a low-level physical attack fruit, the damage increase was minimal. Given his current ordinary aptitude, a steel tail that was not a signature skill could hardly inflict significant harm. The green caterpillar was acutely aware of this, opting for a trade of damage. Perfectly aligning with Chen Fan's intentions, his steel tail also bore restraint, as he awaited the green caterpillar's subsequent release of dragon power. Although he was hit by the green caterpillar's attack, the damage was minimal. Furthermore, propelled by the awakening force, Chen Fan was now in a position to execute his impact move. Using the awakening power he had just mastered twice was a tremendous drain on the green caterpillar, allowing Chen Fan to strike true. Perhaps the bald head's influence significantly enhanced the impact move, rendering it his sole viable technique to secure victory. Due to the unique physiological capabilities of Pokémon, the green caterpillar, having been knocked to the ground in a rather disheveled state, fell into unconsciousness. The outcome was clear, but the green caterpillar soon regained consciousness. With the knowledge of a trainer, although it was still weak in battle, its tactical awareness and adaptability surpassed that of the instinct-driven green caterpillar. The encounter was somewhat tedious, as both parties possessed too few skills, lacking variability. Xiao LV. You and Circle Bear engage in battle. Circle Bear, utilize 30% of your strength. I will serve as the referee. Chen Fan swiftly made his decision. One side featured the soon-to-be level 20, fiercely powerful shiny Xiao Lada, while the other was the high-level Circle Bear, whose innate talent was comparatively lower. The truly exhilarating battle was about to commence. As the mobile artillery of the team, with high aptitude, skill talent, and the enhancement from Chen Fan's low-level physical attack fruit, Xiao LV's Leaf Blade reached astonishing levels at this stage. Survival equated to damage output. Its diminutive size, coupled with the dig skill and tenacity characteristic, along with the grass knot skill, ensured Xiao LV's resilience was commendable. 3 days later, facing Xiao LV again, Circle Bear recognized the threat posed by Xiao LV's attacks and no longer underestimated its opponent as before. Unschooled in the art of reckless charging, Circle Bear cautiously approached. Aware of the dangers posed by the grass knot skill, without rushing in, it advanced slowly on guard. Observing this, Xiao LV wasted no time in unleashing its Leaf Blade skill. Xiao LV's Leaf Blade resembled that of a Bulbasaur, taking the form of a palm-sized crescent-shaped leaf blade. The trajectory of the leaf blades was an irregular S-curve, making them difficult to evade. Circle Bear had already devised a countermeasure, as it suddenly accelerated forward. It employed the Shadow Clone skill, instantly creating 5 copies of itself. Possessing the Earthquake skill, Circle Bear effectively restricted Xiao LV's ability to use Dig. Clones are a peculiar energy that can perfectly mimic a Pokémon's movements. Their only flaw is that any movement can reveal their position. Xiao LV, having no time to ponder further, expertly directed its Leaf Blade to eliminate 3 of Circle Bear's clones. To dismantle clones, one must act swiftly, as the opponent could easily charge up a powerful skill. In the real world, evading such formidable techniques is not as effortless as it appears in games, especially when one is at a disadvantage in terms of power and speed. As one attempts to evade, the opponent anticipates the direction of retreat. Indeed, Kun Kun Xiong unleashed a frenzied attack aimed at Xiao LV. Although startled, Xiao LV remained composed and released its signature move, Leaf Blade. In this clash of powers, despite Kun Kun Xiong exerting its strength, Xiao LV stood its ground, and both parties sustained significant damage. Given Kun Kun Xiong's robust physique, it swiftly executed a powerful move, Tile Splitter. In a flash, Xiao LV skillfully dodged by employing Dig, plunging the battlefield into an unexpected silence. At this moment, using Earthquake seemed ill-advised, regrettably. Kun Kun Xiong had yet to learn the restorative ability of sleep. After a moment's hesitation, it resolved to utilize Earthquake regardless. Xiao LV seized this opportunity. Having charged its energy, it unleashed the exclusive move of the Rattata clan, Critical Fangs. A cunning smile spread across Kun Kun Xiong's face. Its previous action had merely been a feint. Once more, it struck fiercely with Tile Splitter, concluding the encounter. The might of a trainer's Pokémon stems from continual battles that nurture their growth, allowing them to master an array of skills and strategies. Currently, Chen Fan sensed the limitations of his techniques. Wild Pokémon typically learn skills automatically upon reaching certain levels, and Chen Fan found himself lacking effective methods. However, he gained valuable experience as an elite trainer, and the concept of skill combinations presented a promising avenue. The hierarchy of Pokémon trainers mirrors that depicted in animations, categorized as novice, elite, master, champion, and the pinnacle. From the elite stage onward, one must incessantly explore skill combinations and synergies. It is not merely a matter of desiring combinations. Each Pokémon possesses unique attributes. Hence, nurturing a formidable Pokémon demands considerable time, energy, and even financial resources, explaining why ordinary trainers seldom opt to cultivate numerous primary Pokémon. My dear host, remember your roots. You should be grateful for the existence of a system. After all, did not these golden fingers emerge from the realm of transmigration? Therefore, you ought to express gratitude towards me and bestow upon me greater treasures. Your reasoning is indeed profound. Leaving me momentarily speechless, the system marveled at Chen Fan's astonishing insight. After recuperating and reflecting on his shortcomings during the battle, Chen Fan bid farewell to Dun Jiajian and led everyone towards the riverside, intending to introduce them to a new companion. Without the accompanying space provided by the system, Chen Fan would have found it impossible to carry this little creature, King Carp, a pure aquatic Pokémon. Under the guidance of Kun Xiong, they traversed a narrow path crafted by humans through the forest until they reached a quaint bridge. To Chen Fan and the others, Kun Xiong represented formidable strength. However, within the confines of the Shokan Forest, this solitary bear was quite insignificant, lacking even the right to dominate the water source. Typically, large Pokémon tribes would steer clear of areas frequented by humans. The relationship between humans and Pokémon is delicate, aside from particularly aggressive Pokémon or poachers. They generally do not harm humans intentionally. With consciousness, Chen Fan gently released King Carp from the space and placed it into the gently flowing river. Being newly born, King Carp was even smaller than Chen Fan. "Mama, I'm hungry." Upon seeing Chen Fan, King Carp whimpered with a tender voice. Chen Fan was utterly bewildered. The method of his transmigration had taken an absurd turn, and now he found himself unexpectedly cast in the role of a caregiver. What was he to do if the baby King Carp was hungry? "This is your new companion, King Carp. By the way, do you know what to feed this newborn?" "I believe that baby King Carp must drink honey," pondered Kun Xiong after a long moment, offering Chen Fan a rather unhelpful suggestion. "Boss, you're amazing. You've even birthed a baby," exclaimed Xiao LV, filled with admiration. "I'm curious whether the boss is referring to King Carp or Gyarados." The gossiping spirit of the green caterpillar ignited fervently. "You all are quite the distraction. This was merely an egg I fortuitously acquired. After all, I am still just a child," Chen Fan replied, his expression darkening. In seeking assistance, he realized that self-reliance was paramount. With a sigh, he retrieved a can of Wangzai milk, but soon felt disheartened, pondering how to feed it. "Don't worry, boss, I have a solution." The green caterpillar rummaged through its tiny bag, producing a baby bottle equipped with a nipple, and poured the milk into the opened bottle. "Are you not a green caterpillar, but rather a cat without fingers? Baby, can you come ashore for a moment? Also, please call me boss. Refrain from calling me mama," he asserted. He could accept the role of a caregiver, but being addressed as a mother was simply unacceptable. "Mama, can I come ashore to eat?" "Okay, mama," responded King Carp, thrilled by the scent of milk, leaping in vain, failing to reach the shore. Kun Xiong, please retrieve King Carp gently." The most frustrating aspect of life is to feel exasperated yet maintain a smile. It seemed inherent for a bear to catch fish, for reasons unknown. King Carp felt an odd sense of unease upon meeting the gaze of this large bear. Kun Xiong gently placed King Carp on the grass by the riverbank. Chen Fan accepted the bottle from the green caterpillar and brought it to King Carp's lips. "Wow, did you all see that? It seems like a faint glow envelopes the boss." Xiao LV's thoughts were equally intriguing. "I've heard from other Pokémon that this is a maternal radiance." If possible, at that moment, the green caterpillar would certainly have struck a thoughtful pose. "Boss, this milk is delicious. When can I have another bottle?" Kun Xiong displayed a self-satisfied smile, believing itself to be amiable. Chen Fan could only gaze skyward in frustration, wishing to unleash his ire. After indulging, King Carp drifted into a deep slumber, and Chen Fan assisted in returning it to the accompanying space. Upon detecting that the host had commenced nurturing a Pokémon baby, the system issued a welfare task to sing a heartfelt rendition of "The Only Good Thing in the World Is Mother" to King Carp. Task rewards included a basic Pokémon recipe and all food necessary for King Carp's growth phase. The system once again fell silent, concealing its merit and name. "I wish to be alone. Do not inquire about who alone is." Suddenly, a melodious voice of a girl echoed, "Jing Jing, come quickly. We are fortunate to have encountered a sparkling little Pokémon." At this moment, Chen Fan yearned to escape the shadow of his own heart. As footsteps approached, two graceful figures drew nearer. Chapter 12. A child with a mother is as precious as a treasure. Two young girls approached, one with red hair, adorned with smoky eye makeup, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her curves. The other girl, with black hair, was the quintessential lowly, exuding cuteness. These superficial humans only judged by appearances, filling Chen Fan with resentment, as their gaze was solely fixated on Xiao LV and the green caterpillar, completely disregarding him. Upon examining their profiles, he realized they were novice trainers, and in this world, novice trainers were typically 12 years old. Unlike the 10 years depicted in the animations Chen Fan had previously watched, judging by the girls' heights and figures, individuals in this world appeared to mature earlier than those on Earth. "Wow, look! This green caterpillar has developed splendidly. Its coloration is remarkably fortunate. Encountering two such fabulous Pokémon, though not of the fire type, I must capture one." The red-haired girl's exuberance was evident in her demeanor. "Rose, look over there." Just as the two girls were about to rush towards them, the black-haired girl, named Jing Jing, halted the red-haired girl. At this moment, both girls finally noticed Kun Xiong, who revealed a fierce expression, prompting them to emit startled shrieks. Q and 11ing innocently scratched his head. puzzled as to why the two trainers appeared so terrified when he was merely smiling at them. Xiao Huling, Jian Guko? The familiar voice of a trainer resonated, and Chen Fan recognized the two Pokémon that were quite familiar to him. Xiao Huling, ability, Blaze, level 5. Quality, Elite Tier 1, skills, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Iron Tail, Iron Head. Jian Gu, ability, Torrent, level 5. Quality, Elite Tier 1, skills, Withdraw, Bubble, Water Gun, Tail Whip, Tackle. Undoubtedly, these traditional starters were formidable right from the outset. Do not assume these are ordinary Pokémon. They are predominantly monopolized by the government, allocated only to the descendants of exemplary taxpayers. This is also a responsible approach towards Pokémon, as nurturing them is beyond the means of the impoverished. Often, even if a family possesses a remarkable Pokémon, it goes to waste due to inadequate conditions. This explains the prevalence of aspiring trainers capturing bug-type Pokémon, as they are the easiest to cultivate and evolve swiftly, seizing the rare opportunity of a level advantage. Chen Fan commanded Xiao to take on both Xiao Huling and Jian Gu. Initially, he had considered finding a trainer to accompany him for experience, preferably a female trainer, but lamentably, he realized that no one would likely regard him favorably at this moment, and he had his own plans. Xiao delivered a harsh lesson to the two Pokémon. You two little girls dared to disregard me. Let you witness the wrath of a solitary mouse. Xiao Huling, Ember. Jian Gu, Water Gun. The two rookie trainers communicated with remarkable synergy, issuing commands in unison. An awkward scene unfolded as the simultaneous fireball and water gun collided, transforming into steam that ascended into the sky. How could Xiao miss this opportunity? He swiftly unleashed Leaf Blade. With his proficiency in the move, he effortlessly split the 12 blades of leaves, directing them towards Xiao Huling and Jian Gu. Xiao Huling, Jian Gu quickly dodged. Although the two novice trainers were somewhat flustered, they quickly issued commands. However, this was not an animated series, and they were not the wise characters. The legendary technique failed to manifest its effectiveness. One leaf blade obliterated both Xiao Huling and Jian Gu. As the wild world is undeniably ruthless. How could this be? The black-haired girl, Jiang, never anticipated her first battle would end so miserably. As a novice trainer, she had excelled in both theoretical and practical courses at school, which had instilled her with confidence before venturing out. Return, Xiao Huling. Jiang, quickly recall your Pokémon and run. Upon seeing Q11 approaching them, the red-haired girl exhibited the reaction expected of an adept trainer. Yes, return, Jian Gu. Trainers who embark on journeys have undergone training to confront crises. As the two girls fled, Q11, who had refrained from attacking until now, suddenly struck. A destruction beam blasted the ground near the two girls, knocking them to the ground. The once polished girls found themselves covered in dirt, and without time for complaints, they quickly rose to continue their retreat. To make matters worse, the red-haired girl appeared to have injured her leg, limping as she progressed. She no wonder you're single. This will make it difficult to find a girlfriend. Chen Fan remarked with a wry smile, finding Q11's ferocity rather alarming. Boss, this is humanity's request of Pokémon. Encountering novice trainers allows them to feel the threat of life, accelerating their growth and understanding of the perils of the wild. Moreover, my destruction beam was not particularly powerful. Q11 explained to Chen Fan. I see. I hope they won't develop psychological scars. Understanding dawned on Chen Fan. The two girls had charged in without grasping the situation. Had they encountered a malevolent Pokémon, they could have faced life-threatening danger. It is impossible not to envy trainers. Becoming one would surely bring forth more excitement, wouldn't it? Boss, shall we level up this afternoon? Noticing Chen Fan lost in thought, LM Awking approached him. Having you all is quite nice. What? Nothing, let's go. He had his own path to follow, accompanied by his own partners. Jiang, that little green Rattata can actually use Leaf Blade. Isn't that amazing? And so strong, defeating Xiao Huling and Jian Gu with just one skill. I must capture it. The two girls, now far off, reached the riverbank to clean their wounds, with the red-haired girl seemingly unfazed by their earlier defeat. Hurry and find a Pokémon Center to treat your leg. That Q11 is at a high level. Let's seek revenge next time. In this world, trainers are not so fragile in spirit. However, you performed excellently this time. Egu, far better than I did. Now you recognize my prowess. I am destined to become a fire-type champion. The compliment made the red-haired girl blush. Throughout it all, poor Chen Fan remained utterly ignored. No leveling up today. Let us head back. After some contemplation, Chen Fan decided to return first to acquire the Pokémon food recipes. Training Pokémon requires attention to their diet, which is equally crucial. However, the system's tasks left Chen Fan feeling distressed. He instructed Q11 to dig a hole at the entrance of their dwelling, then summoned a water-type Pokémon to fill the pit with water. subsequently releasing a little Kiwing. Mom. Upon seeing CHNFN, Kiwing joyfully splashed its tail in the water. Be good. Will you let mommy sing for you? Boss will sing for you instead, alright? CHNFN bore a look reminiscent of a wolf encountering Little Red Riding Hood. Okay, Kiwing replied without hesitation, but mommy, what is singing? The questions of this little rascal were quite vexing. Cough, cough, what are you staring at? Just stay over there. While singing is delightful. Performing such a song under these circumstances is quite embarrassing, you know? It's fine, boss. Continue as if we don't exist. Go for it, host. Take that brave first step. You can do it. The system's voice echoed with a hint of malice. CHNFN felt utterly despondent. He was truly about to become an involuntary parent. In this world, there is no one as good as a mother. Children with mothers are treasures. Chapter 13. No face to be a bear anymore. WW boss. Even though I've never seen my mother since birth, I'm so moved. LM Awking fell to the ground, enchanted by CHNFN's singing. Boss. I miss my mother, even though she doesn't love me. Xiol was also in tears. WW. Although my parents cast me out, I still long for her. Q11 joined in, shedding tears. Are Pokémon truly such sentimental beings? CHNFN wore an expression of disbelief. At that moment, a glimmer of white light enveloped the shielded chrysalis beneath a nearby tree, evolving into ADFN. Witnessing this scene, CHNFN felt his entire worldview being turned upside down. Children raised under the red flag certainly possessed an understanding of such operations. Mom, what are you singing? It sounds awful. Kiwing in the water pit exclaimed, unfiltered as ever. The silence that followed was palpable. If possible, CHNFN wished he could lift this sharp-tongued little creature and give it a good shake. Upon finally completing the song in this world, there is no one like mother. CHNFN successfully fulfilled the task, relieved that the wicked system did not require him to repeat it once more. When receiving information, the system displayed a surprising level of humanity, directly sinking the knowledge into his memory. Although his head felt heavy for a few minutes, he quickly returned to normal. His mind was now filled with various suitable food combinations for Pokémon, categorized into those conducive to growth and those that enhanced the power of skills. It even included methods for creating energy cubes, though manufacturing them required machinery, which was currently beyond his reach. For the time being, Chen Fan set aside the matter of food and examined the status of the Du Fan. The Du Fan was at level 11, with the qualifications of a second-tier leader, possessing the characteristic of compound eyes. Its skills included wind generation, telekinesis, poison powder, paralysis powder, moonlight, venomous impact, illusionary ray, light wall, poison needle, and ultimate absorption. Judging by its skills, this Du Fan exhibited remarkable aptitude in both poison and psychic types, indicating formidable combat capabilities. Boss, I'm hungry, was the first phrase spoken to Chen Fan after its evolution into Du Fan. 1,000 words could be encapsulated in a single meal. Food is a wondrous entity. By merely combining some common plants and ordinary fruits, it transformed into exquisite Pokémon nourishment, not only delectable, but also beneficial for the Pokémon's development. Mixing food was the most rudimentary method, and given Chen Fan's current form and tools, he could not employ a more advanced technique. Nevertheless, it sufficed. As the Pokémon feasted until their bellies were round, and they lay sprawled on the ground. Boss, I can no longer live without you. Several Pokémon nodded in agreement. Indeed, to win someone's heart, one must first capture their stomach. Chen Fan smiled serenely, concealing his achievements and fame. The little creature, with its round belly floating on the water's surface, was reminiscent of the fact that Pokémon predominantly hatch from eggs, lacking any notion of mammalian nurturing. Moreover, the system had arranged the most suitable food for it, far surpassing anything Chen Fan could concoct. The juvenile phase of Pokémon is not as protracted as that of humans. The little Koi King had grown significantly in size and had reached level 3. In the afternoon, Chen Fan mobilized everyone to search for food, which he stored in the system's storage space, as he planned to take them back to the Lotta tribe. During dinner, he offered the Du Fan a bottle of Wangzai milk, and it successfully comprehended the awakening power, fire. Observing the disappointment in the eyes of Kun Xiong, Chen Fan revealed a mysterious smile, causing Kun Xiong to feel uneasy. Previously, Chen Fan had an unused opportunity for a template lottery draw, and at the suggestion of the system, he spent 10,000 energy points to increase the probability of drawing a desired template, excluding demigod level and above Pokémon templates. Fortunately, this time he struck gold, successfully drawing the second-tier leader template of the bear baby, thereby not wasting those 10,000 points of energy. The system imposed certain restrictions on the use of templates, allowing a follower to only utilize their own innate template. Kun Xiong, I have a method to alter your qualifications. Really? Kun Xiong displayed an excited expression and promptly sat obediently to the side. Host, since Kun Xiong is the evolved form of bear baby, using the bear baby template will cause Kun Xiong to regress, with its level randomly lowered to below level 30. Kun Kun Xiong. The energy I use will revert you to Bear Baby, but you will still be able to evolve into Kun Kun Xiong in the future. Are you willing? No problem. Boss, as long as I can become stronger, I'm willing. The instinct of Pokémon is to continuously grow stronger. As you wish. After confirming the use of the template on Kun Kun Xiong, a strange energy enveloped it. Amidst the anguished howls, its body shrank, ultimately transforming into the adorable form of Bear Baby. Bear Baby, level 23, qualifications of a second-tier leader, characteristic, honey gathering. Skills, throw, desire, scratch, round eye, fake cry. Frenzied scratching, split, field energy, close combat, double return, guard, destructive light. Let them be strong, I am but a weakling. Observing his followers grow increasingly powerful, Chen Fan felt a twinge of bitterness, prompting him to voice his concerns to the system. Dear system, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. It seems I am also a Pokémon. Is it truly acceptable to be this weak? Dear host, this system exists to nurture Pokémon. Who knows how you ended up as one? Blame your unfortunate manner of traversing realms. The baby felt disheartened, yet remained reticent. Here, have another bottle of Wangzai milk. Since he aimed for enhancement, Chen Fan decided to take action and provided another bottle of Wangzai milk to Bear Baby. 1 minute passed, then 2 minutes. And after 10 minutes, now I feel reassured. Indeed, it is not my fault, Chen Fan murmured, gazing upwards. Bear Baby wore a mournful expression, little green caterpillar. And Du Fun E had all comprehended their awakening powers, yet it had not, leaving it feeling utterly embarrassed. It is not your fault, it is the moon's doing. With the situation thus, what more could be done? That night, a bear could not sleep. The following morning, several Pokémon and Chen Fan set off on their journey home, with Bear Baby and Green Caterpillar, who were quite familiar with the forest. Determining their approximate location was not a daunting task. Chen Fan felt little sense of belonging towards his tribe or his rather unremarkable mouse parents. Yet he ultimately hailed from there. His previous departure had been rather hasty, and he wished to return for a farewell. Upon arriving at what could be considered his first home, a bloody scene unfolded before him. The Lada tribe, along with the little Ladas, stood at the cave entrance, battered and bruised, confronting two A-bow serpents and A-bow monster. Describing it as a confrontation would be misleading. It resembled the mockery of hunters towards their prey. His lackluster mouse father was grievously injured, while his mouse mother was nowhere to be found. Given the bloodstains lingering at the corners of the A-bow serpent and A-bow monster's mouths, the situation appeared dire. Upon noticing Chen Fan and his companions, the A-bow serpent and A-bow monster exhibited no fear. They merely cast a warning glance at them, continuing their torment of the prey. Witnessing the tragic state of the Lada tribe ignited an inexplicable fury within him. Let's go all out. We cannot let these creatures escape. Since you seek death, let us oblige. The leading A-bow monster's emerald serpent eyes glinted with malice. This battle would be one where either they would perish or he would. Chapter 14. Sadness flows like a river. Among humans, there exist malevolent individuals, and among Pokémon, there are particularly wicked beings. A-bow monster is one such malevolent entity. It preys on Pokémon and even attacks humans, possessing a toxicity far greater than the harmless A-bow serpent. Chen Fan commanded the level 25 Bear Baby to confront the level 27 A-bow monster, while Little Green faced a level 20 A-bow serpent. And Green Caterpillar and Du Fun E dealt with another level 18 A-bow serpent, having the potential to reach level 40. Kun Kun Xiong's combat experience surpassed that of the A-bow monster, so Chen Fan refrained from issuing blind commands. This was a fight for survival, not merely a Pokémon battle. A-bow monster, level 27, characteristic, shed skin, qualifications, elite second tier, skills, Iron Tail, Bind, Bite, Poison Needle, Snake Gaze, Thunder Fang. Bear Baby. Being a melee Pokémon, charge forward. The A-bow monster would not permit it to succeed. Allowing Bear Baby to close the distance would be troublesome, as it needed to maintain a certain distance for its attacks to pose the greatest threat. It awaited this opportunity. And just as Bear Baby seemed on the verge of succumbing to paralysis, it unleashed destructive light. The A-bow monster swiftly halted its Snake Gaze in favor of attacking Bear Baby with Poison Needle. Its skill was executed with remarkable proficiency, akin to a machine gun unleashing rapid fire. At that moment, Bear Baby's destructive light was fully charged, unleashing a terrifying orange energy toward the A-bow monster, instantly dissolving the incoming Poison Needle. The snake, despite its numerous wounds, seized the chance while Bear Baby was still recovering from the rigidity induced by destructive light, landing a blow with its iron tail. Both sides were left severely wounded, gasping for breath. Xiong Bao Bao staggered forward, continuing its charge toward A-bow monster, whose eyes widened in terror as its fearsome fangs, crackling with electricity, were revealed. Unexpectedly, Xiong Bao Bao accelerated in an instant, engaging in close combat before A-bow monster could react. The moment A-bow monster unleashed its iron tail, Xiong Bao Bao had already employed the move guard, effectively evading most of the damage, having merely feigned injury. ABO Monster was ruthless not only to its foes, but also to itself, bracing against Xiong Baobao's assault and delivering a vicious bite with its Thunder Fang onto Xiong Baobao's arm. In pain, Xiong Baobao let out a muffled cry but unhesitatingly activated its decisive move, Double Return, immediately showcasing the advantage of its skill. The innate talent of Pokémon is vital, yet the combination of their ultimate moves holds even greater significance. Without the right synergy, even the strongest abilities may falter. Had it not been for the acquisition of Guard and the unexpected retention of Destruction Ray, Xiong Baobao might have faced defeat, for ABO Monster's combination of Glare and Poison Sting proved exceedingly troublesome. Even after unleashing Destruction Ray, Xiong Baobao had still succumbed to several hits from Poison Sting, and the venom now began to affect its stamina. As long as it refrained from further combat, with its Pokémon constitution, it would naturally recover, provided the poison was not too severe. With their battle concluded, the struggle of the two ABO snakes also came to an end, trembling in the presence of the extraordinary Xiao LV. Meanwhile, another ABO snake, besieged by Duskull and Green Caterpillar, began to doubt its very existence. Alas, in this day and age, even snakes could not best insects. Faced with 3 Pokémon of superior quality, it stood no chance. This battle was not merely about defeating an opponent. It was about vanquishing these 3 Pokémon alongside Rattata and its kin. Realizing their folly, the ABO Monster, having lost the will to resist, began to plead for mercy. Yet its eerie gaze was hard to trust. Such a defiant creature would not show gratitude. With no moral burden, Chen Fan felt no remorse in eliminating ABO Snake and ABO Monster, as it aligned with his worldview and species perspective. In fact, it was Chen Fan himself who dealt the final blow, driven by curiosity to see if it would yield experience. Congratulations to the host for their first successful hunt of a Pokémon, unlocking the achievement, Slayer, and gaining the skill, Intimidate. Additionally, a chance for a skill lottery for finishing moves has been granted. Intimidate. In battle with Pokémon, there exists a very low probability of rendering the opponent incapable of combat or inducing a state of fear. The skill strengthens with the number of slaughters. In gaming terminology, this is a powerful growth skill. Killing Pokémon does not yield experience, as the rules of this world lean more towards combat. Taking life contravenes the natural order. After this battle, Chen Fan felt somewhat disheartened, bidding farewell to a group he had little attachment to, as his diminutive Rattata had fallen victim to the serpent's jaws. Boss, where shall we go next? As you said, we shall wander the world. Chen Fan smiled at Green Caterpillar Amu. That sounds reasonable. Let us set a small goal. We will leave the Shokan Forest once we reach level 40. Level 40 is not particularly strong. It merely marks the threshold of the master level, a feat not difficult to achieve with their current Pokémon's talents. The system categorizes Pokémon's strength similarly to a game, also distinguishing them by levels. 1 to 19 is the growth stage, 20 to 39 is elite level, 40 to 59 is master level, 60 to 79 is king level, and 80 to 99 is champion level, with every multiple of 20 marking a significant transition, such as from level 19 to 20 or from 30 to 40. Generally, Pokémon with leader grade talent have a growth ceiling at king level, while those with quasi-divine talent reach champion level. Achieving level 100 is a feat only easily accomplished by divine beasts. To secure a foothold in the forest is no small task. One must possess at least master level strength. Fortunately, their current levels are low, allowing them relative freedom of movement, provided they do not act recklessly. For instance, the level 40 Tuan Xiong could not afford such liberties, as it had gained considerable strength and would quickly face aggression upon encroaching on the territory of other Pokémon. This also explains why they previously opted to traverse human-populated paths by the riverside. Having not trained in the morning due to travel, they would resume training after lunch, adhering to yesterday's regimen. Overthinking serves no purpose. Even with the system's assistance, attaining strength is not an overnight endeavor. Indeed, the Pokémon have always been diligent in their pursuit of strength. Seizing the opportunity while cooking, Chen Fan eagerly commenced the lottery for the finishing move. He certainly anticipated an ultimate ability, as it would not do for him to rely solely on his bald head for victory. The familiar sounds of a gacha machine and the thrilling rolling sounds filled the air. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill scroll, Million-Ton Flying Leg. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sadness, nearly suffocating him. After such anticipation, it was merely this triviality. The enormity of his disappointment could likely encircle the globe. Bowing his head, he felt his short legs were hardly capable of standing. Attempting such a million-ton flying leg would surely lead to his demise. Gazing upwards, he fought to hold back tears as a dark cloud conveniently obscured the sun, casting a lonely gray over the sky. He despised the notion of a million-ton flying leg. Boss, I'm hungry. When are we eating? Duskull fluttered over. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food. Are you a Duskull or a gluttonous moth? Go, do 50 sit-ups before you can eat. At that moment, Chen Fan's Intimidate aura reached its peak effect. The other Pokémon dared not speak further, merely casting sympathetic glances at Duskull. What did I do to deserve this? I only asked when we would eat. Duskull lamented silently, unable to voice its grievances. Sadness. Together they flowed like a river. Chapter 15. This is a rather serious chapter. In recent years, a legend has circulated within the Viridian Forest. Deep within its confines lies an abyss that devours Pokémon. During the Red Moon, the abyss echoes with the wails of demons, and it is said that powerful Pokémon clans vanish from the forest at this time. Gradually, that place became a no-man's land, until one day a group of brave warriors came to challenge the demons. These warriors were none other than Chen Fan and his companions, who had spent over 2 months training in the Viridian Forest, growing stronger. While Chen Fan had also become increasingly bald. All the Pokémon reached the critical level 39, yet only Chen Fan broke through to level 40. By the time they reached their 30s, nearly all Pokémon had attained their final evolutionary forms, except for Green Caterpillar Emu. The transition from level 39 to 40 is akin to evolution, representing a qualitative change. Although all Pokémon had surpassed the leader tier, they had yet to break through the barrier of elite strength. Shiny Rattata, Xiao LV, level 39, quality leader tier, ability, tenacity, attack increases by 50 when in abnormal states. And damage from burns is halved. Vitality, lowers attack accuracy but increases physical attack power by half. Abundance, grass-type moves grow stronger with stamina depletion. Skills, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, bite, charge, crunch, dig, grass knot, leaf blade, power awakening, water, guard, rage fong, pursuit, solar beam, poison jab, rest, hyper beam, odd light, icy wind. Attributes, physical attack fruit enhancement, companion space energy enhancement. Held item, Shalebi's miracle seed. Duskull level 39, quality leader tier. Ability, compound eyes, increases skill accuracy by 30 and adds a certain chase effect. Skills, wind, telekinesis, poison powder, paralysis powder, moonlight, poison liquid impact, illusion ray, light wall. Poison needle, awakening power, fire, ultimate absorption, gust, silver whirlwind, bug cry, butterfly dance, high speed star, guard, strange ray, frost wind. Attributes, double defense, life fruit enhancement. LV39L MOCH ING, elite tier 1. Ability, run away, speed increases when evading opponent's skills. Skills, impact, string shot, bug bite, quick attack, glare, guard. Awakening power, dragon, poison liquid impact, sleep, high speed star, strange ray, frost wind. Attributes, speed fruit enhancement. Carrying item, Everstone. LV39 Chu En Xiying, elite tier 1. Ability, tenacity. Skills, throw, desire, scratch, round eyes, fake cry, frenzied scratch, split, field chi, close combat, double return, guard, destructive beam, scowl, sleep, snore, charge, provocation, high speed star. Strange ray, frost wind. Attributes, double defense enhancement. LV40 Shi OLD CHNFN. Elite tier 2. It's quite embarrassing to have gained so little after consuming so many potions. Ability, run away, equivalent to escape. Skills, impact, tail whip, quick attack, dig. Steel tail, poison needle, million-ton kick, frenzied scratch, bite, ice fong, fire fong, volt tackle, close combat, double return. Indeed, you did not misread. CHNFN has utterly transformed into a dazzling melee fighter. Over the past month, CHNFN has acquired skill insights through a miscellaneous lottery. Guard, sleep, high speed star, strange ray, poison liquid impact, and frost wind. These defensive, restorative, and control skills greatly enhance the tactical options available to all Pokémon. Poison Powder Moth is not suited for the sleep skill, nor can Chu En Xiying learn poison liquid impact. CHNFN is unable to master the skills from the insights, nor comprehend them due to level increases. He can only obtain scrolls through skill lotteries. Indeed, Frenzied Scratch, Bite, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Volt Tackle, Close Combat, and Double Return were all acquired through lotteries, likely due to the recent focus on leveling and skill enhancement. The system's rewarded lottery opportunity remains unused. A newly added follower slot has been granted to Shi OL. The LV22 Koi King has yet to evolve into Gyarados, but has transformed into a golden-hued Koi King during its growth, leading CHNFN to sense that evolution is imminent. LV22 Koi King, Shiny, Aptitude, Semi-Divine Tier 1, Abilities, Carefree, Speed doubles in rainy weather. Timid, Speed significantly increases when hit by dark, ghost, or bug-type moves. Skills, Water Splash. Evaluation, Golden Scales are not mere pond dwellers. They transform into dragons upon encountering storms. Despite its high aptitude, Koi King struggles to learn skills. Perhaps this is a case of accumulating strength before a grand eruption upon evolving into Gyarados. In the Viridian Forest, all tribes are nearly familiar with this group of gifted Pokémon. Regardless of the location, the strong are always respected. When CHNFN and his companions gather some fruits and food materials from their territory, these tribes turn a blind eye, sharing tidings from the Viridian Forest. A place known as Hu-Nu Valley, which they have heard about, is reputed to be a terrifying land. Where there is smoke, there is fire. Several bug-type tribes near Hu-Nu Valley have indeed vanished entirely, and two powerful tribe leaders reaching semi-divine strength ventured there, but never returned. Were it not for the system's task, CHNFN would be reluctant to enter this eerie location. Hu-Nu Valley is undeniably beautiful. Nestled within dense woods is a small lake resembling a crescent moon, appearing from afar like a faintly visible orb. The valley is filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, with particularly lush vegetation, yet no Pokémon approach. The vibrant colors of the plants are excessively vivid, even tinged with red. Boss, there's an unsettling aura here, Chu-En remarked, sensitive to the scent. CHNFN certainly felt it too. Hidden among the flowers and grass lay numerous scattered bones. The lushness of the plants is likely due to an abundance of nutrients, potentially derived from the corpses of Pokémon. System task: find the experimental subject left behind by Team Rocket in Hu-Nu Valley. Task reward: unknown. The real Team Rocket is likely not the charming and endearing villains like Musashi and Kojiro, recalling the animated series where Team Rocket was keen on genetic experiments, culminating in a powerful Beedrill. Perhaps this explains the disappearance of many bug types. It is highly probable that this area was once a Team Rocket base, ultimately abandoned for unknown reasons. At that moment, a gust of green wind blew towards CHNFN, swirling around him before morphing into the form of a Pokémon. This was the second time CHNFN encountered the legendary Pokémon, Shwelby. It's been a long time since any Pokémon entered here, so it's you. It seems Shwelby still remembers CHNFN and appears somewhat joyful. Shwelby, what brings you here? CHNFN utilized the system to probe Shwelby's information, revealing nothing but a series of question marks. This place is saturated with a rich life energy. Death is but a form of life. Shwelby thrives in areas abundant with life force. Is there a living Pokémon here? Relying on it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I sense an aura from that Pokémon that I dislike. Its life force has begun to rapidly dwindle over the past few days. I can guide you, but I will not accompany you, Shwelby said, furrowing its brow, yet looking exceedingly adorable. That will suffice, thank you. By the way, do you know what happened here in the past? One distinguishing feature of humans compared to Pokémon is their intense curiosity. LB, those fellows are terrifying. As if recalling something frightful, Shwelby fluttered its small wings and vanished without a trace. Team Rocket is indeed formidable, capable of instilling fear even in powerful divine beasts. It appears that human power in this world is far greater than he had imagined. At that moment, the Hu-Nu Valley where CHNFN and his companions resided was unexpectedly engulfed in eerie flames, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves surrounded by roaring fire. Chapter 16. A Pokémon version of Biohazard? The blazing flames seemed intent on consuming everything, but soon, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. The clash of hot and cold created a mist that enveloped the entirety of Hu-Nu Valley. CHNFN and his group quickly realized that this was merely an illusion. The flames and snow around them bore no warmth. Perhaps these were scenes from the past, influenced by Shwelby's temporal energy, now beginning to rewind. Even so, the oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield affected all Pokémon, making it difficult for them to breathe. As the mist began to clear, a robust creature with orange-red fur, adorned with iron rings on its strong limbs, descended from above. Its back was draped with mane-like white smoke, beneath which lay sharp brown fur. On its cheeks were red star-shaped markings, and embedded in its forehead was a golden three-leaf clover-like structure. This Pokémon landed gracefully, leaving flames in its wake, the King of Flames, NTI. Meanwhile, a large water-blue bird was diving rapidly from the sky, its head crowned with three deep blue diamond-shaped feathers. As it soared through the air, it seemed as if the very air was on the verge of freezing. This could only be Articuno. Behind these two Pokémon stood a human each. NTI's master was a burly man with short hair and a mask, most strikingly marked by a large R on the back of his long cloak. The commander of the Jidong Niao is a woman with azure hair, her pale visage complemented by deep blue eyes, as profound as the ocean, exuding an air of cold aloofness and enigma. Her expression remains utterly devoid of emotion, mirroring her icy demeanor. Clad in a white bodysuit that accentuates her S-shaped physique, she embodies the essence of a mature and composed femme fatale. To withstand such harsh conditions unscathed, this trainer is undoubtedly a formidable force. In mere moments, both sides exchanged dozens of attacks, continuously shifting between offense and defense. To Chen Fan and his companions, this intensity resembled a divine clash of titans. In their peripheral vision, other Pokémon engaged in battle. A majestic Dragonite and a formidable Salamence clashed in midair, while the flames of Hygiga and Finksigu danced chaotically around them. This was a true display of strength, revealing to Chen Fan and Xiaolu the terrifying nature of this world. At that moment, they felt utterly insignificant. The scene culminated in a spectacular explosion as the Jidong Miao and the legendary Inti unleashed their ultimate moves. Subsequently, the surrounding landscape fragmented, restoring the verdant beauty of the area. Chen Fan then realized that the terrain of Huanyue Valley bore the scars of their earlier battle. From the preceding scene, he deduced the location of the abandoned base of Team Rocket. The structures leaning against the mountainside had long since crumbled into ruins. Although the advanced technology of this world made it difficult for metal to succumb to the ravages of time, moss, grass, and dust had rendered the site dilapidated. The lingering marks of smoke bore witness to the fierce conflict that had once taken place. The mountain appeared hollowed out, despite many areas having collapsed. Smaller Pokémon could still navigate freely. Thus, Chen Fan ventured further in, accompanied only by his green caterpillar and Xiaolu. Numerous supports remained intact, allowing for ample space. And although the lighting was absent, the cave had transformed into a refuge for several Pokémon. The layout of the underground base seemed uniform, lacking any hidden secrets. Given Team Rocket's notorious tendencies, it was likely that additional laboratories lay concealed beneath the surface. Xiaolu, follow my lead as we dig. There must be a laboratory down below. Chen Fan was determined not to overlook any task assigned by the system, as each presented an opportunity for growth. All right, boss, Xiaolu replied, never questioning Chen Fan's decisions. A sudden loud crash was followed by a pained scream. A minute later, Chen Fan emerged from the depths, his expression one of discontent. A sizable bump swelling on his bald head, a doubling of his bald power. Why is it that I, too, am struck on the head while digging? He pondered in bewilderment at his own clumsiness. Beneath the cavernous space lay a basement, but a thick metal wall obstructed their path, and Chen Fan collided headfirst into it. Xiaolu, sometimes success is merely a wall away. Some Pokémon, filled with trepidation, are forever blocked by barriers, living unremarkable lives. Yet we shall scale this wall. For we are different. From this day forth, please refer to me as Chicken Soup Fan. Boss, your words are quite profound. But I seem to struggle to comprehend your meaning, Xiaolu remarked sheepishly, scratching his head. It is indeed disheartening to dispense wisdom only to find it misunderstood. Life can be as lonely as snow. Boss, the wall is too hard. It could crush the caterpillar. The green caterpillar shrugged, expressing its helplessness at the daunting task. I believe I must trust in my teeth. There is nothing a mouse's teeth cannot bite through, he declared, ultimately producing a satisfying crunch. Boss, you've lost a tooth. Do not speak to me, Chen Fan lamented, feeling despondent. Not only was he bald, but now his speech was slurred, leaving him feeling like a useless rodent. As a certain elementary school Grim Reaper once said, anything man-made must possess flaws. A perfect chamber is impossible. Indeed, Chen Fan discovered a ventilation shaft in a discreet location. The shaft was barred by iron mesh, and the dense network of wires suggested that, had the base been operational, it would have been charged with high voltage. Now, with the base inactive, the current had dissipated, allowing Xiaolu to swiftly gnaw through the mesh. The expansive vent provided ample room for Chen Fan, Xiaolu, and the green caterpillar to pass through, finally reaching the subterranean depths. Alert! Intruders detected, target area, 074, initiating automated attack procedure. Beep, the program is damaged, energy system compromised. Personnel must evacuate immediately. The laboratory will initiate self-destruct in 120 minutes. The sudden illumination and accompanying sounds startled Chen Fan and his companions. Hearing the electronic message, Chen Fan inwardly cursed. The system is a trickster. This task is evidently not as straightforward as it seems. Dear host, what were you just muttering? The system is the sky. The system is the earth. The system is my only unchanging truth. Chen Fan's survival instincts surged. The lights gradually dimmed. And it was then that they noticed a foul, decaying odor permeating the air, utterly unpleasant. As the stench intensified, they were astonished to find themselves surrounded. Encircling them were Pokémon resembling zombies, their vacant stares and ashen bodies betraying signs of decay. Some appeared to be grotesque amalgamations of various Pokémon parts. Their festering wounds exuded a nauseating odor and presented a terrifying visage. Oh my, is this a Pokémon version of a biohazard? Chen Fan felt as though he had crossed into a distorted Pokémon realm. Perhaps this was a biohazard-themed Pokémon world? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Scatter and evade these repulsive creatures. Seek out any Pokémon that may still be alive or have a chance of survival. We will regroup here in an hour and a half. At that moment, Chen Fan felt a flicker of excitement. Given an AK-47, he felt he could save the world. The three Pokémon dispersed in different directions, while the eerie creatures within the laboratory exhibited little awareness, moving with instinctual motions akin to those of zombies. What followed was akin to a parkour game. Chapter 17. The tail must not fall off. Chen Fan glanced back at the Pokémon zombies, inexplicably finding humor in the absurdity of the situation. What was that green garlic sprouting from the back of the Duanjiao worm? Cordyceps? The terrifying sight of a Dagia with a Heracross horn atop its head was equally alarming. More bizarre still was the flying mantis, adorned with the wings of a butterfree. Alongside its original blades and the stingers of a bee drill, was it aspiring to be a master of weaponry? Nothing is impossible, and the creativity knows no bounds. The system's analysis revealed that these monsters were not zombies but rather Pokémon subjected to experiments by Team R, resulting in their loss of sentience. Indeed, these creatures evoked pity, yet Chen Fan was no saint, and he lacked the capacity to save the world. While vibrant life forms drew more attention from the monsters, the number of these mindless creatures grew, leading to chaos as they began to turn on one another. When the underground laboratory was attacked, the personnel had retreated promptly. Leaving behind a trail of destruction, remnants of machinery lay scattered, a testament to the exorbitant costs of their initial construction. Perhaps the intent behind leaving these failures was to deal with intruders, yet regrettably, for reasons unknown, no one had breached the underground laboratory. Without a source of sustenance, these mindless beings engaging in mutual slaughter has become a common sight. The weaker ones may have long since perished in the dust. Once, they may have evoked pity, but now they are mere monsters. Amidst the chaos, the number of creatures following Chen Fan has diminished significantly. At that moment, a slight crack opened in the door of a closed laboratory, and a large beetle gestured for Chen Fan to approach. The system's mention of a life form must refer to this beetle. Upon entering the room with the beetle, it promptly shut the door behind him. Chen Fan observed the beetle and found it rather ordinary, devoid of any bizarre trinkets. However, he was soon overwhelmed by the stench emanating from the room. Scattered around were shards of glass, and nearby metallic outlines resembled the familiar liquid tanks that housed living organisms. In some areas of the room, small pools of a black liquid lingered, exuding a pungent odor. At the far end of the room lay numerous skeletal remains of various creatures. The situation appeared to be rather unsettling. Turning back, Chen Fan was startled as the beetle opened its large mouth and lunged toward his face. No, it was not a kiss, but rather a bite. As it opened its maw, a wave of putrid odor nearly caused Chen Fan to faint. "You old rascal." Chen Fan was astonished that even in its unconscious state, the beetle could be so cunning, prompting his respect for it. Startled, Chen Fan quickly activated a speed skill to evade the beetle's gaping jaws. Who would have thought? This beetle did not employ any skills, but merely relied on its speed to catch up with Chen Fan and clamp down on his tail. The moment pain surged through him, Chen Fan unleashed his iron tail, but despair soon followed. With the iron tail activated, the beetle clung tightly to his tail, and releasing it would likely result in his tail being severed. He was no lizard. He would not regenerate from a severed limb. And with a balding head and missing teeth, losing his tail would render him a cripple. A soft crack echoed as the beetle bit into the front half of Chen Fan's tail, causing him to tense up. The mage is the true path. The ancients do not deceive me. Born a mouse and kind-hearted, why must I engage in close combat? Wouldn't it be better to be a mage? Faced with such circumstances, Chen Fan, possessing neither long limbs nor strength, found himself at a loss against the mindless brute force of the beetle. In light of this, Chen Fan resolved to unleash his ultimate move. Come forth, Xiao Lu. The previously scattered Xiao Lu suddenly materialized beside Chen Fan, a function of the companion space. Chen Fan's expression soured. He was heartbroken. Because of exceeding a certain range, it was impossible to retrieve the sprite into the companion space, requiring the use of a high-tech long-range retrieval that demanded 10,000 energy points. That amount could exchange for 5 low-level attribute fruits, which constituted Chen Fan's entire fortune. The synergy in battle did not necessitate Chen Fan's verbal commands. Xiao Lu began to gather energy. Soon, 20 razor-sharp leaves enveloped the beetle, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Despite the disparity in power, Xiao Lu's attack did not breach the beetle's defenses. Nevertheless, the attack caused the beetle to roar in pain. Chen Fan hurriedly distanced himself from the beetle, sprinting away. Indeed, without a useless skill, any skill would yield surprises. Upon witnessing his narrowly escaped tail, Chen Fan sighed. Xiao Lu, adopt an S-shaped maneuver. Do not allow the beetle to catch you. Such creatures likely possess weaknesses in their agility when turning. Television always portrays it this way. Infuriated, the beetle abandoned its pursuit of Chen Fan and lunged at Xiao Lu, acting solely on instinct. As a not particularly swift attacker, Xiao Lu's movements had to be nimble. However, the beetle proved to be more agile than Chen Fan had anticipated. Despite both relying on instinct, the beetle's body was remarkably agile. In the face of such a power disparity, flamboyance was futile. The terrifying pincers of the beetle clamped down on Xiao Lu. At a critical moment, Xiao Lu activated a defensive skill, successfully blocking the beetle's pincers just as they were about to close together. Chen Fan was not idle either. As the beetle attacked Xiao Lu, he simultaneously unleashed Ice Fang and Bite. The beetle was not flawless. Chen Fan spotted a small wound on its back. The icy energy laced beneath his sharp fangs bit down hard on the beetle's injury. The foul blood sprayed forth. accompanied by a noxious stench that nearly made Chen Fan retch. If given a choice, he would prefer not to employ bite and double fang skills. Whether due to the beetle's malnourishment or its facade of strength, the ice fang had a far greater impact than anticipated, causing the ice elements to spread uncontrollably. The icy elements hampered the beetle's movements, drastically reducing its speed. Without skills or thought, even the most formidable exterior became insignificant. Next, it was Xiao Lu's time to shine, as Chen Fan could only cheer from the sidelines. Freeze wind, give the beetle a chill. Facing the explosive output from Xiao Lu, the beetle ultimately succumbed. The beetle's exterior was tough, yet its interior was surprisingly fragile, and the sprite's natural resistance to elemental attacks had vanished. Fortunately, this was the case, or else Chen Fan and Xiao Lu would be in dire straits. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the remnants of the sprite experiment notes. Would you like the system to retrieve them after the beetle is slain by the razor leaves? A seemingly damaged disc was left behind. System, is this a long-hidden feature of yours? Looting from bosses? Just the thought excites me. You think too much if you believe I would say that. An inexplicable background music began to play in his ears. Retrieve. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the precious materials the system lacked. The system will commence an upgrade in 10 minutes. During the upgrade, the task and shop systems will be temporarily suspended. You are increasingly resembling a competent system. Well done. Keep it up, Chen Fan remarked with satisfaction. Friendly reminder, the underground laboratory will be completely destroyed in 90 minutes. Please expedite the completion of your task. Following the system upgrade, the punishment system will also be enhanced. The proud system would not allow Chen Fan to revel in his triumph. Can you let me enjoy myself a little longer? Chen Fan lamented. No, compared to the cavern. The underground laboratory was significantly smaller, so Chen Fan did not abandon his mission. The area where the beetle resided was relatively central, and the shattered test tube fragments provided him with a target. Continuing in the same direction, Chen Fan discovered a tightly sealed door, seemingly unharmed. This must be the core area of the underground laboratory and the only hope for completing his task. However, how to gain entry remained uncertain. Chapter 18, Boss. Shall we go and exterminate humanity? You have arrived? I have. You should not have come, but I came anyway. Then quickly provide some sustenance. I am starving. The creature conversing with Chen Fan was a somewhat transparent large bee drill, indeed transparent, much like its wings. This bee drill was smaller than usual, not due to youth, but seemingly by nature. It was discovered in the final laboratory. Just as Chen Fan and Xiao Lu were laboring to figure out how to open this door when it unexpectedly swung open. Can you believe it? The bee drill was perched within an open glass life-form container, its double stingers resting on the lid, surrounded by some transparent liquid. Had the bee drill not spoken first, Chen Fan might not have noticed its presence. Thus commenced the following dialogue. Without hesitation, Chen Fan retrieved some universal Pokémon food from his storage space. After all, he had discovered several skeletal remains within this room, and one could easily deduce the identity of the perpetrator. After consuming the first morsel of food offered by CHNFN, the DZHNF-ing became utterly engrossed. Upon discovering a complete Pokémon genetic research treatment, the system's upgrades would result in a more refined version, extending the upgrade time by 16 hours. The rewards for this task and data collection would be significantly enhanced. Is this a question worth pondering? It is imperative to obtain it. The system commenced data collection, and the host would be unable to leave the laboratory for 60 minutes. CHNFN felt deceived by the system, having already squandered 20 minutes attempting to open the laboratory door. Hence, once the system's data collection concluded, only 10 minutes remained for him to escape. He truly did not understand why his system was so prone to causing trouble. The system, feeling guilty, wisely chose to remain silent. Turning back, CHNFN reviewed the information on the DZHNF-ing, which had nearly finished its meal. Level 59, Innate Talent, Quasi-Deity Tier 1. Traits, Sniper. Camouflage, easily conceals its form during attacks, making it difficult for enemies to detect and defend against. Intelligence, this unique DZHNF-ing possesses the wisdom of an adult male. Skills, Twin Sting, Flurry, Toxic Needle, Charge, High-Speed Movement, Missile Needle, Reverse Scale, Venomous Toxin. Swords Dance, Reflective Wall, Cross Cut, Feather Rest, Venom Shock, Toxic Spikes, Recklessness, Fatal Needle Strike, Shadow Clone, Quick Return, Swift, Ultimate Absorption, Destructive Death Ray. The system indicated that this was a superior breed, cultivated through the sacrifice of countless DNJIO unknown. Its toxic skills had been greatly enhanced, remarkably powerful, especially with its extraordinary traits of camouflage and intelligence. The reason poison-type Pokémon are at a disadvantage is due to the absence of quasi-deity level beings, let alone divine beasts. Reflecting on the animated series featuring the mega-evolving DZHNF-ing and Team R, CHNFN felt a sense of understanding. This laboratory was likely dedicated to the study of bug-type Pokémon. This Pokémon was truly formidable, while his own subordinates, though competent, paled in comparison to this meticulously cultivated DZHNF-ing. Thank you for the food. I have been starving for days and was near death, remarked the DZHNFing. Its coloration was somewhat translucent, lacking any particularly striking bands. If not for its two stingers, equal in length to its body, it would be smaller than CHNFN. Excluding the tail's glimmering stinger, it appeared even more exquisite. Although its body proportions were somewhat exaggerated, they did not seem jarring. It was undeniably an aesthetically pleasing Pokémon. Unable to leave the laboratory, CHNFN decided to engage in conversation with the DZHNFing. Born in this laboratory, it received special attention and care due to being a shiny Pokémon. Such attention, however, was not necessarily beneficial, as it was subjected to continuous experiments, test tubes, and drug enhancements. It was fortunate to have survived, becoming a Pokémon destined for presentation to the higher-ups. However, the members of Team R were unaware that this DZHNFing had awakened human thought and intelligence, gradually becoming aware of the process of its cultivation. Its parents had survived among many DZHNFing subjected to experimentation, enhancement, and forced combat. During the breeding process, they had awakened their full potential, passing on their superior genes to it. Thus, before it was born, its parents had perished. The feeling of being the only one awake among a drunken crowd was unpleasant. It wished to help its kin escape their plight, but felt powerless, even when it secretly released some of its kin. Choosing to attract other humans, self-proclaimed guardians of the Pokémon League, it inadvertently led to its clan's demise. However, it underestimated the ruthlessness of the organization. When the League attacked, countless kin were subjected to humanitarian extermination. In a fit of rage, it killed several researchers attempting to destroy evidence and became trapped in this laboratory. This confinement lasted an indeterminate amount of time. After feeding on the corpses of those it loathed, it nearly exhausted its food supply. Fortunately, the laboratory's nutrient solution remained abundant, which was the reason for its survival. Just recently, the nutrients had been depleted, leaving only water behind. It had been prepared for death. You have given me a new lease on life. I shall follow you from now on, the DZHNFing declared, bringing a sense of satisfaction to CHNFN, as he suddenly gained a formidable ally. However, he forgot that nothing in his life had ever transpired smoothly. Opportunities that fall from the sky can lead to one's downfall. An hour passed swiftly, and as soon as the system completed its data collection, CHNFN swiftly included the DZHNFing among his subordinates and began to sprint towards the exit. Time was of the essence, and life or death hung in the balance. Yet, nothing was more frustrating than becoming lost when one was in a hurry. This could not be blamed on him. Even if he were not directionally challenged, the ruins and mutated monsters surrounding him were utterly disheartening. The newly acquired DZHNFing was quite helpful, continuously clearing a path for CHNFN. But who could say where the ventilation shaft he mentioned was? Medicine. Who could predict whether this unreliable system's current state of the revival stone would even be usable? Even if it were, it would likely fail in such profound depths. He could only run forward, never looking back, for that is the essence of life. At that moment, a figure appeared before CHNFN, LMOCHing. Or Little Green. Boss, are we retreating? I sense an ominous presence that makes me uneasy. If M knew that he had been completely forgotten by CHNFN, would he storm off in anger? I have been searching for you. The situation has been resolved. We must leave at once. CHNFN began to fabricate a story. Boss, you are going the wrong way. It's this way, said M, his voice like music to CHNFN's ears. If possible, he would have loved to scoop him up and shower him with affectionate kisses. Escaping to safety, the DFND, Poison Powder Butterfly, and Chu In Shiying, Circling Bear, awaited them outside, alongside the hovering Shue LB, Shalebi. Little RD, I sense a terrifying energy surging from the depths. You must evacuate this place immediately. While I can use my energy to prevent the destructive force, I will subsequently fall into slumber, and I cannot predict what changes may occur thereafter, Shue LB stated with a serious gaze upon CHNFN. Thank you, Shue LB. Now is not the time to build rapport, CHNFN lamented, wishing he had 2 more legs to hasten his escape. Let us go, boss. We shall bring about humanity's destruction, the DZHNFing suddenly proclaimed, its words shocking and audacious. Nanny? Chapter 19. Trusting Pikachu's Malice. CHNFN felt utterly exhausted. Why did all the Pokémon following him begin to transform into troublesome entities? Since evolving into a DFN, Poison Moth, the CWICHing, Stinging Worm, had become incessantly needy, constantly asking if it could eat. Every time he beheld its large, nearsighted eyes, he felt an urge to smash its face. LMOCHing, or M, was a severe case of middle school syndrome, often uttering foolish phrases like though I roam the world, my fate is my own to dictate, not to be governed by heaven. The Shiying Bo, bear cub, evolved into Chu In Shiying and became a melancholic creature, inheriting CHNFN's tradition of pondering life's meaning while gazing at the stars. Did all Russians possess an innate talent for philosophy? Hence, CHNFN dubbed it Xiying KS, bear marks. Little Green was a good child, but when provoked, tears would flow abundantly, revealing a sensitive nature. The little Koi King inherited a sharp tongue from who knows where, often irritating CHNFN with its remarks. Perhaps all foolish beings carried a built-in mocking buff. The newly joined DZHNFN was even more ruthless, threatening to annihilate humanity at the slightest provocation. On Earth, it would undoubtedly be classified as a terrorist. Although Chen Fan is but a Pokémon, he harbors a heart that beats for Han while encamped in Xiao's domain. Such perilous sentiments are ill-advised. Leading is a daunting task, and to be a leader who can instill fervent loyalty is even more challenging. Chen Fan finds himself in a state of despair. His troubles have transcended the Mediterranean, now resembling the vast expanse of the Atlantic. Education must be rigorous and uncompromising. During a mealtime gathering, Chen Fan convened the inaugural Sovereignty Conference. Adhering to the principle that all could voice their thoughts while he retained the final say, the participants engaged in a fervent debate. Upon witnessing the opulent yet modest base of Team Rocket, Chen Fan felt a pang of introspection. This is indeed a world where strength speaks volumes. Without resources, there is no might. Devoid of might, one cannot seize resources. The system may possess the power to alter destiny, yet how much can Chen Fan achieve through mere tasks? To date, the system's shop has failed to provide a complete inventory of basic Pokémon attribute fruits. Serving as a benefactor to other Pokémon is, for Chen Fan, an inequitable demand, unbefitting a true leader. I have bestowed upon you the finest potential, the strongest qualifications just beneath the divine, and have laid a solid foundation for your skills. The path ahead must be tread by you alone. Boss, no need for further words. My decision is made. Over the span of 2 years, each must find their own way to grow stronger, be it journeying alongside human trainers or establishing your own Pokémon factions. Regardless of your chosen method, we shall reconvene here in 2 years. I wish to witness your growth, and should you find alternative paths by then, I shall impose no demands. This proclamation was directed toward the green caterpillar, the venom moth, and the Porygon bear, who, given their current capabilities, have myriad choices before them. Boss, I shall grow stronger. Though I wander the vastness, my heart remains steadfast. Until we meet again in 2 years, declared the green caterpillar, Amu, as it gathered its belongings and bid farewell to its companions. With an unwavering spirit, it has chosen to remain in its caterpillar stage without evolution. Having followed Chen Fan for some time, it seems that many things have become easily attainable, which is not a commendable habit. Fear not, boss, I shall prove my worth. Reassured the Porygon bear, who had been cast out from its family due to its inferior aptitude compared to a sister with whom it shared a strained relationship. It yearned to avoid being abandoned again due to its own shortcomings. Humans are inherently contradictory beings. Chen Fan felt a twinge of discomfort as he watched them depart so resolutely. Could they truly be reliable? The venom moth gazed at Chen Fan with eyes brimming with sorrow, reluctance, and emotions that were difficult for him to comprehend. You have a kind heart. Chen Fan reflected as he noticed the venom moth gently approaching, arms outstretched as if to embrace him, filling him with a sense of warmth. Boss, as we part, could you prepare some food for the journey? The sparkle in the venom moth's eyes was undeniable. In matters of affection, favoritism is inevitable. Even deities cannot be entirely impartial. Chen Fan allocated the slot for a companion space to Xiao Lu, contemplating its future growth trajectory, and he had no intention of letting it go. Primarily because Xiao Lu had consistently been an obedient and diligent companion. The Magikarp, a gift from the system, was a creature of unwavering loyalty. And upon evolving into a Gyarados, it might even transcend the barriers of legendary Pokémon. Its potential is boundless. As for the Beedrill, it possessed intelligence surpassing that of an adult, with formidable venom, swift speed, and a compact size that allowed it to remain concealed. Such a powerful assassin speaks volumes of its prowess, especially considering it is a Pokémon with quasi-divine potential. As long as Chen Fan is wise, he will nurture it diligently. The Beedrill exhibited a commendable level of awareness. Certain beliefs could indeed be amended. For recognizing one's faults is the hallmark of a good ally. Beedrill, I am aware of your disdain for humanity, and I am more than willing to assist you in teaching them a lesson. However, with your current strength, what do you believe you can accomplish? To impede an individual is not merely to dissuade them from an action. It is to guide them to realize the futility of their endeavors or to redirect their focus temporarily. In the very vicinity where you once resided, there exists a trainer possessing a legendary Pokémon, Entei. How do you envision confronting it? Not to mention, many trainers possess quasi-divine Pokémon that far exceed your strength. If you wish to chastise humanity, you must first endeavor to understand them, engage with them, and ultimately, strengthen yourself to overcome them. Though I am unaware of your true intentions, you have convinced me to temporarily set aside my animosity toward humanity, replied the Beedrill after a moment of contemplation. Engaging in discourse with an astute Pokémon simplifies matters. The The time has come for Chen Fan to unveil his prowess before the Beedrill. Prior to this, Chen Fan managed to draw a template that piqued his interest, and before the Beedrill, he chose to activate it. In the astonished gaze of the Beedrill, the formerly bald Rattata began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The purple fur morphed into a rich reddish-brown, its eyes devoid of pupils became brown, and its large, pointed ears bore a striking resemblance to a fox. The slender tail became increasingly fluffy, transitioning into an orange hue with a curled tip. Subsequently, the tail began to bifurcate, ultimately dividing into 6 distinct appendages. To integrate into human society, one must indeed adopt the form of a Vulpix, an adorable yet formidable Pokémon cherished by many. Vulpix, Chen Fan, level 41, qualification, tier 3 leader, ability, flash fire, skills, quick attack, ember, fire spin, dig, iron tail, poison sting, mega kick, fury swipes, bite, ice fong, fire fong, volt tackle, close combat, and double edge. Upon activating the second Pokémon form, the reward skill, form shift, allows the host to switch between currently activated templates, for instance, reverting from Vulpix to Rattata, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. How absurd it is to have begun to long for that infuriating system voice. Chapter 20. The journey begins with untimely demise. Oh dear, my beloved host. I hear you have missed me. At long last, the system's irksome voice returned, and Chen Fan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, truly a sign of madness. Indeed, I have longed for you. There are task rewards awaiting your attention. How could I not think of you? Humph, I shall assume the role of an aloof system, refusing to stoop to your level. The system huffed, its displeasure palpable. You're the best, little one, Chen Fan replied. Host, you have successfully annoyed me. Now, send the task rewards. The system hastily changed the subject, evidently wary of Chen Fan's exuberance. Collecting a substantial amount of Pokémon genetic experimental data. Rewards include a choice of 1 from 4 types of potions: mental potion, attribute potion, elemental potion, and trait potion. Choose 1 from 3 ocular techniques: sluggish eye, illusory eye, and King's derision. Successfully rescuing the Beedrill and gaining its allegiance, the task was completed flawlessly, yielding a reward of a companion space, 100,000 energy points. And the system shop has been unlocked. Mental potion awakens psychic seeds and grants resistance to psychic attacks. Attribute potion, comprehensive enhancement of 5-dimensional attributes, which does not conflict with attribute fruits. Elemental potion randomly provides significant resistance to a specific elemental type, while randomly acquiring 2 high-damage skills of that type and permanently reducing its consumption by 30. Trait potion allows the host to select 1 Pokémon trait. Sluggish eye slows down the actions of enemies through dynamic vision and inflicts slight deceleration, basic effect. Illusory eye forces enemies into a simple illusion, with the effectiveness diminishing as their strength increases, basic effect. WNZH. The gaze of contempt from the king has a chance to induce states of confusion, fear, and submission in enemies, with the effect diminishing in accordance with the enemy's strength, initial effect. My dear, I desire all of it. Is that permissible? This reward is simply astonishing. The system provided CHNFN with a profound response. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to choose the mental elixir and the gaze of contempt. He opted for the mental elixir to awaken the superpower seed because the previously acquired teleportation skill book promised that true romance lies in the spontaneity of departure. Moreover, the gaze of contempt can synergize with the intimidation aura. To subdue enemies without conflict is the pinnacle of ostentation, is it not? As the rewards were dispensed, CHNFN examined the alterations in the system shop. System shop, items exclusively for the host. Attribute fruit enhances the host's 5 dimensions: physical attack, special attack, dual defenses, stamina, speed, priced at 50,000 energy points. The effect diminishes with increased usage. Teleportation device can transport the host back to any location, usable 22 times. Priced at 300,000 energy points. Awakening Stone of Wave Guidance, after use, has a certain probability of awakening wave guidance power, priced at 100,000 energy points. Skill Engraving Book can engrave one of the host's current active skills into a skill learning device. The produced skill can be utilized 5 times, priced at 100,000 energy points. Revival Coin has a 50 chance to revive a deceased target, no restrictions on the target. Priced at 1,000,000 energy points. Divine Beast Egg randomly hatches into a divine beast. Priced at 100 points of primordial energy. My dear, upon seeing the items in the shop, I find myself at a loss for words. Glancing at my meager 113,000 energy points, I realize that purchasing the attribute fruit is the most prudent choice. As for the enticing divine beast egg, what is primordial energy? Strive on, young lad, and complete more tasks. CHNF and smirked and continued to browse. System shop, items exclusively for subordinates. Random trait potion a genetic potion that grants mastery over a random trait from all Pokémon, priced at 500,000 energy points. Trait Conversion Potion can transform a Pokémon's trait into a designated trait, one use per Pokémon, priced at 100,000 energy points. Genetic Skill Potion. A Pokémon using this potion will randomly learn a skill, priced at 20,000 energy points. Fate Coin. 50 chance to either enhance or diminish the target, permanently increasing or decreasing the user's attributes. There's also the previous basic 5-dimensional fruit. This is disheartening. A blow to my pride. I thought I had acquired 100,000 energy points, ready to escape poverty and achieve prosperity, yet I remain a mere pauper. The newly acquired subordinate space slot was, of course, granted to Chen Fan, whom Chen Fan named with poetic flair, J.N.K. To slay a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace in 1,000 miles. Once the deed is done, brush off the clothes and conceal oneself in obscurity. This reflects Chen Fan's expectations for Chen Fan. Having managed all affairs, Chen Fan was ready to embark on his new plan. The first step, to find a fortunate trainer. Initially, he considered heading to ZHNX and ZHN to better understand the current timeline and whether the plot diverged from the anime. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. That place is shrouded in mystery. What if a terrifying mad scientist were to dissect him for research? Gradually, word spread among trainers in CHNPNSN that a wildly I had appeared near Route 2, having defeated numerous trainers without being captured, attracting many trainers like moths to a flame. The 35th one, all of them mere trash. CHNFN walked along Route 2, his expression forlorn, finding it challenging to locate a competent trainer. He initially sought a trainer whose starting Pokémon was of semi-divine lineage. Such a trainer would indicate vast familial power. Yet, most of those he encountered were merely insect-catching youths, with even the stronger starter Pokémon trainers being a rarity, lacking sufficient prowess. He pondered the allure of a charming young lady. The thought of journeying nestled in the embrace of a captivating companion was undeniably invigorating. Travel should not be settled for. As CHNFN pondered, he vaguely sensed a dangerous aura approaching from behind. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a large net flew towards him from behind, aiming to ensnare him. CHNFN reacted swiftly, dodging the incoming net with a flash of electricity, only to glimpse a shadow lurking among the trees by the roadside. The gunfire continued, each shot followed by a net aimed at capturing him. Unprovoked aggression stirred a fire within him. Utilizing the moment to evade, CHNFN unleashed a concentrated burst of flames towards the general direction of the attacks. Out from the grass erupted 2 powerful jets of water, extinguishing his flames. The speed of the water jets left CHNFN no time to react, propelling him into a large tree before he finally came to a halt. In his line of sight appeared 2 Pokémon and a burly man with a concealed face. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his buzz cut revealing a scar that seemed to tell a tale of past affliction. Since acquiring the intimidation ability, CHNFN had grown particularly sensitive to murderous intentions. He could sense the bloody, terrifying, and twisted aura emanating from the man. One of the Pokémon was a large, dark gray canine, adorned with immense, curved horns, an orange snout protruding, highlighted by a black-tipped nose and 2 inconspicuous fangs. Its neck and back were encircled by pale gray bony protrusions, 3 along the back and a round gray-white prominence at the center of the neck. This was a quintessential villain's Pokémon, HILG. The other Pokémon was a colossal, upright turtle, its shell brown on top, pale yellow on the underside, bordered with white. 2 water cannons protruded from the front of its shell. This Pokémon was undoubtedly the final evolution of Gien-gu, the Shu Gien-gu. Little Wi, you might as well surrender. If I injure you, you want to fetch a good price. The identity of the burly man became apparent. A Pokémon hunter. Upon seeing the data revealing the 2 powerful Pokémon at level 60, CHNFN couldn't help but mutter a silent curse. Those 2 jets of water were likely the attack from Shu Gien-gu's water cannons, nearly depleting his combat capability. Now, the distance for his teleportation skill was limited, and after use, it could not be deployed immediately. Thus, CHNFN's anticipated teleportation strategy was temporarily rendered ineffective. This is dire. I want to return to Earth. The expedition had not even begun, and he was already facing demise. Truly a tragic tale. Chapter 21. The Cherished CHNFN. What a splendidly WI. Its fur so beautiful, and it possesses the psychic-type teleportation skill. Who would have thought I could stumble upon such a treasure in this area rife with newcomers? It seems my luck with the black dog is about to turn. The burly man let out a discordant laugh. Pokémon that can break through to level 60 are poised for a shot at elite status. To cultivate both HILG and Shu Gien-gu to such heights indicates this man is no ordinary foe. The truth that villains perish from excessive chatter is an unchanging axiom. Just as the burly man reveled in the imminent spoils, He leisurely retrieved a high-tech foldable metal cage intended to capture CHNFN when an unexpected turn of events occurred. MLNG, blizzard. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and the temperature plummeted. The voice belonged to a female trainer. Damn it. Those bothersome Alliance members. The burly man's expression shifted. He had already made considerable sacrifices to evade pursuit. However, he reacted swiftly, immediately responding. HILG, clear skies. The sunlight pierced through the veil of ice and snow. The voices of the formidable Iron Armor Bay, the graceful Bing Yibu, the enchanting Shui Yao Nu, and the alluring Mi Chun Jie echoed once more. A figure gradually emerged, adorned with fiery red hair and brownish-red pupils peering through silver-framed glasses. Her delicate features, accentuated by standard willow-shaped eyebrows and a cherry blossom mouth, exuded an air of purity intertwined with passion. The originally loose attire was stretched at the chest, rendering Chen Fan, who stood by in anticipation, utterly entranced. She was indeed a weapon of fascination. The powerful Hylugia and the water arrow turtle displayed no signs of weakness. Yet the woman's Pokémon proved equally formidable. For beams of freezing light subdued the majestic Hylugia and the water arrow turtle, threatening to encase them in ice. Cursed be it, had my Bosu Kadala and Shamo Jiao been able to battle, I would have made note of this affront against me by the League investigator. This man, too, was no amateur. He decisively abandoned his water arrow turtle and Hylugia, revealing a rocket propulsion device on his backpack that enabled him to soar into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. How infuriating to have let him escape again. With a cold snort, the woman surveyed the frozen water arrow turtle and Hylugia, feeling a twinge of frustration. Releasing them might only return them to the hands of that detestable poacher. Pokémon possessed no inherent morality, yet under the influence of nefarious trainers, they may turn malevolent. Unable to find another solution, she activated her communicator to summon assistance. After the call, she noticed a fainted Lu Xiao on the ground. Strangely, the Lu Xiao bore no wounds, yet its nostrils streamed with blood, having been single for too long. Even the sight of a handsome boy could stir admiration, let alone the presence of such a stunning beauty. Thus, it was not the boy's fault for bleeding. The severity of the situation merely stemmed from the ferocity of the foe. Time passed, and Chen Fan slowly regained consciousness, discovering himself confined within a transparent capped box. Tubes affixed to his body. The fatigue coursing through him filled him with dread. What had he endured? He attempted to free himself, only to feel a faint electric current surging through the tubes, rendering him numb and powerless. Pills, pills. You silly child, how could you move around so soon after recovery? A sweet voice resonated, seemingly imbued with a healing power that alleviated Chen Fan's condition somewhat. Outside the transparent cap stood a young woman adorned with a nurse's hat. She was not particularly stunning, yet possessed an undeniable charm. Her oval face, slightly chubby, radiated warmth as her eyes crinkled into delightful crescents, revealing deep dimples that added to her allure. The pink twin tails peeking from beneath her hat immediately confirmed her identity, Miss Xiao Yi, monopolizing the Pokémon Center worldwide. Upon realizing his whereabouts, Chen Fan exhaled in relief. Be good, I'll have a Jilly Dan check your condition shortly. How could you lose so much blood? If it weren't for Investigator Kinna's timely assistance, you would have been in grave danger. Chen Fan's face flushed at the memory of the earlier scene. If he were to perish from bleeding due to the sight of a beauty, he would undoubtedly be the first of his kind. Wait, who did Xiaoyi mention? Kinna. She referred to Kinna, the Ice King Kinna. Ah, no, I ought to say the future champion. Undoubtedly, this was a substantial opportunity. Happiness arrived unexpectedly, and there was no doubt that he would follow her path henceforth. As Chen Fan began to entertain blissful thoughts, a youthful voice suddenly interjected. Humph, you disgusting Lu Xiao. How dare you display such lewd expressions? Do not harbor any thoughts of me. I am a woman beyond your reach. Dear Miss Jilly Dan, how blind must I be to find you appealing? A round pink object is certainly not to my taste. Though he internally scoffed, Chen Fan wisely chose to remain silent. Humph, Pokémon these days lack resolve. Upon encountering a charming girl, they give up at the slightest obstacle, Jilly Dan muttered while assisting him in removing the medical apparatus. For over 10 minutes, Chen Fan endured her incessant chatter, beginning to question his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? Finally, Jilly Dan concluded with a healing wave. Faced with such an unreasonable girl, what could Chen Fan do but despair? Eventually, he found himself being carried by Xiao Yi to a hospital bed and wheeled outside. His mind still occupied with the image of that frightful pink figure and the incessant chattering. In reality, the world could not mirror that of games or animation. The Pokémon Center could not consist solely of Miss Xiao Yi and Jilly Dan, but rather a multitude of medical personnel. Being treated personally by Xiao Yi was surely due to Kinna's influence. Kinna investigator, this child has regained his health. Wonderful, thank you Miss Xiao Yi. Kinna replied as she lifted Chen Fan. Although he appeared as a Lu Xiao, his soul was that of an adult, a sensation that words could scarcely capture. Then, Chen Fan shamelessly rubbed against Kinna's chest. Oh no, the urge to bleed was overwhelming. Miss Xiao Yi, are you certain the Liu Xiao's neck is unharmed? Why does its head remain tilted upwards? Kina, its body is quite healthy, but I fear the mental state is not entirely normal. Xiao Yi subtly indicated her head. Such a poor little creature. Kina's eyes glimmered with maternal affection. Chen Fan felt an avalanche of expletives welling within him, unsure of their appropriateness. Finally, Chen Fan nestled against Kina's thigh, wishing that the situation were different, devoid of the affectionate yet condescending gaze she often cast upon him. The Pokémon investigator embodies the soldier of this realm, safeguarding the peace of the Pokémon world. It is a perilous profession, representing the mid-tier strength of the Pokémon League. The number of Pokémon investigators is limited, with only a handful responsible for vast territories. Generally, ordinary conflicts require not the intervention of Pokémon investigators, as the Junsha family and police suffice. Kina resided in a luxurious single-family villa located in the heart of the city, boasting advanced space-folding technology, which provided ample room for Pokémon habitation. Dear ones, this is your new companion, Liu Xiao. There are some matters to address, so please take good care of it. Upon witnessing Kina's gesture towards her head, the Pokémon regarded Chen Fan with the same affectionate gaze reserved for the intellectually challenged, leading him to feel a wave of melancholy. Would they still be able to enjoy their time together? Chapter 22. The culprit is. Poverty has indeed limited Chen Fan's imagination. An iceberg extended from the frigid waters of a lake, where various environments were constructed atop the ice mountain to cater to the preferences of different ice-type Pokémon. Atop the iceberg floated a massive block of ice, shimmering with a pale blue light, subtly emanating an aura of coldness. System detection revealed it to be a block of unmelting ice imbued with primordial energy, beneficial for the growth of ice-type Pokémon. Having placed Chen Fan on the grass beside the icy lake, Kina seemed to have urgent matters to attend to and promptly departed. Due to their solitary nature, ice-type Pokémon often exhibited a reserved demeanor, appearing cold yet harboring warmth within, albeit struggling to express it. Little Liu Xiao, from now on, you shall follow me, and I will treat you to the finest delicacies. A socialite among the Pokémon addressed Chen Fan, resembling a cat with red eyes, adorned with a fan-like ornament on its head and a yellow gem on its forehead, boasting 2 red tails and walking upright. This was an Ice Dark-type Pokémon known as Magnola. Thank you, Magnola. You are a good Pokémon. Chen Fan naturally accepted the kindness. Li Wi, is this the legendary good person card? MNIL's expression was filled with black lines. This continent, much like the animated series, abides by wondrous rules, such as the stipulation that one can only carry 6 Pokémon. Of course, there are ways to circumvent this rule, such as enlisting companions to assist in carrying one's Pokémon. However, human energy and resources are limited. Possessing too many Pokémon may lead to a lack of elite combat prowess and the squandering of resources. Typically, future champions, like TNW Ing and KN, prepare 2 primary lineups. Beyond the main roster, if the trainer has the energy and inclination, they may nurture a few others. Naturally, should they encounter exceptionally gifted Pokémon, they would also invest resources into their development. Through MNIL's introduction and his own inquiries, CHNFN gained a rough understanding of KN's 2 primary lineups, DIHM, MLNG, TGBI, CH, ING, BIHISH, and CH, ING, MOZH. The other lineup featured Alola's Chu, NSH, and W, ING, Su, YON, Being, YB, MNIL, and JD, ING, NIO. Indeed, it was JD, ING, NIO. No wonder KN, destined to become a champion, kept such a powerful secret. Although one of the 3 idiotic birds, JD, ING, NIO is relatively common among legendary beasts and can even be bested by quasi-legendaries. A legendary Pokémon is still a legendary Pokémon. JD, ING, NIO, level 55, quality, tier 3 legendary beast. Ability, air pressure, snow cloak. Intimidation, inflicts a certain level of pressure on Pokémon below the legendary tier, hindering opponents from exerting their full strength. Moves, gust, ice shard, mist, glare, ice beam, blizzard. Agility, reflect, special attack, feather rest, substitute, hyper beam, hail, brave bird, steel wing. The king of ice, ice-type moves power is enhanced by 50, and it is immune to 30 of ice-type damage. The allure of a legendary Pokémon left CH in F in drooling. Such grand wings must be delectable. KN's JD NIO resided at the peak of an icy mountain, closest to the ever-frozen ice. CHNF initially intended to strike up a rapport with JD NIO, but as a legendary creature, it held its pride. Consequently, he was promptly dismissed. Humph, foolish bird, who needs you? CHNFN, hailing from Alola and not particularly fond of ice-type energy, felt only cold after staying too long on the ice mountain. MNIL, lead me down, for my paws are frozen. Sliding down the mountain, MNIL swiftly took CHNFN to the grass below. Hey, what did you just say? Upon landing on the grass, MNIL turned to inquire. At that moment, Li W, I had already fainted, foam at the mouth, succumbing to what one might call a dizzying ice slide. Alas, poor little Li W, suffering such misfortune at a tender age. MNIL, with a gaze full of compassion for the disabled, gently placed him on the grass. Poor CHNFN, a traveler in a strange realm, enduring days spent on the ground as his bed. After a considerable slumber, he finally awoke to behold the environment around him. This, he mused, is truly living. Host, you need not envy. The system's attendant space surpasses this environment, rendering you an invisible affluent individual. The system's voice echoed with ill intent. So, I am the only unfortunate one, CHNFN lamented, clutching himself in sorrow. KN had not forgotten CHNFN. At noon, she procured a small house for him. However, upon seeing his new abode, CHNFN's discontent was palpable. What the heck? This resembles a doghouse. Has Nicholas CHNFN fallen so low as to sleep in a doghouse? Who can endure this? The animated series had deceived him, promising that he would share a roof with his trainer, that they would bathe together in harmony. This little one was quite displeased. Ignoring CHNFN's mournful gaze, KN departed with several Pokémon. Alas, I seem to have made an erroneous choice. Is it my fault? CHNFN sighed. Oh, I find your system rather indifferent. Do you not know how to comfort your pitiful host? He continued, feeling discontented. It's all my fault. No proper conversations can be held. Little Li W, let me treat you to delicious food, MNIL declared, sensing CHNFN's mistrust. Humph, do you think I would deceive you? Follow me. 10 minutes later, MNIL stealthily led CHNFN away from KN's residence. I assure you, the roasted fish at the restaurant ahead is superb. I often grab one and flee. Those fools can never catch me. A true man never pays for his meals. It's all about enjoying a free feast. MNIL boasted about his illustrious history. But what about Li W? Once MNIL turned back, the seemingly dazed Li W had vanished. This was dire. That foolish creature wouldn't have gotten lost, would it? If the trainer were to discover this. Oblivious to the predicament, MNIL frantically searched for CHNFN, while the latter wandered the city, a wicked thought brewing within. Using his charm, he planned to successfully score a delightful lunch and dinner, leaving no trace behind, a heartless little Li W who would feast and then vanish without a care. In a secluded corner of a park, CHNFN summoned his 3 underlings. Boss, the place you had me stay was quite comfortable. I feel my strength is nearing the threshold of the quasi-champion level. Levels 60 to 79 are champion levels, but reaching level 60 does not guarantee equivalent power. The DZHNFN readily assumed the role of a subordinate. Boss, I also sense my strength is on the rise. Little L exclaimed excitedly. Mama, the water here is filthy, and the air is so murky. Let me return home. CHNFN felt his mood plummeting. They were complaining about this, and that while he lamented his pitiful existence in a doghouse. All his anger would wait until nightfall to erupt. As night fell, a bald little LD appeared stealthily in the grandest mall of the city. Before it loomed an energy cube manufacturing machine, several times larger than its own body. Even in the human world, this was a luxurious item with a steep price. CHNFN shamelessly placed the machine into the system's space. Subsequently, he also pilfered premium Pokémon food and various ingredients for crafting Pokémon cuisine. Finally, when his hand reached for precious stones needed for evolution, such as the Moonstone and Thunderstone, alarms rang out. With urgency, CHNFN gleefully executed his escape plan, even setting up distractions for scent-tracking Pokémon along the way, utilizing items like chili powder and perfume. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement, stealing and slinking, a habitual thief. Reward, 1 steel scroll, 10 random teleport scrolls, and the impending activation of the good and evil value function. The system holds you in disdain, yet still grants you a thumbs up. Please continue to showcase your strengths. System, be wary of my defamation lawsuit. How can this be called stealing? This is borrowing. JNSH dispatched numerous officers and KDGU to investigate the incident, yet they found nothing, save for some tiny LD footprints at the scene. After that night, news of the mysterious theft began to circulate throughout HIYN City. Some claimed it was the work of a formidable thieving gang, while others insisted it was the doing of a powerful psychic Pokémon. Meanwhile, the instigator reveled in playing the role of a benefactor and caretaker. Chapter 23, The Sinister Idea. Raising Pokémon is akin to raising sons. Nurturing one's subordinates can be quite the endeavor. Observing Little L and the others voraciously consuming the Pokémon food and energy blocks he had prepared, CHNFN mused that perhaps there were no more virtuous Pokémon in the world than himself. He is a man of many talents. Adept in both the grand halls and the kitchens, a new paragon of virtue in the realm of elves. Alas, what does it matter how exceptional he is when he remains without a girlfriend? System, what is the purpose of all my arduous efforts? Chen Fan finds himself in a state of confusion. No matter how hard he tries, he is merely an elf, yearning to be human. Transforming from a person into an elf is far from a pleasant experience, especially as a man, thrust into a world teeming with enchanting beauties. To claim he is not moved would be disingenuous. It feels akin to being transported to a land of daughters, only to discover that he has lost his dignity as a man. No, it is even more serious than that. Host, why not set a modest goal? Perhaps to earn 100 million? Who knows what you wish to accomplish? I am a system designed to cultivate outstanding elf trainers. How did you end up as an elf? The system would not divulge its own bewilderment to Chen Fan. What is the use of money? I am an elf, not a human. What purpose does wealth serve? Oh heavens, was the script not supposed to lead me to become a renowned elf trainer, revered by many? Surrounded by beautiful women? Why has it come to this? Such lamentation is characteristic of Chen Fan, who is utterly unreasonable. Shall we set a goal to evolve into an Ailuroid? At least it resembles a human. The host also expressed a desire to evolve into a koi frog or a hualili, and the system had no objections. The images of a koi frog in its naked form and a hualili with muscular shorts flashed through his mind, sending a chill down his spine. By the way, what does an Ailuroid look like? Chen Fan's understanding of Pokémon is primarily rooted in the animated series from his childhood, and he is not particularly familiar with many of the elves. The system successfully redirected Chen Fan's attention, conjuring an image of Ailuroid in his mind. It is an elf that bears a striking resemblance to humans, sporting a gladiatorial helmet atop its head, a white face, and a light blue crown. It has sharp red protrusions on its chest and back. Its arms are shaped like hooks, with retractable, resilient blades at the elbows, and its body is quite slender. Its legs appear somewhat peculiar compared to humans, but they are still capable of standing and walking. Well, it looks rather impressive and quite cool. This shall be my goal, Ailuroid. Chen Fan has set a small target for himself. Perhaps becoming an elf has indeed rendered him indifferent to emotional burdens. Sadness arrives swiftly yet departs just as quickly. After a hearty meal, both Xiao Lu and Dazenfeng leveled up. Xiao Lu successfully broke through to level 40, undergoing a significant transformation. Its fur changed from a vibrant green to a deep emerald, a phenomenon known as darkening. Dazenfeng, having broken through to level 60, became even smaller. Now merely 1/10 the size of a normal adult Dazenfeng, approximately 0.1 decimeters, excluding the length of its stingers. Its diminutive size, however, increased its danger. With a streamlined body that exuded a sense of sharpness, its coloration grew increasingly transparent, making it nearly impossible to perceive its movements at high speed. As if it were invisible in the air. Is this truly the legendary notion of growing stronger through eating and sleeping? Looking at the Koi King, who embodies the archetype of a protagonist, Chen Fan mused that it must be a master of Tai Chi, adept at remaining unchanged amidst a sea of transformations. Why is it so challenging to evolve into a Baku dragon? Unbeknownst to him, more than a day passed in this manner. The cooldown period for template switching has concluded, allowing Chen Fan to revert from Xiaolada to Liuxiu. Deep down, he hesitated, contemplating whether to return to Kana's residence. He was not well suited to Kana's team, and thus, she might not wholeheartedly nurture him, leaving him without opportunities to accompany her on missions. Perhaps from the very beginning, Chen Fan had erred. He should have initially followed a novice trainer. Ultimately, Chen Fan transformed back into Liuxiu and made his way to Kana's dwelling. It was evident that his base of operations lay firmly within Kana's control. Soon, the red-haired lady appeared before him, seemingly just having bathed, wrapped only in a towel. What a delightful little creature. I thought you might have run off in anger due to my lack of time to accompany you. Kana joyfully scooped Chen Fan into her embrace. Despite frequently undertaking missions under the sun and wind, her skin remained remarkably smooth and delicate. Coupled with the sensation of her touch, it was almost overwhelming for Chen Fan. Gazing at the heavens, he resolved not to let his nose bleed. This was indeed a tragic tale. He must hold firm. Chen Fan had weathered many storms and could not succumb to such weakness. The exquisite sensation of being cradled by a beauty is ineffable. What a charming little fellow. I shall take good care of you from now on, she exclaimed, showering him with kisses and lifting him high. Overcome, Chen Fan felt compelled to escape her embrace. Leaping to the ground. Ah, Liuxiu, do you not like me? Kuna's face displayed a hint of sorrow and disappointment at Chen Fan's withdrawal. Sister, I adore you immensely, but I simply cannot withstand it. If I remained any longer, I might bleed profusely and end up in the Pokémon Center. He hastily shook his head, contemplating how to express affection as an elf. Must he resort to licking? No, that would be too shameful. In the end, Chen Fan rubbed his head against Kana's smooth calf, who claimed that being an elf was undesirable. Just wait until I confront them. Engaging in such bold flirtation with the future Ice-type champion. Could a human achieve this? The system silently raised a significant middle finger at Chen Fan from a hidden vantage point. Brother, what happened to your integrity? What a peculiar child. Be sure to get along well with your companions. Tomorrow I have a mission, and I will take you along, Kana remarked, shaking her head in resignation, before affectionately patting Chen Fan's head and retreating into her villa. Once Kana departed, Maniola approached with a forlorn expression. Little Liuxiu, where have you been? I have suffered greatly because of you. Not only did the master scold me, but I was also grounded for a month. I apologize, you left too swiftly yesterday. And I struggled to keep up. I almost couldn't find my way back. Chen Fan replied, feigning distress. Seeing the performance of the eminent actor Chen Fan, Maniola bashfully scratched her head. Forget it, forget it. I was also at fault for leaving too quickly. Next time, stay close. With that, she hurried away. Oh, the innocence of elves. Watching Maniola depart, Chen Fan begrudgingly retreated to his own nook. Bored, he glanced at the system store, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover that he had accumulated a small amount of primal energy. Primal energy? Ice-type primal power? System. Could this be due to the energy emitted by the unmeltable ice? Indeed, even a fool may stumble upon the truth. Congratulations to the host for answering correctly. Without engaging in banter with the system, Chen Fan focused on the divine beast egg within the system store, then glanced at the unmeltable ice hanging from the icy mountain. A wicked thought suddenly igniting in his mind. Chapter 24. I am struggling. Chen Fan was touched by his own benevolence. Truly, I am a good person. Resisting the temptation of the divine beast egg and refraining from claiming Kana's unmeltable ice as his own, he elevated his moral standing in his heart. Shameless host, are you certain it is not fear of being discovered by the Articuno that prevents you from stealing? The cheeky system audaciously reminded Chen Fan. System, I feel we lack a common language. The wheel of karma turns, and good deeds will be rewarded. At least that is what Chen Fan believes. After sparing Kana's unmeltable ice, Chen Fan finally ascended in status. This time, Kana chose to take him out, with their destination being the Orange Archipelago. To reach the Orange Archipelago from the Black Cloud City, where Kana resided, they first needed to board an airship, followed by a ride on a Dragonite to their destination. It is often said that the protagonist is perpetually surrounded by troubles. However, Chen Fan does not share this sentiment. He perceives himself as a mere imitation of a protagonist and a false traveler. It seems that as long as he maintains a cute demeanor daily and puts on an adorable act in front of Kina, all will be well. The journey has been remarkably tranquil and uneventful. Qinglong, we are approaching Tiangong. Use your water hiding technique to stealthily guide us across. Lu Wei, stay close and remain silent. Be cautious along the way. Kina's expression turned serious. What? Tiangong? Chen Fan was unaware of Kina's destination until this moment. Hearing the name, he realized he had overthought things. Indeed, he is the protagonist, for only the protagonist can conjure what they desire. With his thoughts fixated on evolving his Kingler, he harbored a vivid memory of this small island. What is Tiangong? It is the island of evolution for Kingler. Much like the legendary leap of the koi fish into the Dragon Gate, ascending the currents can lead to transformation into a Gyarados. Given Kina's identity, her affairs are undoubtedly entwined with Pokémon and criminal organizations. In the animated series, this island is depicted as uninhabited and lacking in special products, surely linked to Kingler and its evolution into Gyarados. Realizing this, Chen Fan refrained from immediately departing with Kina to have his Kingler attempt its leap into evolution. Rather, he decided to observe what was transpiring on the island. Hung Fong was in a state of panic. As an inadequate hacker, her most significant achievement in life was transforming her identity from an orphan into that of a once prominent trainer from a fallen family. Everything was proceeding smoothly until, for reasons unknown, she felt that her life was spiraling out of her control. Who could have guessed that a casual interview at a small company would lead her to the machinations of a colossal organization known as the Water Fleet? It is a mystery how she became a reserve member of the Water Fleet's main force, and how the organization gifted her a Kingler and a Magikarp that evolved into a Gyarados and a Milotic. Perhaps only Arceus knows why her Gyarados and Milotic appeared to possess extraordinary abilities, mastering all the necessary skills and exhibiting formidable combat prowess. As for the exceptionally gifted Dragonair she captured, it was clearly smitten by her Milotic and chose to follow her. A series of astonishing events led Hung Fong to unwittingly become a rising star within the organization, even earning the title of Young Lady. Initially, she found this rather appealing, enjoying the taste of fame and fortune, but why had the higher-ups assigned her such a daunting task? To capture 500 Gyarados. If possible, she would like to tell the leader, Your Majesty, I cannot accomplish this. As for thoughts of fleeing or betraying the organization, after encountering a mere glimpse of the organization's true nature, Hung Fong had abandoned such notions. Life is beautiful. Isn't it better to simply live? Young lady, we have captured 321 Gyarados, but the Pokémon League has begun to take action. According to recent intel, League inspectors will be arriving shortly. Young men in water blue uniforms gazed at Hung Fong with fervent eyes. The powerful, mysterious, and aloof beauty is the dream of many young members of the Water Fleet. Your efficiency is lacking. The next few days mark the peak return period for Kingler. Complete your tasks promptly. If troubles arise, learn to resolve them yourselves. Do not rely on me for everything, or what use are you? Life is like a performance, entirely reliant on one's acting skills. Hung Fong exuded an air of authority. Understood, young lady. Those working under the water fleet are known for their high efficiency. Commanding is impossible. Decision-making is equally unattainable. One simply needs to maintain an aloof demeanor and let subordinates handle their own issues. Hung Fong silently praised her own cleverness. After leaving the command room and returning to her quarters, Hung Fong eagerly opened her tablet and began to immerse herself in a captivating novel aimed at girls. Fantasizing about a Prince Charming and indulging in daydreams is indeed her preferred method of escape. Kina's destination is the temporary base of the Pokémon League investigators. A small camping site concealed within the forest, a stark contrast to the opulence of the water fleet's naval base. The juxtaposition of justice versus villainy appears rather stark. Kina, here is the intelligence we have gathered thus far. The rising star known as Young Lady of the Water Fleet? How intriguing, let me meet them. Kina is no longer an impassioned novice. If it were merely a matter of strength, it would not be particularly challenging for the League to vanquish the Water Fleet and the Team Magma. However, humanity abides by its own set of rules, and often, pulling one thread can unravel the entire tapestry. Many times, the outcome hinges on the prowess of the trainers. Those who fail must adhere to the rules and exit the stage. As the leader of this operation, the ultimate confrontation will be between Kina and Hung Fong. Beedrill, please scout along the river leading to the island's center and relay any information you collect back to me. After much contemplation, Chen Fan decided to dispatch Beedrill for reconnaissance. No problem. However, may I toy with that human over there who has 2 swollen lumps? Rest assured, I won't obliterate humanity just yet. I merely wish to vent my frustrations. Following Beedrill's words, Chen Fan shifted his gaze to Kina, who was deep in thought. 2 swollen lumps? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly looked up at the sky, realizing that the mere thought could cause his nose to bleed. As long as you're happy, do keep it in moderation. With Chen Fan's approval, Beedrill was instantly energized, contemplating a myriad of ways to torment the unfortunate human before them, such as pricking her with its poisonous stinger, pricking her again and yet again. Forgive this naive creature for its lack of worldly experience. Seemingly sensing an ominous presence, Kina, who had been lost in thought, swiftly reacted. A Pokeball appearing in her hand. With a flash of white light, a Shelmet materialized. This level 69 Pokémon, boasting strength rivaling that of the Elite Four, posed a significant threat to Beedrill, despite its superior potential. I can't take this on. Beedrill, once brimming with bravado, hastily retreated. As for its previous bravado, who cared? With Beedrill intent on fleeing, Kina and Shelmet found it impossible to catch sight of it. I wonder what peculiar Pokémon that was. It seems that Water Fleet member possesses some skills. I must take this seriously. Kina felt a twinge of apprehension, suspecting Hung Fong's involvement. If the innocent Hung Fong were to discover she had been set up, she might confront Chen Fan and Beedrill in a fit of rage, exclaiming, I was already struggling. Why must you increase the difficulty? This is no fun. By the way, should I remark that this assassin is untrustworthy, or that it is simply unreliable? Chen Fan mused, realizing he had consistently overestimated Beedrill. Host, do you not think that Beedrill is a better match for you? You make a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words. Oh dear, humanity is truly frightening. It seems my leader was right. Surviving and developing in obscurity is the way to go. Undertaking the monumental task of eradicating humanity is indeed ill-suited for me. Beedrill, now far off, muttered to itself. After convening a meeting with her team, Kina reappeared in Chen Fan's line of sight, this time walking directly towards him with a serious expression. Luwei, come battle with me. Nanny, is this the rhythm of capturing me? Quickly shaking off the glee bubbling within him, Chen Fan shouted at Kina, bring it on. I shall not yield. He had already scripted the scenario in his mind, first proving himself and then firmly rejecting her. What a spirited child. Come forth, Articuno. This was a daunting challenge for Chen Fan, who felt overwhelmed. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice but to face it head-on. The battle between Chen Fan and Kina commenced. Chapter 25, The Man Battling the Divine Beast. I am indeed a man who confronts the divine beasts. The mere thought of this fills Chen Fan with a sense of excitement. This realm is unlike the animated world. Even the weakest of divine beasts is still a divine beast, from the fact that the system requires primordial energy to exchange for divine beast eggs. Chen Fan surmises that these divine beasts wield the power of primordial energy. It is akin to comparing a revolver to a 98K rifle. Can their might truly be compared? The trio of foolish birds remains just that, one of them, with a hint of disdain in its eyes, makes Chen Fan feel as though he still possesses a glimmer of hope. Kona perceives the overconfidence of the Articuno but refrains from issuing any commands. To require her guidance to defeat a mere six-tailed fox, when the Articuno is already more powerful than that, would be a disgrace to the title of Divine Beast. As Kona gives the command to engage in battle, Chen Fan seizes the initiative. After 3 days apart, one must regard the other with fresh eyes, especially when the other has transformed into a six-tailed fox. Seizing the moment while the Articuno has yet to fully ascend, Chen Fan employs instant teleportation, landing directly behind the Articuno in midair. He then utilizes the force of free fall to execute a surprise attack with his million-ton flying leg. The Articuno, caught off guard, fails to anticipate such an instantaneous maneuver, and in its frantic attempt to evade, it becomes vulnerable. An awkward moment ensues as the Articuno, in its attempt to propel forward, inadvertently raises its tail, exposing its underbelly to Chen Fan's claws. With a force reminiscent of 1,000,000 tons, Chen Fan's paw strikes true, embedding itself into the Articuno's tail. Both Chen Fan and the Articuno momentarily freeze in shock. A pained squawk reverberates through the air, leaving the Articuno mortified, its face betraying a mixture of sorrow and rage as it glares fiercely at Chen Fan, gathering a terrifying beam of freezing light in its beak. Brother Bird, do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Chen Fan feels quite innocent, the unusual sensation on his claws causing discomfort in his stomach. He quickly withdraws his paw and teleports away. An indignant cry escapes the Articuno, its freezing beam faltering as the backlash of its energy nearly causes it to plummet from the sky. Chen Fan, too, feels the weight of this battle. How will it continue? Kona's expression darkens. This Articuno is meant to be her future trump card, yet it finds itself in such a predicament against a mere wild six-tailed fox. Snow begins to fall from the sky, the temperature plummeting, a tactic to alter the battlefield with a blizzard. Chen Fan, realizing he has yet to master Sunny Day, knows that even if he had, countering the frenzied Articuno's blizzard would not be an easy feat without hesitation. Chen Fan employs a digging technique rarely used by six-tailed foxes. However, the ground quickly freezes over, trapping him underground. Struggling to devise a strategy, Chen Fan feels utterly drained. Engaging the Articuno in direct confrontation seems unwise, yet he cannot bring himself to strike with malice. Perhaps it is best to follow Kona's lead. One must always leave a path for retreat. Sighing, Chen Fan releases a jet of flames to melt the ice encasing the ground. As flames erupt, he conjures a fire vortex aimed at the Articuno. The Articuno, having kept a watchful eye on Chen Fan, is prepared and unleashes a beam of destructive energy in retaliation. Please, this is hardly creative. When cornered, it resorts to such an attack. Chen Fan had anticipated this scenario, which is why he refrained from using instant teleportation immediately after emerging from the ground. Although instant teleportation is wondrous, Pokémon can sense where one lands during battle, especially a creature as astute as the Articuno. The force of the beam is formidable, yet an attack that cannot find its mark is ultimately futile. Seizing the instant the Articuno is momentarily stunned from releasing its beam, Chen Fan teleports once more, combining his attack with Fire Fang, sinking his teeth into the Articuno's wing. His timing is impeccable. But who could have predicted that the Articuno's wing would not only be frozen, but also hard as ice? The impact sends a jolt through his teeth. Oh no, am I calcium deficient? What a painful realization. This unfortunate Articuno, perhaps having exhausted its luck upon hatching, fails to capitalize on an opportunity to retaliate, and instead falls prey to Chen Fan's intimidation effect. Articuno, down for the count. Kona's expression is a complex mix of emotions. Who could have predicted such a turn of events? Who am I? Where am I? This Articuno must surely be a fake. Come back, Articuno, and remember this lesson. Never underestimate any foe, regardless of the circumstances. Regardless of whether this foolish bird questions its existence, what choice does Kona have? Only a fool would abandon a divine beast. What a thrilling battle. Six-tailed fox, do you wish to accompany me? After all, as the future Ice-type king, one must maintain some dignity. It would be too unfair to switch to another high-tier Pokémon. When force fails, one must resort to charm. Chen Fan nods in agreement. Kona produces a Pokeball from her pocket and tosses it toward him. Goodness, dear sister, that is rather direct. Chen Fan pouts, swatting the Pokeball back with his tail, defiantly raising his head. Six-tailed fox, do you wish to follow me? Chen Fan nods once more. The Pokeball returns, only for Chen Fan to bat it away again. I apologize, I underestimated you earlier, so I have yet to earn your approval. For now, accompany me, and we shall discuss capturing you later. Kona is visibly frustrated, but maintains a smile. What else can one do after being haughty? Of course, one must resort to cuteness to appease. Observing the hidden emotions within Kona's gaze, Chen Fan shamelessly nudges her with his head. Little lady, do you truly think you can capture me with that ball? You are far too naive. In the ensuing hours, the atmosphere in the camp grows tense. The previously amiable Kona seems to have taken on a volatile demeanor, as if she has consumed gunpowder. Her temper flares at the slightest provocation. Congratulations, host. You have completed a hidden task, achieving victory in your confrontation with a divine beast. Rewards include 1 chance to draw from mastery skills, 1 chance for a high-tier template, 1 divine beast stone, and 100,000 energy points. Achievement unlocked. Defeating a divine beast, granting you a precious trait chapter, an advanced gene enhancement potion, and the special aura of divine beast challenger. This victory elevates Chen Fan's level to 41. Surveying the system rewards, he feels a surge of delight. The divine beast stone, when equipped, there is a minuscule chance that a companion will evolve into a divine beast, with higher quality companions increasing this likelihood. The trait chapter, precious upon use. The host randomly acquires a trait. The Advanced Gene Enhancement Potion randomly enhances one of 5 attributes significantly, the 5 attributes being special attack, physical attack, double defense, stamina, and speed. The Divine Beast Challenger, or a skill when battling divine beasts, damage increases by 10 and defense rises by 15. A life of extraordinary fortune indeed has its own allure. As the moon darkens and the winds howl, the water fleet's rising star, Fong Fong, lies dreaming, drooling onto her pillow, lost in a reverie of a date with a handsome figure. Meanwhile, Kona and the Pokémon League members don black stealth suits, stealthily closing in. Chapter 26, The Water Fleet. As the crimson moon stains the night sky, Kona and the Pokémon League have surrounded the members of the Water Fleet. Their base ship lies anchored in the bay of Sweet Orange Island, effectively blocking the exit and severing their escape route. Once, this continent's moon was not so vividly red. Centuries ago, humanity recklessly developed weaponry, inflicting immense destruction upon the planet. Humanity has provoked the creator god Arceus, invoking divine retribution. In that battle, Arceus sustained grave injuries, and the toll on both humans and elves was catastrophic. The blood of humans and elves ascended, staining the moon above crimson. Consequently, the fundamental laws of this world underwent a transformation. Once mighty, elves began to diminish in size, yet their diversity flourished. Humans were rendered incapable of crafting lethal weaponry, leading to a paradigm shift in warfare technology towards 2 avenues, capturing elves and advancing biological sciences. Thus emerged the profession of elf trainers, marking a new chapter in history, where human conflicts transitioned from firearms to battles fought between cultivated elves. Subsequently, various derivative professions such as elf breeders and elf researchers proliferated around the core of training. The introduction of Pokeballs allowed elves to seamlessly integrate into the lives of ordinary people. As the world's regulations evolved towards elf battles, the rules of engagement became increasingly refined, ultimately solidifying the structure of elf trainers, novice trainers, elite trainers, master trainers, and champion trainers. Elites roamed freely. Novices were as numerous as dogs, and only a select few reached the status of masters. Over 50 members of the Water Fleet and a dozen trainers from the Alliance stood opposed to each other. Given a choice, the vast majority would shy away from joining underground organizations, yet common trainers had no alternative. Upon becoming official members, they would receive extraordinary Pokémon through organizational training. This was true not only for the Water Fleet, but also for other shadowy factions. These groups were not particularly strict with their members, as motivation was unnecessary. One either advanced or was left behind, with greater contributions yielding greater rewards. Without further ado, trainers unleashed their elves. Trainers of the Water Fleet were equipped with standard Pokémon. Different divisions assigned varied elves, predominantly featuring Ironclaw crayfish and Toxapex. The formation composed of over 50 Ironclaw crayfish and Toxapex exuded an imposing presence. In such a battlefield, members of the Water Fleet refrained from deploying their meticulously nurtured elves, as nurturing even a couple of elves under their circumstances proved challenging, and the consequences of injury amidst such chaos were beyond their capacity to bear. Although the Alliance was numerically inferior, its members were formidable warriors. Trainers who secured positions in the Alliance typically hailed from well-to-do families, having received quality education from a young age. Alliance trainers from various regions boasted their local starter Pokémon, which were rare in the wild despite their popularity. These final evolution Pokémon possessed formidable strength, with each trainer commanding 3 or 4 powerful elves, some even approaching the status of semi-divine beings. Let us handle this ourselves. We must not alarm the young lady. A formation of dozens of Ironclaw crayfish and Toxapex arranged themselves like an army, emerging from the same training system. They quickly established synergy and formed their own battle array. Water Gun Attack commanded a middle-aged leader of the Water Fleet, prompting the fleet's elves to initiate their assault. A torrent of nearly 100 water guns surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping towards Kuna and her companions. Remain calm, organize a counterattack. Kuna methodically directed her response, having witnessed such scenes numerous times. Various energy flashes illuminated the night sky, leveraging their numerical and tactical advantage. The Water Fleet dominated the initial exchanges, but the Alliance trainers were quick to retaliate, proving themselves far from inept. Soon, the Water Fleet's formation was disrupted, and the battlefield became fragmented. The standardized attack patterns of their Pokémon were too simplistic, as the combat evolved from team tactics to individual skirmishes. The superiority of powerful elves became apparent. Engaging one-on-two, or even one-on-many was not a daunting challenge. This was not a balanced contest. Their Ironclaw crayfish and Toxapex were not particularly strong. As defeat loomed, the middle-aged leader of the Water Fleet decisively commanded the activation of the Water Dragon Squadron. With a commanding shout, the sounds of gears whirring echoed from the fleet's vessels, followed by the roars of dragons, as over 20 serpent-like Pokémon, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, emerged. These creatures, known as Gyarados, bore blue backs, white underbellies, and 3 upward curving green horns atop their heads. Towering over 2 meters above the water's surface, their appearance instantly constricted the base space. It appeared that they were under some form of control, compelled to obey the water fleet's orders. The emergence of this Gyarados battalion imposed immense pressure upon the Alliance trainers. As the attack directives were issued, Gyarados began to unleash their might, conjuring a massive water vortex on the surface. The rapidly spinning water column, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, seemed to reach for the heavens, sweeping forth with great force. At that moment, Kana finally intervened. The silhouettes of Minshao, Dragonair, and Shelder appeared on the battlefield. Suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky, and amidst the flurries, the 3 elves simultaneously unleashed their ice beams towards the water vortex. The terrifying water column gradually ceased its rotation, eventually freezing solid and transforming into a colossal ice pillar that plummeted into the sea. The Gyarados halted their rampage, fear evident in their eyes, instinctual trepidation gripping them. Kuna, a master-level trainer alongside her formidable elves, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. This woman is beyond our capabilities, alert the young lady. The members of the water fleet transitioned from offense to defense, awaiting the arrival of Feng Fong to turn the tide. Awakened from slumber, Feng Fong was far from pleased, for she was not a morning person. Beware, I may unleash my tiny fists upon you. Though irritated, she maintained an air of aloofness. However, upon hearing that the Gyarados squadron had also been defeated, her drowsiness vanished. My goodness, this world is perilously dangerous. I am terrified. As the formidable General Feng Fong arrived on the battlefield, silence enveloped the scene. King faced king, general met general. Kuna versus Feng Fong. The 2 women, both exuding an aura of coldness, locked eyes. The only distinction lay in Kuna's genuine composure, while Feng Fong felt a pang of insecurity. If given a choice, Feng Fong would have preferred to avoid facing such a formidable foe, yet she felt utterly despondent. Come forth, graceful dancer of the rain, Hakuryu. She resolved to make a grand entrance, believing that at the very least, her presence must not be overshadowed. A long serpentine, elegant Pokémon floated gracefully in the air, its body adorned with sapphire-hued scales and a bright white underbelly. A small white horn protruded from its forehead, flanked by 2 diminutive wings. 3 crystalline blue orbs decorated its form, one nestled beneath its neck, while the other 2 adorned its tail. With the arrival of Hakuryu, the blizzard above seemed to dissipate, transforming into a gentle drizzle, a testament to the power of a semi-divine being. The members of the water fleet began to cheer. Dragonair, I entrust this to you. Kuna accepted the challenge, releasing her first battling Pokémon. Hakuryu used Charge Beam. Feng Fong seized the initiative, knowing that an electric-type move would inflict considerable damage on a water-type opponent. While water is conductive, Hakuryu's body could shield against the rain. Dragonair, unleash Water Gun towards Hakuryu. Kuna commanded. Although Dragonair was not semi-divine, it belonged to a powerful evolutionary line, and it was one of the future Ice-type champions' mainstays. The powerful Water Gun struck first, catching Hakuryu off guard. Despite sustaining damage from the Charge Beam, the Water Gun's impact transferred the electric current to Hakuryu. In just the first round, Feng Fong had suffered a slight setback. Hakuryu Steel Tail. Though flustered, Feng Fong understood that now was not the time to lose composure. Chenglong. We also employ the Iron Tail. Kona continued to issue commands with a calm demeanor. Chenglong's movements were swift, yet this time Hakalong's attack was even swifter. After deftly evading Chenglong's strike, Hakalong delivered a powerful blow with its charged iron tail, striking Chenglong with considerable force. Is it the ability to swim gracefully? Chenglong. Construct your icy stage. Although Hakalong's assault inflicted significant damage on Chenglong, the battle was far from over. The ice beam rapidly coalescing in Chenglong's mouth caught Hakalong off guard, leaving it with no choice but to dodge hastily. However, this astonishingly persistent beam of energy not only pursued Hakalong, but also began to freeze the surface of the sea. Soon, a forest of ice pillars emerged upon the base surface. Chenglong, commence your ice skating performance. At Kona's command, Chenglong began to glide swiftly across the icy expanse. Well-versed in this maneuver, Chenglong adeptly accelerated and decelerated using the ice pillars, even launching into the air, proving that neither the ability to swim gracefully nor flight granted Hakalong an advantage. How troublesome indeed. In light of this, I shall employ my own tactic. A faint smile graced Hungfang's lips as a tremendous explosion reverberated in the ears of the onlookers. Chapter 27. The protagonist might be a woman. A violent explosion erupted from the water fleet's base ship, illuminating the previously dark red night with flames. The sudden turn of events left both sides momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Only Hungfang revealed a smile that concealed her cunning, as she had already prepared her escape route. The situation had changed. Retreat was necessary. The unforeseen interference leading to the base's destruction meant the failure of the mission was not due to her actions, and she felt quite clever indeed. With a sense of satisfaction, Hungfang led her team away, while Kona had no intention of pursuing them. Upon regaining her senses, she realized that her 6 tails had vanished. "Oomph, you enigmatic creature, I will eventually ensnare you." Chen Fan, who was making his escape, sneezed. Observing the shift in the battle, he immediately sought an opportunity to slip away. Guided by the Beedrill, he deftly navigated to the river. Just moments ago, he had given Beedrill a name, Jingku. Nothing seemed amiss, and Chen Fan released his Magikarp. Now at level 27, its body had transformed into a brilliant golden hue, glowing even in the darkness. Therefore, Chen Fan had also thought of a name for it, Little Jean. Typically, a Magikarp measures around 80 to 90 centimeters. But Little Jean had reached an impressive length of 2.5 meters, certainly a behemoth. "Mother, I feel as though something upstream of this river is calling to me." Unlike its usual demeanor of seeking Chen Fan's affection, Little Jean behaved unusually. "Go, my child, swim upstream." At that moment, Chen Fan felt a sense of pride as though a child had grown up. Yet something felt amiss. He was still a single young man. And this sense of nostalgia was unwelcome. The center of Sweet Orange Island featured a faulted mountain, necessitating that the Magikarp ascend 2 towering waterfalls to swim upstream. Evolving into Gyarados was no trivial endeavor. With Little Jin's arrival, the Magikarp in the river respectfully parted ways as if welcoming a king. Even while swimming against the current, Little Jin's speed was imperceptible to the naked eye, resembling a flash of golden light that vanished from Chen Fan's view, prompting him to instruct Jing-Ku to follow closely. The first waterfall stood over 300 meters high. It appeared daunting, yet it was far simpler than the second, as the first provided ample distance for the Magikarp to build momentum. Without a hint of turbulence, Little Jean ascended the first waterfall, maintaining its speed without faltering. The once clear moonlit sky was suddenly obscured by thick clouds, and the winds began to rise, heralding a storm. Thunder rumbled ominously. A massive bolt of lightning seemed to strike Sweet Orange Island's Dragon Gate, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The second waterfall was of similar height to the first, but the challenge lay in its outward tilt. If one was not careful at the outset, they would plunge directly into the rushing water below. At that moment, the waterfall crackled with lightning. Other Magikarp had already retreated beneath the waterfall, their eyes reflecting fervor akin to that of devoted followers. Without hesitation, Little Jean charged into the electrified waters, swimming against the current. Though Chen Fan had never articulated it, Pokémon are acutely sensitive to emotions, and it did not wish to be a burden. The paralysis from the electric currents could not deter it. The divine beast stone bestowed upon it radiated a brilliant light. Golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. When the winds and clouds arise, they transform into dragons. A dragon's roar echoed across the heavens, causing the spirits on the island to unconsciously gaze toward the island's center, paying homage to their king. A streak of golden light sliced through the sky, accompanied by the dragon's roar, evoking the sensation of creation itself. At that moment, an inexplicable roar reverberated from the ocean, sending shivers down Chen Fan's spine. As if some colossal entity had awakened, the island and the surrounding waters began to tremble violently, and in the distance, a wave over 100 meters high surged forth, only to swiftly subside for reasons unknown, returning the sea to a tranquil state as if nothing had transpired. Once Chen Fan steadied himself, he noticed a golden glow rapidly approaching him, revealing a massive creature towering over 10 meters. "Boss, I have completed my evolution, thank you." The youthful, androgynous voice had transformed into a deep masculine tone. Not bad, but this is not your final destination. A longer journey lies ahead." Chen Fan nodded, maintaining his authoritative demeanor. Yet, he felt a hollow ache in his heart at the absence of his mother. No, that thought must be dismissed. He quickly checked Little Jin's information. Gyarados, Shiny, level 27, qualification, Divine Beast Tier 3. Ability, Levitate, Lightning Rod, Swim gracefully. Skills, Tackle, Bite, Ice Fong, Thunder Fong, Water Tail. Dragon Rage, Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Thunder, Protect, Mystical Power, Awakening Flame. The Gyarados that has transcended its limits stands as the king of its lineage, emanating an aura of royalty. Its low-level Divine Beast effect is indeed remarkable. Chen Fan realized he had become quite unflappable. Having weathered many storms, it was clear that he was not the formidable one. Concerned that the commotion from Magikarp's evolution into Gyarados might attract unwanted attention, Chen Fan summoned Little Jean back into the assistant space, allowing Jing-Ku to perch upon his head as they made their way back to the Alliance's camp. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, the disturbance caused by Magikarp's evolution had brought considerable trouble to Hungfong and Kona. The waters near the bay began to collapse, with the swirling currents scattering the Alliance members attempting to rescue Gyarados. Kona summoned her 6 main battle Pokémon, and just as the powerful beam of energy was about to stabilize, a roar erupted from the sea. It was a sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of time, causing Kona's 6 formidable Pokémon to lose their fighting spirit in an instant, while the waves completely shattered the water fleet's base. Subsequently, hundreds of Gyarados plunged into the water, creating a spectacular scene. The originally irritable Gyarados displayed fierce expressions upon emerging. Yet they quickly exhibited signs of timidity, too fearful to act, obediently dispersing with the sea's flow. Mission accomplished. Organize the rescue personnel. Retreat. The unknown roar arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Kona's Pokémon soon regained their composure, and upon witnessing the distant tidal wave, Kona wore a wry smile. Hungfang is equally struggling. Despite her countless calculations, she never anticipated that she would fall into her own trap. An unexploded dud, which inexplicably found its way to her, detonated, engulfing her in a tumultuous current and dragging her beneath the sea. Initially, Hungfang hoped to escape the whirlpool with her agility, but a powerful presence rendered even a near deity like Hakalong temporarily incapacitated. This emanated from a tremor deep within her soul, robbing her of the chance to flee. A pill. A pill. Am I destined to become a mermaid? No, please. Hungfang lamented internally. Yet, as fate would have it, after being sucked into a chasm beneath the sea, she found herself within an ancient ruin. An unknown energy shielded the sight, allowing her passage while preventing the encroachment of seawater. The temple, constructed from verdant stones, bore inscriptions in an unfamiliar language, and at the heart of the ruins stood an immense statue. Could it be? Am I truly the chosen one? Hungfang mused, excitement illuminating her face as she gazed upon the statue. Chapter 28. In truth, I am a good person, favored by the goddess of fortune. Welcome to the temple dedicated to the Sea King. An ethereal visage of an elderly man suddenly appeared in the air. Good sir, let us not indulge in lengthy discussions. Simply present me with your treasures, Hungfang boldly declared, already beginning to let her true self shine through. Should the members of the water fleet witness her, they would likely suspect her sanity. The atmosphere grew quite awkward. Humanity holds profound respect and gratitude for the creator of the ocean, which birthed our oceanic worship. Once, we served as a bridge to communicate with this creator, basking in glory. Yet as the deity slumbered, our significance waned. I have sensed the call of the divine. It seeks a new messenger. The tension in the air grew palpable once more. My apologies. I tend to doze off when hearing tales, Hungfang sheepishly confessed. Tugging at her hair, the elderly figure's expression darkened. If there were a choice. But alas, since there is none, I choose to forgive. Young lady, do you wish to become the new oceanic priestess? Of course. But might we first discuss compensation? Hungfang shyly adjusted her attire, as this was a matter of principle. Never had the elder encountered such shamelessness. He flickered with annoyance, his form wavering. To become the messenger of Kyogre is not an unparalleled honor? Please. It is now the year 9102. I am not that noble. Let us be pragmatic, Hungfang replied, embodying the spirit of her generation. The temple is on the verge of collapse. Please safeguard the offerings intended for Kyogre. There are merely 2 exquisite water stones within. Consider them a token of gratitude. The elder resigned, accepting destiny's design, having done all he could. Very well, I am a principled individual, Hungfang nodded enthusiastically. The elder, clearly disinterested in further conversation, rolled his eyes and waved his hand, causing the temple's grand door to swing open. After a brief exploration, Hungfang confirmed the existence of only 2 precious water stones and a massive mysterious stone, then turned earnestly to the elder. Dear sir, it is not that I disbelieve you, nor am I greedy. It simply feels a bit stifling here, and I wish to explore. I trust you about as far as I can throw you, the elder retorted, his smile strained. Child, will you accept my commission? Absolutely. Young people should uphold the noble virtue of helping others, Hungfang replied, dutifully concealing the 2 precious water stones while reluctantly stowing away the large stone. Given her status, possessing advanced spatial storage equipment was not a challenge. This ruin will soon collapse. I shall escort you to the ocean's surface. Farewell, young lady. The elder waved kindly at Hungfang. Goodbye, she waved back, only to be greeted by the blinding sunlight as she emerged onto the sea's surface. What a fortunate turn of events. I can now return triumphantly. In life, one must always look 3 steps ahead. The offerings for Kyogre were indeed troublesome. Entrusting them to such a young girl would evoke no guilt. Let my kin continue to slumber, he mused, and with that, the underwater ruin gradually vanished from sight. Feigning innocence, one to help. Where did you sneak off to just now? I was worried sick. Indeed, Chen Fan had been reprimanded by Kina, observing Kina's mock anger. Chen Fan stuck out his tongue. Come on, your angry face is far too adorable. It's utterly non-threatening. Having completed the Alliance's mission, Kina and the others found no useful information from the earlier commotion and quickly returned to camp, for the denizens of this world prefer not to meddle in others' affairs. Along the way, Kina pondered whether the special 9-tailed fox had strayed away, only to discover this rogue was brazenly seated on a chair in her room, munching on fruit. At that moment, Kina was not pleased. Sticking out her tongue was futile. Let us have a Pokémon battle, and I'll forgive you. Kina grinned mischievously. Chen Fan resolutely shook his head. No way, battling your Pokémon would be self-inflicted torture. I'd rather use Articuno. Suddenly, Articuno, resting within its Pokeball, shivered, feeling a chill in its tail. Foolish woman, I shall not fall for your tricks, Chen Fan decisively rejected. Had Articuno not underestimated the encounter, it wouldn't he have suffered so greatly. It had no desire for a torturous battle. Kina felt wronged and angry, but maintained a smile. No choice, until I capture you. You're still my master, she thought resentfully. Story quest. The collision of Kyogre and Groudon was triggered prematurely due to the evolution of the Gyarados, and the blue orb had already been obtained by the water fleet. Current rewards have been accumulated. Should the host participate in the red orb's narrative and the confrontation of the two divine beasts, they will receive bountiful rewards. To be settled upon the completion of this story. Chen Fan recalled the chilling roar that still sent shivers down his spine. It was likely the voice of Kyogre, whose power exceeded his imagination. Contemplating beings perched atop the biological hierarchy was futile. He needed to organize his recent gains, having nearly exhausted his previous rewards. Chen Fan was left with only a skill lottery, the reward for defeating Articuno, and following Xiao Jin's evolution into the legendary Gyarados. The system had granted him 3 miscellaneous draws and 1 Pokémon egg. System, I wish to use the precious ability chapter. As you wish, initiating ability matching. At times, Chen Fan wondered if his system was suffering from a split personality. It oscillated between solemnity and unreliability. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability, Spatial Body. System, I was wrong, you are indeed reliable. Chen Fan reveled in his new ability, hoping for more delightful surprises. Spatial Body, when attacked, assimilate the body with space, rendering 95 of damage immune for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Humph, today I shall adopt a cold demeanor. I have no desire to converse with you. The system announced, skill lottery. Satisfied, Chen Fan chose not to quibble with the system. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Advanced Self-Regeneration. Self-Regeneration, usable in battle. It instantly restores a significant amount of stamina and heals all injuries below the threshold of disability. Each battle's judgment limit may be utilized once, with a maximum of 3 uses per day. I, Nicholas Chen Fan, a European, continue to engage in the miscellaneous lottery. Chen Fan felt an ethereal sensation enveloping him. Congratulations. Host, you have received a box of special medicine for alleviating constipation, containing 6 pills. Chen Fan felt as if his face had been struck repeatedly. He harbored disdain for all and pressed on. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a pair of sunglasses. Sunglasses, do not question their utility. Simply don them for an air of elegance, while they also shield against the glaring light. Enough of this, return my Wangzai milk. Chen Fan found himself in turmoil, his emotions oscillating dramatically. Such fluctuations would surely render his heart vulnerable. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item, the shell of the ancient water turtle. Ancient water turtle shell provides a 20 increase in both defense stats, immunity to damage raised by 10, but reduces movement speed by 70. This item is exclusive to the host and can be concealed. System, I have an inkling that you are conspiring against me. Absolutely not, I am a law-abiding citizen. Just as Chen Fan reveled in his harvest, an unsettling sensation of palpitation struck him. It seemed that misfortune was afoot. Chapter 29, Green Caterpillar, Circle Bear, Toxic Moth. The faintly crimson moonlight enveloped the bandaged green caterpillar, which felt like a mere husk of a creature. Why it had bound itself with bandages, who could say? To claim it had no regrets about not evolving would be disingenuous, yet the resolution had been made, and it wept while vowing to persevere. However, as a green caterpillar, surviving in this world was an arduous task. From its capture by humans to its days of wandering in the Viridian Forest, and finally encountering Chen Fan. Its caterpillar existence had been relatively uneventful, allowing for fanciful dreams. Upon exiting the Viridian Forest, it ventured northward, swiftly realizing that the world outside was far less enchanting and considerably more brutal. As a green caterpillar, it could not alter the fact that it occupied the lowest tier of the food chain. Emerging from the forest, the green caterpillar became a walking feast. For instance, when a BB bird suddenly launched an attack, or when a swarm of Bobo descended upon it. Indeed, avian Pokémon were a dreadful nuisance for insects. Just yesterday, while passing through a valley, it was lured by a wondrous tree fruit and succumbed to the urge to consume it in one greedy bite. Who could have anticipated the sudden appearance of several flying mantises, furious at the consumption of their long-guarded treasure? Pray tell, is it my fault that you abandoned it? What choice did I have but to flee? Engage a horde of 30 to 40 level flying mantises? That would surely end in my demise. The frantic escape beneath the setting sun marked the demise of the green caterpillar's dreams. It fled from dusk until the break of dawn, losing track of time, even unsure how it had plummeted from the cliff. As a Pokémon, the green caterpillar would not meet its end from such a fall. Yet, it found itself in an embarrassing predicament, having landed in a fiery bird's nest, crushing an egg in the process. Life is full of surprises. Must it be this exhilarating for an insect? Being glared at by a vengeful fiery bird was far more terrifying than a swarm of flying mantises. Crossing mountains and navigating forests, the green caterpillar continued its desperate flight. It fell into a river, swept away by the current for an unknown distance. After narrowly escaping the jaws of fish multiple times, it finally reached the shore as day turned to night, utterly exhausted. Wild Pokémon are not as fortunate as those treated at Pokémon centers. Fortunately, the small pouch it carried contained some medicine. As for why it had not lost that pouch despite its long flight, only the caterpillar knew. Although it managed to tend to its wounds, the injuries it sustained were far too severe, and with each step, the green caterpillar felt increasingly fatigued. The enchanting night air, instead of providing comfort, chilled it to the bone, and it gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. The green caterpillar faced peril, and so did the circle bear. Upon returning to its territory with an uncertain mindset, it discovered that its domain had been usurped by a band of hyper monkeys. These irritable creatures turned a simple matter into a confrontation between the circle bear and the hyper monkeys. The circle bear was formidable, yet the leader of the hyper monkeys, a powerful sloth king, posed a considerable threat. Were it not for its lazy trait, the sloth king's prowess would rival that of divine beasts, leaving the circle bear no chance of victory. Challenging the sloth king, the circle bear sustained injuries, only to challenge again and suffer further. This repetitive cycle gradually awakened the circle bear's latent potential, leaving it to ponder the purpose behind its relentless challenges against the sloth king. Circle bear, you have gone too far. Disturbing my slumber at this hour is unacceptable. The sloth king resembled a gorilla, with tufts of white fur atop its head, a pink nose, and beige skin, framed by brown eye rings and a collar of white fur. A typical sloth king stands around 2 meters tall, but the one before the circle bear had grown exceptionally, reaching a height of 2.5 meters. Upon seeing the circle bear once more, the sloth king felt a headache coming on. Who disturbs one's peaceful dreams at such an hour? Does it not know of our love for slumber? The sloth king held a begrudging admiration for the foolish bear, yet it was a nuisance. Either reveal the whereabouts of my kin or accept my challenge. The circle bear fixed its gaze upon its formidable opponent. Since you refuse to heed reason, I shall not hold back. The sloth king appeared incensed by the circle bear's defiance. The circle bear refrained from unnecessary movements and unleashed its most potent technique, the destructive ray, which represented its greatest offensive power. The sloth king, seemingly unfazed by the circle bear's assault, reclined on the ground and began to charge up. The terrifying destructive ray struck the sloth king directly, engulfing it in a cloud of smoke and debris. However, the circle bear felt no exhilaration from the lack of a successful hit, as ominous footsteps echoed from within the haze. The powerful destructive ray had indeed landed on the sloth king, yet it inflicted minimal damage. Once charged, the sloth king barreled towards the circle bear with fierce momentum. Due to the immobilization from the destructive ray, the circle bear could not evade in time and could only brace itself to endure the impact. With a thunderous crash, the circle bear was struck as though by a speeding train, launched into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground, dazed and spinning. A magnificent instant defeat. Despite having robust defenses, the circle bear sustained severe injuries, and even the strongest defensive skills could not withstand the sloth king's formidable strike. A few hyper monkeys advanced, surrounding the battered circle bear, whose form was now a gruesome sight. The toxic moth was fortunate. After departing from Chen Fan, it lost all sense of direction, mindlessly flying until it reached a desolate urban wasteland. This city, ravaged by humanity's blind pursuit of development, was rife with toxic industrial fumes, ultimately forcing humans to evacuate. Thus, it became a paradise for poison-type Pokémon. Due to the inherent strength and insidious nature of poison types, the rules of nature rendered it exceedingly rare for powerful Pokémon to emerge from their ranks. Generally, poison-type Pokémon possess relatively low intelligence. Consider the adorably bumbling Wartortle, the slovenly Mook, and the drooling Weepinbell, among the least intelligent being the likes of Snake and Gyarados. Yet even these serpents are merely cunning by instinct, hardly qualifying as highbrow intellect. Perhaps owing to Chen Fan and the system, the toxic moth's intelligence resembled that of a high schooler in a primary school setting. With its innate abilities coupled with superior intelligence, it thrived in this haven of poison-type Pokémon. Soon, it had gathered a large entourage, establishing itself as a formidable force in the region. At this moment, the DFN was gazing up at the moonlit sky, mirroring CHNFN's own reverie. Unbeknownst to it, this behavior was learned from CHNFN, who found it quite stylish, though the reason eluded both. CHNFN was oblivious to the predicaments faced by LMOK-ing and ChunQN11-ing. Nor did he realize that DFN was living quite comfortably. The restless stirring in his heart reminded him of the few Pokémon that had departed from him. TNGT-ing, can you discern the conditions of DFN, LMOK-ing, and ChunQN11-ing? Your Majesty, I am currently unable to do so. System, do not tease me with such talk of insufficient levels and permissions. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the art of rapid response. Rolling his eyes, CHNFN dismissed the system's banter and began examining the newly acquired Pokémon egg. Chapter 30, A Blow to the Pride. The egg awarded by the system was a grayish-white orb, adorned with patterns reminiscent of rock or steel. System, rent a subservient space, spending 1,000 energy points. CHNFN placed the egg into the system's subservient space. This space adapted to the attributes of the Pokémon residing within. After Xiao-Jn evolved into Beali Ling, the original lake transformed into a suspended river. Jing's subservient space resembled a toxic swamp surrounded by thickets, while Xiao-L's environment was comparatively normal, a vast prairie. In this particular Pokémon egg's subservient space, a towering steel tree reached the clouds, with a thorny nest atop, where the egg was nestled. CHNFN resolved to abandon any futile speculation regarding the Pokémon's identity. It was unlikely to be a legendary creature. The following morning, KN accompanied CHNFN on his journey back. The return trip felt markedly different from the outset. With KN displaying a heightened interest in CHNFN, an exceptional trainer seeks to capture exceptional Pokémon. And noticing KN's flattery brought a self-satisfied smile to CHNFN's face. Ah, humanity. Host, does that imply you are no longer human? Cough, be quiet. How splendid that you are awake. LM Oking AM opened its eyes to see a boy with a head of green algae. Beside the seed boy was a lively Miao Zhichengzi. Struggling to rise and bid farewell, LM Oking found itself too weak and collapsed back down. You've sustained severe injuries. You are still too weak. Rest well while I prepare your food, the boy said with a warm smile. At this moment, AM noticed that the boy was covered in dead leaves and dust, with a smudge of soot on his face. For reasons unknown, its initial anxiety transformed into tranquility, and it slowly closed its eyes to rest, as it truly felt weak. Miao Zhichengzi, take good care of LM Oking. Call for me if anything arises. Food will be ready shortly. Zhichengzi. Amidst the boy's flustered exclamations, the meal was finally prepared. Compared to his own slightly charred offerings, LM Oking and Miao Zhichengzi's oddly shaped food appeared quite normal. Eat up, it may not taste great, but I will buy you something delicious in town. The boy wiped his soot-stained face, revealing a bright smile. Indeed, the food was subpar. Yet LM Oking felt a warmth within, a sensation entirely different from the one shared with CHNFN, evoking fond memories of its previous master. This feeling was delightful. Conversely, the recently awakened Chun QN11 Ing did not receive such favorable treatment. A few disgruntled PD UN carelessly tossed it some food, leaving it to fend for itself. Fortunately, the resilient Chun QN11 Ing managed to endure. After consuming the food and employing its sleeping skills twice, its injuries had lessened significantly. By the afternoon, QNGW Ing lazily appeared within Chun QN11 Ing's line of sight. Hey, kid, don't seek out your weak kin, train alongside me, and I shall make you stronger. This QNGW Ing had once been the ace of an exceptional trainer, only to return to the Pokémon world after the trainer's untimely demise. Thus, its insights and philosophies surpassed those of many wild Pokémon. Under the powerful aura of QNGW Ing, the Chun QN11 Ing remained unyielding. When I defeat you with my own hands, I shall take my leave. Haha, good lad. Then you must strive hard. For now, come and rest. Fate had destined this formidable creature to be bound by a lazy trait. Chun QN11 Ing followed reluctantly, its expression one of exasperation. The most awkward situation in life is to coexist with someone you have harmed. The gaze of the JD Ing NIO, filled with resentment, made CHNFN feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Hey, brother bird, I'm eating here. Is it really appropriate for you to stare at me like this? Hey, brother bird, I'm sleeping now. Is it really appropriate for you to stare at me like this? Hey, brother bird, I'm in the restroom. Is it really appropriate for you to stare at me like this? CHNFN felt on the verge of a breakdown. KN was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. By the way, silly bird, do you still possess any dignity as a divine beast? If so, prepare to face the wrath of Li Wi. CHNFN faced off against JD Ing NIO Part 2. Talent, when unfulfilled, feels rather empty. How could an overpowered individual possibly match even the weakest of divine beasts? Even with KN guiding the strategy, CHNFN was not necessarily intimidated, for one could never predict the tactics of an overpowered entity. A blizzard enveloped the battlefield where CHNFN clashed with JD Ing NIO. Unlike in the game, this was a highly effective controlling skill in reality. Ice-type Pokémon proved to be far more formidable than many anticipated. CHNFN, having anticipated this, remained completely unflustered. This time, he intended to engage the divine beast head-on. Flames erupted, racing towards JD Ing NIO. An ice wall emerged to obstruct JD Ing NIO, and given that special attacks were not CHNFN's forte, coupled with the disparity in strength, his assault was rendered ineffective. The freezing beam from JD Ing NIO surged forth, and CHNFN unleashed a fiery torrent in response. The collision of ice and fire concluded with ice's victory. However, The steam generated by their clash allowed CHNFN to evade this round of attack. JDing and IO, employ mist, attack amidst the dense fog. Following KN's command, the steam enveloped the arena, and a thick mist descended. The blizzard lessened slightly, but the temperature within was sufficient to impede the speed of the ice-type Pokémon. While the surrounding fog further complicated CHNFN's ability to gauge JDing and IO's position. JDing and IO, free to attack. KN wisely opted to allow JDing and IO to act freely. Issuing commands at this moment would only make CHNFN more cautious. CHNFN, unfazed, leaned against a stone, awaiting the impending strike from JDing and IO. A hailstorm descended from the heavens, aiming to restrict CHNFN's escape routes. Yet he showed no inclination to flee, having completely surrendered any intent to move. He anticipated the next move from JDing and IO, and indeed, seconds later, the destruction ray came as expected. Why do you love using destruction ray so much? This is a problem that needs addressing. CHNFN sighed, curling up to withstand the blow. The violent explosion finally cleared the surrounding snow and mist, leaving CHNFN and KN, along with JDing and IO, in a state of astonishment. Having endured the full force of JDing and IO's destruction ray, CHNFN astonishingly rose unscathed, shaking off the six tails behind him. In the realm of Chen Fan's 5 dimensions, his special attack is relatively feeble, yet his dual defenses stand at the pinnacle. The advanced genetic potion previously consumed has significantly augmented these defenses, propelling them to an astonishing level. Coupled with the defensive enhancement of 15 from the Divine Beast Challenger aura, and the additional 20 from the shell of the ancient water arrow turtle, along with a 10 damage reduction, he proudly embraces the title of Shield Mountain. Even without the aid of any external enhancements, Chen Fan exudes unwavering confidence. The Articuno, relentless in its onslaught, applies constant pressure, although Kina reacts swiftly. She possesses no knowledge of Chen Fan's formidable defenses. The ensuing chaos sees Articuno executing its moves with ferocity, showcasing a battle record of 0-5. Regardless of the havoc wrought by its devastating attack, Articuno's powerful ice beam fails to penetrate Chen Fan's defenses. The Divine Bird's special attack is indeed formidable, and its endurance is remarkable. Kina instructs Articuno to switch battle modes. Following orders, Articuno swiftly transforms into a colossal blue luminescent bird, diving towards Chen Fan below. This presents an opportunity for Chen Fan. As the Divine Bird crashes into him, he immediately retaliates. An awkward scene unfolds once more as Chen Fan utilizes his foreclaws to unleash a counterattack just as Articuno swoops past him. This upward motion perfectly aligns with the bird's ascending tail, allowing Chen Fan's claws to strike a most humiliating target. The fall leaves a desolate scene, akin to autumn leaves strewn across the ground, as a chilling breeze sweeps through the air, reminiscent of a haunting soundtrack. The once unyielding sprite now feels the biting chill of the autumn wind, a coldness that transcends the physical realm, penetrating the very spirit. Despair envelopes Articuno, while embarrassment washes over Chen Fan. He murmurs an apology, claiming it was unintentional. At this moment, the outcome of the battle is irrevocably sealed. Chapter 31. A single kick yielding 2 treasures. Can you believe it? Kina and her companions are left astounded. This Ninetale seems too good to be true. Articuno emits an enraged screech as blizzards engulf the surroundings, causing temperatures to plummet as if the very air were frozen. Does this divine beast not care for its pride? No, Articuno. Overwhelmed with a mixture of shame and rage, Articuno spirals out of control, disregarding Kina's commands, seeking to reclaim its honor. No problem, leave it to me. Chen Fan shouts towards Kina. Although Kina cannot comprehend Chen Fan's words, she perceives the unwavering determination in his gaze after witnessing Ninetale's war. Ninetales, I believe in you. Be cautious. Kina refrains from restraining Articuno further, but releases several of her own Pokémon to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Does cold have a color? Articuno reveals to Chen Fan that it does. A fleeting blue radiance transforms the surrounding flora into ice crystals, followed by a tremendous shockwave that reduces everything around Chen Fan to powder. Articuno's ultimate move, Divine Wrath, Extreme Cold Impact. As the trait's spatial body activates, Chen Fan's form seems to meld with the surrounding space, providing him with the confidence to withstand Articuno's assault. Yet, the biting chill still envelopes him. System. Is your trait counterfeit? Oh, foolish host. Spatial body merges with the surrounding space to reduce damage, not transport you to an alternate dimension to evade harm. You will undoubtedly suffer ice-type damage by merging with the frozen surroundings. The system chastises him sternly. Now I see your deceit. The 95 damage reduction from spatial body and the 10 from the water arrow turtles shall do not stack. The higher reduction is applied first, leaving 5 damage to be further reduced by 10. As the effects of spatial body dissipate, Articuno's attack subsides. A portion of Chen Fan's body is encased in ice, yet he emerges victorious from the battle. In the instant Articuno unleashes its fearsome attack, it collapses, drained of energy. The severity of the damage inflicted upon Chen Fan, despite his towering defenses and over 90 damage reduction, underscores the terrifying nature of Articuno's skill. I swear, I shall never act recklessly again. As Chen Fan reflects in a state of trepidation, he is transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. What a pair of troublesome beings, Ken muses, gazing at the incapacitated Pokémon with a smile. After all, in her eyes, this Ninetales is already a secured prize. Life, akin to a theatrical performance, relies solely on the art of acting. Returning to the Waterfleet's base on the Orange Islands, H-Ing immediately contacts her superior, the mysterious figure known as M, the leader of the Chengdu region. H-Ing is entirely unaware of M's appearance, as each time she has seen the figure via video call, they are cloaked in attire that conceals their identity, their face obscured by a mask. Boss, the mission has failed. Although she maintains a facade of indifference, her back is slick with cold sweat. Having ascended to this position amidst countless competitors, H-Ing knows well that M is no ordinary individual. Is there a need for an explanation? M's synthetic voice lacks a discernible gender. Yet the coldness within is unmistakable. Within the water fleet, regardless of one's identity, only success and failure matter, devoid of excuses. I do not require an explanation. However, a little something should soon reach your hands. I believe you will be pleasantly surprised. A hint of defiance is the last vestige of H-Ing's resolve. Oh, do tell M's curiosity is piqued by H-Ing's composed demeanor. I ventured into the ruins of Gayuka and discovered a stone capable of summoning it. Is this answer satisfactory? H-Ing feels as though she teeters on the edge of a knife, balancing between heaven and hell. Are you certain? Upon hearing this revelation, M's voice betrays an excitement that even the electronic modulation cannot conceal. H-Ing shrugs, adopting a nonchalant expression, her heart swelling with pride. I understand, well done. M terminates the call. With this development, H-Ing feels a sense of stability. She comprehends the significance of Gayuka to the water fleet. She anticipates promotions and prosperity ahead, yet an undercurrent of anxiety rides within her. When will this nerve-wracking period come to an end? Feeling melancholic, H-Ing resolves to cease her overthinking, as she realizes that this small island of the water fleet is, in fact, a veritable paradise. A private island, basking in sunlight, sandy shores, what could be more exquisite? Donning a swimsuit and adopting an aloof expression that keeps admirers at bay, H-Ing prepares to indulge in a splendid sunbathing experience. As she notices the fervent, timid, adoring, and fearful glances directed her way, she feels a rush of exhilaration. A woman must maintain an elevated status, remaining unattainable, thereby preserving her worth and attracting countless suitors. With her status, relishing a private beach is effortless. However, as she strides imperiously along the shore, she suddenly finds herself tripped by an unseen force, tumbling unceremoniously into the sand. Though aware that no one is around, she resolves to maintain elegance even in her fall. H-Ing gracefully spins on the ground, striking a commanding side-sitting pose, feigning ferocity as she glares at the culprit responsible for her tumble. On the beach, two small protrusions resembling stones, yet displaying shell-like patterns, catch her eye. H-Ing beckons for her Minas to approach, directing it to use a water gun on the protrusions. As the water gun washes away the sand and muck beneath, a massive rock riddled with fissures is revealed, with two shells resembling snails wedged within the cracks, one of which bears sharp spikes. Upon recognizing the patterns and shape of the shell, H-Ing's heart leaps with joy. HKL-ing, utilize Iron Tail to shatter the rocks surrounding those two Pokémon. Heiklong, who is diligently currying favor with Manus, seizes the opportunity to showcase its prowess, unleashing a brilliant flash of light that shatters the surrounding rocks without inflicting harm upon the two shells. Subsequently, under the gentle cleansing spray of Manus, the two shells exhibit signs of life, slowly extending several blue tentacles from within. Finally, before Fengfang's eyes, emerge two enchanting creatures, adorned with chrysanthemum yellow exteriors and blue soft bodies, reminiscent of snails. Acknowledging that Fengfang has saved them, these two beings display goodwill towards her, after she offers them nourishment suitable for aquatic Pokémon. Seemingly starved for an eternity, they decide to accompany her. Who knows why these two creatures were trapped by the rocks? Who knows how long they had been ensnared, yet still survived? Who knows that basking in the sun on the beach could lead to capturing the nearly extinct ancient Pokémon, Juhuashou and Duosi Juhuashou? Indeed, Fengfang effortlessly captured two rare ancient Pokémon. Allow me a moment to ponder. Could it be that I am the fabled harbinger of fate's reversal? Since assuming her new identity, Fengfang feels as though her life has entered a realm of extraordinary fortune, thriving beyond measure. With this in mind, she sets a modest goal, to become the future water-type champion. Only by growing stronger can one truly master their destiny. Chapter 32, The Love Story of Doofing Moth. The waistband grows gradually wider without regret. For her, I have become gaunt. Doofing Moth has recently lost some weight, for it has fallen in love. Love, indeed, has its own peculiar scent, yet Doofing Moth finds it delightful as it has developed an affection for a stinky flower. La 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 la. La la la. I miss her. La 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 la. La 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 la. Is she still blooming? That night, beneath the moonlight and amidst the twinkling stars, Doofing Moth believed that the stinky flower understood its heart. Shouldn't love be accompanied by mutual understanding? However, since that evening, the stinky flower has not reappeared. Thus, Doofing Moth must take the initiative, sending its subordinates to search for her. It is a rather unique stinky flower, with a small section of its left petal missing. Boss, we have found the stinky flower you were looking for. Doofing Moth's loyal follower, a fluffy creature, has managed to ascend due to its ability to flatter. You understand why. Quick, bring her here. What to do? Doofing Moth is overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of seeing her again, its heart racing. Approaching. The stinky flower comes near, wearing a coy expression. Oh dear, that feeling of infatuation. Big-chested bro, why have you captured me? I know I fell asleep beside you the other night because I was too tired, but you can't just take me away like this. Even if you were the boss here, we must adhere to reason, right? Wait, what is this gruff voice? After all this time, Doofing Moth realizes it has fallen for a male flower? Doofing Moth is left in shock, the sound of its heart breaking echoes around. Hey, big-chested bro, what's wrong? Have you come to your senses? Forget it, don't feel guilty. Knowing you were wrong is enough. This land belongs to everyone. Even if you are powerful, you cannot impede others' right to rest. Doofing Moth, having secretly harbored feelings for this being for 2 days, begins to doubt its life choices. Who said love requires unspoken understanding? Just wait until I deal with him. Big-chested bro, take him down, give him a good beating. Who are you calling big-chested? Love, at times, is not beautiful, and thus, Doofing Moth's first love comes to an abrupt end. Feeling dejected, it wanders through its territory. The abandoned urban area is now overgrown with plants that either resist toxins or thrive in such environments, resembling a peculiar garden. Sunlight bathes the area, casting a purple hue. Suddenly, another stinky flower enters its view, dancing in the sunlight. Most poison-type creatures are gloomy, and Doofing Moth cannot recall the last time it encountered such a lively spirit. Dew rises from the stinky flower's reddish-brown petals adorned with white spots, refracting sunlight into a beautiful halo, pure and ethereal. Doofing Moth finds itself enamored once more, realizing that the best remedy for a broken heart is to embark on a new romance. Hello, Doofing Moth stammers, struggling for words. Hello there, let's dance together. The stinky flower extends its hand. All right, everything unfolds so unexpectedly. As Doofing Moth takes the stinky flower's hand, it feels as though it is waltzing in love. The two spirits continue dancing until the sun nearly sets. Why are you so beautiful? Let's become good friends. Doofing Moth wishes to slap itself for such a thought. Sure. Hee hee. It seems this is the first time the stinky flower has received a compliment, and she beams with joy. Come, I will treat you to delicious food. Doofing Moth leads the stinky flower towards its nest. Doofing Moth's nest is an originally abandoned underground mall, transformed into a luxurious palace by its subordinate, Chen Fan. I will prepare a delightful Pokémon dish. I'll gather the ingredients for you. The recipe learned from Chen Fan is perfect for such an occasion. Thank you. The stinky flower's eyes crescent into a moon. At that moment, a mysterious energy captures her attention. In a corner of Doofing Moth's lair lies a stone emanating intense energy. Can you give me that stone? No problem. Everything here belongs to you. Doofing Moth generously replies. You are so kind. The stinky flower approaches, picking up the stone. And at that moment, it radiates a blazing light. The surface soil crumbles, revealing its true form. This is a sunstone, as red as the sun itself. With the appearance of the sunstone, a surge of white light envelopes the stinky flower, signaling her evolution. The unattractive, foul-smelling flower atop her head transforms into 2 vibrant red petals, her round cheeks now adorned with rosy blushes. And her lower body drapes in a skirt of yellow and green petals. The stinky flower, evolved into my Lihua by the sunstone, represents an extraordinary transformation from extreme ugliness to breathtaking beauty. You look stunning in your evolved form. Doofing Moth is captivated by my Lihua's appearance, instinctively reaching out to hold her hand. How annoying, you are utterly ugly. My Lihua pushes away its hand, looking at Doofing Moth with disdain. Why is the air here so terrible? It reeks of unpleasant odors. I must leave and seek a place with fresh air and bright sunshine. Watching my Lihua's figure fade away, Doofing Moth stands frozen, muttering to itself, unable to articulate its thoughts. Why did it turn out this way? My Lihua's silhouette stretches longer and longer until she vanishes from Doofing Moth's sight, taking with her its fantasies of love. Love is the most detestable thing. The boss was right. A true man does not need emotions, only the relentless pursuit of strength. No longer believing in love, Doofing Moth embarks on its journey of self-improvement. 2 days later, upon returning to Kuna's residence in Heiyun City, Chen Fan finally recovers. Being frozen during a Pokémon battle is quite ordinary, and with timely treatment, He has suffered no real harm. Status is earned through one's own efforts. Chen Fan has proven himself twice by defeating Jifengniu among Kuna's Pokémon. Yet, Chen Fan finds it difficult to feel joy. Why do those fellows cover their backsides upon seeing him? Am I Chen Fan really the kind of person? Forget it. A real man does not need friends. Hey bro, I'm here. I heard you taught that silly bird a lesson. Well done. Manyola has just returned from outside, having enjoyed some leisure while Kana was away. Oh, it's nothing, just keeping a low profile. Chen Fan has always believed himself to be a humble individual. Indeed, let us remain discreet. MNIL made a gesture for silence, revealing that, unexpectedly, my brother is also of the same kind. To be candid, the sensation of employing the Qiannish in battle is simply exhilarating. GWN was astounded to discover that this deceased cat harbored such peculiar tastes. Indeed, let us keep it low-key. MNIL exchanged a knowing glance with me. Follow me. I shall escort you to a place of amusement. Are you certain we are not going to pilfer food? CHNFN expressed skepticism. That is merely a hobby. This time, I will take you to witness the Elven Market, and I assure you will find it delightful. What exactly is the Elven Market? You speak too much. Just follow me. Are you coming or not? Yes. Chapter 33. A bowl of fishball noodles. After traversing several mountains and crossing multiple rivers, CHNFN and MNIL arrived at an abandoned temple in the wilderness. Towering trees surrounded the decrepit shrine, and upon entering the main hall, an eerie chill enveloped them. MNIL's eyes shimmered with a series of glimmers. Malevolent energy illuminating the four ghostly Pokémon within the grand hall. 2G Ngo and a Gu St Ing, along with a P Ngu Ing Yl Ing. Compared to ordinary specimens, these four ghostly Pokémon were significantly larger, their chilling aura showcasing their formidable prowess. MNIL produced a golden card adorned with Pokémon illustrations. The depicted spirit was a divine beast, F NGW Ing. A yellow pass, granting entry for 5 companions, was presented. You may enter now, spoke the P Ngu Ing Yl Ing, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, with a single crimson eye and 2 large gray hands. As soon as the ghost concluded, a wall within the temple slid open, revealing a shadowy entrance. Let us proceed, MNIL urged CHNFN, who stood in a daze. Why do I feel that the entry into this Pokémon world is rather unconventional? Who am I? Where am I? This planet once belonged to humanity. One day, Arceus, displaced by the destruction of its home, arrived in this realm and created the species known as Pokémon. Initially, there were 30 Pokémon, referred to as the original divine beasts. Their overwhelming power posed a threat to human existence, leading to the Pokémon being ostracized by the World-S rules. Ultimately, Arceus reached an accord with the World-S laws, stipulating that the original divine beasts could not easily engage with humans. These divine beasts possess their own territories and engage in conflicts akin to human disputes, vying for resources and nurturing powerful offspring. MNIL paused before continuing. This Pokémon market is one of the domains ruled by FNGW Ing in the Gu-Nd region. The more resources these original divine beasts command, the greater their following, and the more belief power they accrue, thus amplifying their strength. Is this akin to a fantastical drama set in a Pokémon version? CHNFN mused, contemplating that being a Pokémon might not be so monotonous after all. And what role do humans play? Quite simply, the Pokémon nurtured by humans develop far superiorly compared to their normal growth, acquiring various skills they could scarcely master on their own, even surpassing their inherent limitations. This is why many Pokémon tribes entrust their exceptionally gifted offspring to humans for cultivation. The lifespan of most Pokémon far exceeds that of humans. Upon their master's passing, they return to safeguard their tribes, while some continue to protect the families of those humans, much like the Yling family. MNIL explained to the lead WI. So you chose to follow KN? MNIL successfully piqued CHNFN's curiosity. Unlike me, beings with shorter lifespans do not adhere to such strictness. It is all about fate. I envy you. With a lifespan of 1,000 years, the longer one lives, the more wondrous experiences one can encounter. As they continued downward, a plaza emerged before them, adorned with shops reminiscent of human cities, the structures both grand and rudimentary. Observing the presence of large creatures such as DYNSH, CHNFN wondered how they had managed to enter. Exquisite thunderstones exchanged for exquisite ice stones, while high-quality dark stones were also available, selling fruits that enhance fire-type damage, which could be exchanged for treasures of equal value in flying or ground types. The ultimate treasure for water-type Pokémon, the mysterious water drop, requires private messaging for inquiries. The cacophony of bargaining and chatter enveloped CHNFN, transporting him to another realm. It was noon. Let us procure some sustenance. MNII was undoubtedly a glutton. With this suggestion, CHNFN felt a pang of hunger and followed her to a noodle shop. The establishment, run by the WNL, HOL, and GUIL families, was quite a sight. The noodle chef had seen many things, but a four-handed noodle master was a first. Excuse me, WNL. I would like a bowl of fishball noodles. We do not serve thick noodles. Is that so? Then a bowl of fishball rice noodles, please. We have no fish balls. How about beef, tripe thick noodles? We do not serve thick noodles. Then a bowl of fishball oil noodles. We have no fish balls. Why is there nothing available? Then I shall have a bowl of cuttlefish ball thick noodles. We have no thick noodles. Sold out again. Then please bring me a bowl of fishball rice vermicelli. Brother, their fish balls and thick noodles are all sold out. Every combination involving fish balls and thick noodles is gone. Indeed, WNL felt he was nearing his breaking point. Alas, if those combinations are unavailable, then just give me the fish balls. Thud, WNL fainted. Apologies, please bring us 2 bowls of premium ramen. MNIL felt a twinge of regret for bringing CHNFN here. Do not inquire how Pokémon consume noodles, just know it is a delightful experience. The ramen crafted by GUIL was not only delicious and springy, but left CHNFN feeling invigorated. Truly, Pokémon understand the taste of Pokémon. Under WNL's mournful gaze, MNIL paid with 2 premium tree fruits and departed the noodle shop with CHNFN. The world is vast. And as CHNFN began to look around, he realized he was genuinely impoverished. Aside from some low-quality Pokémon food, he possessed only a few high-value evolution stones worth a pittance. Human agricultural techniques can yield rare tree fruits in abundance, and humans can uncover treasures that Pokémon struggle to detect. In human society, only wealth or strength can procure the diverse resources that Pokémon require, which is why Pokémon develop more swiftly under human care. Wild Pokémon can only thrive if born into affluent clans. Otherwise, ordinary Pokémon find it exceedingly challenging to grow. MNIL assumed the role of a mentor, imparting knowledge that CHNFN had previously overlooked. Thank you, MNIL. CHNFN felt he had been narrow-minded, having previously viewed this world through the simplistic lens of games and animations. Oh, do not mention it. MNIL felt somewhat unaccustomed to CHNFN's politeness. After wandering the market, the 2 Pokémon arrived before a peculiar edifice. This was the Pokémon Coliseum, an organization founded by several original divine beasts. By submitting a premium evolution stone or an equivalent treasure, one could register. Once registered, the Pokémon would receive a red invitation to the Coliseum, granting them access to the Pokémon market. Newly invited Pokémon who fail their first 2 challenges would render their invitations invalid, requiring a month to exchange resources anew. This was to prevent weaker Pokémon from wasting time on stage. Continuous victories in the Coliseum would elevate the level of one's invitation, categorized into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Each level of invitation confers specific privileges. Mine is a yellow invitation. Observing MNIL's triumphant demeanor, CHNFN grew intrigued by the Coliseum. A new storyline has been detected by the host, resulting in the issuance of a main quest to obtain the highest tier of the purple invitation letter, with a 5-year deadline and rewards unknown, which you will undoubtedly find enticing, and penalties unknown, which you will certainly wish to avoid. Side Quest 1. Achieve a 10 consecutive victory streak in the Coliseum, with rewards including 10,000 energy points and a chance for a skill lottery. The system's voice abruptly resonated. Manyo La, please guide me to the registration. Chen Fan was not one to dawdle. Do not rush. The registration process is quite tedious and may take half the day. Let us sign up first and return later to collect the invitation. Before Manyo La could finish, Chen Fan had already approached the registration area. You're here? Indeed. You shouldn't be here. A high-grade leaf stone was hurled directly at the verbose Hudi's head. What a talented 6-tailed creature. Allow me to have a word with you. A high-grade water stone struck the loquacious Hudi's head. This is your exclusive red invitation letter, accompanied by a confidential dossier on the Coliseum. Nanny, is this even possible? Observing Chen Fan, who strode directly into the battle arena holding the invitation, Manyo La was rendered speechless by the wind. Chapter 34, strikingly similar to love. The Coliseum's battleground consists of 7 tiers, with 20 Pokémon arenas on the first tier, each surrounded by throngs of spectators. Whether human or Pokémon, the audience seemed to materialize from nowhere, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The referee for Chen Fan's battle was Exploud, a Pokémon adorned in pale purple. With a mouth disproportionately large compared to its body and numerous pores dotting its surface, resembling a natural trumpet. Let us welcome today's challenger, an exceptionally spirited 6-tailed creature. However, as a newcomer, it faces misfortune against the already 7-time victor, a Geodude. It is a well-known fact that a newcomer must secure 2 victories to gain permanent access to the invitation. Should they suffer 2 defeats first, they would lose the chance to re-attempt for a month. Incorrect. I am not a challenger. I am a sovereign. Before Exploud could finish, Chen Fan boldly interjected. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in boos. The Geodude, resembling a massive sphere encased in rock, had a head that protruded from its body, reminiscent of a turtle, with 2 prominent teeth on its lower jaw. This Geodude, calm in demeanor, focused its red eyes intently on Chen Fan. Sensing an immense pressure emanating from him, Geodude, level 30, with a second-tier leader potential, possessed the ability Rockhead and skills including Heavy Slam, Tackle, Rollout, Mud Slap, Rock Polish, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Stomp, Rollout, Self-Destruct, Mega Punch, Rock Throw, Hold On, and Hammer Arm. This Geodude bore a narrative, having emerged from the depths of the mountains, unscathed by the flames of adversity. What does this poem mean, system? Will I tarnish its purity? Chen Fan expressed his displeasure at that moment. Oh dear. It seems someone suddenly felt poetic. Today, our esteemed system has taken an artistic route. While Chen Fan bantered with the system, Geodude initiated an earthquake attack. While on the ground, the tremors were not particularly potent, and a simple leap could evade the damage, which is precisely what Chen Fan executed. This, however, played right into Geodude's strategy, as the purpose of the earthquake was to generate debris. With its robust rock-like arms, Geodude began hurling the fragments at Chen Fan with the precision of a machine gun. Despite Geodude's formidable strength and mastery of this throwing technique, the disparity in levels rendered Chen Fan, with his high defensive stats, virtually unscathed. He merely hopped back and forth, avoiding being buried beneath the rubble. Geodude unleashed a barrage of attacks, yet the six-tailed creature handled the onslaught with remarkable ease. Any stones that did manage to strike seemed to massage it, eliciting a look of enjoyment. How utterly embarrassing. Regarding Exploud's commentary, Chen Fan silently uttered a curse, unsure if it was appropriate to voice, who showed an expression of enjoyment. In a flurry of vigorous maneuvers, Geodude realized that its prideful throws had become a jest, akin to a clown's performance. This could not be tolerated. Thus, it became enraged and unleashed a mega punch towards Chen Fan. As a martial arts master, Geodude was prepared to engage in close combat. Yet it appeared that the six-tailed creature had yet to retaliate. Was it displaying disdain? How haughty. This was a mischaracterization of Chen Fan, who, contemplating his ranged attacks, deemed them insufficient given his current special attack level. As for smashing a large stone, that was quite exhausting. He had devised his strategy, thus commenced an earth-shattering close-quarters battle, one that transformed the very essence of the arena, cloaked in dust and obscured light. When the haze settled, Geodude was panting heavily, while the six-tailed creature merely shook off the dust, appearing quite pristine. What transpired? Could it be that this six-tailed creature was a mere fade? Its true identity that of a fighting Pokémon? Geodude seethed with anger, and as it began to roll, Exploud, the commentator, could hardly keep pace. The rollout attack was formidable, particularly for a Pokémon like Geodude, who was exceptionally suited for it. Although the confines of the arena restricted the full expression of the move, this battle-hardened Geodude had perfected it. Driven into a corner by Geodude's relentless rolling, Chen Fan found himself with no escape. Panic flickered across the six-tailed creature's face, and Geodude believed victory was within its grasp. Suddenly, it spectacularly rolled through Chen Fan's form and beyond the arena's bounds. Nanny? Chen Fan activated his ability, the Levitate, allowing him to evade the damage from Geodude's roll, making the impact feel akin to colliding with air. Unable to adjust its course, Geodude was launched outside the arena. What just occurred? The audience was left utterly bewildered. It became clear that the six-tailed creature had executed a clever maneuver, and congratulations were in order for its first victory in the Colosseum. No one, including Exploud, understood how the six-tailed creature had triumphed, yet it fulfilled its role as a competent commentator, having discerned the truth. Well done, my friend. Watching your battle has invigorated my spirit. I shall ascend to the third tier for a few rounds and return shortly, Monyo La called out to Chen Fan. Go ahead. By the time you return, I shall have achieved 10 victories. The thrill of defeating weaker opponents was undoubtedly more exhilarating than facing formidable foes, at least. That was Chen Fan's sentiment. Soon, Chen Fan's second battle commenced, and coincidentally, Exploud was once again the commentator. Guess who I see? It's this six-tailed creature again. I must say, this is the unluckiest newcomer I have encountered in years, facing a powerful Frogadier in the second match. Best of luck, young one. Exploud remarked with a sympathetic expression. Frogadier, a blue and white standing Pokémon, had a body seamlessly connected to its head, featuring robust limbs that resembled gloves. Though it bore the name of a frog, its appearance bore little resemblance to one, with a belly akin to that of a tadpole and adorned with spiral black markings. Frogadier, level 31, possessed a third-tier leader potential, with the ability Rain Dish and skills including Hydro Pump, Bubble Beam, Water Gun, Belly Drum, Drain Punch, Waterfall, Hypnosis, Shadow Clone, Scald, and Brick Break. This was a Frogadier that shared a kindred spirit with you, advocating the belief that same-sex partnerships are true love. Oh my, what an adorable little six-tailed creature. Soon, I shall cherish you dearly, it cooed. Kuai Yonghua revealed an expression that left Chen Fan at a loss for words. Do you know Kuai Yonghua? What? You are truly quite unattractive. Oh, no, Xiao Lu Wei, you have angered me. Kuai Yonghua, you disgust me. So let us resolve this swiftly. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to romance. Chapter 35 began with a hint of humor, but concluded with an element of horror. How dare you call me ugly? Watch me unleash my tiny fists upon you. Kuai Yonghua initiated a rapid assault. Perish, you ugly frog, causing trouble. This Kuai Yonghua indeed repulsed Chen Fan. The advantage of levels combined with close combat skills placed Chen Fan in a dominating position from the very outset, which made the combat-savvy Kuai Yonghua feel uneasy. To swiftly elevate the rank of the invitation within the Pokémon battle arena, one must accumulate battle points, with the fastest method being a continuous winning streak. The higher the consecutive victories, the greater the final score. Kuai Yonghua had managed to secure 6 consecutive victories. Achieving a 7th would surpass victories in numerous single battles. How annoying. You are hurting me so much, not gentle at all. This rich yet shy tone caused Chen Fan to slip. Oh my, how terrifying. Sweetheart, you have fallen into a trap. Witness my ultimate move, Hell Roll. Only Pokémon with exceptional talent can enter the arena, demonstrating remarkable control over the battle situation. Chen Fan was unfazed by Kuai Yonghua's Hell Roll. Yet the thought of being embraced and rolled around by this repugnant creature sent shivers down his spine. The instant teleportation was executed swiftly, followed by the million-ton flying kick. A resounding farewell. The arena resonated with sounds and images that were quite embarrassing for the Pokémon, situated in familiar territory, albeit now directed at Kuai Yonghua. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. System, could it be that my instant teleportation combined with the million-ton flying kick possesses an inherent explosive property? Chen Fan felt something was amiss. Even his entire Lu Wei seemed unwell. Congratulations, the host has comprehended a formidable combination technique. The system expressed delight in a rather mischievous manner. As Chen Fan withdrew his claws, Kuai Yonghua emitted a heart-wrenching moan. How cruel. You are such a wicked fellow. I concede, I surrender. With Kuai Yonghua opting for defeat, Chen Fan effortlessly claimed victory once more. Congratulations to Lu Wei for achieving a second victory, officially obtaining the Crimson Invitation. Such a manner of triumph, even the seasoned Bao Yingguai found difficult to articulate. Chen Fan, with a frown, left the arena. This battle was indeed quite embarrassing for him. 2 hours later. I concede. Dezue Hua gazed at her opponent, sensing a chill in a certain part of her body, hastily choosing to surrender. No one would scorn her, for her adversary was too formidable. Congratulations to Lu Wei for achieving 10 consecutive victories in such a brief span. Our arena has welcomed yet another formidable contender. As the commentator and referee, Bao Yingguai stood at a distance from Chen Fan, feeling uneasy in the presence of Lu Wei. Chen Fan once again descended the arena with a frown, devoid of any joy from his 10 consecutive victories. Unfazed, Chen Fan persistently tested his combination technique, namely the instant teleportation coupled with the million-ton flying kick, repeatedly striking other Pokémon in that indescribable area. Who knows why he could hit the sensitive spots of Pokémon like the Yanxi, Cho-Cho and Sanhe Eci Guai, yet he managed to do so. Then, Chen Fan became enraged. Congratulations to the host for completing 10 consecutive victories in the arena. Rewards have been issued to the system space. Side Quest 2 unlocked. Achieve 30 consecutive victories in the arena. Reward: 2 skill lottery chances, 1 template lottery chance. Energy points: 500,000. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement. Local Predator, increasing the success rate of intimidation skills by 1, and when attacking an enemy from behind. Damage is enhanced by 30. The system's voice carried a hint of mischief. Chen Fan was too exhausted to retort. Along the way, the Pokémon he passed instinctively avoided him. Of course, there were also some obviously male Pokémon, heavily made up, casting flirtatious glances his way. I can't take this anymore. It's too damaging to my pride. Manyo La had already descended, and, upon seeing Chen Fan, approached him with a stiff demeanor while maintaining a distance. Brother, I understand you have peculiar preferences, but do take care, and as for our camaraderie, could you refrain from using that move in the future? Manyo La silently vowed never to provoke Chen Fan lightly. By the time they returned to Kana's residence in the evening, Chen Fan's face was still darkened. The crimson glow of the sunset illuminated his face, making it appear even darker. However, Chen Fan was not the only one with a grim expression. Kana awaited them with an unpleased countenance. It was not a good habit for his Pokémon to roam freely all day. There is a difference between a beloved child and others. Kana could reprimand his cherished Manyo La without hesitation, while he had to patiently reason with the still unconquered Lu Wei. Growing increasingly agitated, Kana could only vent his frustrations upon Manyo La. Ultimately, with a forced smile, Kana led Manyo La away, and Chen Fan could only offer a silent prayer for the fate awaiting her that night. Indeed, witnessing others' misfortunes lightened his mood considerably. Chen Fan resolved to make a vow. Even if he were to be struck down by them in the future, he would never again employ the combination technique of instant teleportation and the million-ton flying kick. If he must use them, it would be separately. Host, do you intend to issue a warning of fragrant intentions? The system's voice echoed softly. A peck. That night, Chen Fan again found himself unable to sleep. increasingly displeased. He decided to take revenge on humanity. Thus, he ventured out once more and, in a dimly lit corner of the city, engaged in a rather embarrassing operation, transforming into a bald giant rat. Ding dong, your dear bald little lad has gone online. After a 3-day absence, one must regard Chen Fan with fresh eyes. No longer was he the naive little rat. Now enlightened, he understood that many of the major corporations and conglomerates in this world were not benevolent entities. Chen Fan felt no psychological burden. Moreover, he was no moralist, so he intended to rob the rich to assist the poor. This time, he chose the name Treasure House. Yes, indeed, the Pokémon world boasts places with such melodramatic names. Just as depicted in those novels, the Treasure House is a venue for selling rare treasures. In the city of Heiyun, the Treasure House appeared somewhat out of place amidst the steel and concrete jungle, with its strikingly ancient wooden structure standing in stark contrast. The building was immense, towering to the skies. Gazing at the 7-story edifice before him, Chen Fan felt a sense of nostalgia. This wooden architecture embodied classical elements of Huaxia, evoking a feeling of time travel. The dimly lit surroundings of the treasure house were devoid of city lights and clamor, as its vast area was largely covered in vegetation, resembling a massive garden. Such a powerful entity did not bother to invest heavily in external security. With their strength, no one dared to strike unless they sought refuge in perilous areas yet to be explored by humanity. Your name is indeed peculiar, making one feel compelled to steal from you. Observing others, what with the Demacia Group, Valoran Chains, and Zoo and Technology Company, it is no wonder one feels disinclined to enter. Standing in the shadows, Chen Fan felt a sense of solitude akin to that of a master. Just as he pondered, bathed in the faint glow of the moonlight, a mysterious figure unexpectedly appeared not far from him. Chapter 36, The Phantom Thief emerges. A white rose was placed on the ground before Chen Fan, and you must be the little Lotta that previously caused such a stir. How exhilarating it is to encounter a kindred spirit. Following the voice, Chen Fan turned his gaze to find a masked and cloaked Meow Meow standing not far from him. The sudden appearance of Meow Meow startled Chen Fan momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Having watched animated series, he found himself particularly fond of this sprite. Meow Meow, level 55, shiny, possesses Tier 1 leader qualifications, with the traits of Master of Magic and Agility. Its skills include Bite, Fury Swipes, Critical Hit, Cut, Taunt, Trick, Mist, Water Veil, Sand Veil, Disguise, Quick Attack, and Shadow Clone. This Meow Meow is undeniably exceptional in talent, yet regrettably misguided in skill allocation, aspiring to become a world-class thief. May I inquire your name, esteemed brother? Hee. I am the Magician of the Night, known as the shadowy feline spirit that comes and goes without a trace. My humble admiration for you, cat brother. I presume your achievements are quite remarkable. Every time I attempt something, I seem to fail. Dear Meow, it is certainly not your fault. It must be the moon's doing. Indeed, how could I not have considered that? It is undoubtedly the moon's influence. Every time I gaze upon it, I feel an overwhelming urge to leap towards it. Why is that? Because the moon is round and ever-moving. My apologies. I forgot you are a cat. The cat and mouse engaged in a lively discussion, thrilled to meet, and decided to enter the treasure pavilion together. Little Lotta, that statue of the Flame Emperor at the entrance is truly magnificent. It is clearly no ordinary piece. Let us claim it together. Just as Meow Meow was about to charge in, it suddenly fixated on the colossal stone sculpture and spoke to Chen Fan. Chen Fan realized why it always failed. He felt utterly despondent regarding this Meow's aesthetic and moral sensibilities. Can one imagine a thief desiring to steal walls or trash bins? If you wish to take the first step towards becoming a legendary thief, please remain silent and follow my lead. Alright? Meow understood. The excitement in Meow Meow's eyes revealed its admiration for Chen Fan, perceiving him as a hidden powerhouse with a graceful demeanor. The layout of the lower levels of the treasure pavilion was quite simple, with various display cases arranged systematically. The truly valuable items were surely hidden away, secured behind locked cabinets. Chen Fan, lacking experience, could only rely on intuition to select a few items. The treasure pavilion was not without its defenses. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such a remarkable little Lotta? From the first to the third floor, Chen Fan amassed a considerable haul, while Meow Meow gazed at him with awe. For Meow Meow, it was not merely about stealing. It was about realizing dreams and alleviating loneliness. This Meow Meow was indeed gifted, having helped Chen Fan evade several troubles along the way. Just as he was about to commend it, it suddenly faltered. A guard, carrying a flashlight, approached. The long beam of light created a circular glow on the ground, swaying as the guard advanced. In that instant, Meow Meow lost all self-control and pounced towards the light. The instinct of living beings is undeniably powerful. Quickly, let us flee. The moment Meow Meow leapt, Chen Fan reacted, sprinting towards the window. In a flash, he teleported to the shadows outside and darted away. Though he had intended to recruit that cat as his little brother, it was impossible to remain in such a precarious situation. Once alarmed, such a formidable establishment would not be trifled with. As expected, the alarm soon blared, and the once dark treasure pavilion became a brilliant spectacle. A little Lotta scurrying through the grass went largely unnoticed, while Chen Fan distanced himself from the area of conflict. That was exhilarating, brother. You must invite me next time. Just as Chen Fan paused to catch his breath, Meow Meow's voice reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, the earlier Meow Meow stood beside him, now without its mask and cloak. This shiny sprite appeared slightly darker, with 4 gleaming white fangs standing out in the darkness. Impressive. You managed to evade capture. Huh. I have encountered far worse situations. Those foolish humans could never catch me. For both Chen Fan and Meow Meow, their foray into thievery was not solely for the sake of robbing the wealthy to aid the poor, but rather a pursuit of interest. In the resplendent hall at the highest level of the treasure pavilion, numerous individuals stood in silence. At the head of the conference table sat a young woman clad in a red robe. She appeared to be in her 20s, adorned with a striking fire phoenix headdress, and a peculiar red glowing lotus flower marked her forehead. The red light cast a captivating glow upon her snow-white cheeks, lending her an alluring radiance. Surrounding her was a sprite resembling a bird, with a streamlined body and glass-like feathers. Its upper half was white, with a red face adorned with triangular ears and a pentagonal pattern on its forehead. Its wings resembled jet wings, while its feet resembled fish fins, and a blue triangular emblem graced its chest. This sprite was none other than the rare Latias. Who would have thought I would receive such a remarkable gift upon my arrival? Excellent. Aruz, I require an explanation from you. The woman's sweet voice carried a hint of authority and chill. Although the recent theft at the treasure pavilion resulted in minimal losses, it was a blatant affront. Lady Huwu. After investigation, the intruders were 2 sprites, a balding little Lotta and a Meow Meow. Both have previous records of theft. However, whether they have a trainer remains uncertain. Aruz, a middle-aged man in his 40s with dark skin and a somewhat intimidating demeanor, stood humbly before the woman, a stark contrast to his usual arrogant self as the head of the treasure pavilion in the Black Cloud City. I do not require your explanations. Resolve this matter within a day. The woman's identity was extraordinary. At once, as Chen Fan, transformed into a little Lotta, felt a sense of being scrutinized. An unsettling sensation washed over him. Brother, my instincts tell me we may be in trouble. I shall lead you to a safe place. Meow Meow also expressed concern, appearing to possess a keen sense of danger. Chen Fan nodded and followed Meow Meow. Is this the place you mentioned? Upon reaching their destination, he felt a wave of unease. Chapter 37. The Mario Brothers Adventure in the Sewers, Part 1. As a traveler from another world. To find himself reduced to hiding in the sewers was a rather lonely fate indeed. The dimly lit passage was filled with foul odors, swarming mosquitoes, and the occasional decaying carcass of an unknown creature. The filthy water flowing through the drainage channel was utterly repugnant. Chen Fan, guided by the innate instincts of a sprite, sensed that he was being tracked by several presences, which prompted him to follow Meow Meow into the sewers. Indeed, robbing the rich may be momentarily thrilling, but the consequences could be dire. Come forth, Jingku. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Given the uncertainty of the sewer's conditions, Chen Fan decided to summon Beedrill to scout ahead. Meow, how remarkable, brother. How did you summon this Beedrill? Meow Meow gazed at Chen Fan with awe, utterly astonished by the spectacle before it. Please call me the Miracle Light. Chen Fan proudly lifted his head. What do you think, Meow Meow? Join me in this venture. All right, big brother. From now on, I shall accompany you in your thieving escapades. As a cat who delights in the art of thievery, yet invariably fails in its eyes, Chen Fan is an idolized master thief. Having successfully deceived a capable underling, Chen Fan felt a surge of glee. With the innate talent bestowed upon him by the divine and a flawless combination of skills, this cat was nothing short of a born scout. The system task read, escape the sewer. You have attracted the attention of the people from Jinbao Lu. You must remain in the sewer and cannot be captured by them before reverting back to Lu Wei to succeed in your mission. Task rewards include 2 miscellaneous draws, 1 follower space, and 100,000 energy points, while failure results in a complete reset of skills and levels to 0. Is the system mistaken? Such a grave punishment? Upon witnessing the consequences of potential failure, Chen Fan felt utterly despondent, surprised and astonished. In recent days, I have perused several novels centered on system themes and concluded that the system is too benevolent. Such kindness could be detrimental to you. Best of luck, host. I am rooting for you. Chen Fan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was indeed unfortunate. He initially intended to pilfer trivial items, especially considering that it was a spirit's mischief. Jinbao Lu would hardly expend much effort in pursuit. Yet, that woman named Huowu arrived, a young lady from the elder family of the headquarters who could not tolerate such a transgression. In a secluded corner of the city, approximately 10 individuals stood with furrowed brows at the entrance of the sewer. Boss, are we mistaken? Are we really sending so many to capture a mere Rattata and a cat? A young woman with azure hair gazed disdainfully at the filthy sewer. Mind your words. The orders from above must be executed, replied a burly middle-aged man, towering at around 2 meters tall, his muscular physique resembling solid rock. Come on, Xiaolon. We are merely workers. We must obey the higher-ups. Out you come, try attack Magneton. All 10 unleashed their diminutive Pokémon, proceeding into the sewer under the lead of a Herdier. Similarly, at 7 other locations, elite teams accompanied by Herdier entered through various entrances. Each of the 8 teams comprised 1 master-level trainer, leading 9 elite trainers. This time, Jinbao Lu deployed an extravagant lineup to capture Chen Fan and the cat. Meow. The sewer operation begins. Let us be known as the Mario Brothers today. Since resistance was futile, one could only embrace the situation. Nanny? Although I do not comprehend. It seems thrilling. With the enemy approaching the battleground, the Mario Brothers commenced familiarizing themselves with the terrain. Boss, I've detected 3 groups. They all have Herdier. The intelligence from Beedrill Jingku was relayed promptly. Armed with this information, Chen Fan swiftly summoned Xiao, LV, and Xiao Jin, instructing them to throw some of his commonly used items into various corners, beginning to devise a way to mask the scents emanating from himself and the cat. Meow. Let us first venture to those areas where the Mook congregate. To avoid failing his mission, he resolved to endure even the most indescribable odors of the Mook. The sewer's environment already posed a challenge for Herdier to track scents. Now, with the compounded confusion, the encircling teams began to disperse. Brothers Mook, you must believe in yourselves. Who says you are foul? I find your scent refreshing and delightful. Who claims you are unsightly? I perceive great artistry in your forms. After a prolonged wait without anyone approaching, Chen Fan began mingling with the Mook. These creatures, born from humanity's environmental destruction, were composed entirely of sludge. Sporting a grotesque visage adorned with an unpleasant odor, often despised by all but a select few trainers with unique tastes. Thus, they represented a much-neglected community. The friend of Mook Chen Fan has now arrived. At this moment, Chen Fan radiated a pure light, bringing warmth to those forlorn creatures. The cat looked at Chen Fan with admiration, impressed by his earnest yet ludicrous declarations, seemingly a potent skill. Little Rattata, you are a dear friend of our Mook. It is said that true companionship is harder to find than wealth. Chen Fan earned the friendship of the Mook tribe. I am proud, however, dear Mook friends. I may have to take my leave, as humans seek to capture me. Chen Fan revealed his cunning side. Host, you are too naive. Such a simple ruse cannot deceive anyone. The system activated its mocking function. Brothers Mook, humans intend to seize our friend. Will you agree to this? The leading Mook raised its arm in rallying call. We will not agree. The response echoed in unison. Your system has gone mute. You are my friends. I shall not permit you to encounter danger. If possible, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. The longest road in the world is Chen Fan's schemes. No problem. Just say the word. We will assist you. A mischievous smile formed on Chen Fan's face. 2 hours later, after setting everything in place, the Order Chen Fan resumed his role. The cat felt as though it had been granted access to a grand new world. Chen Fan truly knew how to play the game. The city's sewer, resembling a labyrinth, was expansive and intricate, and the trainers began to exhibit signs of impatience. As exemplary trainers, being tasked with locating a mere cat and Rattata was bound to frustrate anyone. Ah, this is infuriating. That wretched Rattata, once I find it, I shall crush it. It was the blue-haired girl once more. This time, no one reprimanded her, as everyone teetered on the brink of explosive frustration. Just then, a red zone unexpectedly appeared on the ground adjacent to the sewage canal, indicating that they should proceed inward. Without further thought, they instinctively moved towards it. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, and all 10 fell into a pit. Can you fathom the sensation of plummeting into a pit filled with indescribable excrement, chemical waste, and decaying matter? This squad of trainers experienced a feeling they never wished to encounter again. The 3 women in the group, in particular, began to question their very existence. As the 10 emerged from the pit, their expressions darkened. Although they had their water-type Pokémon wash them clean and donned fresh garments stored in their spatial items, they still felt tainted. Initially perceiving this as mere coincidence, they lost their composure upon encountering the red marker again at the next corner. Captain, what should we do? The sight of that red corridor loomed before them like the gate to a chasm, instilling terror within their hearts. They genuinely wished to avoid such experiences. This time, we shall traverse the red area. The burly man, adorned with a myriad of black lines on his forehead, made the decision. A minute later, they fell into the adjacent sewage drainage. Who could have predicted that the floor would suddenly tilt, unleashing a torrent of lubricating oil? Congratulations to this elite squad for receiving a complimentary sewage experience package. This time, the blue-haired girl ceased her complaints. Instead, she wept, feeling utterly wronged with no outlet for her frustration. After changing into yet another new outfit, the group continued on the path of no return. They were fortunate, as they were drawing closer to Chen Fan's location, but this also marked their misfortune. After advancing 100 meters, tragedy struck once more. A mass of garbage inexplicably fell from above, burying the 10-member squad, defying all expectations. Oh mama, I want to go home. This is a tale of sorrow. Who could it be? Who is responsible? The burly man was seething with rage. At that moment, Herdier suddenly barked. Meow. A cat appeared at the end of the corridor. Its face adorned with a mocking expression. Captain, this is our objective. Damn it, it must be that cat's doing. I shall crush it. Go, Sanhei Tsigwang, Shaveling. As the main Pokémon of a master trainer, these two creatures are immensely powerful. Meow Meow did not linger for battle, but turned to flee, vanishing around the corner with its two companions. Dazue Fu, Fengwhitey, you pursue as well. The blue-haired girl dispatched her two primary Pokémon to give chase. Infuriated by the audacious Meow Meow, let it feel the wrath of a maiden. We shall follow closely, be cautious. The enraged crowd, too incensed to clean themselves of the grime, hastily pursued. Even under the relentless pursuit of several formidable Pokémon, Meow Meow remained unfazed. Its intent to lead this group to a designated location set by Chen Fan. Damn, it managed to evade the capture of Sanhei Tsigwang and Shaveling. No wonder they sent so many of us to catch it. The latecomers could only stomp their feet in frustration. Suddenly, Wong Wong Wong, the Katy dog, began barking anxiously. What troubles you, Katy dog? Observing Katy dog's demeanor, the group felt a twinge of unease. The roar of rushing water surged closer, and by the time the crowd reacted, it was already too late. The murky waters flooded the entire sewer, rushing towards them with no time to react and nowhere to escape. The torrent swept away the despairing crowd, and whether the surrounding water was repugnant became irrelevant. They began to question their existence. Could such a sequence of events be orchestrated by a mere Meow Meow? The bewildered individuals stared as the water carried them to an outlet on the outskirts. Boss, what on earth did we just experience? I too wish to understand what transpired. After a lengthy pause, the middle-aged leader retrieved his communicator. All teams. The giant squad has located the target in Area F. We failed to capture it, and all personnel have lost combat effectiveness. Please exercise caution. Having uttered these words, the 2-meter-tall man seemed to expend all his energy. Am I truly a master trainer? Having dealt with one group of pursuers, the Mario Brothers sewer adventure continued. Chapter 38, An Embarrassing Battle. The 10 members of the giant squad were, in fact, fortunate. Although they faced numerous frustrations, their bodies sustained no significant harm. One group, however, encountered the unrestrained Jingku. Shanyi, a master trainer proficient in fighting and ground types, possesses the strength necessary to command powerful Pokémon. Otherwise, it would be challenging to control such forces. Shan Yi is an expert in speed and evasion, resembling a monkey with a somewhat disheveled appearance, embodying a unique charm in this world. His team comprises 9 elite trainers, 5 men and 4 women, who have previously collaborated. Besides the guiding Katy dog, everyone released 2 or 3 smaller Pokémon, while Shan Yi unleashed Abalong and Chuanshan Wang. These human trainers' Pokémon were not overly formidable. It would suffice to vent some frustrations on these humans. The Beedrill, Jingku, harbored no friendliness towards humans, reflecting a broader sentiment within the Beedrill populace. Not every master trainer possesses a lineup as powerful as Kinnis. At least Shan Yi, along with Abalong and Chuanshan Wang, did not instill fear in Jingku. The dimly lit illusions of the sewer rendered Jingku nearly invisible. Oh dear, why do some humans appear so peculiar? With 2 large lumps constantly swelling on their upper bodies? Never mind, let us strike at these injured individuals first. Jingku, of course, was oblivious to the distinction between males and females, resulting in dire consequences for the 4 female team members. The cries of distress echoed as the 4 attacked women collapsed instantly. Jingku's toxicity was far more terrifying than its stealth abilities. Perhaps it confirmed the adage that concentration equals essence. Despite its small size and modest venom glands, Jingku's poison was immensely potent. The areas affected by Beedrill's venom swelled further, but this swelling brought no joy. Intense pain and a sense of weakness forced them to writhe on the ground in agony. This was a stroke of luck. Had it not been for Chen Fan's guidance to temper Jingku's attacks, its venom could have easily proven fatal. The remaining men were at a loss for how to react. Their instincts inadvertently drew their gazes to the women's exaggeratedly swollen areas. Focus. There's a powerful Pokémon. Be cautious. Ultimately, a master trainer is still a master trainer. The seemingly unreliable lecherous uncle transformed into a figure of utmost seriousness and dependability. The group quickly regained their composure, calling their Pokémon to their sides. Jingku, hidden in the shadows, remained unhurried. It had already incapacitated the only Pokémon capable of detecting its presence, Katy Dog. At that moment, it made a startling discovery. These humans seemed to possess vulnerabilities. The slightly swollen area in the center of their bodies, though not overtly apparent, did not escape my keen eye. If Chen Fan were aware of Jingku's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished. The pained cries of the 4 women compelled someone to attend to them. Ordinarily, they might reject such troublesome matters, but at this moment, the male companions displayed remarkable eagerness to help. Wuling, you go. Shanyi decided to send Wuling. who tended to be meticulous. Very well, Brother Yi. Wu Ling's face lit up as he gazed at the 4 attractive women and the area that quickened his heartbeat. Which one should he attend to first? What a delightful dilemma. Just as Wu Ling reveled in his good fortune, he felt a sharp prick in a vital area, followed by an overwhelming wave of pain. The anguish from that area far surpassed that of the wounded women. Even worse, Abalon's punch arrived late, catching up with Jing Ke's trajectory, but it was still too slow. It was too late to withdraw. The heavy punch struck Wu Ling in the already injured area. His screams silenced the world, even causing the injured women to momentarily forget their own suffering. They could only imagine the extent of his pain. A fortunate task morphed into a tragic fate. This young man, named Wu Ling, would likely bear the shadow of this moment for the rest of his life. Fortunately, he soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Enough of this. It lacks excitement. Feeling no challenge, Jing Ke pondered a return to the haven its master had arranged. With a flap of its wings, Jing Ke quickened its pace. Another 4 screams pierced the air, aside from Shan Yi. The other 4 male elite trainers also fell with cries of anguish. Curse it, Chuanshan Wang, Sandstorm. Unable to sense the ghostly and dark energies. Shan Yi had no idea what Pokémon attacked him, but his extensive experience allowed him to react swiftly. Amidst the sandstorm, Jing Ke's silhouette finally emerged. Yet the shrunken Beedrill left Shan Yi perplexed regarding its identity. Chuanshan Wang, Sandstorm, Abalong, Punch Gale. Those renowned in their craft are not to be underestimated. Only a master trainer can attain such status. Alas, this opponent did not adhere to conventional tactics. Jing Ke's sole target was Shan Yi. It was not human but a Pokémon, making acceleration a trivial endeavor. Shan Yi struggled to keep pace with Jing Ke's speed, but the swift Jing Ke was beyond human comprehension. 2 seconds later, this formidable man also collapsed. A certain part of his anatomy swollen to a size greater than that of Wu Ling, who had been struck by AI by Lang. Perhaps this is the price of strength. With the trainers down, only their bewildered spirits remained standing in place. Men are indeed useless, sisters. Let us elegantly accomplish our mission this time. In this squad, comprised entirely of women, the lead master trainer, known as Lmi Gu, took charge. To navigate life smoothly, one must inevitably bear a touch of green. This woman with her hair dyed a vivid green, adorned with smoky eye makeup and a nose ring, proudly displayed a massive rose tattoo etched with sorrow on her back. The formidable leader assured the successful completion of their task. Her teammates were youthful girls sporting SHMT hairstyles and looking like delinquent girls. Their spirits were predominantly composed of large tongues and varied forms, a combination that invites imaginative interpretations. Upon learning that someone intended to target CHNFN, the determined duo of Xiol and Xiojn banded together, compensating for their lack of power with teamwork. With Xiol and Xiojn united, they became a cannon mounted on a submarine. Their objective was this complicated squad. And as Xiojn dragged Xiol stealthily through the murky waters of the sewage system, they approached them. Once Xiol had charged her power, Xiojn suddenly emerged from the water, unleashing a powerful leaf blade towards the group of troublesome girls. Be careful, DSHTU, use tongue defense. The master trainer, Lmi Gu, reacted swiftly, commanding her DSHTU to shield everyone. Xiol's leaf blade, comprised of over 20 razor-sharp leaves, was too much for even a level 60 DSHTU to completely defend against. After the flurry of leaves had passed, Xiojn and Xiol submerged again to prepare for their next assault. Although the women sustained minimal injuries, they were driven to madness. For women, their hair is life. Especially for this group of SHMT noble girls, hairstyles symbolized their very existence. However, Xiol's leaf blade had obliterated much of that. The uneven patches left them looking even more disheveled, with Lmi Gu's once lustrous green hair also suffering a flat slice through the middle. Ripped clothing was of little concern. How could they tolerate having their hair cut? Bienhu Gu, transform into a Gojny and pursue. Whatever the spirit, eliminate it. Angered women never concede to reason. Bienhu Gu transformed into various forms, including 8DZ Shu JN, AKM Gu, and AWB, Huing Y, YISNT Bienhu Gu chasing. All 9 Bienhu Gu transformed into water-type Pokémon. Yet one remained behind. My Bienhu Gu can only transform into one thing. Huing Y was a pleasantly plump girl. We don't believe it, sisters. Hurry and pursue. The grudge over our hair cannot go unavenged. Indeed, they were a plastic sisterhood. Bienhu Gu, transform into AHIXing. With a splash, Bienhu Gu became a cucumber, hitting the ground. Bienhu Gu, transform into ALYWing. Splash, a puff of white smoke. And still a cucumber. Huing Y's face flushed a deep crimson. We understand, we all understand. The other women exchanged knowing glances. Bienhu Gu was certainly not a powerful spirit. Even one nurtured by a master trainer could not withstand Xiol's formidable physical attacks. With Xiojn accompanying her, Xiol could launch her attacks with confidence. The women trailing behind began their scavenging journey. Ding. Congratulations on finding a SHDIHIX-ing. Ding. Congratulations on catching a WB. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring a KMGU. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a GOJNY. The women S by Nhugu Legion lay defeated. At this moment, Xiojn resurfaced with the charged Xiol, unleashing another leaf blade. Sisters, shield your faces. If our hairstyles are ruined and our faces become like flowers, there will be no fun left. The leaf blade once again ravaged their hair, stripping them of their lost SHMT noble identities. They submerged, preparing for another round of charging, feeling quite pleased. Sisters, can we endure this? We cannot. Next, let that detestable spirit learn why flowers bloom so red. A cruel smile appeared on LMIGU's face. 3 minutes later, Xiojn and Xiol indeed re-emerged. However, the DSHTU that had once surrounded these women had been replaced by spirits resembling small rabbits, their yellow bodies adorned with red and blue ears and tails. Beside LMIGU stood a powerful yellow spirit, marked with a black electric symbol on its abdomen, its body also featuring some black skin. ZHing DNPIPI, FDNPIPI, assist the DNJSHU. The DNJSHU unleashed a thunderous strike at full force. LMIGU instantly issued her command. A massive surge of energy enveloped the DNJSHU, coalescing into a thundercloud radiating lethal energy. Xiojn reacted swiftly, carrying Xiol away from the water while simultaneously launching a water gun at the women. Feel the wrath of women. DNJSHU, unleash thunder. The devastating lightning enveloped both Xiojn and Xiol, as well as the group of women. Despite possessing the ability to divert lightning strikes, under such overwhelming pressure, Xiojn felt a jolt of electricity and subsequently lost consciousness. Women, such fearsome beings, was the last thought that flickered through its mind. Chapter 39, The Mario Brothers Sewer Adventure, Part 2. As the lightning faded, 10 women lay charred on the ground, their bodies convulsing from the electric onslaught. Inflicting such a terrifying blow cost the DNJSHU its strength, collapsing to the ground. The ZHing DNPIPI and FDNPIPI, sensing their master's faintness, gathered around her. Although Xiojn had absorbed most of the damage from the thunder, Xiol, due to her damp condition, also suffered considerably and fell as well. The outcome of the battle would hinge on who could rise first. As a child raised under the red flag, CHNFN had grasped the essence of ancient military strategy, famously stating that the most dangerous place is often the safest. Thus, he chose not to change positions. However, he overlooked the fact that this world was filled with mindless, straightforward individuals who relied solely on fervor, leading another team to approach him. This group, clad in white karate-like uniforms, jogged forward, their heads adorned with headbands emblazoned with the words hot blood. Disciples, the target is nearby. Let us fervently complete this task and return home with the same zeal. The leading middle-aged man exuded a quintessentially youthful spirit. Yes, Master UNZH, hot blood. A reflection of their leader's temperament was evident in his disciples, who also wore headbands and bore enthusiastic expressions. At this moment, a red sign reading no entry appeared before them, mirroring the previous team's experience. Following the same script, they dashed inward, only to fall into a pit filled with refuse. These scraps shall not hinder our progress. Burn with passion. The man named UNZH leapt directly from the pit, his disciples and their spirits mimicking his action. Hot blood, with momentum like a raging tide. As the second sign appeared, they again ran inward, only to tumble into another pit, rising once more with fervor. Upon encountering the third sign, they continued inward, and this time, the trap lay outside, thus evading activation. The fourth emblem marked their continued dash inward, leading them to once again tumble into a pit. However, the filth upon them did little to quell their fervor. Observing from a distance, Mio was utterly astonished by this group. They must surely be unhinged. Ultimately, they located CHNFN's position, perhaps a testament to the notion that fools are often blessed. Magnificent. Xild, Mio, let us engage in a spirited battle. UNZH felt his blood surge with excitement. Who are you, old fellow? CHNFN retorted, exasperatedly curling his lip. Indeed. You are also a passionate Xild. It appears you are ready for the battle you promised me. Come forth, with fervor. UNZH's gaze seemed to ignite with intensity. Old man, are you perhaps mentally impaired? Who promised you anything? Very well, if that is the case. I shall initiate the attack. Go, who bohu, ignite your passion. Misunderstanding CHNFN's words, UNZH sent forth his first Pokémon. CHNFN felt a profound weariness in his heart. Since the battle had commenced, he would engage. Before him stood a creature, reminiscent of a monkey yet adorned with a pig's snout, its hands resembling boxing gloves, and its body cloaked in long, white fur. CHNFN scrutinized its information. Who bohu, Level 70, Qualification, 3rd Tier King, Ability, Grit, Skills, Rage, Encore, Revenge, Glare, Frenzy, Taunt, Charge, Brick Break, Low Kick, Agility, Earthquake, Headbutt, Protect, Dig. Counter, Rampage, Close Combat, Ice Punch, Chi Punch, Low Kick, and 1 Million Ton Punch. This was an exceptionally spirited Hubei-Ohu. Its physical attack power increasing with the duration of battle. This formidable Pokémon instilled a sense of pressure in Chen Fan, yet inexplicably. Standing against Hubei-Ohu ignited his own fervor. Hubei-Ohu, unleash a fervent frenzy. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Chen Fan had already donned the shell of his Shuji Engu. The disparity in level and attributes meant that Chen Fan was vastly inferior in strength and speed compared to Hubei-Ohu. Thus, he opted to sacrifice 70 points of speed to bolster his defense. Chen Fan also executed Frenzy. Under the relentless barrage of Hubei-Ohu's attacks, the slowed Chen Fan moved as if burdened by age. Yet he managed to deflect some of Hubei-Ohu's dangerous strikes at critical moments. I am ablaze. What of you, Hubei-Ohu? Use close combat. This fervor seemed to influence the very atmosphere surrounding them. In response, Hubei-Ohu launched an even more ferocious assault. Chen Fan, undaunted, countered with close combat. He never imagined that a mere Shold could provoke such an impassioned battle. I shall capture you, Hubei-Ohu. Let us get serious. Ice Punch. Before Unzh's words had fully escaped his lips, Hubei-Ohu had already amassed the power of ice within its hands. Chen Fan reacted swiftly, deploying Steel Tail against Hubei-Ohu. The clash of techniques saw Chen Fan at a disadvantage. Although Hubei-Ohu's strike did not inflict significant damage, it triggered a freezing effect, further diminishing Chen Fan's speed. Ice-type attacks were indeed troublesome. What recourse did Chen Fan have? He felt despair. Had he still possessed the fiery energy of Li Wi, he could have resisted, but as a Shold, the skills of Li Wi had vanished. Let us conclude this fervent contest. Hubei-Ohu unleashed the 1 million ton punch. In comparison to his own 1 million ton flying kick, Chen Fan understood the true meaning of a finishing move. That terrifying punch seemed capable of rending space itself. Yet what could he do? Chen Fan could only activate his own ability. The fearsome punch surged through Chen Fan's form, and contrary to expectations, it did not deliver the anticipated jolt of impact against the enemy. Instead, Hubei-Ohu briefly lost control, its fist crashing against the wall of the sewer. The resulting shockwave reverberated, the solid wall crumbling under the force. Thankfully, the advanced architecture of this world was remarkably sturdy. In another realm, such a blow might have caused the ground to collapse. With damage mitigated by 95, Hubei-Ohu's absurd punch failed to harm Chen Fan. Seizing the moment of vulnerability presented by Hubei-Ohu, Chen Fan unleashed his 1 million ton flying kick. Without the aid of teleportation, Chen Fan felt his 1 million ton flying kick was incomplete. Thus, while it struck Hubei-Ohu, it did not yield significant damage. Haha, what a thrill. Hubei-Ohu revenge. The impact echoed as Chen Fan was sent flying, and he impatiently shouted at Unzh, "Hey, old man, you're quite loud." The old man's boisterous voice was akin to a mobile source of noise, rendering the battle nearly impossible. Though the opponent was incensed, they remained undeterred. Fervent earthquake, let us end this battle. Chen Fan felt a deep sadness. The old man could not comprehend his words. Hey, is there a referee? I wish to report this trainer for interference. As Chen Fan was propelled into the air, Hubei-Ohu seized him mid-flight, lifting him aloft and drawing a circle before forcefully hurling him towards the ground. The impact left Chen Fan disoriented, yet it also served to awaken him. Gazing upon his own level 42 against the level 70 adversary, he realized the futility of their contest. What folly it was to engage in such a direct confrontation. Fervor, fervor, fervor. Hubei-Ohu, your opponent has risen once more. It seems our finishing move did not yield the expected results. Let us strike again with Chi Punch. Struggling to restrain his own body, yearning to leap back into battle against Hubei-Ohu, Chen Fan lamented the toxicity of this old man. Mio mio, the enemy is too formidable. The winds are fierce. Nanny, where's the cat? That treacherous fiend has fled. Removing the turtle shell, Chen Fan executed a sudden teleportation to flee the battlefield, activating agility to dart away into the distance. Hubei-Ohu stood bewildered, as did Unzh and his disciples. This Shold was indeed unpredictable. Huh. What an amusing Shold. I must capture it. Let us pursue with fervor. Unzh and Hubei-Ohu chased after the direction in which Chen Fan had fled. Fervent pursuit. Soon, Unzh's disciples matched their master's pace. These headless individuals seemed inexplicably adept at tracing CHNFN's escape route. Could this be what they call the wisdom of folly? A truly fearsome opponent. CHNFN was wearied from the chase. However, 10 minutes later, having dashed into a mire of stinky mud, CHNFN realized he had overestimated the situation. Fervent pursuit, a group of fervent stinky mud. Have any of you seen a bald SHOLD pass through here? UNZH halted to inquire of the stinky mud. The stinky mud appeared utterly perplexed. Weren't these fellows pursuing their SHOLD friend? Subsequently, the stinky mud casually pointed in a direction. Fervent thanks. Farewell, stinky mud friends. I must continue my fervent pursuit. UNZH and his disciples departed in haste. CHNFN could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The foolish were indeed fearsome. Meow, that group gives me a dangerous feeling. Mio had reappeared by CHNFN's side. MZUKI. Having encountered powerful trainers, CHNFN set aside his previous disdain, noticing that Shol and the others had yet to return. He utilized the system's summoning function with a call. Before long, JNK returned, his eyes darting with shyness. Did you just engage with humans? CHNFN discerned from his expression. Boss, I did not deliver a lethal blow. I merely taught those humans a lesson. They are utterly fragile. No match at all. As he spoke, JNK's demeanor gradually brightened. Encouraging restraint from violence is commendable. However, disobeying my commands warrants a punishment of 2 days without food. Chen Fan, of course, did not take issue with Jing Ku's behavior, yet he could not indulge its nature. Please, boss, I can accept being hit or scolded, but how can you punish me by withholding food? Jing Ku began to blink its small eyes, attempting to appear adorable and pitiful. 3 more days without food if you continue to chatter. No, boss, I was wrong. I accept my punishment. Jing Ku resembled a defeated rooster. You performed admirably today. I shall allow you a hearty meal. With that, Chen Fan produced a copious amount of Pokémon food that Jing Ku adored, red dates and sticks, ensuring nothing was amiss. Additionally, he distributed a variety of generic Pokémon food to the Shoucho and I, thereby cultivating another wave of camaraderie. Meow, boss, where is my food? Reflect upon your actions, and once you understand your error, I shall provide you sustenance. Do you think I cannot manage you? Moments later, Xiao Jin returned with Xiao Lu, both bearing the scars of a thunderous attack. Fortunately, they had awakened before the women and safely returned to Chen Fan's side. He was aware they had also engaged the human trainers, yet he did not reprimand them. Instead, he applied some medicine and allowed them to eat before retreating to the space of followers to rest. Unbeknownst to them, only 10 minutes remained until their transformation back to Liuwu, and no human trainers had yet found their way here. Nevertheless, Chen Fan harbored a feeling akin to an impending storm. His apprehensions were soon validated as a potent and dangerous aura approached swiftly. Chapter 40. The Mario Brothers Adventure in the Sewers, Part 2. System, it seems I must complete this task ahead of schedule. Perhaps you might consider rewarding me early. Bored. Chen Fan began to jest with the system. Oh really? It isn't that simple. Your troubles are about to begin. The system's ominous voice echoed. What is there to fear? Could I possibly encounter a divine beast? Indeed, you are correct. Chen Fan, feeling a sense of pride, had little time to engage in banter with the system. At that moment, he wished only to slap himself for his reckless words. Before him appeared a divine beast, Latias, level 65, with a quality of 3rd-tier dragon psychic type. Its abilities included levitate and pressure. Possessing great intellect, it could comprehend human language and communicate through telepathy. Skills included Mist Ball, Dragon Pulse, Wish, Heal Pulse, Mystic Guard, Confusion, Dragon Breath, Water Gun, Refresh, Self-Restoration, Mind Reader, Psychic, Teleport, and more. A hostile divine beast, its aura instilled in Chen Fan a sense of peril. Winning against the Articuno had relied heavily on luck. The difference between level 55 and 65 was not merely 10 levels. It represented a significant evolution. Little Rada, why do I sense human frequencies emanating from you? Latias's initial words startled Chen Fan. Divine beasts were indeed far from ordinary. Never mind, it matters not. You have angered my master, and she has commanded me to punish you, so my apologies. Punish? Let us see what you are capable of. Chen Fan found himself laughing in anger, disliking Latias's tone. Before he could finish speaking, Latias's attack struck with its glimmering steel wing, hitting him before he could evade. The excruciating pain made him gasp. Despite his high defenses, a single steel wing had inflicted grievous harm. Truly, divine beasts lived up to their reputation. And Latias was not primarily an offensive creature. Without hesitation, Chen Fan donned his turtle shell. Latias executed an attack reminiscent of a tempest, rendering Chen Fan incapable of both offense and defense. This led him to question his previous experiences in battle. Were they mere illusions? With 3 minutes remaining for the system task, those minutes felt interminable as Chen Fan struggled to hold on. The winds were tense. Fortunately, Jing Ku and the others had been recalled to the follower space, and the Meow Meow had vanished, undoubtedly having fled early. Anger aside, Chen Fan respected the Meow Meow's ability to escape. Suddenly, he dashed forward, yet something felt amiss. Why did the scenery seem to retreat before him? Alarmed, he realized that his last resort of teleportation had been thwarted by the psychic powers of a divine beast, dragging him back to his original position, instilling a sense of despair within him. Cease your struggles. You possess talent, but you are still far too weak. You have only yourself to blame for inciting my master's wrath. Latias's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. It is said that Latias is the kindest of divine beasts. Why? Esteemed divine beast, would you act this way? In a desperate attempt to avoid a catastrophic fate, Chen Fan pleaded fervently for his own salvation. Latias regarded him intently, remaining silent. Divine beast, your bond with your trainer appears strained. Is there a deeper reason compelling you to serve her? Normally, Pokémon would not refer to their trainers as masters. And then, Latias watched Chen Fan's performance in silence. Life is precious. Love is priceless. For the sake of freedom, both can be forsaken. Would it not be better for you to confide your troubles to me? I assure you, I can perform miracles. Chen Fan's gaze radiated sincerity. Your eyes are indeed earnest. Latias paused momentarily. There is potential for negotiation, yet your heart lacks sincerity. Though I cannot discern your true thoughts, your essence feels more tainted than that of many humans. Thus, prepare for punishment. Before Latias's words concluded, a beam of destructive light surged towards Chen Fan. In that instant, he finally comprehended why so many Pokémon favored the move Destructive Death Light. It was indeed immensely powerful. Unlike the previous time when he was annihilated by the Circle Bear, this time, Chen Fan truly felt the taste of death. At that moment, he believed he should rename himself Chen Chong, vowing to endure, refusing to perish. Determined to remain resilient like a cockroach. Could you grant me 2 more minutes of life? Chen Fan spoke, feeling as though his innards were about to shatter from the excruciating pain. Blood trickled from his mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight. Although I am uncertain of your intentions, I shall grant you 2 minutes, Latias replied coldly. Thank you. 2 minutes later, the task would be complete. However, Chen Fan felt no joy, as he could envision no hope of escape. In that moment, he yearned fervently for strength. Having triumphed over the Articuno had led him to underestimate the power of Pokémon. He had grown complacent. System, you were right. I do require motivation. Yet it seems too late. Chen Fan pondered deeply, feeling a fundamental aversion to his identity as a Pokémon. Only at the brink of death did he realize that living was the most beautiful thing of all. Amen. Host, you may depart in peace. Do not concern yourself with me. I shall find a better host. System, I intend to take you down with me before I perish. As if you could do anything to me. The atmosphere shifted from a poignant farewell to a fierce confrontation. Latias regarded Chen Fan with curiosity. Although it could not perceive his thoughts, it sensed the fluctuations of his emotions. Latias regarded this Pokémon as extraordinarily special and intriguing. However, the moment 2 minutes elapsed, Chen Fan found himself enveloped by an overwhelming psychic force, leading him to lose consciousness entirely. Observing the lifeless body before him, Latias felt no excess emotion and turned to depart from the scene. The world is vast, teeming with Pokémon, and harboring unnecessary emotions would only lead to fatigue. After Latias's departure, the Shichumi gathered around. It was not that they lacked loyalty, but rather that the aura of the divine beast instilled fear within them. Particularly when faced with a divine beast, the pressure on wild Pokémon was indescribable. Little Rattata, your demise was so tragic. The Shichumi will never forget you. You will forever reside in our hearts. Subsequently, Chen Fan was buried beneath a mound of Shichumi. After several minutes, an eerie energy coalesced above the pile of Shichumi that concealed Chen Fan, and then, in a strange turn of events, the deceased Chen Fan emerged. Cough. Having just revived from death, I almost suffocated again in this muck. Chen Fan had even forgotten that he possessed 2 revival stones as a reward from the system, leaving him with just 1 now. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, he promptly transformed from Little Rattata into 6 Tails. Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary task, sewer escape. Rewards have been distributed. System, were you serious about wanting to change hosts just now? Cough. Dear master, I am merely here to motivate you. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at the system, urging it to comprehend its own situation, and hastily made his exit, deciding to develop cautiously and avoid recklessness. After all, if he were to die from folly, it would be a significant loss. Thank you, Shichumi, and perhaps we shall meet again. Although the Shichumi inadvertently caused him trouble, Chen Fan cherished this bond. At this moment, deep within the sewer, a seemingly bottomless pit emitted ominous, swirling black smoke. Suddenly, the black smoke surged like waves, coalescing into a Pokémon-like form. Resurrected from death, what a peculiar energy, fascinating. A chilling, malevolent energy surged forth, and the surrounding light around the pit seemed to vanish entirely, leaving only pure darkness. Brother, wait for me. Just as Chen Fan stepped out of the sewer, Meow Meow reappeared. You ungrateful creature, what brings you back? Chen Fan shot Meow Meow a glare, understanding yet finding it hard to forgive. Hee hee. Having acknowledged you as the leader, Of course, I wish to accompany you. Is that so? Let us see if you genuinely intend to join me. If this Meow Meow truly wished to follow him, the system would provide a prompt. However, none appeared at that moment. Meow? Come find me when you've made up your mind. Waving goodbye to Meow Meow, Chen Fan departed. Meow? Wait, now that I've transformed into 6 tails. Do you still recognize me? Seemingly recalling something, Chen Fan turned back. Of course, is that surprising, Meow? Meow Meow, I have high hopes for you. I hope to see you again, and you truly wish to accompany me, right? Chen Fan offered Meow Meow an affirming glance before turning to leave. Meow? Meow Meow was left bewildered. In a splendid room atop the treasure pavilion, a woman named Huo Wu lounged lazily on a sofa in her translucent nightgown. A sight regrettably unseen by anyone. Lacius, have you dealt with the target? Master, one target has been resolved, but the other has vanished. Do not call me Master. Refer to me as your Majesty. Very well, Master. Not at all endearing. It was unfortunate that her charming demeanor failed to captivate Lacius. Master. I sensed an exceedingly malevolent energy in the sewer, one that instills a sense of dread and unease. Lacius furrowed her brow. Even you feel this dread? Huo Wu pondered for a moment. This matter is unrelated to our current task. We must focus on priorities. However, I shall dispatch someone to investigate. Understood, Lacius nodded. Retreating into her Pokeball. The Pokeballs suitable for divine beasts were exquisite custom creations, immensely valuable and often priceless. Ruthless. Assign a small team to explore the depths of the sewer. The remaining personnel are to return. Huo Wu commanded. As you command, Lady Huo Wu. Ruthless issued the recall order, leaving only a small team behind, unaware that this mission was one from which there was no return. Chapter 41. Chen Fan becomes a father. Thus, he gazed at you, his eyes fixed upon you unblinkingly. Upon Chen Fan's return, Kana stared at him, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Why do you keep staring at me? If you continue, I shall resort to acting cute and beguiling. Chen Fan shamelessly pounced toward him. All right, I forgive you, but do not venture out again. We must go out together tomorrow. What else could Kana do? Naturally, he chose to forgive. System. Is there any way for me to enter the Pokeball while maintaining the freedom to come and go? Chen Fan did not mind becoming Kana's companion temporarily, but wished to avoid being confined within the Pokeball. For 100,000 energy points. There is a 20 chance to obtain an item that aligns with your desires during the miscellaneous lottery. The system paused for a moment before responding. System. Why do I always feel that you are doing this on purpose? Chen Fan glanced at his recently acquired energy points, which had barely warmed before he was expected to contribute them. Fair trade. No deception. You may choose to decline. The unscrupulous system is now online. Fine, you win. I shall use the energy points for the lottery. If you were to enter Kana's Pokeball, it might alleviate Kana's worries. As this was not a sustainable solution, provided the Pokeball did not impose restrictions on him. Unlike in the anime, in the real world, once a Pokémon willingly allows itself to be captured by a Pokeball, it signifies the establishment of a contract, which cannot be annulled by merely shattering the Pokeball unless the trainer perishes or the contract is dissolved. The wheel began to spin, and Chen Fan did not dare to harbor high hopes for the miscellaneous lottery. It was too reliant on luck. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Deceptive Contract. Deceptive Contract allows the user to enter into a Pokémon contract with humans without being bound by the contract's power, thus freely entering and exiting the designated Pokeball space, the space of the contract user. Chen Fan was uncertain whether his fortune was good or ill. This deceptive contract was indeed what he needed, yet it felt somewhat lackluster, especially considering he had spent a lottery opportunity and 100,000 energy points. Not wishing to dwell on it, Chen Fan continued to draw. Congratulations, host, you have received a box of Durex. System, get out here, or I shall make you regret it. Dear host, you do not understand. Everything exists for a reason. Perhaps this is fate's arrangement. The system felt wronged, claiming it was merely reading a novel when an unexpected advertisement appeared. Is that so? Why do I sense a hint of guilt? Dear host, this system has no programmers. The lottery system operates entirely randomly. The system then feigned indifference, maintaining silence. What could Chen Fan do? He too felt despair. What more could he do to the system? Using skill lottery, a reward obtained from completing 10 consecutive victories in the arena. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, Stiffness. Chen Fan felt as though his skill tree had taken a wrong turn. The once mighty sorcerer capable of annihilating worlds and the elusive assassin seemed increasingly distant from him, leaving him as merely a tank. One often becomes the very image they least wish to embody. Host, the Pokémon egg has hatched. Pokémon egg. Chen Fan paused for a moment before recalling that the system had rewarded him with an egg of a Pokémon. In the flurry of recent days, he had completely forgotten about it. Upon entering the subservient space, he found that what had hatched was a bird-like Pokémon, enveloped in gleaming silver armor, with red feathers adorning its wings. This armored bird, shiny, at level 1, possessed steel and flying attributes, with a qualification of King Tier 1, and traits of keen eye and sturdy. Its skills included glare and peck, while its inherited moves comprised Brave Bird, Endure, Whirlwind, Icy Wind, Tailwind, and Iron Defense. Cultivated through impeccable genetic technology, the armored bird transcended the limitations of its species qualifications. System, what is this inherited move? Why do other Pokémon not have it? Oh, my Navi host, as a diligent and inquisitive system, I am constantly optimizing and upgrading myself. Are you not aware of the fierce competition in this era? Without progress and innovation, one risks being swiftly eliminated. After a brief pause, the system continued. The inheritance technology of Pokémon in this world is still in its developmental phase. Whether bred artificially or through wild reproduction, it is rare to encounter inherited moves. However, in all-powerful Pokémon communities, certain specific methods can enable offspring with exceptional qualifications to master inherited moves. Alright, I understand now, you need not elaborate further. With the skills of this newly hatched creature nearly rivaling his own, Chen Fan felt a chill in his heart. Papa, I am hungry. The armored bird chirped in a soft voice, addressing Chen Fan. A single man unexpectedly found himself in the role of both father and mother, leaving Chen Fan feeling quite weary. Seeing the little one's watery eyes on the verge of tears, he ceased his thoughts and prepared a meal suitable for the young armored bird. Random task, mutual affection. As a member of this big family, one must not disrupt the team's harmony. Go comfort the injured Jiodong Niao and keep it company for the night. Task reward, provision of food required for the armored bird's growth. Will the host accept the task? System, you are clearly doing this on purpose. And so what? Fine. I accept. Is that satisfactory? You all act like you are the masters. The food provided by the system would undoubtedly benefit the armored bird's development. Once the armored bird was fed and fell asleep, Chen Fan left the subservient space and set off towards the peak of the ice mountain. The wind howled, and as Chen Fan ventured forth, he felt an ominous foreboding. Upon sensing Chen Fan's approach, the Pokémon of Kina switched to the role of spectators, and the secrets of Lu Wei and Jiodong Niao excited the Pokémon in anticipation. Just as Chen Fan stepped into the territory of Jiodong Niao, he was met with a resentful gaze, as if it carried the sigh of the ages. Hello, Jiodong Niao, he greeted, feeling a chill run down his spine. Humph, what do you want? The voice of Jiodong Niao made Chen Fan's head throb. It seemed that the female Pokémon held a grudge. I came to apologize. Those 2 times were truly accidents. Humph, no need for apologies. It is my own lack of skill. Jiodong Niao huffed. Do you think you have the right to be angry? Chen Fan suddenly shifted his tone. You are a divine beast, stronger than I, yet you lost to me. Have you not considered this? You. What do you mean by you? In the first battle, you underestimated me, and in the second, you lost your composure due to anger. If I were not your companion but your opponent or enemy, the outcome could have been far worse. Thus, you have no right to be upset. To deal with such a proud creature, one must be firm. The more one caters to it, the more arrogant it becomes. I what? We are companions. Competition among companions is natural. Losing is losing, and I have already apologized. What more do you want? I know you regard yourself as a divine beast and look down upon us companions. Since you have chosen Kina as our master, we should grow stronger together, rather than elevate ourselves above others. Yes, yes, what do you mean by yes? Enough, Jiodong Niao roared. Chen Fan was taken aback by his own audacity. This was certainly not the refined side of him. It must be the system's fault. You are right, I do have issues, and I will amend them as you suggested. However, our matter is far from over. Humph. Hee, I rather enjoy this proud little creature. Thus, it would be remiss not to assert myself. Once again, he earnestly apologized. It was my fault. I will accept any punishment you deem appropriate. As he spoke, he lay down on the ground. What are you doing? Sleeping. Ugh, no, sleeping. Chen Fan yawned. By the time he returned here, it was already late. Why sleep here? As good partners, why not sleep here? Were it not for the task, I would not willingly sleep in this icy cavern. It's freezing. All right, fine. A rare blush crept onto Jiodong Niao's face. A sleepless night was destined. Chen Fan found himself restless from the cold, while Jiodong Niao was lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the sewers of Heiyun City, a team dispatched by Zhenbao Lu to investigate the situation remained oblivious to their gradual descent into the abyss. I'm exhausted. Boss, let us head back. We played all night yesterday and plan to sleep early today. The speaker was a young man sporting a stylish pompadour, with large dark circles under his eyes and a slightly unsteady gait, clearly a youthful reveler. All right, we'll wrap up in half an hour. The leader, a burly man, nodded. He too felt frustrated after wasting an entire day in the sewers. That's what I was waiting to hear, boss. The young man instantly perked up at the prospect of finishing early. Wait, where are the others? The leader suddenly realized that aside from him and the young man, the others seemed to have vanished, including his own Zhu Wang and Mao Tuying. The young man turned around and noticed that his companions, who had been following him, were nowhere to be seen. When he turned back again, the leader had also disappeared. Boss, don't scare me. The young man, frightened, dropped his lighting device and fled into the distance. The light from his device was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious black mist that appeared from nowhere, plunging the surroundings into inky darkness. At Zhenbao Lu, amidst the fragrant chambers of Huowu, the beauty emerging from a bath was a vision blurred by steam. A sudden urgent voice shattered this tranquility. Hello? Miss Huowu, the reconnaissance team lost contact an hour ago, and the follow-up search personnel have also gone silent. The situation appears dire, and we may have suffered significant losses. Should we continue the investigation? As the head of Zhenbao Lu in Heiyun City, Ruthless had not felt this weary in a long time. Huowu looked up at the Latias hovering above, observing its shake of the head, and she nodded in agreement. Cancel the operation and seal the news. Understood. Ruthless hung up the phone. Master, that force is too mysterious and malevolent. If we continue to provoke it, it may bring about ill fortune. Latias spoke with trepidation, having felt an instinctual fear when attempting to probe that energy. Huowu furrowed her brow, contemplating for a long while before ultimately deciding against reporting this information. Her visit to Heiyun City was merely a detour en route to Tiantang Island, where a renowned researcher from the Fengyuan region would share the latest theories on Mega Evolution in 2 days and showcase Mega Evolved Pokémon. Mega Evolution, an exhilarating new concept that could potentially reshape the balance of power among all factions. This world possesses countless uncharted territories, rich with mysterious unknowns, yet to be explored by both humans and Pokémon. Chapter 42. I, Chen Fan, have been captured. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a full set of provisions for the growth of the armored bird. As Chen Fan drifted between wakefulness and slumber, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Achoo, system, you will surely be the death of me. Chen Fan vowed that next time, even if there were tasks, he would not sleep in the same place as Jiudong Yao. Wonderful. It seems you two share a very good bond. At that moment, Kana appeared at the entrance of the icy cavern where the JD-ing-Nio resided. The haughty JD-ing-Nio let out a disdainful snort. Chen Fan shouted at Kana, displaying a fierce readiness to battle. Li Wiu? Kana immediately grasped Chen Fan's intent, her surprise arriving too swiftly. The willingness of a wild Pokémon to engage in battle with a trainer signified the desire to be captured. JD-ing-Nio, are you willing to fight for me once more? Kana gazed intently at JD-ing-Nio. The bird glanced at Chen Fan and then nodded. The third battle between the two Pokémon commenced under the watchful eyes of all of Kana's Pokémon. JD-ing-Nio this time. Give it your all. If we lose to a new companion, we shall be looked down upon. Kana's demeanor shifted. She now exuded the aura of a formidable master trainer. With a mighty cry, JD-ing-Nio soared into the air, snowflakes swirling around it. Chen Fan, equally fierce, unleashed a fiery vortex toward the airborne JD-ing-Nio. JD-ing-Nio, ice wind. Thud. Chen Fan collapsed to the ground. For goodness sake. Li Wi, could you at least put some effort into your performance? This is quite embarrassing. JD-ing-Nio felt itself on the verge of transforming into a fiery bird. Enduring such humiliation daily was unbearable. Go Pokeball. Kana, exasperated by the peculiar Li Wi, huffed. Just wait until I properly train you. A beam of red light enveloped Chen Fan, and he felt himself entering a mysterious realm. It was an indescribable sensation. His body felt relaxed and comfortable. Come forth, Li Wi. As Kana's voice rang in his ears, Chen Fan's vision brightened, and he found himself back in Kana's courtyard. The space within the Pokeball was enigmatic. Though it appeared chaotic, it did not evoke feelings of darkness or solitude in the Pokémon. Upon emerging, the change in environment did not render the sunlight glaring. You are officially a companion now. Welcome to my team. Kana smiled, extending her hand toward Chen Fan. I can't take it anymore. This is too much. Just as Chen Fan reached for her hand, he was greeted by a sight that made his face flush crimson. Kana, clad in a somewhat transparent nightgown and lacking undergarments, bent slightly forward, revealing an almost unobstructed view from Chen Fan's perspective. Oh my heavens, why must you torment this single soul? You wicked woman. He looked up, willing himself not to let his nose bleed. What an odd little fellow, Kana remarked. Unperturbed as she stood and stretched, the sunlight casting a halo around her graceful figure, causing Chen Fan to be entranced. Today, I shall take Li Wi. JD-ing-Nio, MNIL, MCHNG, CH-ing-L-ing, and TGBI out. I will prepare. You all wait for me at the entrance. With that, Kana turned and returned to her room. Ice-type Pokémon are often reserved yet passionate. While they welcomed Chen Fan's addition, they did not engage in much small talk. Now that they were officially companions, he thought to himself, he wouldn't face reprimands when bringing them out. MNIL warmly welcomed Chen Fan as her official companion. Humph, you despicable being. JD-ing-Nio glared at Chen Fan, viewing her earlier victory as an affront. My attacks barely harm you, and your strikes only pose a threat with that one move. I shall challenge you again when my strength nears yours. What could Chen Fan do? He felt equally hopeless. Aside from an improbable stroke of luck triggering the Intimidate ability, he could not envision any chance of victory. Regardless, I shall not easily forgive you. JDing and Io haughtily turned her head away. Chen Fan chose to ignore JDing and Io. With such a proud creature, the more one catered to her, the more arrogant she became. Soon, Kana had organized her belongings and stored Chen Fan and the others in their Pokeballs. In this world, one needed only a backpack to venture out. Advanced spatial technology allowed these small bags to contain numerous items, much like Ash's backpack in the animated series. Except during mealtimes, Chen Fan spent most of his time within the Pokeball. For a homebody, the space within the Pokeball was undoubtedly a haven, a place of utmost comfort. Host, you are slacking. Should I issue a task to spur you into action? You don't understand. Chen Fan shrugged. Please begin your performance. What can I do? I am equally despondent. With Kana's exquisite figure, I cannot afford to lose any more blood. If your host were to perish from a nosebleed, it would be quite the embarrassment for you as his system. A homebody, that is my desire. The young lady, she is also my desire. Mandatory task issued. Sleep in Kana's bed tonight. Task reward. 2 random draws for items. Task failure. The function of a zombie male. You cannot do this. Teeing. I shall accuse you of murder. With no alternative, Chen Fan had to escape from the Pokeball. What was the purpose of escaping? To act cute. How could he possibly get into bed without first acting adorable? Kuna's vessel was a luxurious yacht, spacious and not overly crowded. Damn this accursed system. One night with the Pokémon, the next with Kana. Who could withstand such a drastic shift? Kuna leaned against the railing, savoring the sea breeze, while Chen Fan quietly observed her from behind. The wind tousled her hair, sending ripples through Chen Fan's heart. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he reminded himself that he was merely a Pokémon. If he were not, he would likely never be able to approach such an exceptional woman. As the sun began to set, Chen Fan gazed at the sky, which bore a wistful lemon hue, mirroring his current mood. Kana turned her head, noticing Chen Fan staring at her, and smiled before picking him up. Little one, do you have something on your mind? Chen Fan shook his head. For some reason, you give me a strange impression, not like a Pokémon, but more like a person. Haha. Congratulations, you are correct, but there is no reward. Let me share a secret with you. Chen Fan's ears perked up. Though it feels somewhat disloyal to my companions, I have always favored fire-type Pokémon since childhood. Sometimes, dreams and reality can evoke feelings of nostalgia and reflection. And you tell me this after I have removed my pants? Chen Fan was not averse to discussing ideals and life with Kana, but their language barrier rendered his eloquence futile, akin to playing a lute to a cow. However, he mused that being a Pokémon was quite amusing, allowing him to be unrestrained in front of the goddess, knowing she couldn't understand him. After dinner, Chen Fan lingered for a while before following Kana back to her opulent cabin. A situation that rendered Chen Fan nearly undone occurred. Kana was about to take a bath. Merely contemplating it was enough to drive him to the brink. He had to act like a paragon of virtue, averting his gaze and listening to the rustling sounds, his heart racing. The sound of water finally echoed, and Chen Fan felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the floor. Should he join Kana in the shower or not? Without hesitation, he stepped inside. For he was now a beast, burdened by no moral considerations. What's wrong, Li Wi? Do you wish to join? Upon entering, Chen Fan found Kana standing directly opposite him, waving him over. Just a fleeting glance caused Chen Fan's nosebleed to spiral out of control. Feeling the warmth surge from his nose, he quickly turned away and evaporated the blood with his flames. System, are you perhaps a holy monk system? Otherwise, how could this torrential nosebleed attack occur? You are the foolish one, do not blame me. What should I do? The nosebleed just won't stop. I feel as if I might perish. You fool, recite with me. Shelly Z, S-E-B-U-E Kong, Kong B-U-E-S-E say G sure Kong, Kong G sure S-E. The system feels utterly exhausted. Why must I endure such a host? Whether it's a psychological effect or something else. As I recite the Mo Born Bo Luo Mi Duo Xin Jing with the system, I find my heart significantly calmer, and the nosebleed finally ceases. I cannot fathom why so much blood flows from such a small body. The holy monk Chen Fan has now logged in. Once the bathroom is free, Chen Fan steps in, cleanses himself, and evaporates the moisture from his body before stealthily lying on Kuna's bed. What's this, little one? Do you wish to sleep together tonight? Very well, lie down first. I shall join you once I finish my facial mask. No, I must not overthink, Shelly Z. S-E-B-U-E Kong, Kong B-U-E-S-E say G sure Kong, Kong G sure S-E. Who knows what Chen Fan experienced that night? He merely huddled in a corner of the bed, reciting scriptures throughout the night, gaining no insights, only a persistent buzzing in his mind. Huh, what did you say, system? I can't hear you. Speak louder. Do you wish to recite scriptures with me? I said your task is complete, you imbecile. System, if you issue such tasks again, I will be furious. I have no friends left. In that moment, Chen Fan felt immense sympathy for a man called Lu Xia Hui from legend. Just how unattractive must the women he encountered be for him to remain unperturbed? Honestly, do you like it? Yes. If you can't summon your abilities, don't blame me. Where else can you find such a benevolent system task? I shall not argue further. I need rest. In a deep slumber, Chen Fan awoke at his destination. Tiantangdao, the island, perpetually shrouded in mist, seemed to float among the clouds. This mist is a special energy that poses no threat to life. Shortly after its discovery, the Pokémon Alliance invested heavily to transform this place into a luxurious resort. A popular tourist destination, Tiantangdao was currently teeming with visitors. As the unveiling of the Transcendent Evolution was set to occur the following day, as soon as Chen Fan and Kuna set foot on the island, the previously clear skies abruptly darkened, followed by a torrential downpour, as if foreshadowing something ominous. Chapter 43, The Battle Between Tanks. Oh dear, is that our aloof Ice-type champion? Miss Kana? A mocking voice chimed. Turning around, Chen Fan spotted a woman with an oval face and almond-shaped eyes approaching. Her beauty was undeniable. Yet her high cheekbones and thin lips imparted a sharp and acerbic demeanor. So, are you here to reclaim your lost glory as a defeated challenger? I am destined to become a champion, while you, Roland, will never achieve such heights. Kuna's tone turned sardonic. Chen Fan, preparing to enjoy the spectacle, couldn't help but think that even two beauties bickering was a delightful sight. But my Pokémon just happens to counter yours. Oh, is that a Vulpix? It looks impressive. Care for a match against my new partner? Roland remarked, eyeing Chen Fan's Vulpix in Kuna's arms. Absolutely, but if you lose this time, do not blame type advantages. Lacking talent is simply lacking talent, Kuna replied nonchalantly, though inwardly she felt a tinge of pride, confident that her Vulpix would not disappoint. Their relationship was unique. Having grown up together as prodigies, one favored ice types while the other preferred fire types, yet ultimately, the one who loved fire types, Kuna, became an ice master, while the one who adored ice types, Roland, became a fire master. A clash of wills, perhaps this was their way of relating to one another, given their status. Finding a battleground was an effortless task. Come forth, Nianmei Lulong. Roland provoked Kuna with a challenging gaze. Although the pure dragon type Nianmei Lulong was often deemed the weakest pseudo-deity, a pseudo-deity nonetheless is not easily attained. Go, Vulpix. Kuna remained unperturbed. While Nianmei Lulong was well-bred, it paled in comparison to her Articuno. Chen Fan focused intently on the Pokémon before him. Its body predominantly adorned in shades of purple, sleek and elegant, with a massive tail and green rings adorning its tail and neck. Two antennae resembling ponytails crowned its head, and its entire body was covered in a natural, non-repulsive slime, most conspicuous on its hands and chin. Nianmei Lulong, level 40, Dragon-type Pokémon. Quality, 3rd tier pseudo-deity. Ability, Sticky. Skills, Dragon Rage, Feint Attack, Tackle, Bubble Beam, Absorb, Protect, Endure, Dragon Breath, Rain Dance, Water Pulse, Muddy Water, Heavy Slam, Mudshot. Iron Tail. Inherited skills, Aqua Ring, Water Cannon. This Nianmei Lulong is not one to strike first. Once provoked, its power increases tenfold. Roland refrained from commanding Nianmei Lulong to attack, well aware of her Pokémon's traits. Likewise, Kana did not instruct Chen Fan to engage, as she was still unfamiliar with his abilities. With neither trainer issuing commands, the two Pokémon stared each other down. Hey, you vile woman, hurry up and tell your Vulpix to attack. Roland shouted at Kana. Humph, you foul creature, aren't you going to strike first? Kana retorted without hesitation. The Pokémon remained cordial while their trainers were at odds. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Nianmei Lulong. The loser strikes first. Chen Fan proposed, realizing that merely staring was not productive. Though I detest fighting, your suggestion seems rather agreeable. Nianmei Lulong replied with a glint of excitement in its large eyes. Rock, paper, scissors. I chose rock, you chose scissors. You lost, you attack first. Reluctantly, Nianmei Lulong expelled a barrage of bubbles that struck Chen Fan like cannonballs, bursting upon impact but causing no harm. Even against a pseudo-deity, Chen Fan, 2 levels higher, didn't need to don his protective shell. Bring it on, rock, paper, scissors. Nianmei Lulong, you lost again, attack. Chen Fan said with a mischievous grin. Humph, Nianmei Lulong snorted disdainfully, unleashing a rapid jet of water that slammed into Chen Fan like a heavy projectile. Chen Fan donned his shell nonetheless. He feared pain, and better safe than sorry. Despite the water cannon's impact, he remained unfazed, as the fiery energy revitalized his dampened body. Now, let us continue with rock, paper, scissors. Engrossed in their own quarrel, Kuna and Roland suddenly became aware of the peculiar battle style of the two Pokémon. This is peculiar, they both pondered. Gazing at their Pokémon's diminutive front paws, Nianmei Lulong finally realizing the issue. Exactly, I want you to win. Chen Fan showed no sign of embarrassment at being discovered. They were free to strike as they pleased. What more could he ask? This is an untenable situation. Brother, you cannot harm me, nor I you. Shall we engage in a physical contest to see who can endure longer? Nianmei Lulong, renowned for its defensive capabilities, left Chen Fan with little recourse. After all, he was merely a tank. Reflecting on the time a bald-headed brute had once resolved a confrontation with sheer force, he realized that had been his moment of glory. As Chen Fan ascended in rank, he began to feel a sense of exhaustion in his output. The combination of instantaneous movement and the million-ton flying kick was intended to humiliate his opponents. However, he preferred not to attract unnecessary animosity. Leaving a thread of hope for the future was prudent, as it would facilitate future encounters. This strategy was certainly effective. Xi Liyue demonstrated remarkable skill. Yan Meilong readily acquiesced to Chen Fan's proposal, which was quite astute, as the previous assault had inflicted no damage upon him. Thus commenced a protracted melee battle. In the initial moments, Kona and Roland were still cheering for their Pokémon, but after a quarter of an hour, they turned to their phones for entertainment. An hour passed, and seemingly from nowhere, they produced reclining chairs to indulge in beauty sleep. It's nearly time for dinner, and our pace is rather sluggish. Shall we resort to water cannon and flame vortex? One suggested. That works, the other concurred. Both trainers, having gauged each other's defenses, realized that this method could drag on indefinitely. The explosive sounds of fire and water finally roused the two trainers, but their enthusiasm quickly waned, leaving them pondering whether to voice their frustrations. After several minutes of energy exchanges, Yan Meilong ultimately succumbed first. The outcome was evident. However, neither the victor nor the vanquished uttered harsh words, silently gathering their Pokémon and departing in embarrassment. Having experienced this battle, Kona had gained a clear understanding of Chen Fan's capabilities. His defenses were astonishing, his stamina abundant, and he displayed skills including Psychic-type instantaneous movement, Normal-type million-ton flying kick, Fire-type flamethrower and flame vortex, as well as Bite, Dig, and Iron Tail. Nevertheless, for the sake of more efficient command during battle, Kona resolved to further investigate the skills possessed by Chen Fan after their lunch. Xiaowei, employ Tail Whip. Use Roar. Sister, please refrain from calling out skills I cannot use. Xiaowei, utilize Will-O-Wisp. Both trainer and Pokémon felt a sense of fatigue. Why don't you showcase the skills you can use? Kona felt a pang of despair. Had you mentioned that sooner? With a sidelong glance at Kona, Chen Fan commenced his demonstration. Kona was left astounded. Her Xiaowei had completely altered her perspective on life. Skills such as instantaneous movement were one thing, but Ice Fang and Fire Fang were also acceptable. However, what was this poison sting? And what on earth was a furtive attack? Close combat and double edge? Could you believe my Xiaowei possesses such formidable skills? Soon, astonishment gave way to joy. As a trainer, nothing was more exhilarating than capturing a powerful Pokémon. In Xiaowei, Kona perceived boundless potential. Xiaowei, do you wish to evolve into Jui? She inquired of Chen Fan. He nodded affirmatively. Kona promptly made a phone call, and 10 minutes later, she presented Chen Fan with a superb fire stone, placing it in his hands. The exquisite fire stone emanated a rich, yet gentle energy, instilling a sense of innate comfort in Chen Fan. As he held the fire stone, he suddenly noticed Kona looking at him with an unusual expression. It dawned on him that Xiaowei evolved into Jui through the fire stone. Your Highness, I cannot do this. Chen Fan felt despondent. It was not his desire, but he was unable to evolve through conventional means. Nevertheless, he shamelessly accepted the fire stone. You clever little rascal. Kona was not disheartened. Rather, she found the Pokémon's behavior intriguing. Upon witnessing Xiaowei absorb the fire stone, she did not pursue the matter further, as she had intended to give it to him all along. Subsequently, Kona escorted Chen Fan to the Pokémon League headquarters on Tiantang Island. This economically prosperous tourist destination boasted a lavishly constructed headquarters for the Pokémon League, reflecting its affluence. The research on Mega Evolution was of significant consequence, and various factions were undoubtedly eager to make their move. Thus, the League had dispatched 2 champions and several elite 4 members for protection. A trainer of Kona's caliber had not received any assignments. Her visit was solely to pay respects to the Kanto champion, Jia. Jia was a slightly portly elder, clad in simple linen garments and cloth shoes. Chen Fan could hardly believe that this unremarkable old man was indeed a champion. Beside Jia stood an impressive figure, the future Chengdu champion. Du, true to the animated depiction, Du sported fiery red short hair, a chiseled yet stern visage, and donned a blue sports outfit complemented by a black and red cape. Grandpa Jia, this is a gift from my grandfather, Kona stated, as her family had long maintained a close relationship with the Yulong family. Thank you, Ice Girl. It's been years since we last met, and you've grown even more radiant. Jia chuckled warmly. What do you think of my Du? Have you considered it? The elder's jovial demeanor was evident. We are not suited for each other, Kona replied bluntly. Du nodded in agreement, though he remained silent. In jest, Jia produced the item Kona had brought him, and upon seeing it, Kona's expression shifted to one of surprise. I'm nearing retirement, yet I find myself burdened with such troublesome matters. It's truly vexing. Though Jia spoke lightly, Kona could discern the gravity in his eyes. Is there someone planning to take action this time? Those who dare to act 1T stir much trouble, but I feel an unsettling anxiety that I cannot pinpoint. At this level of strength, the intuition for impending danger is remarkably acute. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously. Chapter 44, The Battle of Divine Spirits. The Pokémon Hunter League is perhaps the most notorious organization in this world, comprising individuals who will stop at nothing to capture Pokémon. It is a loosely organized group, as its members are all ruthless individuals. Those who join the Hunter League are typically formidable trainers. To thrive, one must be powerful, as there are no other options available. Some hunters establish their own factions, such as the notorious Pokémon hunter J, whose research team has equipped her with numerous high-tech weapons, thereby earning her a fearsome reputation. Other hunters opt to form small teams, driven not by trust or camaraderie, but by self-serving alliances that provide a greater sense of security. Being part of the Elite Four grants one an entrance ticket to power, at least within the Hunter League. Only teams led by elite trainers possess significant influence. Above the Elite Four are the named champions and the overall champion. The team known as Hunter Sting is an inconspicuous group within the Hunter League, comprising merely 2 master-level trainers and a few elite trainers. Hardly significant in the grand scheme of things. The leader of Hunter Sting, known as the One-Eyed Dragon, lost his left eye while hunting a small group of Bisikdola, and it was during that hunt that he acquired an exceptionally qualified Bisikdola, allowing him to reach the threshold of masterhood. Sometimes, moral distinctions blur. It is merely a matter of survival of the fittest. For ordinary individuals to grow strong, they must exert greater effort. No one wishes to cease their pursuit of strength. For the One-Eyed Dragon, Tian Tang Island represents an opportunity to surpass the Elite Four. Having invested considerable resources, he learned that not only would the results of the Mega Evolution research be disclosed, but a Mega Evolution Stone would also be revealed. The news was relayed to him by a childhood companion, now a squad leader responsible for security on Tian Tang Island. Life within the League is fraught with challenges. Unfulfilled aspirations lead to collaborations driven by profit. Boss, perhaps we should refrain from participating this time. With our strength, we'd merely be providing food for others. Spoke a rather rotund and unscrupulous individual, fearful of confrontation, yet adept at operating various modes of transport. Rest assured, according to our informants, the situation this time will be quite chaotic, and we can take advantage of the turmoil. The One-Eyed Dragon is a tall figure, with a hawk-like nose, a thick beard, and an eye patch, his somewhat dark complexion rendering him rather sinister. It is evident that he is not a man of good character. The assassins have gathered within the submarine, which was jointly purchased by the squad, and they are heading towards TNTingDO. Places like TNTingDO do not restrict entry to individuals of sensitive identities, especially not to the Pokémon hunters who are merely masters in training, who pose no significant threat. The One-Eyed Dragon has not disclosed the objective of this operation to his team, even though their squad has weathered many storms. Their loyalty is still reasonably intact. However, he is acutely aware of the adage that loyalty only exists when the stakes of betrayal are not too high. Had he been an open-hearted individual, he might have met an untimely demise long ago. Perhaps no one could anticipate that this seemingly insignificant figure would become the butterfly that stirs up a tempest on TNTingDO. HNGF Ing is currently in a state of panic, after the Water Fleet headquarters confirmed the value of the item she contributed. HNGF Ing has become a figure of considerable influence in the GUND region, yet with such power comes constant trepidation. The Water Fleet has begun to set its sights on GIK, thus this trip to TNTingDO is not intended for any major undertaking. However, should the opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to stir the pot. Leading this expedition to TNTingDO are HNGF Ing and a king trainer named GKN. HNGF Ing does not wish to engage in a battle of wits with such a cunning old fox, thus she has ceded all authority to GKN. Typically, in gatherings where numerous powerful factions are present, it is inevitable that they will showcase their strengths, competing primarily through young trainers, which is crucial for the future prosperity of their organization. For instance, a rising star such as HNGF Ing has drawn the attention of many. Sometimes, what one fears most is precisely what manifests. The Water Fleet's old rival, the HUYNDI, has taken the initiative to provoke HNGF Ing. Oh, isn't this the Water Fleet? A young man with an extravagant hairstyle and a roguish demeanor obstructs their path. I heard you only have one king trainer accompanying you this time. What's the matter? Run out of people? Step aside, HNGF Ing coldly responds. And the Water Fleet members following her display unfriendly expressions. What? Are you afraid of us from the HUYNDI? He mocks. I've heard you are the most illustrious rising star of the Water Fleet. TSK, I enjoy defeating haughty women like you and trampling your dignity into the ground. The young man reveals an exaggerated and distasteful grin. This lady has no desire to converse with someone of your ilk. If you wish to cause trouble, find someone of real skill. And without a wager, this would be too dull. How about a quasi-divine Pokémon egg? Dare to play? Otherwise, I have no time to waste on you. HNGF Ing retorts icily. Haha, very well, you have angered me. From this day forth, HUYNDI's rising star, Bomb Huar Ing, shall become your nightmare. The youth, in a fit of rage, laughs mockingly. Someone sends me a quasi-divine Pokémon egg. Of course, I have no reason to refuse. And by the way, you are indeed quite unattractive, utterly revolting. Engaging in banter with me will make you understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. You are finished. The young man's expression darkens. The value of the quasi-divine Pokémon egg is substantial. HNGF happens to possess an unhatched LEYOLSH Pokémon egg, a reward from headquarters prior to her departure. The one-on-one battle between HNGF and Hua Ing commences now, with the rules stipulating that each side may only use one Pokémon, and the battle is lost when one Pokémon is rendered incapable of fighting. Though HNGF appears indifferent, inwardly she is in turmoil. Boasting is momentarily satisfying, but now she feels anxious. Go forth, graceful dancer of the rain. HKLing, VOLing, tear your opponent apart. Under the weight of his reputation, Hua Ing seemingly transforms. Emerging from the ranks of the HUYNDI, he is no fool. VOLing, a quadrupedal, dragon-like Pokémon, possesses a lengthy tail tapering to a fine point. Its body predominantly blue, with a grayish jaw and thick scales adorning its underside. Its throat and the underside of its tail are red, with red stripes on the inner surfaces of its legs. And it boasts a pair of massive red wings on its back. Known for its volatile temperament and incredible destructive power, VOLing is a formidable quasi-divine Pokémon species. VOLing, unleash your flames. The searing energy coalesces into a fiery column directed towards HKLing. Counter with water gun. HNGF remains composed despite her surprise. The clash of water and fire is eternally vibrant. The confrontation between quasi-divine beings is nothing short of spectacular. Ultimately, HKLing's evolution level is one tier below that of VOLing. And even with a type advantage, the fire column still overwhelms the water gun. HNGF furrows her brow. Her special attack cannot surpass that of VOLing. And engaging in close combat is even more perilous, as the claws and wings of VOLing are dreadfully sharp. HKLing, use Rain Dance. Gliding effortlessly, attempting to win through speed? I shall not grant you that opportunity. VOLing, Sunny Day. Unexpectedly, the revelation that VOLing has learned the move Sunny Day completely extinguishes HNGF's hope of a comeback. In reality, the effects of moves are not as they are in the games. Sunny Day and Rain Dance do not coexist, resulting in a sun shower. However, due to the strength of VOLing, the rain will slowly dissipate. Soaring through the air, VOLing ignites flames, and before the raindrops can even touch it, they are vaporized by the scorching energy. VOLing, overheat. HKLing, water cannon. The water jets, propelled like cannonballs, ultimately fail to breach the fiery energy, and the overheat crashes heavily upon HKLing, causing it to emit a painful cry, even with damage reduced by half. Let us conclude this tiresome battle. VOLing, Steel Wing. HKLing, entangle and engage in close combat. The wings of VOLing, akin to sharp blades, compel HNGF to reluctantly direct HKLing to grapple. Young lady, are you feeling desperate now? Haha. Let my VOLing thoroughly crush your HKLing. Even if the wings cannot strike HKLing, the sharp teeth and claws of VOLing inflict significant harm, and soon enough, HKLing is drenched in blood. Bow your proud head and surrender, and I shall spare your HKLing. Ha ha ha. Hua Ing reverts to his earlier cocky demeanor. I refuse to accept that. HKLing. If you lose, you shall never see beauty again. HNGF's shout is filled with a fierce determination, startling even Hua Ing. Upon hearing HNGF's words, HKLing lets out a long howl, its body enveloped in a radiant light. This dragon, even without prodding, will not exert itself. HNGFing inwardly scoffs. But upon witnessing the glow of evolution, she breathes a sigh of relief. Once HKLing evolves into QILing, its appearance transforms entirely. The blue skin becomes yellow, the white belly morphs into black stripes, and its slender body becomes somewhat plump, sprouting a pair of small wings on its back. Whereas HKLing exuded nobility and elegance, QILing embodies a charmingly adorable visage. QILing, use quick attack, then assault VOLing. It is hard to imagine that such small wings could produce such rapid speed, making QILing one of the most troublesome quasi-divine Pokémon. VOLing, prepare to defend and wait for the right moment to counterattack. Though QILing is difficult to handle, it is not invincible. And Hua Ing possesses confidence in his Pokémon. Regrettably, this QILing's talents exceed everyone's expectations. The wounds upon VOLing multiply, yet it fails to land a single hit on QILing. No matter how strong the attack, if the opponent cannot be struck, it is futile. This scene mirrors how it previously dealt with HKLing. VOLing land. QILing, use tackle. VOLing YN, with a fierce breath of flames, accelerates towards the ground, igniting the earth upon landing. The strike from QILing connects with BOLing YN but fails to conclude the battle, as BOLing YN descends. It has already set ablaze a significant portion of the vegetation beneath it. The rising heat disrupts QILing's flight, as it is a battle on the arena, imposing certain limitations on its performance. BOLing YN gathers energy. The execution of Hua Ing's strategy is quite ingenious. Should QILing choose to attack, BOLYN would have the opportunity to counter. While refraining from an attack would still serve to strengthen its charge. QILing, free to unleash its assault. Recently evolved. It remains somewhat unfamiliar with its skill composition and potency, thus allowing it to act freely is the optimal choice. And Huaring possesses confidence in QILing's innate talent. QILing responds with a roar. Soaring high before diving towards the charged BOLYN, enveloped in green energy, emitting a series of dragon roars, a powerful dragon dive technique. Now is the moment. BOLYN, sacrifice yourself for the attack. This is the chance to turn the tide. Just as BOLYN initiates its desperate counterattack, the energy enveloping QILing abruptly dissipates and inexplicably shifts to a direction behind BOLYN. This feigned assault is executed with impeccable timing. Terrifying yellow particles coalesce within its mouth as QILing unleashes a decisive strike. Chapter 45. Mutation. Destruction Ray is a skill with significant aftereffects, inevitably leading to stiffness. Yet it remains favored by many trainers and Pokémon alike due to its immense destructive power. QILing's Destruction Ray strikes BOLYN, who is executing its sacrificial attack, effectively bringing the battle to a close. This contest exceeded the expectations of many. Evolution during a high-stakes duel is often not advantageous, as a Pokémon's skills and attack methods may alter post-evolution. However, winning leaves no room for luck. Huaring's BOLYN has been nurtured exceptionally well, demonstrating remarkable command and adaptability, earning its reputation justly. Huaring boldly matched HKLing against it, as if everything were within control, elevating public opinion of Huaring significantly. Unbeknownst to them, Huaring herself had not anticipated victory. She had not meticulously strategized, perhaps guided instead by the hand of fate. Thank you for your BOLYN egg. Please feel free to challenge me again with more remarkable offerings. Huaring remarked coldly before departing with 2 quasi-divine Pokémon eggs. In truth, her heart was aflame with joy. Huaring's team primarily consists of water-type Pokémon, and with the addition of BOLYN and LGOLSH, her roster approaches perfection. BOLYN can contend with grass-type Pokémon that threaten water types, while LGOLSH can take on electric-type adversaries. That detestable woman, I shall make you pay. Huaring's visage darkened. This defeat cost her more than just a quasi-divine Pokémon egg. Battles between masters often ignite fervent discussions. Furthermore, a list of the top 10 rising stars of the Kanto region has been compiled. Among them are the Dragon Master D, Ice Master KN, Fighting Master XB, Grass Master B, IHZ, Fire Master XL, Team Rockets YUYN, Water Fleets Huaring, Fire Rock Teams Huaring, the Berserk Tribes LN11ing, and the esteemed TNW NSUSH, who is trained under the renowned professor of Pokémon genetics. Ring. Generally, League Masters specialize in a single type, yet for them, type advantages are not absolute. For instance, Ice Master KN theoretically counters Dragon Master D, yet when facing D, KN often finds himself on the losing end. YUYN of Team Rocket is a youth of somewhat delicate, yet undeniably handsome appearance, contrasting his villainous identity. Those who interact with him feel a refreshing comfort akin to a spring breeze. However, during Pokémon battles, he transforms into a resolute and ruthless trainer. Although his primary Pokémon exhibit bug types, it is rumored that he is actually a master of electric types. Furthermore, it is said that he possesses the power of Teeing BN, making him a key focus of SNM's training. Huaring's lead Pokémon are predominantly water types, yet this composed woman exudes an air of inscrutable depth. Huaring, true to his name, specializes in fire types. His battles are as explosive as his title implies, obliterating adversaries in a flash. Even in defeat to Huaring, none dare underestimate him. The Berserk tribe consists of young, affluent thrill-seekers. LN11ing's rise to leadership speaks volumes. Historical records reveal that LN11ing has showcased 4 Pokémon, Mio W Hu, HD, BNJL, and SH and DNNIO. It is universally acknowledged that SH and DNNIO is not his strongest Pokémon, and LN11ing is also a formidable psychic. Since the release of research on Pokémon genetics 2 years ago, Ring's name has captured the attention of all Pokémon trainers. For instance, he facilitated the fusion of BOLLing and PCHHIDN, resulting in ABOLLing with the lightning rod ability. He has also activated the dragon attributes of CHIM, cultivating AMHIM that masters dragon pulse from birth. With appropriate training and environmental influences, even Pokémon parents of average talent can yield exceptional offspring. Of course, these studies are merely in their infancy, fraught with numerous challenges and complexities. Yet they have propelled Ringyo to a status alongside esteemed scholars such as DM and BLT New. As Ringyo's most distinguished disciple, TNWN SUSH is not only a research prodigy, but also a top-tier trainer. Wielding Pokémon meticulously nurtured by Ringyo, the young elite capture attention, Yet when compared to the current main event, they seem somewhat insignificant. Pokémon Mega Evolution is a groundbreaking discovery. Under the gaze of the entire world, Mega Evolution is finally poised to unveil its mysteries. This press conference is being held at the largest sports center on TNTing Island, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators and hosting significant Pokémon events. At this moment, the center stage is inundated with an uncountable number of spotlights and cameras, while a modest platform stands on the otherwise vacant grass, lacking in grandeur. However, the appearance of the legendary Entei and Raikou on either side of the stage is enough to create a stunning introduction. Shortly thereafter, a meticulous middle-aged man with slightly bluish, wavy hair and an unbuttoned white coat, beneath which he wears a blue shirt paired with black trousers and brown leather shoes, steps onto the stage. Instantaneously, deafening cheers erupt. Professor BLT New. The man heralded as the professor raises both hands and gently lowers them, silencing the packed stadium in an instant. I shall forego superfluous words and delve directly into today's theme. His voice possesses a magnetic quality, though not particularly booming. It resonates clearly. Unbeknownst to anyone, a figure clad in work attire stealthily approached an inconspicuous corner of the stage's lift platform. From his pocket, he produced a peculiar black box, unlocking it with 3 keys before extracting a strange necklace and tossing it into the dark recess. At the very moment the mysterious man opened the box, far across the ocean, the water began to surge as if boiling, and from its depths emerged a shadow, soaring towards TNTing Island. Shortly after the shadow vanished, several massive silver figures surfaced from the sea. These creatures resemble plesiosaurs but possess wings, with pronounced jaws and sharp fangs. At the forefront, a head protrudes with a sharp tip directed towards the back, adorned with blue or black pointed appendages above its eyes. It possesses a long and slender neck, with a sleek, streamlined body embellished with dark blue or black scale-like protrusions at the back and tail's tip. This is the deity of the sea, Lu Qy. Yet, for reasons unknown, these Lu Qy bear wounds to varying extents. They emitted mournful howls in the direction of the vanishing shadow. As the lamentations of Lu Qy echoed, ominous clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour commenced from the heavens. Mega Evolution is a wondrous energy that enables certain Pokémon to transcend their current evolutionary state, transforming into a more formidable form, which I refer to as FNG. This energy does not harm the creatures, but swiftly depletes their stamina. Without sufficient energy, the state of Mega Evolution dissipates. Currently, 3 conditions must be met for Mega Evolution: a Mega Stone, an Evolution Key, and a profound bond of trust between the human trainer and the Pokémon. The Evolution Stones and Keys appear to be remnants of a lost human civilization. If fate permits, one may effortlessly acquire a Mega Stone. If not, it could take a lifetime to find one. Recent studies have identified 11 types of Mega Stones, and we hope that more individuals can obtain these stones to contribute to our research on Mega Evolution. Now, allow me to demonstrate Mega Evolution. Arise. LYOLSH. Dr. BLT News LYOLSH wears a peculiar collar adorned with a transparent, strange stone inscribed with an enigmatic symbol. With a resounding call, Dr. BLT New grasped a key pendant hanging from his neck, which bore the same symbol as the stone on LYOLSH's collar. Subsequently, both the key and the gem emitted a blinding radiance that enveloped LYOLSH. As the light subsided, LYOLSH had undergone a complete transformation. Its once shark-finned arms had morphed into colossal, blade-like appendages radiating a chilling gleam, resembling 2 gigantic cleavers. The previously smooth area on its chest sprouted 2 rows of teeth, akin to the jaw of a shark. The mega-evolved LYOLSH resembled a primordial beast, exuding a terrifying aura that could be sensed from afar. At that moment, the skies above TNTing Island, once clear, suddenly darkened, with ominous clouds flashing with eerie electrical arcs, followed by a torrential downpour. Did the mega-evolved LYOLSH possess the ability to control the weather? This question lingered in everyone's minds. Even Dr. BLT New felt a sense of oppression. He had studied the mega evolution of LYOLSH for a long time, and such power was not characteristic of it. The rain intensified, with large droplets striking the skin painfully, followed by a howling gale that threw the entire stadium into chaos, lifting some individuals off the ground. The fire deity, YND, dispelled the rain clouds. Dr. BLT New quickly issued commands, as the bizarre weather had diverted attention from the mega evolution. With a roar, YND unleashed the energy of clear skies. Yet a presence in the air compelled it to submit and stirred unease within. Nearby, Raikou and the mega-evolved LYOLSH also began to roar. In the stormy sky, a shadowy figure gradually took form. It was a Lu Qy, yet it was twice the size of an ordinary adult Lu Qy. More bizarrely, this Lu Qy was entirely black, as dark as ink. The dark Lu Qy loomed like a sovereign, surveying its subjects. Humans, surrender the heart of the sea god. Its voice was tinged with agitation and a suppressed bloodlust. Esteemed sea god, we do not know what the heart of the sea god is. Two figures, appearing slightly aged, emerged within the stadium. One tall and one short, one lean and one stout. Their appearances somewhat comical, yet their aura was formidable. They were the seasoned champions of the league, NEXNGU and YLNGSHG. Hand over the heart of the sea god. I can barely contain myself. The dark Lu Qy's aura grew increasingly violent, as if intent on annihilation. No one knows what the heart of the sea god is. The dark Lu Qy emitted a low, furious roar, its blood-red eyes starkly contrasting against its pitch-black body, presenting an eerie spectacle. Chapter 46, The Collapse of All. Congratulations, host, you have activated the task, rescue. Within 1 hour. Locate the heart of the sea god and present it to Lu Qy. Task rewards. 100 points of primordial energy, 1 chance for skill lottery, 1 chance for trait lottery, 1 chance for evolution template lottery, and 1 chance for random equipment lottery. Subordinates may also utilize. System, are you truly this benevolent? No penalties for failure? CHNFN was skeptical of the system's generosity. If the task fails, all life on TNTing Island and within a radius of several hundred nautical miles will be obliterated, thus penalties are unnecessary. As the system concluded, a haunting melody began to play in CHNFN's ears. Presently, CHNFN found himself within the stadium. The previously cradled KN had now released all of his Pokémon, ready to face the unexpected battle, fulfilling his duty as an inspector of the league. Unlike KN, who had a sense of duty, CHNFN was contemplating an escape. That creature in the sky was surely beyond human capability to confront. Dark Lu Qy, abnormal state, level. Traits, air pressure, multi-scale, abyss, quality, primal divine beast. Skills, inherited skills. Corrupted by unknown energy. It exists in an uncontrollable state, exhibiting extreme ferocity. System, can you elucidate the nature of this unknown energy? Is there some malevolent force intent on annihilating the continent? I refuse to believe such a melodramatic scenario. Bingo. Congratulations, host, you are correct. Good luck. Indeed, with the emergence of a system, this world was poised for an upheaval. Upon hearing this disheartening news, CHNFN felt despair settle in. What could he possibly do? He mused that he might be the so-called destined hero, burdened with the task of saving the continent, yet the weight of it all felt exhausting. Host, possessing imagination is commendable, but this system can unequivocally inform you that you do not bear the responsibility of saving the continent. At best, you are merely a support. You are merely a support. You are merely a support. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this, he felt an even greater sorrow. Below the stage of the stadium, the workspace had descended into chaos, as the fierce storm had left the makeshift structures in tatters. Meanwhile, the formidable trainer, having prepared for this moment, had already secured his target, the Mega Evolution Stone of BSHK Duel. The 2 staff members originally guarding it now lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. The prophecy compass proved to be a remarkable relic. Everything had gone surprisingly smoothly, though regrettably, the compass was now rendered useless. Unable to contain his elation, the one-eyed dragon knew he must flee swiftly. Why the rush, one-eyed dragon? A voice suddenly called from behind. It's you, the madman ALN. The one-eyed dragon furrowed his brow. Though ALN was merely a master-level trainer, his reckless nature made him a formidable adversary. A madman is not alarming, but it is indeed terrifying when such a person continues to thrive after every reckless endeavor. Congratulations on your correct answer, but alas, no reward. The madman Iloan stood at around 1.70 meters, his skin somewhat darkened. When he smiled, he revealed 2 rows of yellowed teeth, reminiscent of the grotesque skull emblazoned on his white t-shirt, evoking discomfort. What do you intend to do? A sense of unease washed over the one-eyed dragon. Hand over what you just acquired, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Iloan's voice suddenly turned icy. You. At that moment, the one-eyed dragon noticed a familiar figure emerging behind Iloan. It was a woman of average beauty yet voluptuous in form, his mistress and the healer of his team. A jolt of realization struck the one-eyed dragon. The situation was dire. I will hand it over to you. He quickly made a decision. No need. I'd rather trust the dead. Safe travels, brother. Iloan oscillated between laughter and tears, truly embodying madness. The one-eyed dragon felt a sudden pang in his heart. He intended to point at the individual before him, but found himself collapsing instead. The language compass, drained of energy, failed to reveal the outcome. The Super Evolution Stone, perfect. Iloan retrieved what he desired from the one-eyed dragon. Z, you performed splendidly. I shall reward you handsomely. Iloan lifted his gaze, casting a charming smile at the woman standing behind him. Thank you, Master Iloan. A smile graced the woman's face. What do you desire? The woman began to ponder her needs. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a knife pierced through her chest. Your target has perished, thus you are of no further use. Only the dead can keep secrets. No one noticed the scene unfolding in the corner, as all eyes were fixed on the sky. Dr. Balada Nuaz Yin Di and Lei Gong, accompanied by the super evolution of the Liao shark, had their sights set on the looming Lugia, poised to strike at any moment. Champions Zhu and Xingqian unleashed their Pokémon. Zhu's Pokémon included two slightly slimmer Dragonites, a colossal Charizard, and a fearsome quasi-divine Pokémon, the three-headed dragon. The essence radiating from these four Pokémon transcended the realm of quasi-divinity. Chen Fan's analysis yielded nothing but question marks. Xingqian's Pokémon included a massive Solrock and three legendary beasts, one resembling a jet with its winged form and fish-like feet, the blue and white Latias, one dazzling in pink, the princess Pokémon, Diancie, and another named Cresselia, with a light blue body adorned with yellow crescent-like decorations and luminous pink wings. Even with a powerful Pokémon like Lugia present, Xingqian's duo still shone brilliantly. The exquisite Diancie's pink diamonds captivated the gaze of every woman, while the elegant Cresselia emitted glowing particles from its wings, swirling gracefully like a celestial being descended from the heavens. The dark Lugia finally launched an assault, executing a simple yet devastating move, Hyper Beam, akin to the Dragon-type S-Dragon Starfall, showering the area with a cascade of starlight, both beautiful and destructive. The powerful Pokémon, requiring no commands from their trainers, instinctively made the right choice to counter the onslaught of Hyper Beam. The sound of energy explosions echoed as 11 formidable Pokémon swiftly thwarted Lugia's barrage. Yet, the expressions of Zhu, Xingqian, and Dr. Balada Nuaz shifted drastically. For even Lugia's most mundane attack left these legendary Pokémon gasping for breath, a clear sign of severe energy depletion. Pills, what is this nonsense? Chen Fan had no time to admire the legendary beast's splendor. He needed to locate the heart of the sea quickly or face dire consequences. Charizard, Mega Evolve. The Mega Evolved Charizard transformed, its skin darkened to a grayish-black, while its jaw and tail tip turned to celestial blue. Blue claw-like protrusions sprouted from its shoulders, and small fin-like extensions emerged from the back of its neck. The inner wings became deep blue, and the wing tips morphed into sharp angles, with its horn tips turning blue and exceedingly sharp. Its mouth shortened slightly, and the flames it emitted blazed blue due to the temperature rise. Solrock, Mega Evolve. The Mega Evolved Solrock became enveloped in radiant sunlight, resembling a miniature sun, exuding searing heat. The Mega Evolutions of the champion Pokémon astonished the onlookers. Seemingly displeased with the antics of these clowns, Dark Lugia let out a furious roar, gathering water-type energy, unleashing a massive water cannon from above. The terrifying energy prompted the Mega Evolved Charizard and Solrock to attack instantly, seeking to counter Lugia's water cannon. However, the once formidable Mega Charizard and Mega Solrock appeared minuscule against Lugia's might. Both Pokémon were sent crashing to the ground, reverting from their Mega Evolved state. The residual force of the water cannon veered away from the densely populated area, crashing into the earth and creating a chasm that allowed the sea to surge forth. Panic erupted on the island. Fierce winds, torrential rain, and a chaotic crowd painted a picture of impending doom. Some attempted to summon their flying Pokémon to escape this perilous location, but the Pokémon were unable to ascend amidst the storm summoned by Lugia. Despair began to spread. Humanity felt remarkably insignificant in that moment. Old buddy, let us activate that. The seasoned champion Zhu maintained composure amidst the chaos. There's no choice. We must initiate that, allowing our partners to buy us 1 minute. Xingqian managed a wry smile, realizing that their companions would face a daunting task to hold off this terrifying foe for even a minute. Responding to their trainer's directives, the powerful Pokémon displayed astounding execution. Champions, this Lugia appears to have lost its sanity. We can draw its attention first. As a scholar, Balada Nuaz's observations were particularly astute. Dragonites, you go first, but exercise caution. Zhu grasped the intent immediately. One Dragonite soared directly above Lugia, unleashing a dragon breath. Although Lugia remained unguarded in its rage, the dragon breath failed to inflict any substantial damage. However, it successfully captured Lugia's attention. The winds at high altitude intensified, threatening to destabilize the Dragonite. Yet it persevered, maintaining its aerial form through sheer speed. At that moment, a powerful pressure coalesced, and a deafening explosion resonated through the air. Lugia's airburst had a vast coverage area. The Dragonite wailed as it plummeted from the sky, its fate uncertain. Diancie, I beg of you, just hold on a little longer. Upon seeing that Zhu's Dragonite was ineffective, Xingqian instructed the resilient Diancie to withstand Lugia's assault. Nodding, Diancie's pink diamonds emitted a blinding light, piercing through the darkness of Lugia. Seemingly averse to the glaring illumination, Dark Lugia unusually adopted a defensive posture. However, it soon began to flap its wings. A fierce tempest emerged, unleashing a torrent of terrifying tornadoes that swept through the surroundings. Occasionally, humans were caught in the maelstrom, their fates uncertain. Jia and Xingqian, witnessing this scene, were rendered helpless. A minute may not seem lengthy, yet it was enough for them to endure. Xingqian promptly instructed Tianqi to halt. The once resplendent pink diamonds adorning Tianxi now appeared somewhat dimmed. With no strong light illuminating the area, Liagia ceased its wing beats, and the tornadoes finally subsided. At that moment, four walls of shimmering electric arcs materialized from the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, converging rapidly towards Liagia's position. Hope lingered that this would prove effective. Chapter 47, Madness. Boss, I found it. I found it. Jinka's voice echoed from afar, reaching Chen Fan's ears. Have you discovered the heart of the sea god? This task seems rather simplistic. No, I don't even know what the heart of the sea god is. But I have a feeling this is something valuable. The bee drill had brought back a stone larger than its own body. You're amazing, my friend. I'll help you store it. Hurry and assist me in locating the heart of the sea god. Chen Fan, feeling exasperated, was equally in the dark about the true nature of the heart of the sea god. All right, boss, I'm off to search. You must ensure that treasure is hidden well. Jinka urged Chen Fan. Relax. It's just a worthless rock. I don't understand why Jinka values it so much. Chen Fan dismissed it, casually placing the stone into the system storage. System, no hints whatsoever? How am I supposed to complete this task? I think I might as well give up. Within 5 meters of the heart of the sea god, the system will provide automatic notifications, the system responded. So this relies purely on luck. If luck runs out, it's game over. I'm not saying you, but issuing such a task is truly irresponsible. Why is it that other systems are so friendly while ours is so troublesome? At least you still possess a revival stone. You won't die, and you can choose not to proceed. However, your woman. Damn it, my woman. System. Let me tell you, your words make me quite unhappy. Wasting time here is a waste of life. Do you realize that? You're ruthless. On Paradise Island. Aside from Kona and a few others, Chen Fan was unfamiliar with many, but if he could save them, he would. Naturally, if he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. In such battles, he could only remain a bystander. As the four walls of light gradually closed in, they formed a luminous cage, imprisoning the dark Liagia in midair. This was the League's latest spatial technology, termed the Forbidden Space. Despite its exorbitant cost and numerous restrictions, it had been sealed, with all research data destroyed. If this technology were to leak, chaos would ensue across the globe. The furious dark Liagia seemed isolated from the world. Its form was visible, yet its voice was silenced. The winds ceased, the rain stopped, and Paradise Island returned to tranquility, though the paradise itself lay in ruins, the extent of the damage unknown. The anxious crowd quieted, some calling out to friends, while others wept helplessly. System, the advanced technology of humanity in this world is far more reliable than you. The trouble is resolved, so please issue the reward. Chen Fan paused. Dear host, count down with me. 1, 2, 3. What are you counting for? That creature can't possibly escape, can it? 3. A piercing howl suddenly erupted, catching many off guard, causing their eardrums to bleed. Numerous damaged buildings and glass resonated under the sound waves, creating explosive noises. The winds rose, the rains fell, and humanity could not halt the rampaging dark Liagia. Jie and Xingqian displayed despair on their faces, exchanging glances that reflected their shared resolve to fight on as the final hope for humanity. Fast Dragon, take my grandson and the girl Kona away from this place. Jie commanded. Only one of his 2 fast dragons remained. The other had been gravely injured and recalled into its pockball. Platano, you should leave as well. We are old, but you are young, and the League needs you. Xingqian urged, casting a determined glance towards Platano. Teachers, sometimes, death is not to be feared. But your responsibility is to live well and realize your own worth. Xingqian lowered his black cloak, revealing an aged yet still handsome visage. At that moment, his eyes and tone conveyed an undeniable authority. All right, Platano gritted his teeth, conceding to Xingqian's words. Sometimes, death is not terrifying, but living requires even greater courage. Champion, swiftly defeat Liagia. Yes, champion, you bear the responsibility to protect everyone. Champion, we believe in you. In this moment of despair, the crowd could only place their hopes in Jie and Xingqian. Old man, let us fight alongside our comrades. They understood that they could not save anyone. The name of the sea god Liagia was not without merit. Those trainers could not ascend into the sky or dive into the sea. They could only await their demise. Just as the 2 elders prepared to lead their Pokémon to their demise, an unexpected change unfolded. A majestic cry of a phoenix resonated through the heavens. As sunlight pierced the dense clouds and curtain of rain, illuminating Paradise Island, a beam of golden light gradually approached, followed by a splendid rainbow. The crowd began to discern the figure of the newcomer, a fire phoenix adorned with a golden crown, its feathers seemingly ablaze with fire, radiating purity and vitality. Its wings, powerfully flapping, appeared to obscure the sky, and with each beat, they released a gentle golden glow. The cluster of tail feathers that trailed behind seemed both languid and regal. Phoenix King level? Ability, air pressure, multi-scale, abyss, qualification, primal divine beast. Skills, inherited skills. King of the Phoenix clan. Possessing formidable purification and life-giving powers. Chen Fan discreetly examined the Phoenix King's data, pondering if this could be the god of this world. The Phoenix King soared in the sky, locking eyes with the now silent dark Liagia, its gaze imbued with an aloof superiority. Poseidon, you have overstepped your bounds. In response to the Phoenix King, a terrifying beam of destructive light was unleashed. Even from a distance, one could sense the overwhelming energy that seemed destined to annihilate everything. The Phoenix King enveloped itself in a white shield of air, and the terrifying beam of destructive light collided with the shield, instantly reflecting towards the distant sea. In an instant, a horrifying pit was evaporated into the ocean's surface. The water that would eventually fill it emitted a sizzling sound. Only after several seconds did the sea surface return to its former smoothness. This was the true destructive light, obliterating all. More alarmingly, after expending the beam, the dark Liagia showed no signs of stiffness. Water energy surged, and countless water dragons erupted from the sea, seemingly intent on tearing the Phoenix King apart. Passive defense was not the Phoenix King's style. With a powerful flap of its wings, it summoned a rain of fire. Neither raindrops nor water dragons could withstand the flames. Vanishing into thin air, leaving no trace of even water vapor, the fire rain struck the dark Liagia, producing a sizzling sound as it burned, accompanied by a foul odor reminiscent of decaying sea fish. At that moment, the dark Liagia paused in midair, its terrifying red eyes shifting to a blue hue akin to seawater, then reverting back to red, leaving observers puzzled at the sudden change. Hee system. This time there are no flaws, right? It seems Liagia is no match for the Phoenix King. Chen Fan grinned victoriously. Dear host, you remain as naive as ever. The system retorted, mocking the weaker entity. Can the dark Liagia truly defeat the Phoenix King? Chen Fan certainly did not believe it. Without the heart of the sea god, Luokia is no match for Feng Wang, the system stated candidly. Well, that settles it. Feng Wang clearly represents the side of justice. Chen Fan would never admit that his strong arguments were merely a facade to mask his inner unease. The unscrupulous system's words have always been rather accurate, after all. It possesses advanced technology, quite foolish and naive. As a proud system, it thrives on unyielding logic. With a terrifying howl, Luokia unleashed a fierce roar, its eyes glowing red as if capable of igniting flames. Its black body was enveloped by a flowing liquid-like substance, exuding an alluring yet terrifying aura. Infused with the potent force of the ocean, seeking death, Feng Wang was also enraged, its golden flames blazing intensely, enveloping it entirely, resembling a golden sun that incinerates all. The collision between the black water sphere and the golden fireball in the air created a rapid succession of splashes and sparks, which, when they landed upon Paradise Island, wrought unimaginable devastation. Regardless of whether they were human or spirit, contact with the sparks would reduce them to ashes, while the splashes would transform them into murky water. For the inhabitants of Paradise Island, what lay behind hope was an even greater despair. Indeed, the more powerful the being, the more it disregards life. Chen Fan had never witnessed such scenes in his past life, though he had read numerous novels. Thus this scenario was not entirely unexpected. Host, have you forsaken your healing? What else is there? The task is utterly devoid of direction. At times, one's motivation to persist is born from the sight of hope. Besides, it's just dying. I've done it before. A spark of fire whizzed past Chen Fan, and then there was nothing more. A minute later, Chen Fan appeared in despair at the same spot. System, isn't the resurrection stone supposed to be usable with a delay? Apologies, that functionality has been revoked. This time, Chen Fan did not engage in banter with the system. Instead, he hurriedly darted about. Why? Are you not waiting to die? Waiting for your sister. You'll end up getting me killed. Now, Chen Fan was truly frantic to complete the task. The notion of calmly accepting life and death was nonsense. Without the resurrection stone, Chen Fan was more anxious than anyone else, proving that people are often driven to extremes. Wait, let me sort this out. The Dark Luokia appeared after the Super Evolution release conference, so it must be related to that event. Yes, to the vicinity of the sports center stage. Suddenly, Chen Fan's thoughts became exceedingly clear. How could such a simple deduction have eluded him initially? At that moment, the sports center was the most chaotic place. Some individuals, upon losing their sanity, became utterly frenzied, even in the face of possible death. The Super Evolution Stone of Bashi Kadula had long since fallen into Alan's hands, but the others were oblivious. Those who were unfortunate enough to be attacked first would find many simultaneously launching their assaults. Perhaps many did not genuinely believe they could acquire the Super Evolution Stone. Rather, they were merely driven mad by the looming threat of death, needing an outlet for their rage. The center of the stadium had transformed into a purgatory that consumed lives. This predicament was dire for Chen Fan, who had to be wary of both the falling sparks and splashes from above, as well as the other frenzied individuals and spirits. Jingku, clear a path for me. Spare no effort. Chen Fan was not a rigid individual. Blind compassion would only lead to his demise. Boss, I've been waiting for your command. The turmoil of Paradise Island had no effect on Jingku. Rather, it seemed to invigorate him. Chen Fan numbly observed the individuals and spirits poisoned by Jingke, closely following in his wake. If we're to go mad, who fears whom? Chapter 48, Heart of the Sea God. Ah, don't come any closer. Lu Wai has arrived. Run. Lu Wai, this is your territory. We are leaving. Wherever Chen Fan went, chaos ensued, as if the Grim Reaper of the Pokémon world had arrived. However, due to Chen Fan's presence, the previously bloodthirsty crowd began to calm down, slowly dispersing. At this moment, Chen Fan was oblivious to his surroundings. He simply wished to locate the heart of the sea god swiftly. Time was running short for task completion, and he could only gamble that the heart of the sea god lay within the stadium. As the clash between Feng Wang and Luokia intensified, not only Paradise Island, but also the vast regions surrounding it were affected. Damn it, why am I so unfortunate, encountering a series of misfortunes wherever I go? Hung Fong grumbled, glancing at the remaining members of the water fleet. When the Dark Luokia made its appearance, Hung Fong had already determined to withdraw from Paradise Island. But the team leader, Jia Kuan, had vehemently opposed. By the time the two terrifying divine beasts engaged in battle, it was too late to retreat. The previously resolute Jia Kuan had just been reduced to ashes beneath a spark from Feng Wang. Hung Fong felt a genuine sense of panic, yet she suppressed her fear, feigning nonchalance while her mind raced with thoughts of how to escape without leaving traces. It seemed this was a prime opportunity for the water fleet to abandon ship. Once this thought took root, it became impossible to suppress. Though she appeared to glide effortlessly, Hung Fong felt an inner struggle. She believed she was better suited to a simple, sweet demeanor rather than embodying a cold queen. Yet, upon witnessing the chaos around her, she hesitated. Running aimlessly would only lead to a quicker demise. The members of the water fleet entered the Paradise Island base and activated the escape mode. Hung Fong suddenly recalled a glimmer of hope for survival. No, if the base of Paradise Island is destroyed, I cannot bear that responsibility. The person in charge of the water fleet at Paradise Island flatly rejected Hung Fong's request. If this place were to be damaged, his career would come to an end. Foolish, quickly take us to activate the base ship. Hung Fong's tone left no room for doubt. Humph. You have no authority to command me. Humans are peculiar creatures. Even in the face of life and death, some selfishly choose their own interests. A gunshot rang out, and the man, still contemplating his future, collapsed in a pool of blood. Do you wish to die? Not at all. Then hurry and leave. Ha, splendid. Well calibrated and decisive. I am quite pleased with you. Suddenly, a resounding voice emerged from the crowd of the water fleet. Hung Fong turned toward the source of the voice to see an unremarkable middle-aged man. However, in the next moment, he tore off his own face, revealing a mask that flew into the air, beneath which was yet another clown mask. In that instant, his clothing erupted, a robe and cloak enveloping him entirely. Boss. Hung Fong immediately deduced the identity of the newcomer. He was the overall leader of the water fleet here, M. The other members followed the young lady's orders to evacuate. Jia Kuan, you will be responsible for the evacuation. I have matters to attend to. Do not wait for us. Yes, Lord M. The man named Jia Kuan was one of the several leaders of the water fleet at the Paradise Island base. Come with me. M instructed Hung Fong. Yes, boss. Hung Fong felt a wave of relief. It was fortunate she hadn't chosen to flee on her own, or she would have met a grim fate. M led Hung Fong away from the crowd, reaching the seaside, and then summoned a massive Chenglong. Its powerful aura startling Hung Fong. Get on. M leapt onto the back of the Chenglong, beckoning Hung Fong to follow. Without hesitation, she jumped up. Boss. What is this? Fleeing. MS response was succinct and straightforward. What? Hung Fong doubted her own hearing. If you understood how terrifying the old fellows, Jia and Xingqian, are, you would recognize the horror of having them rendered as ineffective as they are now. As a champion, M is acutely aware that he is far from being a match for those two seasoned veterans. Upon realizing M's intent, Feng Fong understands that M has forsaken the members of the water fleet. Even if I wish to depart, it would be a matter of luck. Should misfortune strike, you might perish before I do. Not only the water fleet, but champions from other factions no longer conceal themselves and have begun to withdraw one after another. The situation on TNTing-Do has transcended the realm of control. It is impossible for them to assist in rescuing ordinary people, and simply refraining from adding insult to injury is commendable. Even Jiefeng and XNGCHN have started to selectively protect a few exceptionally gifted young individuals, as their own spirits are nearing their limits. Those individuals are indeed akin to pests. Jiefeng observes the so-called champions scurrying away like rats, his expression one of disdain. Thus, we must safeguard that which is worthy of protection. XNGCHN gazes skyward, her resolve unwavering. The system prompts. The heart of the sea god has appeared within a 5-meter radius of the host. At that moment, the system's voice resonates in Chen Fan's ears like celestial music. After considerable effort, Chen Fan finally locates the heart of the sea god, which is merely a peculiar black necklace previously discarded by the one-eyed dragon. The necklace is shrouded in a thick layer of mud, lacking any sheen or distinctive characteristics. System, are you certain this wretched necklace can truly save the world? Indeed, host. As long as you place the heart of the sea god upon the dark Elchi, your task will be complete. Good luck. What? Chen Fan, believing himself to have survived a calamity, erupts in fury, questioning whether this is a task fit for a human. Witnessing the two primal divine beasts clashing in the sky, akin to comets colliding with the earth, he feels it would be an affront to himself not to curse the system. How could he possibly persuade Elchi to wear it? Should he simply shout into the sky, "Hey, Elchi, this is the heart of the sea god. Come and wear it." Indeed, that is precisely what Chen Fan does. The howling wind rushes past, and he narrowly avoids being obliterated by the shockwave of Elchi's attack. At this moment, the battle between Fengwang and Elchi has escalated. They are no longer merely colliding, but unleashing a variety of energy attacks. For instance, a column of fire spewed forth from Fengwang's mouth descends into the sea, instantly incinerating a colossal iron vessel that had been circling in the water. A water dragon surges towards TNT Ingdio's dock, utterly annihilating it in an instant. System, I refuse to play this game any longer. Chen Fan, furious, contemplates the consequences, which do not seem severe. Dear host, I am indifferent. I could also take this opportunity to bid you farewell. It seems the system has given up on Chen Fan, yet the heavens have not abandoned him. Just as he is lost in thought, dozens of Elchi materialize around him. Li Wi. Why do I detect the scent of the heart of the sea god on you? The largest Elchi inquires of Chen Fan. Wonderful. Elchi, what I possess is indeed the heart of the sea god. Do you have a way to place it upon that Elchi? It appears that not all hope is lost. Indeed, it is the heart of the sea god. Li Wi, are you truly willing to return it to us? No problem. My sole request is that you swiftly place it upon the Elchi in the sky, since the system's task requires placing it on the dark Elchi. Adorning the other Elchi would surely be futile. That is precisely our intention. Thank you, Li Wi. You will earn the friendship of our Elchi clan. The elder Elchi refrains from further chatter, enveloping the black necklace in a surge of azure energy. Dozens of Elchi let out a celestial howl, as if singing. The blue energy accumulates around the gray necklace, and then, the necklace begins to spin rapidly, ultimately shattering into pieces. Staring intently at the heart of the sea god, Chen Fan is taken aback. How could the world's counterfeit goods be so sophisticated that even a high-tech system could be deceived? Having endured countless descents from paradise to perdition, Chen Fan struggles against the overwhelming urge to collapse. The Elchi seem oblivious to the shattered necklace, as the blue energy continues to whirl, and the black fragments are flung away. Moments later, within the sphere of blue energy, a brilliant blue light erupts, revealing a luminous, teardrop-shaped gem. Subsequently, a small hole appears above the gem, and the surrounding seawater converges into a colossal water dragon, rushing towards the gem. As the deluge of seawater surges towards the tiny hole above the gem, it mysteriously vanishes, as if devoured by some unseen force. Then, behind the hole, a strand of blue energy materializes, a delicate thread formed from pure oceanic energy. Once the thread takes on the shape of a necklace, it finally returns to the small hole atop the gem, creating a wondrous necklace that soars towards the dark Elchi. The battle between Fengwang and the dark Elchi seems to have ceased. The once tempestuous dark Elchi now appears remarkably tranquil. The heart of the sea god adorns the neck of the dark Elchi, radiating an even more resplendent glow. Time passes, and the blue light fades. The blackness enveloping the dark Elchi dissipates, revealing its original silvery sheen, while its once crimson eyes transform into a deep oceanic blue. The brilliance of the heart of the sea god dims to a soft, glowing blue, shimmering at the neck of Elchi. Thank you, Fengwang. Elchi finally regains its normalcy. I require an explanation. Fengwang's voice retains its frosty demeanor. Of course, lead the way. Elchi nods and vanishes into the sky alongside Fengwang. As for the devastation wreaked upon the human world, such trivial matters are hardly of concern to two primal divine beasts. Accompanying the Elchi clan away from TNT Ingdio, a place rife with strife, Chen Fan learns of the events that transpired. A decade ago, one fateful day, a massive rift suddenly opened in the depths of the ocean where the Elchi clan resided, from which emerged a terrifying otherworldly beast. This beast was imbued with malevolent and enigmatic energy, seemingly born solely for destruction. The clan leader of the Elchi, that very primal divine beast, battled this creature for 3 days and nights. Although he vanquished the beast, he also lost the heart of the sea god in the process. Only those Elchi possessing the heart of the sea god could rightfully claim the title of the Sea King. Without the heart of the sea god, the primal Elchi's strength diminished significantly, but this was merely the beginning. It is unclear when it began, but the once silver fur of the primal Elchi started to darken, and its temperament grew increasingly volatile. At times, it would even turn against its own kin. After the primal Elchi had completely succumbed to darkness, it became akin to the otherworldly beast it had previously defeated, steeped in malevolence. However, prior to this transformation, it forced itself into a deep slumber. It would only awaken once the heart of the sea god re-emerged, seeking to suppress the encroaching dark energy. Congratulations, host. For completing the task, Salvation. Rewards have been dispensed. A dimensional task has been activated. Please check it yourself. The system's voice suddenly echoes. Chapter 49, The Battle of Champions. Dimensional task. A damaged dimension has collided with the world of Pokémon, leading to an incursion of malevolent life forms. Discover these entities or eliminate the perils they pose. Task level. Extremely dangerous. This world can cope without your intervention. Rewards will be calculated based on contribution. Thus, yet another absurd task. Chen Fan feels as though he is engaging in a game with an ever-expanding array of mechanics, yet lacks any strategy guide. Dear system, perhaps you could create a forum to share strategies occasionally? I am your loyal audience. Chen Fan did not dwell on the system's calculations. The rewards from this mission brought him immense satisfaction. Yet, he felt an unsettling sense that something significant had been overlooked. The idyllic Paradise Island, having survived the calamity, still seemed to be engulfed in the aftermath of the storm. The execution efficiency of the Pokémon Alliance was remarkably high, with several master trainers and Elite Four members swiftly organizing to restore order. Some who initially sought to escape by sea returned, while others eagerly summoned their Pokémon to flee this venue of conflict. At this moment, the champions Jie and Xingqian stood by the seaside, gazing toward the vanishing forms of Feng Wang and Luo Qia. Their garments were tattered, resembling those of weary old men. This battle was anything but equitable. Their Pokémon had suffered significant losses, and they themselves bore considerable wounds. Witnessing such a high-stakes clash for the first time, Xingqian remarked with a smile at Jie, "It seems you, old man, have gained quite a lot from this." Jie shrugged, non-committal, acknowledging that he had always believed himself to be high and mighty. Yet it was himself that had constrained his vision. Xingqian stroked his distinctive mustache, displaying none of the despondency one might expect after being overwhelmed. Many legendary Pokémon remained shrouded in mystery, and humanity was still far from understanding even Arceus, the creator deity. Jie laughed heartily, the flesh on his face quivering rhythmically. Let those little fleas broaden their horizons. Xingqian's gaze suddenly turned icy. It had been a while since he had seen red, perhaps leading them to believe he was easy to bully. Jie's eyes narrowed, recalling the adage that those with squinted eyes are often monsters. 6 figures approached Jie and Xingqian, exuding an intimidating aura. Jie, Xingqian, if you hand over the forbidden space technology and the 6 sets of super evolution stones, we will allow you to depart unscathed. Spoke the first, a member of the water fleet known as M. You must be the lad fond of Zhuan Wang. What a pity, you've doomed your future. Xingqian replied with a disdainful glance at M, shaking his head in disappointment. You are being rather pretentious, old man. To me, they are nothing but refuse, Jie retorted mockingly. Humph, I might have honored you with the title of senior, but you are merely a decrepit relic. Your Pokémon have lost their combat abilities. What do you have left? Came the voice of a large man with a beard obscuring his face, his chest and arms covered in thick hair like a gorilla. The members of the Fire Rock team seemed to share this brutish temperament, and even the champion trainer known as Iron Tower was no exception. Enough chatter. Time is of the essence. Let's bind them first and deal with these 2 old geezers later. Right, Yawa Honghu? Spoke a lavishly dressed woman in red, exuding a venomous disposition. Like a witch, she waved a branch in her hand, flames dancing in a menacing manner. Take everything else. We will keep the Pokémon of these 2 old men. I want to properly train their companions, she commanded, as a gaunt man with a skeletal physique stepped forward. His malnourished appearance, with twisted features and a large nose ring, suggested a life of depravity, and even his associates regarded him with disdain. Yet, none questioned his formidable strength. He was known as Xing Tian, a notorious Pokémon hunter. His Dashi Hua was twice the size of a typical one, unlike the traditional yellow with dark spots. This one was a vivid crimson, reminiscent of blood. A foul stench emanated from its gaping maw, rumored to feast on living Pokémon and even humans. Such a grotesque creature should not exist in this world. Jie moved, leaving behind an afterimage as he delivered a powerful punch to the terrifying blood-red Dashi Hua. Fei Kuaidao. The crimson leaves struck first, sharp enough to slice through the air, accompanied by a chilling red gleam. The Dashi Hua's attack comprised 2 razor-sharp leaves, one on the left and one on the right. However, Jie's punch landed on the Dashi Hua, which boasted strength comparable to a divine beast, causing it to explode in a shower of blood-red juice, gruesome and horrifying. The champion trainers were momentarily stunned. Witnessing powerful Pokémon was not surprising. But a trainer capable of obliterating a champion's main Pokémon with a single blow was indeed alarming. Fan Shi, venomous fangs unleashed, called out a previously unassuming middle-aged man in purple from the crowd. The onlookers suddenly recalled his title, Poison Snake. Lurking in the shadows, he launched a lethal strike at his prey. This turned out to be a Fan Shi possessing the unique chameleon-like ability of transformation, revealing its true form only upon attack. Its 30-centimeter fangs glistened with venom that refracted a spectrum of colors, the more beautiful the hue. the greater the hidden threat. A mere insect, easily crushed, Jia mused, embodying an extreme speed that left an afterimage, while Xingqian appeared elusive, materializing behind the fancy sheet without anyone knowing how. With a hand as frail as a twig, he effortlessly lifted the fancy sheet and, with a simple flick, the sound of cracking bones echoed. The once coiled fancy she was thrown to the ground, still barely breathing but clearly on the brink of death. The 6 champion trainers surrounding Jia and Xingqian felt a chill run down their spines as they witnessed the swift demise of 2 formidable Pokémon at the hands of these 2 elderly men. Huasher Elong, Huasher Yu. With a primal roar, a gray and purple Huasher Elong soared into the sky, its serrated teeth designed to tear through prey. This ancient predator summoned a barrage of stone spikes, launching them toward Jia and Xingqian. It's you. This alliance is indeed decaying, Xingqian remarked, startled, as the trainer's identity was revealed to be Dr. Daegu, who had recently gained prominence for his research on ancient Pokémon. I hold great respect for both of you, esteemed elders, but alas, our allegiances diverge. Despite his polite tone, Dr. Daegu's actions were anything but gentle. Indeed, learned individuals often possessed a ruthless nature. You may leave. I will not take your life. Unbeknownst to them, Xingqian had already positioned himself on the back of the Huasher Elong, his hand clasped around Dr. Daegu's neck. Beneath his glasses, Dr. Daegu's eyes revealed no hint of panic. If I cannot seize it by force, I shall acquire the information I desire through other means. My apologies. Esteemed elder, but I must take my leave. Dr. Daegu mounted his Huasher Elong and departed, viewing the champion trainers as mere side ventures. The remaining individuals ceased holding back, unleashing their primary Pokémon to commence a coordinated assault on the 2. Some master trainers and Elite 4 members had already organized to clear the area, recognizing that in such a conflict, their presence would only hinder progress. Humans can be this powerful, was the collective sentiment of all who witnessed the battle. Those lacking the talent of a trainer seemed to discover a new path. Old buddy, I've had my fill. How about you? I'm about done. It's time for the main characters to make their entrance. Come forth, Taiyangyan. Arise, Kuailong. Even in such perilous moments, they had not summoned their strongest partners, for they were not yet capable of wielding them. Previously lagging behind, they were now barely catching up. This narrative revolves around a colossal Kuailong and a diminutive Taiyangyan, seemingly embodying 2 extremes. I apologize for the delay, Kuailong. Unleash your destruction ray upon our adversaries. The face of Jia reveals a long-lost exhilaration, reminiscent of the fervor and adrenaline experienced during the initial Pokémon battles. The piercing beam of light is Kuailong's response to Jia, the harmonious synergy between Pokémon and trainer. Once felt during Kuailong's ascension to the level of a divine beast, had not been experienced again, even though Jia is a formidable champion trainer. Taiyangyan cannot allow that old fellow to steal the limelight. Let us also attack with Solar Beam. The murky voice at this moment exudes tremendous strength. Taiyangyan's Solar Beam mirrored Kuailong's destruction ray. The siege now appeared almost ludicrous. Damn it, how can they be this strong? Retreat. M signaled towards the woman in red. She nodded in response. The rugged yet astute Iron Tower vaguely comprehended their intent. You wish for us to hold the rear? You are overestimating yourselves, haha. You stay behind to contend with that old fellow, Poison Mist. Surprisingly, the 2 Pokémon hunters reacted first, using toxic gas to obstruct M and the other's escape route. Sometimes, fleeing is simple. One merely needs to run faster than the rest. Is that so? You ought to clarify who the true target is. The woman in red smiled wickedly, having already marked those 2 with her demon fire red fox. Damn, we've fallen into their trap. Xingqian seemed to recall something, his expression shifting. The Alliance has an inexplicable connection with those organizations. Only the Pokémon hunters are targets that both sides are indifferent to eliminating. In that case, do not blame us for being ruthless. Those Pokémon hunters who have reached this stage are exceptionally cunning and swiftly unraveled the intricacies. The Viper abandoned escape and charged toward the crowd. Haha, let us present them with a grand gift. The 2 merciless individuals forsook their retreat. Old fellow, intercept them. Xingtian's expression changed as he sought to stop them. It was too late. Jia also bore a grim countenance. The Viper, Xingtian, and their Pokémon soared towards the assembly of people and initiated self-detonation. The tremendous explosive energy, laden with terrifying toxins, began to spread. Chapter 50. It seems I have forgotten something. The explosion's power was not colossal, yet after Xingtian, the Viper, and their Pokémon opted for self-destruction, a wave of terrifying dark green toxic smoke surged outward. Those who were near the toxic gas instantly turned purple, their bodies swelling and collapsing like bubbles in boiling water, with copious amounts of foul-smelling liquid pooling around them. Though the aftermath of the Divine Beast battle had resulted in many casualties, those individuals had simply evaporated without a tangible sensation. The scene before us was the true embodiment of a hellish battlefield. Fortunately, the toxic gas dissipated somewhat at a distance, but numerous individuals fell unconscious from inhalation. Jia and Xingtian's expressions grew somber. Although their meticulously laid plans bore fruit, the outcome was unsatisfactory. Previously, they had always underestimated these small rodents. Yet it now appeared they had erred. What can be done? Many powerful factions are intertwined with these individuals. We truly must consider our families before acting recklessly. No trade means no harm. In this society dominated by Pokémon trainers, the trade of Pokémon and the existence of Pokémon hunters can never be eradicated. Even formidable figures like Jia and Xingtian have their families and interests to protect, which makes them hesitant to pursue Pokémon hunters aggressively. The balance between good and evil is delicate, and sometimes, the lines are not so clearly drawn. Having ensnared 2 champion-level Pokémon hunters, the other champions from various powerful factions quietly withdrew, as lingering could provoke Jia and Xingtian into action. The ravaged Paradise Island finally descended into tranquility. The scene shifts to the Sky Tower, home of the Feng Wang. Ah, it hurts. Who would have thought that what began as a clash of primal divine beasts would culminate in the primal Luo Qia being yanked by its ear by the primal Feng Wang? So, you transformed into this state because you absorbed that energy? The primal Feng Wang wished to deliver a resounding slap to the primal Luo Qia. Indeed, I was curious about energy that did not belong to this world. Little did I know I would fall into a trap. It is nothing now. The primal Luo Qia chuckled carelessly. Stealing Arceus's tablet nearly cost me my primal divine beast powers. Entering Giratina's distortion world meant I would have remained trapped forever had I not incurred a cost to summon the Sky Dragon. Snapping off a branch from Yu's world tree almost resulted in my demise, forcing me to recuperate for 30 years. Can't you just take it easy for once? Who would have imagined that this exalted deity of the sea is such a reckless daredevil? Foam, I apologize. From now on, I shall heed your words. We have not had that for 10 years. Heh, I missed you. The primal Luo Qia displayed a knowing smile. Who would have thought that these two were a pair? Primal divine beasts also experience mating seasons, occurring once every decade for 3 months. And this particular season is currently upon us. Another monumental confrontation is about to unfold. Speaking of which, what was I doing away from Paradise Island? That is a profoundly philosophical question. Oh right, I still need to retrieve Jingko. Chen Fan belatedly remembered a certain little brother he had forgotten. May I humbly inquire? Luo Qia, could you escort me back to Paradise Island? Chen Fan felt the need to return and find Jingko, not out of fear for its safety, but rather concerned that it might stir trouble. Liushi, are you not visiting our Luo Qia clan? This one is the largest and strongest among the several Luo Qia. Perhaps another time, I must return to find my companions. Our clan leader has just recovered. It would be prudent to return after some time. Luo Qia gestured for its companions to return first and turned back to escort Chen Fan to Paradise Island. After the climax, there always follows an endless void. Jingko has come to realize this at this moment. Having exhausted all the venom stored within, a profound emptiness enveloped it alongside an overwhelming fatigue. Yet the previous moments had been exhilarating. The sensation of venom piercing human skin is indescribably mystical. The memories of companions who perished from human experiments slowly faded. Oh no, where's my leg? Jingko discovered it could not feel its right leg, and upon looking down, it was bizarrely missing. However, moments later, it reappeared out of thin air. Subsequently, the same phenomenon occurred with its left stinger and then its wings. Boss, where are you? I feel something is amiss. At this moment, its body became increasingly translucent, as if it could vanish at any moment. Humph. Well, little creature, your time is up. Snap. Prosecutor, my hand. After the crisis had subsided, Kana also returned to Paradise Island, only to find her Liushi missing. A blend of worry and anger intertwined, leaving her quite displeased. However, as an alliance prosecutor, she prioritized maintaining order and aiding the injured. My apologies, I shall assist you right away. Kana regained her senses, only to realize she had inadvertently broken the other uninjured hand while attempting to help an injured individual. Snap. The situation became exceedingly awkward. The vexatious Lutail, always disobedient. I must properly discipline you. Prosecutor, my waist. Oh, that was an inadvertent slap. I apologize, it was not my intention. Kina hastily arranged for the unfortunate injured party to lie on a stretcher. Lutail, you are the reason I have embarrassed myself, and I shall remember this. Kina instinctively stamped her foot. Prosecutor, my leg has been broken. I was wrong. Please spare me and keep your distance. Initially, the injured individual felt fortunate to have such a stunning prosecutor come to their aid, but what began as a mere broken hand and foot escalated, as Kina inadvertently broke another hand and inflicted pain upon the waist, while the only unscathed leg suffered a severe stomp from Kina, leading to its fracture as well. Very well, let others attend to you. Kina felt a pang of guilt facing this pitiable patient. Sir, allow me to assist you. The elderly gentleman, previously shuffling, suddenly seemed to regain his youth and hurried away. Ma'am, let me help you. Please, do not approach. The elderly lady, with only her 2 hands capable of movement, demonstrated remarkable resolve, crawling away with great effort. Young girl, have you lost your family? Oh, big sister, I am merely a child. Kina felt a surge of anger. You shall not flee. Let me escort you to the hospital. Kina glared fiercely at a young man. All right. We have arrived at the hospital. Hurry and seek treatment. But I am not injured. The young man replied weakly. If you are not injured, then why come to the hospital? Are you mocking me? Yes, you dragged me here. No song could express the grievance swelling within this young man. Lutail, you are doomed. Kina transformed into a ferocious and formidable figure. Achu, unbeknownst to whom might be thinking of him, Chen Fan quietly returned to Tiantang Island by the grace of Luokia, sneezed, feeling a chill along his back. As if something ominous were about to transpire. System, guide me to Jing Ku's location. The free navigation trial period has concluded. Accessing Jing Ku's location requires the payment of 1,000 energy points. Oh system, you have changed. Indeed, I have grown more fond of your currency. A pitiful navigation system. Demanding fees. Your actions may lead to complaints. Use it or not. Why is it that other systems are so impressive, yet ours is so lackluster? Currently, the system can only locate the position of Pokémon that have become Chen Fan's subordinates, which is of little use. You are useless. Is this my fault? The system began its subtle counterattack. Just as Chen Fan and the system exchanged friendly banter, he discovered Jing Ku lying on the ground. Given the area's remoteness and Jing Ku's small size and inconspicuous color, he had gone unnoticed. After hastily checking Jing Ku's condition and finding no injuries, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, then used the system to check its current status. Jing Ku, B-Drill, level 65, talent, peak semi-divine qualification. Attributes, bug poison. Ability, skill. This B-Drill, cultivated through the art of raising poison, possesses lethal toxins, making it easier for targets to lose their bearings when attacked. Jing Ku's qualifications had unexpectedly improved. With extraordinary qualifications and a peculiar ability, this B-Drill was becoming increasingly formidable, perfectly encapsulated in just 2 words, flawless. After storing Jing Ku in the subordinate space, Chen Fan felt he had forgotten something. What else could have slipped my mind? Why can't I recall it? Am I in the early stages of Alzheimer's? As Chen Fan pondered, a sudden wave of terrifying murderous intent approached from behind. Upon turning around, realization struck him. He had forgotten Kina. You wretched fool. How could you run off like that? Did you not see how worried I was? Kina tightly embraced Chen Fan. In that moment, Chen Fan felt no thoughts of mischief. Kina was crying. In the midst of such chaos, I feared for your safety, little one. Why did you wander off? Was she truly concerned for him? Chen Fan felt a small stir of emotion. It is decided, starting tomorrow. I shall put you through rigorous training. Rigorous training? Chen Fan did not reject the idea. In fact, he felt a twinge of excitement. Have you agreed? Kina looked down at him. Chen Fan nodded. Once promised, one must not go back on their word. Little one, this time I shall properly train you. Kina's previously tear-streaked face suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. Chen Fan extended his paw towards Kina, flexing it like a muscle. Very well, you show some sense. I forgive you. Come back. Kina produced a Pokeball and recalled Chen Fan into it. I have a premonition. I may soon learn some grand secret technique. It feels as though this rigorous training is the precursor to the protagonist's rise to greatness. I believe you will learn skills. But the system kept its little schemes to itself. The anticipation of rigorous training was thrilling. Chapter 51, A Frustrated Fire Pokémon. The first leg of Chen Fan's journey of cultivation took him to an island featuring an active volcano. The island's edge boasted naught but a small wooden dock, perhaps not even worthy of the title. Kina led Chen Fan onto the island, and after a brief 5-minute stroll along the dock's path, they arrived at a quaint village, consisting of merely a dozen households, their homes freshly constructed. As it was shortly after lunchtime, the villagers were present, primarily composed of young and middle-aged couples, some with children in tow. The villagers appeared familiar with Kina, greeting her with smiles and nods. Without lingering in the village, Kina continued to lead Chen Fan along the pathway toward the mountain's peak. The volcano's crater occasionally exhaled wisps of ash as they approached the mountain's base. A wave of searing heat permeated the air. For Lutail, such temperatures were inconsequential. Chen Fan followed Kina all the way to the volcano's mouth, where a magnificent structure came into view. The building, nestled against the volcanic wall, resembled a Pokémon research institute. Seemingly aware of their arrival, the institute's door swung open, revealing an energetic elderly man, clad in a white lab coat, adorned with an orange floral necktie, and sporting a white fedora and sunglasses. He bore a distinctive mustache, divided into 3 points. Welcome, young Kina, the elder greeted with a robust and warm voice. Chen Fan quickly deduced his identity. He remembered the animated depiction of the gym situated atop a volcano and was quite intrigued by the gym leader, Xiaobo, a remarkable scientist. Chen Fan knew he would eventually partake in research concerning Mutuo. Simultaneously, he was a formidable fire-type trainer. At this moment, Honglian Island had yet to reach the level of advancement portrayed in the animation. It was merely in the early stages of human development. Xiaobo established a research institute and gym here, effectively claiming the island for himself. The intricate web of relationships in this world was unexpectedly complex. Much like Xiaobo, A Pokémon professor within the Alliance and a gym trainer, he had enigmatic connections to some shadowy forces. Xiaobo, I will be in your care for the next few days. Kinna nodded toward him. No problem. Come. Carrying luggage is exhausting. Let me assist you with that. Xiaobo stepped forward to help Kinna with her bags. I said it's unnecessary. S demeanor suddenly turned frosty. Do not be so courteous with an old man. She B's hand, in its eagerness to seize the luggage, inadvertently grasped hand. With a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap, sending She B sprawling to the ground. You truly have not changed one bit, old man. Ahem, little girl, do refrain from such violence. Be cautious or you may find it difficult to marry. Showing no respect for your elders. She B, unfazed, rose and dusted off his clothes, his nature being one that relished teasing young girls. I wish to train this Vulpix in fire-type attacks. I appreciate your assistance. The creature's fur was indeed impressive. Yet it appeared that this Vulpix was not worth such a hefty expenditure. With a glance at CHNFN, She B delivered a merciless critique. CHNFN rolled his eyes in response. I had thought you were decent, yet you seem to look down on me. Is that so? Let us have a battle. If you lose, you shall pay half. Raised an eyebrow, challenging She B. Such confidence from a young girl. Intrigued by the Vulpix before him, She B crouched to stroke its fur. Get away, you old coot. Where do you think you're touching? CHNFN spat a fiery loogie onto She B's face. A plume of black smoke wafted by, singeing She B's beard. This is the spot Vulpix adores being petted. Why does yours not follow the norm? She B glanced at CHNFN, his hand instinctively moving to his mouth. Ah, my beard. You wretched girl and your Vulpix. Just wait. I will teach your Vulpix a lesson. With a speed unexpected for his age, She B dashed back to his dwelling, his flamboyant attire revealing him to be a rather vain old man. You performed well. This battle must be won handsomely. Seeking She B's special training. CHNFN understood that if he wished to avoid a debt of gratitude, the cost would be substantial, and reducing it by half would be ideal. CHNFN nodded with pride, determined to showcase his new strategy today. Clearly familiar with the surroundings, entered the research facility with ease. Proceeding along the path to the most distinctive structure on Red Lotus Island, the battle arena perched atop a volcano, surrounding the molten rock. For massive stone lion-like statues were intricately carved into the cliff walls. From their mouths, enormous iron chains descended, forming a square that suspended a colossal iron plate, which served as the battleground, intricately crafted from rock. Moreover, numerous floating stones of varying sizes hovered above the lava, adding to the arena's unique combat features that utilized the molten terrain. Standing upon the battleground, CHNFN felt the surface radiate warmth, a place that stirred the blood. Soon after, She B appeared, having changed into a fresh shirt and flamboyant shorts. Without his signature mustache and dark sunglasses, She B now bore a more benevolent appearance. Come forth, Fire EV, and impart a lesson to the young one. With his summons, a Pokémon leaped from the magma. This creature, a charming amalgamation of fox and rabbit, sported large, slightly tilted ears. Its long, fiery red fur resembled flames, adorned with yellow tufts around its neck and head, complemented by a fluffy yellow tail, exuding cuteness. As lava dripped from the fire Pokémon onto the rocky ground, it hissed, conveying both adorableness and a hint of intimidation. CHNFN stood unwaveringly opposite the Fire EV, his eyes wide with determination. Fire EV, level 45, type, Fire. Aptitude, Peak Leader, on the verge of breaking through to Quasi-Divinity. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Ember, Desire, Tackle, Fury Swipes, Quick Attack, Assist, Thunderbolt, Magical Flame, Flame Fong, Mist, Smoke Screen. Scary Face, Flame Vortex, Flare Blitz, Final Impact, Charm, Overheat, Heat Wave. This fire Pokémon, residing within lava, enjoyed a 20 increase in fire-type skill damage. Despite the formidable power of She B's fire Pokémon, CHNFN remained unperturbed, confident that as long as the opponent's level did not vastly exceed his own, or due to type advantages, his defenses would hold. Fire against fire inherently weakens attack damage, effectively negating the buff of the EV's fire-type skills. Fire EV. Greet Vulpix with Magical Flame. This attack, imbued with special effects, would reduce special attack if it hit and continued to burn. However, CHNFN had no intention of countering with fire-type attacks. Unfazed by the relatively weak Magical Flame, he stood his ground, eyes fixated on the Fire EV. Possessing the ability of Royal Disdain, a sense of intimidation enveloped him. Indeed, CHNFN had drawn this legendary yet seemingly useless trait from his previous rewards. As a characteristic exclusive to divine beasts, the aura of intimidation appeared imposing but served little practical purpose. In the face of weaker opponents, it was unnecessary. Against stronger foes, it proved futile. Observing CHNFN's refusal to evade its attack, the Fire EV felt slighted, gathering its fiery might. A spiraling column of flame surged toward CHNFN like a vortex. I glare, I continue to glare. Unsure how to enhance the probability of triggering his passive skills, Chen opted for a fierce glare, believing it made him appear more intimidating. The fiery vortex whirled past, scorching the surrounding rocks to a charred black. That stung a tad. Perhaps I should don my protective shell, Chen quipped, shaking off the ash and persistently glaring. Little girl, is your Pokémon perhaps a fool? Shibi remarked, equally exasperated, as his own Ninetales had originated from Vulpix. Yet this one was far from conventional. Wore a bemused expression, unsure how to comment on her peculiar Vulpix, choosing instead to observe its battles and understand its unique thought process. Fire EV, use overheat. Let us see if you can evade this. The fiery energy coalesced into a massive symbol, crashing down upon Chen. As one of the fire type's ultimate moves, overheat possessed tremendous power. However, it was unfortunate that the fire EV faced an oddity. The energy struck the ground with a resounding impact, emanating not only with searing heat, but also a tremendous force, causing some rocks to liquefy. Yet, Chen merely shifted slightly, brushing off the dust, and continued to glare at the fire EV. The fire EV felt its fury escalating. Fire EV Fury Swipes. Enraged, the fire Pokémon charged at Chen, revealing its sharp claws hidden beneath its pads, accompanied by a flicker of violent flames. Sturdy as a rock, Chen declared, maintaining his glare. A piercing shriek echoed as the attacking fire EV inadvertently harmed its own claws. Is Vulpix truly so resilient? Chibi was taken aback, however, wore a triumphant smile, having been astonished by her Vulpix's chaotic skill set. Fire EV, use Flame Fong. A sharp crack echoed as the fire EV's tooth chipped. The little creature felt a mix of frustration and grievance, gazing at Chen, who continued to glare. Release your pent-up anger with Flare Blitz. Chibi commanded, initiating the final offensive. With a commanding order, the fire sprite leapt high, igniting all its resentment towards Chen Fan. In the air, a fiery path seemed to materialize, propelling it forward at Chen Fan. Faced with this terrifying assault, Chen Fan remained utterly composed. The spatial body feature activated, allowing him to evade the attack effortlessly. The fire sprite surged through Chen Fan's form and, akin to a piece of chewing gum, could not halt its momentum, crashing directly into a nearby mountainside. At last, it was liberated. This was the final thought that flickered through the fire sprite's consciousness before it lost awareness. What had just transpired? Was this the conclusion? Xiaobo was taken aback. I anticipated the outcome, yet did not foresee such a process. Kuna had faith that Chen Fan would triumph, but never anticipated it would be so swift and effortless. What truly occurred just now? Chapter 52. Chen Fan, the one being pummeled. How was that, Xiaobo? My Lutai performed admirably, did it not? Kuna expressed her satisfaction with Chen Fan's display. I concede I misjudged the situation. Shall we engage in another Pokémon battle? Xiaobo observed Chen Fan with keen interest. Certainly, but this time there shall be no stakes. Kuna stifled a giggle. Although most of her energy was dedicated to Pokémon research, Xiaobo's prowess had still reached the level of a champion. Once, Kuna had battled Xiaobo and found herself outmatched, even with Pokémon of similar levels. The difference between a champion and a master, though merely one rank apart, represented a monumental divide in strength. She was eager to see where Chen Fan's limits lay against a champion-level trainer. For the first time, she realized that a master might indeed stand a chance against a champion. Chen Fan's battle with the fire sprite had been somewhat fortuitous. His fierce glare had undoubtedly thrown the fire sprite into disarray, which felt like a gateway to a new realm for Kana. Go forth, Yizue Huolong. With Xiaobo's command, another Pokémon leaped from the magma. Compared to the fire sprite, the Yizue Huolong's appearance could only be described as grotesque. Above its two eyes, swollen and protruding, blazed a tuft of purple flames resembling ears. Its mouth formed a duck's beak, which was the origin of its name. Its back boasted several sharp spikes, while its tail resembled that of a Charizard, crowned by a flickering flame. Normally, a Yizue Huolong's upper body bore red feathers and its lower body yellow, with a flame symbol on its abdomen. However, this particular specimen was entirely engulfed in purple flames. Yizue Huolong, shiny, level 85, qualification, peak demigod, attribute, fire, traits, flame body, motivation, skills, spark, glare mist, flame punch, odd light, sunny day, flame vortex, smoke, flamethrower, giga impact, iron tail, shadow clone, protect, hyper beam, overheat, will-o-wisp, burnout, power-up punch, flame charge, snore, sleep, throw, low kick, substitute, focus energy, inherited skills, knife hand, million-ton punch, explosive punch, blazing thunder strike. Special trait, residing continuously in magma grants a 25 immunity to fire-type attacks and a 30 enhancement to fire-type special attacks. Upon reviewing the Yizue Huolong's profile, Chen Fan felt utterly disheartened. Thus, he resolved to make a decision. Kuna and Xiaobo could only watch as this peculiar Lutai exited the battlefield on its own accord and voluntarily entered its Pokeball. Such an operation was unprecedented. Humph, You need to call upon a Yizue Huolong to handle a mere Lutai? How shameless of you, old man. Kana could only shift the blame onto Xiaobo, haha. I find your Lutai increasingly intriguing. Xiaobo seemed unfazed. In that case, Yizue Huolong, take a rest. I shall switch to this Pokémon. With a low growl, the Yizue Huolong leaped from the magma as Xiaobo tossed out a Pokeball. An elegant Pokémon with striking red eyes and luxurious beige fur appeared, exuding nobility. The long, smooth tails behind it revealed that this creature, reminiscent of a fox, was Jiuwei, the evolved form of Chen Fan's current Lutai. Come forth, Lutai. This time, do not retreat, but fight with all your might. Kana was aware that, aside from the fire sprite, this Jiuwei was Xiaobo's most recently captured Pokémon. With the strength of a champion trainer, Xiaobo's roster was essentially set. Unless she encountered a Pokémon she particularly adored, she would not train any new ones. Nurturing a Pokémon from a young age required considerable resources and energy. They possessed resources in abundance, but lacked the energy. Jiuwei, level 55, talent, first-order demigod, attribute, fire fairy, traits, drought, skills, telekinesis, spark, seal, trick, flamethrower, quick attack, odd light, mystical shield, flame vortex, inferno, bind, giga impact, will-o-wisp, sunny day, flare blitz, solar flare, magical flame, agility, meditation, psychic, psyshock, snore, sleep, dream talk. Inherited skills, hypnosis, round eyes, mimic, special trait, insightful. This Jiuwei possessed exceptionally high psychic abilities, enhancing its psychic skills power by 20. Upon examining Jiuwei's profile, Chen Fan felt a headache coming on. Why is it that others' children, upon acquiring a system, embark on a journey of unrelenting triumph, while I am subjected to a continuous barrage of defeats? Observing the plethora of skill combinations possessed by others' Pokémon, he felt a profound sense of bitterness. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person only after first tormenting their spirit, exhausting their muscles, and starving their body. Press on, dear child. Your trials are just beginning, and you must believe you are the best. The motivational system has been activated. What a toxic dose of encouragement. Just as Chen Fan continued his dialogue with the system, Jiuwei launched an unexpected attack. A surge of blue energy enveloped Chen Fan, lifting him uncontrollably into the air. Jiuwei Psychic. This Jiuwei could multitask, unleashing waves of psychic force that relentlessly battered Chen Fan. Not merely a single assault, but a continuous barrage, akin to the ceaseless tide. The fiery energy coalesced in his mouth, and a swirling pillar of flame shot towards Jiuwei. Regrettably, Chen Fan's flame vortex had little effect on Jiuwei, only enhancing the sheen of its fur. His attack posed no threat, leading to yet another wave of psychic onslaught from Jiuwei. With neither the flame vortex nor flamethrower proving effective, Chen Fan resignedly concluded that he could only utilize Poison Sting. Poison Sting, combined with Toxic, was typically a commendable skill combination. However, Chen Fan felt his Poison Sting lacked potency. System. Why must I use my fur to launch Poison Sting? Do you not find that rather cumbersome? You are the one lacking. Do not blame me. Regrettably, Chen Fan's Poison Sting failed to breach Jiuwei's defenses, resulting in yet another round of psychic attacks. Psychic types are the most vexing. Chen Fan felt like a flickering candle in the wind, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Previously, he had longed for ranged attack capabilities. Now, with Flamethrower, Flame Vortex, and Poison Sting at his disposal, he discovered that there seemed to be no significant difference. Very well, I shall simply resort to Glare. Psychic Attack, I glare. Psyshock, I glare. Alas, neither King's Despair nor Intimidate triggered. After a prolonged and grueling tug-of-war, Chen Fan, dazed and disoriented, collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaobo's Jiuwei exhibited signs of mental fatigue. Lutai, the opportunity for counterattack has arrived. Kuna's voice roused Chen Fan from his stupor. Since your Jiuwei shows no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. In an instant, he executed a teleportation move followed by a million-ton kick. Bang! Chen Fan's hind leg struck Jiuwei with considerable force. Unfortunately, this time, the little killer did not unleash its miraculous effect. The shameful attack of the million-ton kick was not fatal to Jiuwei. Jiuwei Sleep. Summer, unperturbed by Chen Fan's instantaneous movement ability, swiftly issued commands. Who does he look down upon? A reckless frenzy ensued. The move Sleep is a technique for restoring stamina and alleviating abnormal conditions, typically employed when the opponent is incapacitated, as it leaves the user vulnerable. Although more effective moves like Ice Fang and Fire Fang exist, Chen Fan hesitated to unleash his abilities against a creature of human spirit. Unexpectedly, the seemingly futile frenzy yielded surprising results. His claws pierced through the fur of the Jiuwei, inflicting multiple gashes. Seizing the moment, he imbued his claws with venom and injected it into the Jiuwei's wounds, causing its crimson blood to shimmer with iridescence. The Jiuwei, snoring, then began to speak in its sleep. Under Summer's guidance, the Jiuwei emitted a disconcerting snore. The snoring technique, previously deemed ineffective, transformed into a terrifying sonic attack, leaving Chen Fan in dismay. Indeed, There are no useless techniques, only Pokémon that lack proper usage. To Chen Fan's despair, the Juwei Sleep Talk unexpectedly invoked the meditation ability. Sleep Talk allows the user to randomly employ mastered techniques while asleep. And it was evident that the combination of sleep and meditation was not merely probabilistic, but highly likely. When the Juwei awakened from its slumber, the restorative effects of sleep and meditation had brought it nearly to peak condition. Once again, Chen Fan found himself ensnared in the air by telekinesis, subsequently subjected to a psychic onslaught. Enough is enough. It was too humiliating. He opted to teleport out of the arena, casting a despairing glance towards Kana. Little one, now you understand the stakes. Kana remained unperturbed. My dear girl, your Juwei is quite impressive, though it requires some training. Summer withdrew the Juwei, leaving Chen Fan with a sense of awe, albeit fleeting. You should be the one needing training. Your entire family could use it. Chen Fan found the old man rather unlikable. That's precisely why I sought you. Chen Fan silently commended Kana. She had meticulously planned this visit to Summer to enhance Chen Fan's abilities in Flamethrower and Fire Spin, as well as to teach him Explosion and Sleep. The 3 Pokémon Summer presented were all proficient in Explosion and Sleep, and this was no coincidence. As a top-tier trainer, he possessed methods for training Pokémon and mastering techniques. Explosion is one of the Fire-type's signature moves, boasting tremendous power and explosive potential. The Sleep technique, capable of restoring stamina and alleviating abnormal conditions, was undoubtedly suitable for a tanky fighter like Chen Fan, allowing for greater endurance. Rising at 7 in the morning, he trained his evasion and speed on floating stones over magma for an hour. After breakfast, he practiced Flamethrower until he could no longer produce flames. Following this, he took a 1-hour nap in a sweltering stone chamber over the magma, which Chen Fan surmised was related to mastering the sleep technique. Upon waking, his training involved standing still while Summer's Pokémon unleashed Explosion upon him, allowing him to better gauge its power. Subsequently, he practiced Fire Spin, continuously releasing flames until he could no longer do so. The evening was reserved for proper rest. A good trainer wisely balances training and relaxation for their Pokémon. On the 10th day on Honglian Island, Chen Fan discovered something alarming. His weak attack power had always been an issue, and these 10 days marked his most diligent and committed training since becoming a Pokémon trainer. Yet, it seemed to yield little effect. Tauntaun, come here quickly, something's amiss. Chapter 53, Untitled. Shush, I'm reading a novel. The system's impatient voice chimed in. I didn't expect you to be like this, Tauntaun. Not even concerned about your master. Hearing Chen Fan's tone startled the system. Oh dear, how frightening. Speak, what is this urgent matter? After wasting so many resources from Kana and Summer, I feel as if I've made almost no progress. What now? Chen Fan felt disheartened. With the information previously provided by the system, he was not entirely ignorant about Pokémon training. Undergoing training these past few days, even a Pokémon with poor aptitude would see significant improvement, which left him in a rather awkward position. Haven't you realized yet, my foolish host? What? Why can your subordinates use techniques that you cannot? Yet you can use techniques they cannot? Oh, do you understand now? Not really. All your subordinates can evolve. Why can't you? Because your mindset is human, not that of a Pokémon. Therefore, you must rely on me, understood? The system seemed a bit smug. But you're unreliable. Chen Fan retorted softly. That comment makes me quite unhappy. I'm not Benzema. I won't take the blame. The system sulked. System, you seem different from others. At least you spoke a human language. I'm a unique firework. The system's tone became more boastful. Other systems meticulously plan to cultivate their hosts, while I feel like I'm being raised without purpose. Who would have imagined that I could hide for so long and still be discovered? Truly, a system as exceptional as mine is like a golden turtle in a rice field or a firefly in the night. Speak plainly. What can I do? I'm just as desperate. Can I tell you we've crossed into the wrong world? To hell with the Pokémon world. Do you think I wanted this? Now we've lost connection with the deity that created me. Moreover, to adapt to this world's rules, the core program restructured itself, causing the task and training systems to encounter bugs. So, triggering tasks and training is left to fate. I'm truly in a bind. The system laid it all bare. And Chen Fan was left with no recourse. Having black technology was already a boon. He would have to make do with it. So what now? It's quite embarrassing. If I can't pass this challenge, how will I get by in the future? 10,000 energy points will buy you something good. Are you trying to appeal to my emotions while discussing money? Love or not? Yes, yes, yes. Why wouldn't I want it? 10,000 energy points have been deducted. The item has been delivered to your storage space. And don't bother me if it's not urgent. The system declared itself busy. Who seeks you out for no reason? Chen Fan rolled his eyes at the system, ignoring it to see what the system had provided him. He was taken aback. The system had given him an oversized pepper. Cosmic Super Ultra Mega Pepper. A super pepper cultivated through the system's black technology. Consuming it will induce conditions of heat, constipation, and extreme spiciness on the tongue, while simultaneously enhancing fire-type skill damage. The degree of enhancement is determined based on base damage, 100 increase, lasting 1 month. System, could you be a bit more reliable? The system wisely ignored Chen Fan, knowing that some individuals, once engaged, escalate matters. With a firm resolve, Chen Fan swallowed the enormous pepper. System, are you being mischievous again? It tastes like a peach. Could it really be a peach in the shape of a pepper? Are you annoying? Let me read in peace. Your pleasure will come soon. The system's impatient voice returned. Indeed, just a few minutes later, Chen Fan felt as if his throat was ablaze, and the intense spiciness on his tongue was unbearable. As for the discomfort below, resulting from the pepper's heat, it was particularly intense. The cost of becoming stronger can sometimes be unexpectedly high. Contemplating the prospect of enduring this state for an entire month, Chen Fan felt as though his life had lost all hope. Fortunately, there were no visible abnormalities, such as a sausage-like mouth. My heavens, what am I truly striving for? Just then, Xiaobo appeared. Little Li Wi, here is your favorite dragon fruit ice cream. Come, let Grandpa take you to a cool place to enjoy it, Xiaobo said with a kindly demeanor. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and shouted at Xiaobo. Get lost, you old geezer. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. To his own surprise, in a fit of rage, flames erupted from his mouth. Directed at Xiaobo. You old man, you're plotting against my child again. Kana, who had appeared behind Xiaobo, looked displeased. Xiaobo had shown disdain towards Chen Fan, yet from the very first day of training, he harbored wicked intentions towards him. After all, his identity as a Pokémon researcher and later as a champion trainer ignited a certain X-factor within him upon encountering such a peculiar Pokémon. What a pity it would be not to conduct research on such an outstanding creature. The two trainers had long begun their battle of wits, one attempting to trick Chen Fan into a dissection, while the other sought to prevent Chen Fan from being deceived. Little girl, you are misjudging this old man. It is my fondness for your Li Wi that compels me to treat him to ice cream. As a seasoned individual accustomed to facing storms, Xiaobo's ability to spin tails was masterful, though his charred face from Chen Fan's fiery breath was slightly out of place. Li Wi, should this old man scheme again, make sure to scorch him thoroughly. Kana had no viable means to counter this unashamed elder. That is a must, Chen Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. The recent special training had been arduous, and today would serve as a test of its outcomes. Remember, do not hold back, attack with all your might. His Li Wi was remarkably astute, making it difficult for Kana to gauge its potential. Fortunately, preparations had been made, so there was no cause for alarm. This world possesses specialized equipment to measure Pokémon attack strength, such as Flamethrower, which assesses not only flame temperature, but also impact force and destructive power, encompassing various data aspects. The apparatus for testing flames resembled a massive metallic net, filled with countless sensitive touchpoints capable of accurately collecting data. Li Wi, unleash your flamethrower with full force, Kana commanded. Chen Fan nodded, rapidly gathering fiery energy in his mouth. In his heated state, even a breath could ignite flames, and his condition was exceptional. The fire, now half a circle larger than usual, surged towards the metallic net, colliding and scattering flames. Strangely, the flames only spread to a certain radius before ceasing to expand further. Excellent. The power of flamethrower has increased by 50. Li Wi, are you certain you have exerted your full strength? Kuna scrutinized the data displayed on the equipment, nodding with satisfaction, yet she cast a glance at Chen Fan. Chen Fan obediently shook his head, displaying a naive and innocent expression. This woman is indeed astute. Leaving a hand unplayed is essential, or the ensuing 20 days would lack excitement. All right, I'll let you off this time. For any mistakes, take a 2-day break. Each trainer has a unique training style. Kuna's approach was not overly harsh. Instead, she aimed to create a nurturing environment for her Pokémon's development, focusing on their growth and training. Chen Fan nodded and followed Kuna out, departing the research institute. Little L, little JN, little YN, JNK, come on out. This was not a glitch detective mystery, and neither Kana nor Xiaobo would send Pokémon to track him. It was only when Chen Fan reached a secluded area in the woods at the foot of the mountain that he released them. JNK had awakened several days prior, and this growth had enhanced its stealth capabilities while airborne. Unless there were distinct reference points, it was nearly undetectable while flying. Due to the lack of battles, the growth rate of Little L and the others had significantly slowed. Currently, Little L was at level 42, Little JN at level 30, while JNK had achieved the highest level of 65, having just moved beyond its juvenile stage. And the armored bird was at level 5. Go find Pokémon to battle. The goal for the next 2 days is to level up. The system's accompanying space would help hone their fundamentals, as Pokémon must enhance their strength through combat. Daddy, do you not want me anymore? The armored bird clearly did not wish to leave Kana's side. Seeing the armored bird before him reminded Chen Fan of Little JN before its evolution. Each time he recalled being affectionately called Daddy and Mommy, he found himself at a loss for words. How could I ever not want you? Little YN, be a good child, and follow your companions to enhance your strength. This time, I assign you a minor task. Reach level 10 within 2 days. Okay, Daddy. I promise to complete the task. After becoming Chen Fan's companion, Little L and the others received information regarding level evaluations of their strength. J and K. Pay attention to your companion's safety, and do not harm the humans on the island. All right, boss, you can rest assured. The least trustworthy among them was indeed J.N.K. In the Fanyuan region, an unknown small village was holding a festival. The villagers, dressed in garments adorned with mysterious patterns, gathered around a massive statue in the village square, seemingly performing a peculiar dance while chanting incantations. The village was not large, yet every adult man had a powerful Pokémon by his side. Within this tiny community, there were 2 champions, 7 Elite Four, and several masters. O great god of lava, please quell your fury. After completing their dance, the villagers halted and knelt in reverence before the statue. Surely, has ADUSN returned from investigating the resting place of the god of flames? The speaker, an elderly man with dark skin and a height of about 1.6 meters, wore peculiar attire and had a strange ornament tied to his head. Despite his ordinary appearance, the powerful aura he exuded commanded attention. He was the village chief, Xuemeng, and one of the village's champion trainers. In recent days, the nearby volcano, long dormant, had shown signs of awakening, sending terrifying tremors that unsettled the generations of guardians here. Before the girl named Shirley could respond, the elder's mention of ADUSN prompted a panicked figure to rush back. Chief, it's terrible. The stone of the god of lava is missing. What? The elder, upon hearing this, lost his composure and leapt to his feet. Quickly, mobilize all our forces to retrieve that stone. If the god of lava awakens, this continent will once again be plunged into crisis. The statue behind the elder bore a striking resemblance to a Groudon. Chapter 54, Little Zhu and Little Yu. On a road several hundred miles away from that unknown small village, 2 youthful figures were elongated by the sunlight. Little Zhu, is that stone truly valuable? It looks rather ordinary, inquired the girl with a slightly round face, adorably chubby cheeks. Her gaze was solely fixed on the boy ahead, who was holding her hand. Little Yu, rest assured, everything aligns closely with what is recorded in the books, doesn't it? Once we sell it, we will have money. And then we can become Pokémon trainers together and embark on our journey. The boy, leading the way, turned his head. His malnourished face appeared somewhat gaunt. Yet his eyes sparkled with determination, providing a sense of reassurance. There remains a sentence unspoken. Would you allow me to marry you? Little Zwa, you are truly kind to me. The girl smiled sweetly, her eyes narrowing into slits, seemingly filled with stars. Her long black hair cascaded almost to her waist. Silly little you, if I do not treat you well, who will? That year, he was 10 and she was 9. Upon arriving at the orphanage, her eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Hello, my name is Little Zwa. A frail, dark hand reached out towards the little girl. Hello, I am Little Yu. The girl extended her delicate, fair hand. Little Zwa believed Little Yu aspired to be a Pokémon trainer, so he worked tirelessly to help realize her dream. Little Yu was aware of Little Zwa's misunderstanding. Yet she felt no need to clarify, as she cherished the sight of him striving for her. Little Zwa knew that the stone was valuable. Yet he remained oblivious to the stir it would cause across the Fanyuan continent. Nevertheless, even if he had known, he would have acted the same. Individuals like them lack the privilege to speak of dreams casually. To achieve their aspirations, they must labor diligently, even risking their lives for a fleeting opportunity. Stealing something and not running away quickly. You seem rather leisurely. A raspy voice suddenly echoed from behind, startling the two. Little Zwa and Little Yu hastily turned around to find a figure draped in a black coat, hat, and mask, obscuring their gender and stature. Who are you? And why are you following us? Little Zwa shielded Little Yu behind him. I offer 1 million Alliance coins, along with a Nidoran and 2 Larvitar eggs, in exchange for that stone in your possession. What do you say? What stone? I do not understand what you are talking about. Little Zwa gripped Little Yu's hand tightly, revealing his anxious demeanor. The book you received was secretly given by me. What? What do you want from us? Little Zwa was taken aback, wanting to flee with Little Yu, but feeling reluctant. This world is not as simple as you think. Your naivety is dangerous. Before Little Zwa and Little Yu could react, a shadow darted past, and they were engulfed in darkness, succumbing to unconsciousness. Indeed, they possessed the bloodline of that clan, otherwise, they could not have taken this unnoticed. What a pity, the mysterious figure murmured, bending down to retrieve the stone concealed on Little Zwa. Consider these items as a token of gratitude. I hope you will become exceptional trainers in the future. The enigmatic individual concealed 4 Pokémon eggs and a violet crystal card within their bags before vanishing without a trace. Not long after, Little Zwa and Little Yu awakened groggily. Little Yu, are you alright? I'm fine. How about you, Little Zwa? I'm fine as well. The two stood up, inspecting their belongings, only to find that the mysterious stone was missing. However, they discovered the items promised by the enigmatic figure. Little Yu, these are Pokémon eggs. And there are 4 of them. Yes, Little Zwa. With these, can we become trainers? Certainly, we can. Gazing at the shimmering violet card in his hands, Little Zwa's eyes brimmed with hope. Let us hide these eggs and head to the nearest city. Little Zwa hurriedly secured his backpack, cradling it tightly. All right, I'll follow your lead. Dear young friends, Do not be in such haste to depart. Just as they prepared to leave, an aged voice resonated behind them, imbued with the weight of experience. Run, little you. With that, little Zwa grasped little U's hand and dashed away. Mischievous little ones, do not flee. The elder laughed heartily, swiftly catching up to them with a few leaps. Old man, what do you want from us? We do not know you. I am simply curious about how you managed to steal that item. What? The elder abruptly realized something, raising his voice several decibels. Fate, it seems, is truly destined. This explains why that item vanished so mysteriously. Old man, if there is nothing more, may we leave? Perhaps he had initially underestimated the situation. That stone has been taken. Has it not? Indeed, it has been taken, and retrieving it is impossible. What do you wish, for I only hope you spare little you. Little Zwa pondered briefly before relinquishing any attempt at defense. Young one, wrongdoings require accountability. Are you prepared to face the consequences? The elder scrutinized the two youths before him. One acts, and the other bears the consequences. However, old man, I do not wish to die. I have much to accomplish. Little Zwa donned a pitiful expression. No, Grandpa. I will share the burden with little Zwa. Little you clutched little Zwa's hand firmly, her face resolute despite her inner turmoil. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. However, both of you must accompany me. The choice to go or stay lies with you. I will not force you. The elder laughed heartily. Noting the imposing Blaziken glaring at them behind the elder, little Zwa rolled his eyes. Silence implies consent. What are we waiting for? Let us go. All right, little you. We shall follow him. Grandpa, is that stone truly significant? Little you inquired suddenly. Very much so. It may determine the fate of the Fanyuan continent, the elder affirmed gravely. Grandpa, we lack education. Do not deceive us, little Zwa retorted skeptically. Haha. Beneath an unmarked desolate island in the territorial waters of Fanyuan, sparse vegetation concealed no trace of Pokémon. Who would have imagined that beneath the island lay a hidden paradise? A metallic barrier resistant to detection and water formed a massive research center akin to an ant colony. Within the core lab of the center stood several researchers clad in sterile suits, masks, and hats, alongside a robust man dressed in a blue pirate outfit, black boots, and a blue bandana bearing the symbol of Team Aqua. The man, adorned with a thick beard, exhibited a stern demeanor. Lord Shui Wudong. The stone has recently exhibited unusual activity. What kind of energy response? According to the energy detection system, its similarity to the energy of Kyogre is approximately 88. Ha ha ha, splendid. We have finally located Kyogre. Should we fully activate the energy within the stone? Of course, why not? As the commander of Team Aqua in the Fanyuan region, Shui Wudong was renowned for his ruthlessness. From a young age, he had nurtured a passion for the ocean and water-type Pokémon, aspiring to expand the oceans and ultimately transform the entire world into one vast sea. Little did anyone know that each time the orb shimmered, a terrifying crimson light flickered in the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below. So this is the reason you returned in such disarray with little Ian and the others? Just half a day had passed when Jingku, along with little Lu, little Jean, and little Ian, arrived at the location where Chen Fan was stationed. To their surprise, this unscrupulous leader had been secretly preparing a delightful meal. Golu gazed at Chen Fan as he cooked its favorite dish, and Jingku instinctively swallowed hard. Boss, no more talking, let us eat. It turned out that Chen Fan had instructed Jingku to guard little Ian and the others while they leveled up. But Jingku unexpectedly sought out nearby Pokémon clans to enlist suitable members to battle alongside little Ian and the others. The elves are distinct by regions, and generally, outsiders face rejection from local elves. This is particularly true for the wild and untamed species found on Honglian Island, which has had minimal interaction with humans, leading to an even greater sense of exclusivity. Consequently, these communities dismissed Jingku's requests. However, Jingku, demonstrating his virtue, easily defeated the leaders of these minor tribes, thus providing suitable opponents for Xiao Yin and the others to train against, perhaps feeling invincible due to his lack of rivals. Jingku became somewhat arrogant and began to plunder resources from these tribes. While engaging in battle could be justified as beneficial for his kin, the thought of him seizing their resources was intolerable. Therefore, the elves sought out their leader, one of the most powerful beings in the area, a crystal big rock snake. Against other elemental types, Jingku might have stood a chance, but facing such a rocky opponent rendered his toxic abilities nearly ineffective, prompting him to flee in disgrace. Do you understand your error? The leader questioned. I realize my mistake. Jingku replied. Do you comprehend where you faltered? I should not have lost to the crystal big rock snake. Incorrect. Think again. You should not have greedily sought to plunder their resources. Wrong again. You ought to have them willingly present their treasures to you. Jingku, enlightened, recognized the wisdom of the leader, acknowledging that he had much to learn. Chen Fan smiled slightly, modestly concealing his achievements. Unbeknownst to him, he found his own words rather impressive. Daddy, do you no longer love me? The food you provide is inedible. The armored bird, having matured, found the system had ceased supplying its usual sustenance, forcing it to consume the inferior rations prepared by Chen Fan. Fool, how could I not love you? Everyone eats the same food. after consuming the unpalatable dishes repeatedly. One becomes accustomed to it. Chen Fan's rational explanation left him momentarily speechless. He contemplated the need to enhance his culinary skills, as witnessing others enjoy his creations would bring him a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 55, The System's Task. Given the host's recent commendable performance, a welfare task was issued, Tree Fruit Collector. According to the system's instructions, he was to search the island for 108 different types of tree fruits, with a completion time of 2 days. The reward for this task would be insights into intermediate Pokémon breeding, with no penalties imposed. You're doing great, keep it up. Chen Fan praised the system. I find it difficult to respond to that, the proud system mused, refusing to reveal that Chen Fan's approval had pleased it immensely. Collecting 108 types. Are you attempting to gather the heroes of Liangshan? You've caught on. Host, you are becoming increasingly astute. I can't be bothered to chat frivolously. I'm off to work on the task. Chen Fan haughtily scoffed. Gather round. At Chen Fan's command, a flame shot skyward. Moments later, a nameless bird, perfectly roasted to a golden brown, fell from the sky. Boss, that was impressive. Jingku immediately showered him with praise. The cooked bird was devoured in a single bite by Xiao Jin. Indeed, the boss is remarkable. Even his flames are striking. In Xiao Lu's eyes, Chen Fan embodied electricity, light, and the singular myth. Daddy, are you a magician? Perform another trick for me. Little did the armored bird understand the concept of a magician. Xiao Lu, Xiao Jin. Jingku, let us split into 4 directions to find and gather tree fruits. We only need one of each type, and remember, don't overlook any. This time, the system had provided Chen Fan with a map, eliminating the aimless searching. As for Xiao Yin, Chen Fan had returned him to the companion space. For the troublesome child reminded him of the initial challenges posed by Xiao Jin. Why do the creatures hatched from the eggs produced by your system seem so unruly? Is it due to your influence? Chen Fan pondered, feeling buoyant with the newly assigned task. I initially intended to give you a master-level trainer insight task after this one. But that plan is off. You think I can't handle you? Please, I realize my mistake. Too late. You must appease me first, and then I will assign you a task. Who cares? You are a most inadequate system. I am a Pokémon, my dear fellow. Does the Master Trainer Insight tempt me? I believe you are indeed lagging behind. Is Master Trainer Insight important? Of course it is, as it greatly aids Chen Fan in his battles or in directing Xiao Lu and the others. However, would he let the system know of his desires? Certainly not. This round of conflict ended in the system's defeat. As expected from a welfare task, the system proved quite generous this time, allowing Xiao Lu and the others to share Chen Fan's map. By following the purple dots on the map, they could locate the tree fruits. Despite some setbacks, within half a day, they had gathered all the tree fruits indicated on the map. Each time a different type of tree fruit was collected, a purple light that would vanish from the map. Upon counting at the end, they found only 100 types. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed 7 golden dots reappear on the map. System, is this entertaining? Absolutely. Your cheeky demeanor makes me want to give you a good thrashing. I learned it from you. This time, Chen Fan did not disperse from Xiao Lu and the others, as he could surmise that the fruits at the golden dots would not be easily obtained. Sure enough, upon arriving at the first golden dot, Jingku immediately leaped forth. Boss, it's here. That crystal big rock snake. Are you here for revenge? Following Jingku's gaze, they discovered a large rock snake partially submerged in a pool. Its front half was nearly invisible due to the water's clarity matching its color, while its rear half resided in a cave at the water's edge. Judging by the map's position, Chen Fan surmised that the tree fruit must be hidden in the cave where the crystal big rock snake's rear was concealed. To collect the fruit, they would need to either distract or defeat it. The crystal big rock snake was level 73 with a second-tier leader qualification, possessing the attributes of rock and ground. Its ability, shattered armor, and an array of skills including water cloak, impact, rock hard, binding, falling rocks, rock tomb, stealth rock, rock polish, dig, sand tomb, roar, dig, iron tail, sandstorm, solid rock attack, earthquake, and dragon breath, along with inherited skills like frenzy and dragon tail, made it a formidable opponent. The leader's skill, gravity, indicated that this unique big rock snake, born from a special environment, was swifter than its typical counterparts. I can't handle this, Jingku exclaimed, understanding the gravity of the situation. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes at Jingku. All right, watch me, boss. You must thoroughly plunder its lair. Jingku instantly grasped Chen Fan's intent and dashed toward the crystal big rock snake. System, what is this leader skill? Chen Fan felt intrigued by the impressive ability of the rock snake. Surprised? You should be. Would you like to know more? I won't divulge that. The system replied mischievously. No negotiating? Please, I'm asking you. Fine, I'll tell you. The leader skill is akin to the domain skills described in novels. It can be regarded as a buff skill. For instance, the gravity of that crystal big rock snake creates a doubling effect of gravity within a certain range. Regarding the previously witnessed grand technique, it is a method through which humans enable the spirits to comprehend this domain. Only trainers who have created their own grand techniques can be deemed as champions. And what of the champions? The bond between spirits and their trainers is far from simplistic. A powerful trainer can even bestow their own strength upon their spirits, much like that foolish child in the animation. Those lacking in intellect often possess a formidable drive that can unleash tremendous power within their spirits. It is only by using one's strength to help their spirits transcend the divine boundaries and grasp the primal forces that one may be called a champion. Thus, every champion is a paragon among humans. One could liken a champion to a powerful divine beast. Do divine beasts possess domains as well? They have already transformed domains into instinct. You have previously battled against the blizzard bird, and its blizzard was akin to its domain. There exists a threshold between divine beasts and ordinary spirits. Crossing that threshold reveals a completely different realm of power, which you should recognize as the primal force. The might of a divine beast is contingent upon its mastery of this primal force. I see. Dear host, it is time for you to retrieve your belongings. The system refrained from further comment, for certain matters are best left unspoken for now. The prowess of Jing-Ku in attracting attention was remarkable. The crystal onyx had already been lured away from its lair. Chen Fan, without hesitation, ventured into the cave toward its nest. Had it not been for the system's guidance and his prior knowledge of the location, the cave would have been nearly imperceptible from the outside due to the refraction of light. As Chen Fan stepped inside, he felt a weightiness enveloping him. The deeper he traversed, the more oppressive the gravity became, while the surrounding rocks gradually began to crystallize. After traversing several hundred meters, he stumbled upon a vast crystal chamber, at the center of which stood a unique plant. Its leaves, sculpted from white crystal, bore several fruits resembling red crystals. Had it not been for the system's notification, Chen Fan would have assumed it to be a perfect work of art. Beneath this crystal tree, approximately 1 meter tall, lay a crystal-like spirit egg, akin to a masterpiece that tempted one to claim it for themselves. Were he a human trainer, he might have risked stealing this spirit egg. Shaking his head, Chen Fan restrained his avarice, merely plucking a red crystal from the tree before turning to exit the cave. All misfortune begins with greed. Just as Chen Fan stepped away from the crystal onyx's lair, the creature returned in a fit of rage, having realized it had been deceived. That wretched beedrill must have accomplices. Upon returning to its nest, the sight of the unharmed spirit egg rendered the loss of a single fruit inconsequential. By the time evening arrived, after rewarding Jing-Ku with dinner, the night had fallen. Due to the overcast sky, the moonlight was absent, and the forest lay cloaked in darkness. The second fruit was found within a slothful grove. Observing these creatures, Chen Fan felt a twinge of uncertainty. Should there exist a formidable foe akin to the Sloth King, cunning would be required. Fortunately, it seemed that the Sloth King could not withstand the presence of the hyperactive evolutionary forms of the monkeys, leading to a clear demarcation between their territories. The sloths lazily hung from the branches, indifferent to Chen Fan and his companions as they passed by. Were there a multitude of hyperactive monkeys, trouble would surely ensue. At the location indicated by the system, indeed lay a Sloth King. This Sloth King, at level 74, had yet to master its lordly skills. Yet Chen Fan had no intention of engaging. Noticing the Sloth King simply lounging, he decided to take a risk and approach the tree beneath which the Sloth King rested. This tree was peculiar, with few branches yet each robust, sparsely adorned with leaves, yet bearing a bounty of fruit. As Chen Fan drew near, the Sloth King slightly opened its eyes. Pretending to be oblivious, Chen Fan calmly climbed the tree, plucked a fruit, and departed. Once Chen Fan had left, the Sloth King closed its eyes again. Such trivial matters were unworthy of its attention. Phew, that was terrifying. Being scrutinized by the Sloth King was no trivial matter. The strength comparable to a divine beast is not to be taken lightly. The reason it ignored Chen Fan was not due to any benevolence, but rather sheer laziness. Departing from the Sloth King's domain, Chen Fan, alongside Jing-Ku and Xiao Lu, continued toward their next destination. Due to its conspicuous size, Xiao Jin was also recalled by Chen Fan. Boss, do you not feel something amiss? Jing-Ku suddenly inquired. What? It seems we have been going in circles. A gust of eerie wind swept through, sending a chill down Chen Fan's spine. Chapter 56. Are you not a bit insane? Xiao Lu had never possessed the awareness of a strong being, or perhaps in its eyes, there was no such thing as strength or weakness, whatever Chen Fan commanded. It would follow. In truth, it harbored a fear of darkness, rooted in the innate sense of danger that coursed through the Rattata lineage. Situated at the base of the food chain, yet in Chen Fan's presence, it felt secure. This was not tied to love, but rather an unwavering trust. Had they stumbled upon a wall of ghosts? The mere thought was thrilling. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu felt an increased admiration for Chen Fan. In its perspective, ghostly spirits were remarkable entities. Unfortunately, the one it admired, Chen Fan, soon displayed impatience, for who would lead them out of this predicament? Ghost-type spirits do not possess an absolute capacity for invisibility. Instead, they can manifest their energy, making it challenging to trace their presence unless one employs specific skills to detect or capture energy trails. Regrettably, It was currently difficult for Chen Fan and his companions to locate those spirits. Come forth, ghostly spirits. Let us battle. From an unknown source. The faint sounds of birds and insects filled the air, leading to an awkward moment. Boss, perhaps I should take over? Jing Ke volunteered. Fine, it's up to you. Xiao Lu envied Jing Ke's eagerness, but remained silent, though it would follow Chen Fan's orders without hesitation. Jing Ke vanished into the night, yet a minute passed. Then 10 minutes. Xiao Lu exhibited no impatience, quietly standing by Chen Fan, attentively watching for any lurking spirits that might attack. However, Chen Fan's patience was waning. Half an hour elapsed with still no sign of Jing Ke. He shouted into the air, "Hey, what's the situation?" No sooner had he spoken than a thud echoed, and Jing Ke fell to the ground. Boss, you startled me. Jing Ke sprang up, appearing somewhat dazed. Do not tell me you fell asleep. Could there be anyone more unreliable? Chen Fan was at a loss for words. No, I wasn't asleep. I was formulating my strategy. Jing Ke insisted, desperately trying to exonerate himself. I shall deprive you of food for a day. Please, boss, I was wrong. I sensed the presence of some creatures nearby, but they had no intention of attacking, thus I could not discern their exact positions. So, we are to wait until dawn. Boss, you are brilliant, Xiao Lu interjected. Finally able to contribute, as it sensed Chen Fan's fondness for flattery. Seeing Xiao Lu's adorably naive yet supportive expression, Chen Fan felt an urge to scold it, but could not bring himself to do so. Boss, you could let Xiao Jin give it a try, Jing Ke suggested. Xiao Jin. Chen Fan, puzzled, summoned Xiao Jin. As soon as little Jin appeared, the surroundings brightened significantly, for it was a luminous sprite, radiating its own LED light. Little Jin, your glow is too dim. Please turn it up to the brightest setting, Jing Ke instructed. No problem. Little Jin responded without hesitation, complying with Jing Ke's request. Before long, the light emitted by little Jin intensified, ultimately producing a blinding radiance that seemed capable of illuminating the entire night sky. Accompanied by this brilliance, some shadowy figures became discernible in the vicinity. Jing Ke, Xiao LV, launch an attack on them. Upon hearing Chen Fan's command, Xiao LV wasted no time in unleashing Leaf Blade towards the ghostly Pokémon, an action that had become instinctive. Ghost-type Pokémon are not invulnerable. While they may be immune to normal-type attacks, they cannot withstand energy-based assaults. The Leaf Blade revealed the true forms of several nearby Pokémon, 1 Gung-Gui, 3 Gui-Si, 3 Gui-Si Tong, and 2 Yuaning Wawa. Following Xiao LV's assault, Jing Ke also engaged, though he held back, seemingly toying with these foes. Stop. We surrender, pleaded the leading Gung-Gui. Chen Fan assessed its level, noting it was merely level 35, a pitifully weak opponent. Why are you troubling us? Are you up to no good? Big-chested brother, we didn't mean to. We just can't help but control our ghosts when we sense life approaching. We don't wish to harm anyone. We merely aim to frighten. It seems to be a peculiar aspect of our nature, Gung-Gui lamented, attempting to display an endearing expression. Such behavior exists? Impressive. Chen Fan commanded Xiao LV and Jing Ke to cease their attacks. It was then that he noticed a gleaming golden dot on the system map. Following its location, he discovered a small valley nearby, shrouded in heavy gloom, where numerous skeletons were faintly visible. You claim you haven't harmed anyone? Then how do you explain the abundance of bones here? This is a Pokémon graveyard. Some Pokémon come here to rest when their time approaches, Gung-Gui explained, trying to appear adorable. Though the valley was steeped in ominous energy, it posed no real danger, allowing Chen Fan to easily locate a tree bearing black fruits. The tree was modest in height, about half a meter, with black leaves resembling vascular structures. It bore only 3 fruits, one of which appeared ripe. Chen Fan unceremoniously plucked the ripe fruit, then departed with Xiao LV and Jing Ke, while little Jin returned to the companion space, as its brightness was too conspicuous. Jing Ke, how did you know that little Jin's glow would expose those ghost Pokémon? Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. Boss, little Jin is a divine beast. Its aura affects those Pokémon, naturally revealing their presence. Chen Fan felt a wave of sadness wash over him, repeatedly questioning his own intelligence. This was not the first time his Pokémon had outsmarted him. Despite his melancholy, the mission must continue. Under the cover of darkness, Chen Fan's group successfully gathered 3 more rare fruits, stealthily collected by Jing Ke from the Beedrill, Butterfree, and Fletchinder clans. The events unfolded more smoothly than Chen Fan had anticipated. Within a single afternoon and evening, he had amassed 105 fruits. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him, as he suspected the system was not so benevolent. Host, are you certain you aren't tired? Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit fatigued. Chen Fan realized he had been active for an entire day and night. It felt akin to encountering a game quest that one must complete to find rest. Xiao LV. Jing Ke, you should return and rest for now. We will continue later. All right, boss, Xiao LV obediently nodded. No, boss. This thrilling adventure isn't over yet. Jing Ke flitted about before Chen Fan like an exuberant child. If Pokémon could exhibit mental instability, Chen Fan believed Jing Ke would certainly be one. Sometimes childish, At other times wise, and occasionally a cold-blooded assassin, Jingku was a curious enigma. No, we must rest first. It is peculiar how reminders from others can alter one's resolve, making the impossible seem plausible. Let us make one more attempt, just this once. Then we can rest well, and continue tonight. Chen Fan had to admit that Jingku's striking appearance lent weight to his pleas. All right, we shall attempt one more heist. After all, we must not dampen our team's enthusiasm. Soon, however, Chen Fan regretted this decision. Chapter 57, An Unexpected Interruption. Faced with the crimson light barrier before him, Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words. Can you imagine that the legendary dungeon had indeed manifested? System, is this reality or merely a game? Chen Fan felt utterly bewildered. This all began with the encouragement of the bee drills, prompting Chen Fan to seek the sixth fruit. Following the glimmering light, he discovered that the fruit was located within a volcano, specifically embedded within the mountainside. After extensive searching, he finally uncovered a passage, which led to a small colony of Diglett and Dugtrio. However, overcoming the Dugtrio guarding the entrance proved to be quite a challenge. The Dugtrio, shiny, level 66, possessed attributes of ground and fire, with abilities such as Sand Veil and Blaze. Its skills included Claw, Sand Attack, Cut, Poison Jab, Rapid Spin, Fury Swipes, Swords Dance, Dig, Eruption, Earthquake, Slash, Flamethrower, Fire Fong, Fire Punch, and Flame Charge. Its unique skill, Flame Armor, formed an energy shield that reduced Fire-type damage by 30, Water-type damage by 10, and all other types by 20. When influenced by an unknown Fire-type energy, its attacks also inflicted an additional 10 fire damage. To defeat this formidable Dugtrio, Jingku and Xiao LV nearly exhausted their strength, leaving Chen Fan to navigate the cave alone. As he approached the cave's end, the space within suddenly expanded, revealing a peculiar plant bearing fiery fruits. Upon plucking the fruit, Chen Fan heard the system's voice resonate in his ears. Ancient flame ruins discovered. Would the host like to accept this quest? Caution, the ruins may contain unpredictable dangers. Please choose wisely. Of course, I can do that. You even have dungeons. Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement, as dungeons typically mint opportunities for valuable loot and equipment. Don't think I'm jesting. These ruins date back to a previous era, remnants of a destroyed order, capable of bringing fortune or misfortune. The system can adapt to rules, but cannot alter them. So, what will it be? Do you dare to enter? The system's tone shifted dramatically. Don't provoke me. Do you think I would accept this quest? How amusing. Is there even an option to decline? Of course, the choice is no. The system playfully conjured a task acceptance interface reminiscent of a low-quality online game. Congratulations, host. Quest, Explore the Ancient Ruins has been successfully accepted. Rewards will be distributed based on quest completion. The system's voice dripped with glee. Wait, you must have a bug. I clearly chose a no. Why have I accepted it? Chen Fan protested vehemently. Dear host, please review the quest details. Do you wish to forfeit this quest? Yes, no. You bravely selected a no, and the system is quite pleased. System, you will lose me like this. Is it standard practice to issue quests in such a manner? Keep it up, love ya moi. After accepting the quest, a red portal materialized. Just as Chen Fan hesitated, the system's notification alarm rang coldly. Dungeon transfer countdown, 60, 59. As for the countdown, is it truly necessary? Am I that kind of person? Chen Fan strode confidently through the crimson portal, entering the ancient ruins, the volcano training base. Upon triggering the relic system, he was awarded a relic escape stone. The relic escape stone, when the host faces a death sentence, it can be used to resurrect, albeit with the cost of randomly forgetting one skill and suffering a 50 reduction in one attribute. The weakness lasts for 3 days. The relic exploration task will be deemed a failure. Indeed, they still cherish me. With the resurrection stone in hand, Chen Fan felt invigorated, his weariness dissipating, and he entered the dungeon with newfound energy, effortlessly. Upon entering the ruins, Chen Fan was enveloped by a faint mist that flickered like flames, imparting a profound sensation. Before him lay a remarkably straight path, its surface composed of peculiar red stones, leading into a denser fog in the distance. As a six-tailed, his resistance to fire should have been high, yet here, he soon began to feel the heat, sensing a fire energy vastly different from that of his original world. Life forms detected entering the base, human souls confirmed, meeting the test criteria. The flame path test commenced. Complete the flame path, or be consumed by flames. A cold electronic voice resonated. Truly, this is a trope from novels. Can there not be a hint of creativity? Host, it is imperative that you pass this test. Missing this reward will lead to profound regret. The system suddenly asserted with utmost seriousness. Understood, I shall do my best. Though this was a game, Chen Fan recognized that the system's earnest words were for his benefit. This journey held no discernible end, only relentless pressure. After an indeterminate duration, Chen Fan felt his steps growing heavier, as if he were on the verge of igniting. Alongside the heat, he felt overwhelming pressure and an acute fear of the unknown. Deep within, he yearned to conquer this trial. It was a testament to his self-worth and a means of redemption. Within every heart resides another self, perhaps unbeknownst to him. As he ventured further, his body began to adapt to the surrounding flames. The Six-Tails, being a spirit that naturally burned with internal flames, was beginning to acclimate to this fiery energy. After an uncertain time, Chen Fan discerned a distant endpoint. It was time to showcase his true skills, the blazing charge. He accelerated, albeit under immense pressure. His speed diminished significantly. This test was not too simple. Fairness has never existed in this world, and Chen Fan's very existence was a sort of anomaly. Upon completion, a warm current surged through his body, instantly revitalizing him. Test assessment. A. 2 training inheritances are available. The voice within the ruins echoed once more as 6 doors materialized before Chen Fan. Each door towered over 2 men. Constructed from an unfamiliar material, adorned with carvings of unknown beasts, their forms ablaze with golden flames, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Above each door was an inscription: body technique, sword, fist, claw, hidden weapons, life or death. These likely represented the contents of the inheritance. The buttons resembled the eyes of the beasts. After some contemplation, Chen Fan pressed the buttons for the body technique and claw doors. A sound akin to turning gears echoed, and the 2 doors opened to reveal a profound darkness. Subsequently, the doors merged, while the others mysteriously vanished. Chen Fan remained unfazed. After all, he possessed a relic escape stone. He stepped boldly through the door. Chapter 58, The Season of Harvest. The second set of national primary and secondary school radio calisthenics commenced. As the sun rises, prepare to begin the stepping exercise. This was the training upon entering the door. Can you believe it? Chen Fan certainly did. From the world is beautiful to the young eagle takes flight. It seemed the subsequent segments would include the era calls and youth's vitality. Chen Fan felt as though he had shed years of age. This leap was unstoppable. Indeed, engaging in radio calisthenics filled one with vigor. Wait, something feels off. I am already a youth. After completing the calisthenics, Chen Fan sensed something new stirring in his mind. Unable to discern it, he continued with the exercises. After an indeterminate number of repetitions, fragments of understanding coalesced in his mind. Essence of body technique comprehended. Time taken, 5 hours. Rating, S. Correction in progress. As the voice of the ruins faded, a gentle energy surged into Chen Fan's body. This energy was not abrupt, but rather soothing. Unbidden, his mind conjured images of vague, ineffable concepts, and soon, his body began to move autonomously. A 6-tailed figure stood upright, twisting its waist and adopting a peculiar gait, a scene both comical and imbued with an indescribable profundity. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the skill. Fire Leap, Pseudo-Lord Technique. Rewards will be tallied upon task completion. The system's voice, while still cold and electronic, bore a distinct tone this time. Fire Leap, Pseudo-Lord Technique, like a blazing flame. It dances erratically, making it challenging for opponents to predict the user's subsequent actions. As the duration of Fire Leap extends, it creates a fiery space that inflicts flame damage with a chance to interrupt the opponent's skill casting. Thanks to the system's presence, Chen Fan quickly grasped his newly acquired skill. Would you like to proceed with the training for Claw? The unique voice of the ruins echoed once more. Yes. Eager to savor the experience, Chen Fan nodded obediently. The scene shifted dramatically. Chen Fan now found himself in a forest. Before he could react, a claw lunged toward him. He attempted to move, but found himself utterly immobilized. As the claw approached, its owner, a fiery beast, became apparent. The claw grazed Chen Fan's body, leaving an indelible mark of pain. Again and again, in various positions, Chen Fan wished to cry out, yearning for the calisthenics once more. After a brief moment of panic, Chen Fan calmed himself, beginning to analyze this training session. Why endure the process of being torn apart by different beasts? Since this training was labeled as claw, it must pertain to the claw's attack methods. Thus, Chen Fan committed to memory the sensations of each encounter, swiftly transforming his awareness from pain to a series of peculiar attack movements replaying in his mind. The first phase of training concluded. The second phase commenced. The cold voice of the ruins resounded. The second phase's training was far less grueling, providing Chen Fan with relief. A shadow before him launched a series of attacks, reminiscent of the assaults from those wild beasts. Although the shadow's movements accelerated, Chen Fan perceived them as if in slow motion, etching them into his memory. Ultimately, the attacks became increasingly fluid, and the erratic gait re-emerged, this time involving not only his feet, but also his hands, as they began to move in unison. Ultimately, Chen Fan and the shadow began to overlap, and beasts alongside various humans started to emerge around him. He transformed into a hunter, embarking on a quest to eliminate these targets. Congratulations on completing the training for the claw, with an evaluation rating of A, and skill adjustments underway. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the skill, Yanzhua. The narrative unfolds as before. Yanzhua, Pseudo-Lord Technique, a powerful claw strike formed by the explosive force of flames. possessing immense destructive capability, locking onto targets for attack while inflicting continuous fire burn damage. The first phase of training has been completed. Shall we proceed to the second phase of training? A friendly reminder. The second phase is exceedingly perilous, and participation without professional training and assessment is not recommended. Otherwise, the probability of death is 99. 9. If I abandon the training, can I exit safely? Chen Fan suddenly inquired. Only those who successfully pass the test may safely exit the training grounds. Do you wish to exit? Exit. Chen Fan did not hesitate for a moment. As you wish. A crimson flame enveloped Chen Fan completely, and with a leap, he vanished from his original location. When Chen Fan regained his senses, he found himself in a secluded corner of the island. Congratulations to the host for completing the relic exploration task, with a completion rate of 10. Rewards have been adjusted. The relic resurrection stone has been converted into a fixed-point resurrection stone. 1 opportunity for a fire-type skill lottery, 2 opportunities for miscellaneous lottery. And the relic shop system has been activated with privileges. Rewards have been settled into the designated space. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, knowing when to retreat. Grasping opportunities, with 50 points of relic energy. While it is commendable to act within one's limits, I hope the host can be a tad braver. Should you muster just a bit more courage, you may grasp the hand of this enigmatic system. Strangely enough, the system began to play background music. Stop. Turn off all music. I have a serious matter to address. Speak, host. What is the essence of the relic? Why can I learn skills on my own? Host. I have always doubted your intellect. When have you ever been unable to learn skills independently? Did you not master a digging skill on your own last time? The inability to master the skills of spirits is simply because you are human. Did I not explain this to you previously? As for the relic, I have told you all that needs to be said. You know too much. By the way, system. Host, can we not discuss everything in one breath? I am busy upgrading the relic mall system for you. The system seems to be acting strangely today. That test appeared quite challenging, yet I surprisingly passed. Does this not impress you? Host, do you believe in your sheer luck? If you were in a human body and had not activated a mental seed beforehand, you would have never passed such a test. The system's tone was filled with disdain. What kind of system are you? Not only do you provide no encouragement, but speaking of which, I believe I performed rather well this time, yet you only granted me a completion rate of 10. Confess, did you sabotage my rewards? Joking aside, do I need to undermine your rewards? Fine, you performed excellently this time. Can we leave it at that? Stop bothering me, alright? That was close. I almost slipped up. By the way, how did this foolish host figure it out? Chen Fan felt that something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint it, only managing a resigned pout. However, his attention was soon diverted. He noticed that the task of finding the tree fruit had not concluded. It seemed a long time had passed within the relic. Yet only 30 minutes had elapsed outside. What are you still pondering here? Of course, it is time to complete the task. On the map, only a golden dot remained. Chapter 59, Self-Hanging in the Southeast. The morning sun filtered through the dense forest, casting mottled light upon an exceptionally verdant tree. The leaves of this tree were slender, resembling sharp needles, with several palm-shaped green fruits dangling from its branches, exuding an enticing fragrance. Behold, my kingdom, a picturesque view. At the very top of the tree, a spirit resembling a monkey resided, its fur predominantly purple, with the most peculiar feature being its tail, which ended in a large 3-fingered hand-like appendage. At this moment, the spirit surveyed all beneath it, adorned with a peculiar headpiece that vaguely resembled a crown. Mere mortals. Observing its kin below and the busy figures of spirits in the distance, the long-tailed creature snorted disdainfully, clearly suffering from late-stage chinibyo. From a young age, it had felt different. Its formidable talents allowed it to learn skills faster than its peers, leading it to perceive itself as exceptional. It was solitary. A king is destined to be alone. There were a few rivals of comparable strength on the island, but it had little interaction with them, deeming them unworthy. A king's adversaries are only other kings. This morning, it awoke with a profound sense that its fated opponent was approaching. Indeed, as the last drop of dew fell from the leaf's tip, a figure materialized. The splendid reddish-brown, the unyielding gait, the proudly raised head. Such is the essence of royalty. Closer. Closer still, the long-tailed creature felt its body tremble. Brother, may I take one of the fruits beneath your feet? What? The long-tailed creature froze in shock. This was not the anticipated script. If you remain silent, I shall assume you agree. Chen Fan, uninterested in the peculiarly shaped long-tailed creature, picked a fruit from the tree and turned to leave. By the time the long-tailed creature regained its wits, Chen Fan had vanished without a trace. It is it, my destined rival. The long-tailed creature leaped down from the tree and sprinted in the direction Chen Fan had departed. With the completion of the 7th golden dot's fruit picking, a large green dot appeared on the system's map. Upon seeing this glaring shade of green, Chen Fan's heart raced. To lead a life of ease, one must inevitably bear some green overhead, yet this conspicuous color always instills a sense of unease. Sure enough, following the location of the green dot led directly to Professor Xiaobo's research facility. having trained alongside Kuna and Professor Xiaobo in recent days. Chen Fan had come to know quite a bit about the research facility and the estate. Yet there were areas with stringent security that he and Kuna could not access. After all, no one is a saint. And everyone has secrets they wish to keep hidden. The tree fruits Chen Fan needed to pick were located within these restricted areas. Thus he found himself entangled in a dilemma. What if he fell into Xiaobo's hands and was subjected to dissection? Chen Fan considered transforming into Xiao Lada to infiltrate, but ultimately decided to enter the research facility in the guise of Lu Wei. Even if discovered, there might still be a chance for rescue, right? Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan resolved to commence his infiltration. You cannot see me, you cannot see me. You cannot see me. Perhaps the forward mantra worked wonders, for Chen Fan successfully advanced toward the green fruits location. Unbeknownst to him, however, his movements had already been exposed. Deep within the research facility, Professor Xiaobo was watching Chen Fan's every move on the large screen with great interest. Doctor, should I deal with this six-tailed creature? Standing beside Xiaobo were several individuals clad in masks and white coats, their identities obscured. No rush. Let me observe the intentions of this little girl. If she is here to investigate the gene god-making project in collaboration with Team R, find a way to manage her. If she is here for that place, then we shall eliminate her entirely. A chilling smile appeared on Xiaobo's benevolent face. Indeed. However, this six-tailed creature is quite intriguing. I would love to dissect and examine it. Xiaobo fixated on the screen displaying Chen Fan, his fingers lightly tapping the table. The six-tailed creature was the most spiritually attuned spirit he had ever encountered. It was as if it were not merely a spirit, but a being akin to humanity. This troublesome little creature had unexpectedly ventured into the research facility of Shibi. After CHNF entered the institute, KN also took note of his movements. By choosing to bring CHNF into Shibi for training, KN had her own motives. CHNFN's unauthorized actions served as an intriguing opportunity for KN to test him. Oblivious to what Shibi and KN were contemplating, CHNFN continued to silently recite that he was invisible as he dashed towards the tree fruit. Among these individuals, CHNFN remained the most innocent. Without encountering any trouble, he arrived beneath his target, a rather extraordinary tree, its branches and leaves forming a pentagram shape. With 5 tree fruits surrounded by white mist hanging from its 5 tips. Little one, it is quite improper to be a thief in someone else's home. Just as CHNFN prepared to pluck a fruit, he suddenly heard Shibi's voice. Leaning on his cane, Shibi appeared before CHNFN, accompanied by a lava snail. In that moment, CHNFN made a startling decision. He leapt into the air and executed an instant teleportation, landing on the tree fruit hanging from the southeastern branch, swiftly plucking it down. Upon seeing the six-tailed creature dangling from the southeast branch, Shibi was taken aback. Having encountered shamelessness before, yet never to this extent. Little six-tailed, have you floated away? Or is it that I, Shibi, cannot wield my blade? Noticing the lava snail staring at him, CHNFN timidly claimed to be a good child. The lava snail, level 80, with a quasi-divine peak qualification and attributes of fire and rock, possessed the ability of lava armor. Its skills included spark, rock slide, mist, yawn, harden, self-recovery, primordial force, instant amnesia, smoke, earthquake, flame jet, mountain crush, earth power, heavy artillery, sunny day, sleep, sleep talk, light wall, explosion, and overheat, along with its lordly skill. Lava terrain, which randomly generates magma within a 50-meter radius during battle. This formidable spirit was on the verge of becoming a divine beast, with its fire-type skills releasing at a speed 130 times the norm. What could CHNFN do in the face of such overwhelming power? He felt hopeless, not due to a lack of strength on his part, but because his enemies were utterly ruthless. He reflected on how foolish and naive he had been in the past, thinking that sheer aggression could resolve any confrontation. Now, despite his growing repertoire of skills, he was perpetually faced with despairing adversaries. Behave, and I shall check your condition, and then I will forgive you, Shibi smiled. A smile that sent shivers down CHNFN's spine. Lord Shibi, my apologies. This child is far too mischievous. KN followed closely behind. Little girl, you are putting me in quite a predicament. Shibi turned his gaze towards KN, though his eyes seemed distant, lost in thought. Lord Shibi, KN is merely a trainer now, not an alliance inspector nor any other role. For the remainder of these days, please assist in training the six-tailed. KN had begun to piece together certain truths, realizing that further inquiries might lead her into danger. Haha, little girl. How could I not lend a hand to such promising successors? Your six-tailed appears so lively. Let us engage in a Pokémon battle and see his recent progress. Shibi chuckled heartily, his demeanor shifting to one of benevolence. Then I look forward to your guidance, Lord Shibi. KN nodded. Hey, did anyone consult me about this? CHNFN protested, but upon witnessing the unwavering gazes of Shibi and KN, he resolved to be a compliant child. Then, let the battle commence. In Chapter 60, CHNFN experienced an explosive surge of power. Monkey brother, is that you? Each time he laid eyes on that spirit, CHNFN felt a peculiar sense of incongruity. The Li YNHU, level 69 with quasi-divine first-order qualifications, boasted fire and fighting attributes. And the Iron Fist ability, along with skills like Close Combat, Sonic Punch, Flame Charge, Scratch, Scary Face, Spark, Taunt, Feint Attack, Flame Wheel, Flame Vortex, Sleep, Sleep Talk, Meditate, Frenzy, Taunt, Acrobatics, Low Kick, Explosion, Overheat, Swords Dance, Quick Attack, Shadow Clone, and Hellish Roll. The fighting-loving Li YNHU had enhanced close-quarters attack speed. Perhaps influenced by that monkey from his youth, CHNFN found the Li YNHU particularly formidable. Fortunately, it did not brandish a stick. Or CHNFN might have surrendered outright. Monkey brother, you are truly remarkable. Little girl, what is your six-tailed doing? Why is it making a fuss on the sidelines and wiggling its tail? Both Shi B and KN were bewildered by CHNFN's antics. Humph. Even if you flatter me, I shall not hold back. Prepare yourself, six-tailed. Although CHNFN's praise made the Li YNHU feel slightly bashful. It was a creature of principles, and it resolved to simply ease its strikes. In reality, Pokémon battles were not merely about exchanging skills as seen in animations. They involved fundamental dodging and attacking techniques, particularly for fighting-type Pokémon. Some powerful fighting Pokémon utilized their moves purely for support. Undoubtedly, this Li YNHU was a master of combat. Although not Shi B's Pokémon, it had been meticulously nurtured by his subordinates. The Li YNHU's fists ignited with flames, striking towards CHNFN like a bolt of lightning, its fiery punches executed with instinctual precision. However, it soon encountered an awkward situation. Since evolving into its final form, the Li YNHU had not faced such a diminutive spirit in a long while. Evolution signified an increase in strength. Typically, a six-tailed of such high level would scarcely even have the opportunity to engage in battle. Ultimately, the Li YNHU transitioned from punches to kicks, aiming a strike at CHNFN. Previously, CHNFN had relied solely on his extraordinarily high defenses. But this time, he instinctively dodged the Li YNHU's rapid kick. The Li YNHU's relentless assault resembled a torrential storm. Each kick generating a gust of warm wind, clearly demonstrating its might. CHNFN maneuvered within that confined space, darting like a flickering spark. At some point, the Li YNHU abandoned its kicks and resorted to punches, for it was far more skilled in that regard. Countless shadowy fists surrounded CHNFN, as if attempting to envelop him, while bystanders could only hear the sound of wind being sliced through by the punches. Li YNHU, cease your assault and retreat, Shi B finally spoke. Upon hearing Shi B's command, the Li YNHU immediately halted its attack and stepped back. At this moment, it, like CHNFN, was panting heavily, though its breaths were noticeably labored, bent over as it struggled to throw punches. Li YNHU, unleash Flame Jet. Shi B had long perceived CHNFN's disadvantage. Although his evasion was remarkable, speed was his Achilles heel. As Shi B had anticipated, CHNFN's speed was insufficient to evade the Li YNHU's Flame Jet. However, it was evident that this Li YNHU was specialized. Its special attack was far inferior to its physical attack, quickly donning the shell of the Shu Jian Gu. This blow from the Flame Jet did not inflict significant harm. Now Flame Charge. Shi B's commands followed in quick succession. This old fellow truly had a knack for strategy. CHNFN had to admire Shi B. Although he wasn't aware that he had donned the protective shell of the Shu Jian Gu, he had already factored in the subsequent reduction in speed due to the increased defense. Enveloped in flames, the Li YNHU surged forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, crashing into CHNFN. CHNFN did not immediately deploy his trump card. For in the face of a 20-level disparity, the terrifying physical attack shattered his defenses, additionally accompanied by a paralyzing effect. Shan Yin Chong Feng, a skill that injures the enemy while inflicting considerable damage upon itself, brings no comfort to Li Yanho either. Chen Fan gazed at the slightly injured Li Yanho, who was panting heavily, and offered it a smile. Self-restoration initiated. A green light flickered across Chen Fan's body as his wounds began to heal. Li Yanho, rest, he commanded. Xiaobo also smiled at Chen Fan, remarking that the little fellow's attack power was insufficient to conclude the battle while Li Yanho was asleep. Chen Fan remained unfazed, as he had never harbored the illusion of defeating an opponent over 20 levels higher than himself. Nevertheless, he felt the need to make a statement and unleashed a jet of flames towards Li Yanho. However, upon attacking, Chen Fan found himself quite disheartened. Li Yanho, in slumber, bore an expression of sheer enjoyment that was hard to believe, reminiscent of a burly man indulging in a lavish pampering session. While Uncle could tolerate it, Aunt could not. Witness my wild clawing. Chen Fan lamentably discovered that using his claws was indeed the most potent attack method available to him. And the claws gifted in the novice package finally had their moment to shine. Whether the scene was gruesome or otherwise remained a mystery, as Chen Fan had his eyes tightly shut. After all, a frenzied clawing attack, akin to a brawl among shrewish women, was not a sight for the faint-hearted. Yet, why was it so quiet? Had Xiaobo ceased issuing commands? The atmosphere around him had grown still, prompting Chen Fan to open his eyes. To his astonishment, Li Yanho lay sprawled on the ground, starry-eyed. Can you believe it? Humph. Take that for displaying such a blissful demeanor earlier. Now you lie there, trembling. The intimidation effect, which activated once in 10,000 years, had indeed triggered. Even Xiaobo, accustomed to grand spectacles, appeared utterly dumbfounded. While Kana had long since grown accustomed to such oddities, remarking that this six-tailed creature was indeed a peculiar one, and anything unusual occurring around it was not surprising. Little girl, I am genuinely interested in studying your six-tailed creature, Xiaobo stated earnestly, gazing at Kana. Apologies, old man. Kana replied without hesitation, refusing the offer. Accepting Xiaobo's proposal would yield numerous benefits, yet it would cost her the trust of her Pokémon. Even though she was aware that Xiaobo's research would not inflict harm on them. Let this one go. After all, we are in a research facility. I hope your six-tailed creature will refrain from causing further disturbances. Xiaobo nodded, not dwelling too much on the matter. Very well. I will keep a watchful eye on this little one. Kuna lifted Chen Fan and headed towards the exit of the research facility. What an extraordinary little creature. Truly fascinating. She lamented that this troublesome six-tailed Pokémon constantly caused her trouble. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of gathering fruit and are receiving insights into advanced Pokémon breeding. As Kana returned to her Pokeball, Chen Fan began to assess his current gains. To be honest, he regretted consuming that large chili pepper, as he could have managed this training without it. System. Let us commence the miscellaneous lottery. I sense today will be fortuitous. Indeed, Chen Fan exuded confidence. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a bottle of Piao Ro shampoo. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Fan felt an urge to lash out. Damn Piao Ro. System, are you certain you are not jesting? Congratulations, host. You have drawn a bag of Wei Wong beetle nut. Wei Wong beetle nut. Chewing it grants confidence. Chew one before battle to ignore abnormal states. Forget it. I no longer believe in any miscellaneous lottery. Chen Fan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Host, would you like to continue drawing? Draw, why not? Let's obtain a fire-type skill. I refuse to be disheartened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Dance of Fire. Dance of Fire. Envelopes the body in flames. Attacking opponents with sweeping wings. Increases special attack for 10 minutes post-use. Now, this was splendid. Finally, Chen Fan was satisfied with the skill. Not only was Dance of Fire a formidable offensive ability, but it also enhanced his special attack. Simply perfect. System, open the Ruins shop. Upon discovering the newly added feature, Chen Fan curiously clicked inside. Ruins Key, a key that grants access to any ruin, current accessible ruin, volcano training base. Price, 200 Ruins points. Regirock Pokémon Egg, hatches into the Rock-type legendary Pokémon Regirock. Price, 300 Ruins points. Regice Pokémon Egg, hatches into the Ice-type legendary Pokémon Regice. Price, 300 Ruins points. Registeel Pokémon Egg, hatches into the Steel-type legendary Pokémon Registeel. Price, 300 Ruins points. Regigigas Pokémon Egg, generates the first stage legendary Pokémon Regirock, Regice, and Registeel, possessing mysterious powers. Price, 5,000 Ruins points. Ruins Potion, an unknown potion with a 50 chance to enhance attributes and a 50 chance to diminish attributes. Price, 50 energy points. Other products are unlocking. Why such a significant disparity among legendary Pokémon? Observing the Ruins points, Chen Fan chuckled silently, deeming it wiser to spend 100 source energy points on a lottery for legendary Pokémon eggs than to purchase these trivial items. Shopping, after all, is about impulsive consumption. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan used the energy points from completing the Lugia task to buy a legendary egg. As someone who had long struggled on the brink of poverty, he had not visited this high-end store in quite some time. It was bittersweet to acknowledge his inability to afford it. Even the newly listed items were only now coming to his attention. Elemental Fruit randomly enhances mastery of a specific elemental type. Price, 10,000 energy points. Fate Fruit, consuming it guarantees a premium item in the next lottery, but brings misfortune for 10 days. Price, 110,000 energy points. Lord Skill Imprint, randomly comprehend a Lord Skill. Price, 510,000 energy points. What frivolous items. Of no use whatsoever. I shall stick to purchasing my legendary Pokémon egg. Chen Fan would never admit to being sour over unattainable grapes. Purchase successful. The price of the legendary egg has changed to 1,000 source energy points. Would you like to rent a follower space? Now that is downright unfair. A tenfold price increase. The housing market hasn't risen that sharply. Chen Fan had envisioned building an army of legendary Pokémon. And now, how was he to proceed? Oh, my foolish host. Such random Pokémon eggs cannot be sold indiscriminately. What if you ended up with something enormous? Disrupting the rules of the world will never yield a good outcome. Very well, I shall graciously forgive you. Chen Fan did not dwell on the matter. After all, legendary Pokémon are not easily nurtured. One legendary egg acquired. Activating the legendary Pokémon egg gacha machine. Shall we proceed? Was there even a need for inquiry? Of course, let us proceed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Karaki Pokémon egg. Haha, I am indeed the child of destiny. The healer of my team is now secured. This narrative will alter Karaki's abilities, primarily focusing on healing. However, within a fleeting tenth of a second, Chen Fan found himself unable to smile. Hatching Karaki required completing a task. Chapter 61. Both Xiaobo and Kuna were astonished. Congratulations, host, you have activated the task, the birth of Karaki. To hatch Karaki, please collect a star essence and a starlight. The system's mocking voice echoed in his mind. System, can I return this? Upon seeing the items required for the task, Chen Fan felt ensnared. Is there truly no such thing as a bargain? The ancients did not deceive me. Star essence. After a meteorite falls through the atmosphere, it reacts violently with the elements present, with a certain probability of forming unique crystals internally. Crystals that absorb the moon's essence for over 10 years can transform into star essence. The light of stars. When a meteor streaks across the sky, raindrops record its journey. This drop of rain lands on a material with the ability to capture images, and through a century of stellar reflections, the light of stars is formed. System, are you truly not jesting? This task is utterly beyond human capability. What is this and what is that? Is it certain that such a thing can be found? Dear host, you must believe in yourself. Dreams will always come to fruition. The system derives pleasure from our plight. Enough said. The longest road in this world is your trickery. Chen Fan, however, felt no disappointment. For it is only reasonable that divine beasts are not as common as cabbages found on the street. Chen Fan's plan for a divine beast army has reached an impasse. Aware that the training plan from Kana was of no use to him, Chen Fan had entirely lost the will to persist. Even if such training would be a monumental opportunity for a Pokémon. Chen Fan's obstinacy has displeased someone. The little one trains diligently. Kana has begun to question her life choices. The initial 10 days of training were relatively earnest, but after facing off against the Li Yanho, everything changed. Is it you who has become complacent, or is it my Kana who can no longer wield her blade? Soft and hard tactics were utterly ineffectual against Chen Fan. Threats and temptations fell on deaf ears, and the fact that he could also be adorable made matters all the more perplexing. Open to criticism, yet unyielding. This is the attitude of my Chen Fan. As the two engaged in a battle of wits, the second round of 10 days of training came to an end. Little one, your performance this time will be scrutinized. If you show no improvement, humph. Kana raised her fist towards Chen Fan. Sister, do you not realize that your intimidation has zero effect and is rather endearing? Chen Fan teased Kana. For this test, Chen Fan held great confidence. Originally, there were to be 3 rounds of 30 days of training, but today, Xiaobo spoke with Kana, and it seems that Red Lotus Island shall not be peaceful. Thus, the 3rd round of training cannot proceed. Kana was not surprised at all. It seemed she had received prior news. Lu Wei unleash Ember. Once more, they returned to the chamber to assess attack power, and Kana commanded Chen Fan to assault the apparatus. Thanks to the effects of the super chili pepper, Chen Fan released Ember with remarkable ease. A jet of black and red flame surged towards the device. Let us not dwell on it. Saying too much brings tears. To enhance the power of fire-type skills, Chen Fan endured considerable torment. Why did I consume that chili pepper? My throat is parched to the point of igniting. And experiencing constipation for over 10 days is truly indescribable. It will be ages before chili peppers grace my culinary repertoire again. The power of Ember has improved by 50% since 20 days ago, a figure that astonished both Kana and Xiaobo emerged. Are you certain the machine is functioning correctly? Kana was incredulous, considering this training was from the seemingly lackadaisical Lu Wei. I believe it to be accurate. Even Xiaobo, the fire-type champion, dared not interject. Lu Wei, use flame wheel. Kana, undeterred, commanded Chen Fan to employ another skill. The swirling pillar of fire collided with the testing apparatus, yielding similar results, with power having increased by approximately 50%. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the 2 formidable trainers before him, Chen Fan felt that the trials he had endured over these days were somewhat justified. Ha, foolish humans. The system mocked mercilessly. Indeed, foolish. No, all of you. Why do I feel as if you are mocking me? Experience it for yourself. Observing Chen Fan's proud demeanor, Miss Kana was quite vexed. Lu Wei, merely improving fire-type power is insufficient. Let us see the skills you have mastered this time. If no new skills have been learned, you shall face a severe reprimand. I still do not believe it. Chen Fan revealed a mischievous smile, fully prepared to astonish the mortals. Ugh, how did I adopt the system's tone? Chen Fan shook his fur, and a surge of electricity arced through his coat, subsequently condensing electric energy above his head into a storm cloud. Once it reached a certain density, the cloud released dozens of bolts of lightning towards the testing apparatus. Shock. Once again shock. Miss Kana could not help but rub her eyes. Surely, She was not hallucinating. Uncle Xiaobo's expression was hardly less incredulous. I was seriously teaching it fire-type skills. How did it learn to summon lightning? This is Lu Wei, for goodness sake. Seeing the two astonished individuals once more, Chen Fan smiled faintly, concealing his achievements. The thunder skill was acquired from a lottery opportunity as a reward for completing the Lugia task, and simultaneously, Chen Fan had drawn a piece of equipment, the Thunderball. It amplifies the damage of thunder and thunderbolt by 50. Little girl, the electric damage from your Lu Wei seems to surpass that of its fire type. At that moment, he was genuinely tempted to capture this Lu Wei for research. Do not speak. I wish to be silent. The emergence of this Lu Wei had utterly overturned Ku Na's understanding of Pokémon. Not only Xiaobo, but even she wished to capture Chen Fan for study. By the way, is it possible for Lu Wei to learn thunder? At least no researchers have discovered such a phenomenon yet. Little girl, regarding your Lu Wei, I have no better suggestions. Let it grow freely. Xiaobo instinctively reached for his goatee, only to remember it had long been singed by Chen Fan's flames. I concur. What is most needed now is to cultivate a rapport of combat with this little creature. Ku Na herself lacked confidence in her own statement. Pokémon are generally simple beings, yet this Lu Wei gives Ku Na an inscrutable impression. Will you be departing Red Lotus Island today? Indeed. Very well. Old man will not accompany you further. After bidding farewell to Chen Fan and Xiaobo, Ku Na returned to her room to collect her belongings, opting for silence regarding the matter of reprimanding Chen Fan, as that was the most apparent choice. However, some reluctance lingered, especially upon witnessing Chen Fan's smug demeanor. Return to your Pokeball. Ku Na produced the Pokeball and withdrew Chen Fan, removing him from her sight. Following the mountain path to the seaside, Ku Na summoned her Lapras and mounted it, glancing back at the beautiful Red Lotus Island, where dark clouds loomed overhead, as if threatening to descend, heralding an impending storm. Lapras, let us return home. Those who meddle in affairs that do not concern them seldom meet a favorable end. Doctor, some ruins have been activated. Though it seems this site was triggered not long ago, the scene shifted back to the depths of Xiaobo's research institute. Is that so? Xiaobo squinted his eyes. That little girl is indeed remarkable. This is intriguing. Shall we pursue her? No need. Xiaobo waved his hand. Ku Na has always been under his surveillance, and it seems only that little one could infiltrate the ruins. Thinking of Chen Fan, a smile crept upon Xiaobo's face. There are more pressing matters at hand. Let us spare that little one for now, and when next we meet, I shall thoroughly examine her. Doctor, we have intruders. Finally, they have arrived. Let us establish our authority with these miscreants. At this moment, Xiaobo's countenance was filled with a chilling aura, entirely devoid of his previous benevolent demeanor. Yes, at this moment, Red Lotus Island had transformed into a bastion of war. Due to the world's regulations, humanity's technology lacks large-scale destructive weaponry. Instead, they wield electromagnetic devices designed for sabotage. While the clash of electromagnetic weaponry may fill the air with smoke, it rarely results in casualties or significant environmental damage. Following the technological confrontation, the true battle lies in the clash of trainers. Those who have logged onto Red Lotus Island do not wear a uniform, and each bears a fearsome countenance, exuding an aura of menace, easily revealing their identities as members of the Pokémon Hunter organization. This is a group of individuals who act without scruples, resorting to any means necessary for their own gain. Often, it is not that the Pokémon hunters are inherently superior. Rather, trainers find themselves intimidated by their fierce demeanor, leading to significant losses. Unfortunately, those who can ascend to the ranks of elite trainers are not benign characters, and the followers of Shibi maintain a methodical advantage. No legitimate trainer wishes to be regarded as a despicable villain, unless compelled to do so. Many members of dark organizations and Pokémon hunters are merely ordinary individuals unable to bear the costs of becoming trainers. Reality does not present absolute right or wrong. It is merely a matter of perspective. The trainer's Pokémon serve as weapons, devoid of notions of good or evil. The distinction lies solely in the wielder. The audacity to invade Angli-In Island suggests these individuals are far from ordinary. Indeed, with a resounding roar, a three-headed dragon emerged. Its appearance silenced the surroundings, causing many Pokémon to tremble slightly. If it were merely a quasi-divine being, the intimidation would be less profound. However, this three-headed dragon has transcended the boundaries of a quasi-divine entity, becoming a divine beast. The transformation of a Pokémon into a divine beast signifies a qualitative leap, and the disparity in strength between divine beasts of different tiers is immense. Three-headed dragon, unleash your fiery breath upon our foes. A booming voice resonated from an unknown source. The intensity of the attack from a divine beast starkly contrasts with that of a quasi-divine being. Except for a few quasi-divine Pokémon, most are utterly powerless against this formidable three-headed dragon, easily crushed. What brings the infamous SHXNs to our island? Shibi's figure materialized. This splendid place is unfit for someone of your age. Depart with your companions, and I may show mercy and spare your miserable lives. A man clad in pirate attire had somehow perched upon the three-headed dragon's back. He appeared exceedingly ordinary, save for his pair of incisors resembling those of a rat. In his hand, he clutched a bloodied heart, roughly the size of a human's. He even gnawed at the heart with his sharp teeth, revealing a grin stained with blood. Such a repugnant creature should not exist in this world. Since you have come, leave your life here, he proclaimed. Come forth, my trump card. Shibi scoffed, and a burst of flames erupted from the volcano behind him. Chapter 62. There is still a long way to go. The flames soared into the sky, blossoming into a magnificent fire lotus. As the fire lotus unfurled, the flames transformed into the shape of a colossal bird, enveloped in flames. The giant bird emitted a long cry, flapping its wings as it hovered in the air, gazing down at the three-headed dragon. The three-headed dragon roared at the airborne Pokémon, a mixture of unease and exhilaration evident in its demeanor. Not bad for an old man. You've concealed yourself well. The intelligence he received contained no mention of Shibi possessing a fiery bird. You are in for an even greater surprise. Just wait. Shibi chuckled, a glimmer of menace in his smile. The fiery bird dove from the sky, trailing a flickering light akin to a falling meteor. Curse it, this is a troublesome opponent. SHXNs muttered, leaping down from the back of the three-headed dragon. Though he descended from a height of several meters, it felt as effortless as stepping down a single step. With the trainer absent, the three-headed dragon initiated its counterattack. Its three fearsome heads coalescing to form a terrifying black energy sphere that surged toward the fiery bird. The explosive impact of the shadow ball struck the descending fiery bird. Yet the violent explosions did not diminish its speed as it crashed mercilessly into the three-headed dragon. All three heads simultaneously emitted anguished cries, while the fiery bird seized the initiative. Three-headed dragon, unleash your dragon breath. If a fire-type move were employed, it would scarcely harm the fiery bird. Fiery bird. Spiral of flames. The flames began to swirl continuously, transforming into a fire vortex resembling a tornado. This was the true form of the fiery vortex. The three dragon breaths converged to form a triangular spiral, seemingly intent on piercing through the fire vortex, yet ultimately succumbed to the flames. Once the flames dissipated, the three-headed dragon found itself at a disadvantage once more. Three-headed dragon approached the fiery bird and utilized steel wings. With the distant special attacks proving ineffective, it opted for close-range physical assaults. Fiery bird, counter with steel wings. The rhythm of battle escalated rapidly, waves of relentless assaults offering no respite to the opponent. The collision of white light from their wings produced a thunderous explosion. Three-headed dragon, employ biting attacks. Fiery bird, engage in close combat. A new round of attacks commenced as the two Pokémon engaged in a primal struggle. As the fiery bird and three-headed dragon clashed, battles among other Pokémon came to a halt. The strong always take center stage in combat. Although the three-headed dragon was at a disadvantage, the outcome was yet to be determined. Fiery bird, use butterfly dance. Shibi resolved to strike decisively. Three-headed dragon, we shall use dragon dance as well. Aware that Shibi would not make it easy for him with butterfly dance, SHXNs chose the most cautious approach. No, three-headed dragon, dive like a dragon god. He soon sensed something amiss. The fiery bird was employing not only butterfly dance, but also sword dance. Too late. How do you like my dual dance combination? Fiery bird. Solar flare. Terrifying energy coalesced within the fiery bird's wings, and with a powerful flap, a massive beam of light surged toward the three-headed dragon. Old man, even if your fiery bird surpasses my three-headed dragon, what of it? Watch how I obliterate you. At some point, SHXNs had approached Shibi. As a notorious Pokémon hunter, his unscrupulous acquisition of resources had granted him the strength of a champion. Battles in the wild are not confined to arenas. They hinge solely on the prowess of the Pokémon. The might of a champion derives not only from their Pokémon, but also from their own formidable capabilities. You are still far from sufficient. Unperturbed by the assault, Shibi raised his hand gently, blocking SHXN's blade-like strike. Old man, not bad for your strength. SHXNs did not relent in his attack. Although Shibi's prowess surprised him, as a champion, he held unwavering confidence in himself. You remain far from adequate. Shibi's voice revealed little emotion. The clash between the two champions produced a commotion rivaling that of a battle between divine beasts. These two were nothing short of human weapons. With each exchange, Shibi's loose clothing gradually tattered, revealing a physique far from the expected frailty, but instead resembling that of a bodybuilder. Is this all the legendary SHXNs can muster? Shibi mocked. To be belittled by an old man, very well. The warm-up is over. SHXNs bared his sharp teeth in a grin, his speed suddenly doubling. It seemed as if he had employed a Pokémon's agility, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the air. You are still far from adequate. In the face of SHXN's full frontal assault, Shibi remained entirely composed, appearing as if he had become a being of 3 heads and 6 arms. Curse it, this old man. Others may have been oblivious, but SHXNs recognized that the elder before him had not moved an inch, making the disparity in strength all too apparent. You two have attained champion-level strength? In that moment, SHXNs yearned to extract the heart of the informant who had sold him this intelligence and take a savage bite. Now it is discovered. Too late. Shibi has begun his counterattack. As a champion trainer of the fire element, his strikes burst forth like flames, each punch infused with an aura of fire. The most terrifying weapon of the SHXNZH is his own hands, curved like the talons of an eagle, with sharp claws capable of slicing through steel. Yet, two of them were brutally shattered by Shibi. Damn it, this old man is too formidable. It is time to find an opportunity to withdraw. A sense of retreat has already begun to sprout in his heart. Such a bloodthirsty figure has never possessed the pride and awareness of a true strongman. Want to escape? Not even close. Shibi's calm voice echoed in SHXNZH's ears like a haunting nightmare. It felt as though he was ensnared in molten lava, unable to extricate himself from the terrifying onslaught. This situation is untenable. A decisive action must be made. SHXNZH sensed his stamina waning and summoned the three-headed evil dragon to utilize its secret technique, Dragon Soul Explosion. Did he think he could create an opportunity to escape using the secret technique of a divine beast? Not even close. Shibi's voice rang in his ears once more. SHXNZH felt as though he was losing his mind. The phrase "not even close" echoed like a call from hell. Old man, be silent. Firebird. Unleash the annihilation flame. As a legitimate divine beast, Shibi's Firebird mastered the secret techniques only known to such beings. The annihilation flame can extinguish any opponent's attack. A formidable defensive skill. Indeed, the chilling energy emanating from the three-headed evil dragon dissipated under the annihilation flame, though that strange fire likewise failed to inflict any damage. Old man, I will remember you. SHXNZH uttered a confession of a defeated weakling. As soon as the words left his mouth, several tremendous explosions erupted around him. Want to flee? Not even close. Shibi's voice was like a maggot in the bones. Old man, I've had enough of you. Do not think to leave me behind. The ferocity in SHXNZH's voice had vanished, replaced by a sense of panic and disarray. Who said I would leave you? Shibi chuckled. In truth, I intend to kill you. No sooner had Shibi's words echoed than a crimson glow erupted from the ground, enveloping SHXNZH. Moments later, the red light faded, and a powerful champion trainer was reduced to ashes. The power of the ruins is indeed terrifying. It appears to be a Pandora's box. Even though this was not Shibi's first encounter, the attack methods from the ruins predating this era still instilled fear. Fortunately, such attacks come with numerous limitations. After the trainer's demise, the three-headed evil dragon emitted a mournful cry, but soon fell into chaos, turning on itself in conflict. This ferocious quasi-divine beast, despite its immense talent, ranked low among quasi-divine Pokémon due to its propensity for confusion. Upon witnessing the three-headed evil dragon in the sky, Shibi displayed a rare expression of compassion. For someone as notorious as SHXNZH, he could execute without hesitation, yet striking down a Pokémon was not so easily done, even if it was a malevolent creature responsible for many wrongs. Humans are, at times, such strange and complex beings. I am sorry, dear creature. Closing his eyes, Shibi trembled as he rendered judgment on the three-headed evil dragon. With a single lament, Anglian Island returned to tranquility. The death of SHXNZH was sufficient to quell the crisis on Anglian Island, which would now officially become Shibi's domain. His profile would be thoroughly updated in the records of many factions. In the Sky Tower of the Phoenix King, a clash between biology and genetics had just concluded. Dead man, I sense a new vitality within me. The union of the Phoenix King and LQY, what kind of existence might this produce? FNGFing. Is this truly wise? I cannot shake a sense of unease. For beings such as them, giving birth to life is not necessarily a good thing. Perhaps it will bring forth some unknown calamity. What? I am not afraid. If you are scared, then just roll away. Society, I am FNG. Since you have made your decision, let us bear the burden together. Now that is good. By the way, it seems that irritable fellow, GL Do, has begun to stir. His arch-rival, GIUK, has also been making noise in his slumbering place. It appears these two are set to clash once more. The ones who will truly suffer are those annoying humans. Most troubling are those three old-timers. Such single-celled beings do not require factions. They just fight upon waking, making them truly difficult to handle. SHIWT Ing has completely deciphered the function of this pearl. It is the key to awakening GIUK, and can even control it. Ha ha ha, splendid, well done. A crazed light glimmered in SHIWT Ing's eyes. Chu NMI, how is the mission progressing? Boss, I have infiltrated the target and am about to secure the mission item. On the other end of the communicator's screen was a woman with red hair, wearing black-rimmed glasses, exuding intellectual charm. Most captivating was the small mole at the left corner of her lips, particularly alluring. Cancel this mission. I have a more important task for you. Chu NMI is SHIWT Ing's most trusted aide, and the most significant matters are naturally entrusted to those deemed most reliable. Yes, boss. Chu Nim, I would not hesitate in executing Shiwtang's orders, immediately complying. Even if it meant expending countless resources and time to complete this plan. Let this world transform entirely into an ocean. The line between genius and madness is often a mere thread. Chapter 63, The Dark Veil. Our village is known as Husian. The residents have guarded this place for generations, protecting a sacred stone. In a small, unnamed village on the Fnju continent, the elder who brought Xiao Zhu and Xiao Yu back was introducing them to the village. Welcome, spirited young men, to our village. Dear little girl, come to Grandma's house for lunch at noon. Once they entered the village, the two children were warmly welcomed by the villagers, a feeling they had never experienced before. Xiao Zhu, living here might not be so bad after all. Xiao Yu, wherever you are, I shall be too. After settling Xiao Zhu and Xiao Yu, a grave expression appeared on the elder's face. It was time to make a decision. 10 minutes later, both Xiao Zhu and Xiao Yu were summoned to the village square. In this spacious square, a lifelike statue of GL Du stood, its eyes seemingly alive like a real Pokémon. Villagers, you must know that the divine stone has been stolen. Seeing over 200 familiar faces, the village chief spoke calmly. What shall we do, Chief BR? The mission passed down from our ancestors is both a responsibility and a shackle. No one is obliged to sacrifice. We must look forward rather than dwell solely on ancestral teachings. Is this true, Chief? Yes, I have decided. Our village shall migrate. Really? Chief. But Chief, are we truly going to? I have decided to cast aside the burden that weighs upon us all. After uttering these words, the elder seemed to expend all his strength, yet felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He remembered when he was a child. His father had solemnly told him of the responsibilities and mission he bore. He had never felt so unburdened since. Long live the chief. Uncle Chief, your wisdom is unparalleled. Seeing the support of many villagers, some elders who had intended to speak fell silent, their emotions exceedingly complex. For them, this was a village they had inhabited for a long time, yet it also felt like a prison. Then let everyone return to pack. We shall depart tomorrow. I have discovered a more suitable place for living. The elderly man waved his hand, signaling the villagers to disperse. Grandpa, are you all right? As the crowd dispersed, Xiaozhu approached him. Growing up in an orphanage, he had learned to read emotions well. Observing the two children before him, the old man's melancholic expression faded. Do not worry, Grandpa is not so fragile. I merely feel regret that you have just arrived and must endure the burdensome move with us. It's all right, Grandpa. We are accustomed to it. Xiaoyu replied with a sweet smile, showing her understanding. What well-behaved children. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen, and this small village was engulfed in darkness early on. Due to the impending departure, all the villagers had retired early to rest. From the village chief's home, a shadow quietly emerged, vanishing into the night. Shortly thereafter, this silhouette appeared atop the volcano adjacent to the village. Here lay a cave leading directly into the heart of the volcano, once a sacred site for the villagers. Following the somewhat worn yet relatively clean path, the shadow continued inward, and as it neared the end, the passageway suddenly illuminated. The light shone upon the shadowy figure, revealing that it was the village chief, Bu Er. Indeed, it is you, Buzhou. It has been a long time. A glimmer of excitement flickered across Bu Er's face as he gazed at the man standing nearby. His back turned to him, but it was quickly masked, although his trembling body betrayed the turmoil within him. It has indeed been a while, my dear father. The man turned around, and if Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Yu had seen him, they would surely recognize him as the enigmatic figure they had encountered earlier. Are you still holding a grudge against me? Bu Er thought to step forward, yet he ultimately remained rooted in place. I no longer blame you. I have not for a long time. You were merely a pitiful soul. However, forgiveness does not come swiftly. It was you who did this, wasn't it? Indeed. It was I. The mysterious figure retrieved the stone that Xiao Zhuo had stolen from his bag. The formerly gray-white stone now faintly emanated a dark yellow glow. What? Do you wish to reclaim it? Since all suffering originated from here, let me personally bring it to an end. You possess the courage that I lack. Go ahead. I will not impede you. If you will not stop me, then why do you linger here? Very well, I shall depart now. Bu Er slowly turned and began to walk away, his silhouette steeped in solitude and desolation. The mysterious figure raised his hand, as if to speak, but ultimately muttered, leaving his words unuttered. Father, I aspire to become a Pokémon trainer. To become a trainer requires immense diligence. Can you endure? I can. I will surely persevere. This was the 4-year-old boy's first expression of his dream, as he idolized his father and admired his father's formidable Pokémon. Following the death of his mother when he turned 10, the boy and his father relied on each other, and he began to exhibit his talents. By his 20th birthday, he had become a champion trainer. At 20, he was no longer merely described as talented. However, on that very day, an event transpired that would alter the fate of the two father and son. Over 1,000 years ago, Groudon and Kyogre awakened from their slumber and resumed their battle, causing chaos across the Hoenn continent. Just as humanity found itself powerless, Arceus intervened. It chose 2 formidable humans and entrusted them with 2 stones. These stones had the power to control Groudon and Kyogre, as well as to seal these 2 mighty beings. Subsequently, the 2 champions guided the legendary beasts in opposite directions and utilized the seals to return them to slumber. Arceus understood the peril of human desire. Although the stones could control the powerful deities, they came at a significant cost. Yet, the ignorant humans yearned for the stones. Ultimately, the 2 champions chose to live in seclusion. The village of Huasiyuan was home to the champion who possessed the stone to control Groudon. Those whom Arceus chose were individuals of great righteousness, and Arceus had also informed them that to maintain the sealing power, a gifted trainer's blood needed to be sacrificed periodically. Once a trainer offered their blood to the stone, their innate talents would be entirely consumed, rendering them ordinary. In the end, he wove a beautiful lie, failing to disclose that the stone could control Groudon to his descendants, instead tasking them with guarding it, as it was linked to the life and death of the Hoenn continent. On the day of Bujo's 20th birthday, the energy of the sealing stone had been depleted and required replenishment. The stone did not choose just any blood, it selected its own, and ultimately, Bujo and another young man from the village became targets. Unfortunately, the other young man had only a disabled mother due to certain circumstances. Consequently, Buer was forced to painfully allow Bujo to contribute his blood. From a genius to a waste, Bujo could not forgive Buer, and 3 days later, he left Huasiyuan, never to return. Brother, we have researched extensively. This stone is extraordinary. While Bujo pondered, someone approached him. The ability to restore his strength and even advance further stemmed from his encounter with a benefactor, the founder of the mysterious organization, Enmu. The existence of the Enmu organization was little known. Trainers who entered its ranks began as champions. After reviewing the information provided by a team member, Bujo sighed. The records from over 1,000 years ago were a mystery, and he wondered where the Enmu organization had obtained them. The details of the stone had been nearly restored. After examining the information, Bujo sighed again, unsure how to evaluate his ancestor. Staring at the stone in his hand, he took a moment before dialing his communicator. Boss, you must be aware of the information regarding this stone. I initially intended to dispose of it, but now I have relinquished that plan and entrust it to you for handling. Members of the Enmu organization enjoyed considerable freedom in their roles. Oh, little Bujo, you seem close to resolving your inner conflict. Congratulations. As for that stone, you should manage it yourself. I am busy and cannot attend to trivial matters. On the other end of the communicator was a beautiful, voluptuous woman with golden hair. Even through the screen, one could sense her allure and maturity, qualities that held a fatal attraction for men. Unfortunately, Bujo was not swayed by such charms. Very well, I shall hang up now. He promptly ended the call without hesitation. Oh dear, what a cold little brother. In a research facility in the Alola region, the golden-haired woman pouted as she noticed Bujo had hung up. Those brutish creatures are utterly lacking in beauty. I have no interest in them. It is the smaller Pokémon that are truly adorable. Don't you agree, my lovely little Ralts? At her feet lay a Ralts. Its claws a pale blue and its fur a pristine white. The Alolan Ralts, due to its coloration, appeared even more regal than the typical Ralts. Hearing the woman's voice, the Ralts lazily flicked its tail. Oh my, how adorable. The woman could not help but embrace the Ralts, rubbing her face against it, completely ignoring its expression of disdain. Shifting her gaze, another unfortunate Ralts was being teased by the beauty. How strange, you are no different from the other Ralts. Yet why can you learn Thunderbolt? Dubbed as fostering intimacy with Pokémon, Chen Fan could not shake the feeling that Kana was engaging in personal vendetta. Would any trainer strike their own Pokémon with an electric rod? Would any trainer confine their Pokémon in an oven? Reflecting on Kina's actions, Chen Fan found himself in a predicament that was difficult to articulate. It was time to showcase his true skills. Thus, he took up paper and pen. Writing in front of Kina. Kinajijia, I too wish to understand why I have mastered the Thunderstrike technique. Yet, who can elucidate such matters? Perhaps it is due to innate talent. Upon seeing Chen Fan's written words, Kina was taken aback. Observing her astonishment, Chen Fan offered a slight smile, concealing his prowess and renown. As a trainer on the verge of becoming a celestial king, Kina possessed extensive knowledge regarding Pokémon. While Pokémon could comprehend their trainer's commands and communicate in their own manner, including some psychic Pokémon utilizing telepathy, written communication had never been established before. This seemed to be a limitation of convention, yet Chen Fan shattered this perception entirely. Kina felt as though a door to a new realm had swung open, leading Chen Fan to quickly regret his actions. Xiao Luwai, write a few more words for me, would you? Chen Fan haughtily shook his head. Come on. Say a few compliments about me. Sister, you must maintain your composure. Xiao Luwai, you are the most obedient. In the future, when I encounter anything I do not understand with my other companions, I will rely on you to convey it. Kina embraced Chen Fan, playfully ruffling his hair. Faced with this maneuver, Chen Fan found himself unable to resist and could only surrender. While he enjoyed the affection, the overwhelming emotion occasionally caused an unexpected nosebleed, which was quite difficult to endure. Thus, Chen Fan willingly became the bridge for communication between Kina and other Pokémon. Kishabe praised me. Master, you are the best. Qinglong, who do you like the most? Mom, did you enjoy the energy cubes I made, Jidongyo? The flavor is rather mediocre. It would be even better if you could add some ice fruit. Kina's smile gradually faded. Xiao Luwai, are you doing this on purpose? Our Pokémon are simply straightforward. Chen Fan truly did not intend to offend. He merely transcribed the Pokémon's words verbatim. Humph. Kina baby is upset. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Noticing Kina storming off toward the main house, Chen Fan deemed it wise to temporarily vacate this area of contention. Thus, he left a note in his nest. Kinajija, I have gone out to play. I shall return tomorrow. Chen Fan departed Kina's home and made his way to the arena that Maniu had previously introduced him to, this time aiming for a winning streak of 30. During this period, he had encountered several significant challenges and achieved numerous difficult tasks, resulting in substantial gains. Luai Host. Level 48, Attributes. Fire, Psychic, Psychic Seed. Aptitude. Tier 3 Leader, Abilities. Ignite, Spatial Body, merges with the current space, immunizing against 95 of damage for 3 seconds. With a cooldown of 30 minutes. Pressure, Intimidation. Skills, Quick Attack, Flame Burst, Flame Vortex, Dig, Iron Tail, Poison Sting, Million Ton Kick, Frenzy Claw, Bite, Ice Fong, Fire Fawn. Volt Tackle, Close Combat, Double Return, Teleport, Sturdy, Thunder, Dance of Fire. Intermediate Lord Skill, Fire Leap, like burning flames, it dances in irregular trajectories, making it difficult for enemies to predict the user's next move. As the Fire Leap is utilized longer, it creates a fiery space that inflicts flame damage. With a chance to interrupt the opponent's skills, Flame Claw, a powerful claw strike formed by the explosive force of fire, capable of dealing significant destruction. Locking onto the target for attack and inflicting continuous flame burn damage. Aura skills, King's Contempt, Intimidate, Divine Beast Challenger, Equipment, Sharp Claw Set, Ancient Water Turtle Shell. Thunderball, Professional Skills, Elite Trainer, Intermediate Pokémon Breeder, currently in a special state. Heat, Companion Space, 4, Number of Companions, 8, including Jirachi's pet egg. Indeed. Chen Fan felt a sense of inflated pride as he gazed upon his current self. His invitation to the arena was the lowest tier, a Crimson Invitation, permitting entry for only one companion. Ultimately, he decided to summon Xiao LV. As he had not engaged in much battle, Xiao LV had only just reached level 43. Xiao LV, it's noon. Let us first indulge in a bowl of noodles. It must be said, the noodles from the armored Machoke were quite delectable. Listening to the boss, for Chen Fan, this unprincipled Pokémon would comply with whatever he said, as armored Machoke diligently took orders from guests. It suddenly felt a chill run down its back, sensing an ominous event on the horizon. When it turned around, the situation became dire. That nightmarish fishball thick noodle had reappeared, or rather, that terrifying Luai had returned. Hello, would you like fishball thick noodles? We have plenty of fishballs and thick noodles today. Armored Machoke forced an awkward yet polite smile, as ever since that fateful day. The noodle shop had always prepared fishballs and thick noodles. I do not want fishball thick noodles. 2 bowls of clear soup noodles, please. The silence in the air was palpable. Chen Fan swore he had no intention of teasing armored Machoke this time. Sold out again. Yes. Then I'll take 2 bowls of fishball thick noodles. After all, armored Machoke was still a good child. And benevolent Chen Fan certainly would not make things difficult for it. Thank you. Observing armored Machoke's grateful demeanor, Chen Fan couldn't help but recall a saying. When a good person commits a bad deed, others will deem them irredeemable. Conversely, when a bad person performs a good deed, others will be eternally grateful. Bah! As a person of such kindness, I am undoubtedly a good person. After savoring the delicious noodles suitable for Pokémon, Chen Fan accompanied Xiao LV to the registration area of the arena. Let me tell you, registering for the arena is not a simple matter. I expended considerable effort to obtain my novice invitation. A cheerful He Tao was boasting to its companion, Yida Shu, while holding a crimson invitation. Tao, you are amazing. But didn't that green Rattata just receive an invitation? Following Yida Shu's gaze, Chen Fan and Xiao LV had unknowingly arrived next to the examiner. Hudi, where Xiao LV had obtained the invitation from Hudi. The atmosphere turned awkward. Once again, it was that Hudi. Chen Fan discreetly slipped a high-grade waterstone to it, which exempted him from several tedious procedures and tests, allowing Xiao LV to receive a temporary invitation immediately. Examiner. Look at them. Thus, we also no problem. Hudi glanced at the cheerful He Tao indifferently. Silly child, go and complete the tests properly. You do not understand. Hudi admonished earnestly. After detailing the rules of engagement to Xiao LV, Chen Fan allowed it to undertake the challenge independently while he ascended to the second floor of the arena. The anticipation for the first battle after receiving the yellow invitation was palpable. He hoped to encounter a promising little fighter to cherish. As the second floor battle commenced, a fast-swimming frog awaited its opponent with eager anticipation. Oh, what a coincidence, it's you. Chen Fan recognized this fast-swimming frog as his opponent from the second match in the arena, the one that had suffered a misfortunate fate. Upon seeing Chen Fan, a hint of fear crossed the fast-swimming frog's face, intertwined with a tinge of anticipation and shyness. Chapter 65. The Little Prince of Chrysanthemums. It is he. It is he. It is indeed our friend, Little Chrysanthemum. A familiar voice echoed, for life often presents such coincidences. The referee was none other than the previous explode. Ahem. Regarding this Lu Wei, many friends will surely recognize it. The Chrysanthemum Maniac makes a comeback, and the opponent is the very first to fall victim to its toxicity. The fast-swimming frog. This is a fated confrontation. After Kuai Yonhua faced defeat against Lu Wei, it rose with renewed determination, achieving an impressive 10 consecutive victories and earning an invitation to advance to the orange level. The question now looms, will it achieve vengeance, or will it falter once more? Let us eagerly anticipate this fated confrontation. Chen Fan found the arena to be a remarkable place, filled with exceptional talent, each voice more melodious than the last, such as that of Bao Yingguai. Unlike its previous encounter, Kuai Yonhua refrained from uttering harsh words, which left it feeling uncertain about its ability to triumph over its opponent. What to do? The mere sight of Lu Wei made it feel shy. Chen Fan, too, remained silent, merely beckoning Kuai Yonhua with a gesture, finding it rather stylish. Kuai Yonhua slapped itself twice, casting aside its doubts. With a flourish of its glove-like hands, it unleashed a flurry of slaps towards Chen Fan. Each Pokémon's training method is unique, with each honing a few specialized skills. The series of slaps was one of Kuai Yonhua's powerful attack techniques, which it had refined into a common method of offense. To describe Kuai Yonhua in human terms, it resembled a master of palm techniques. Real-life combat cannot unfold like in animations or games, where one special move counters another. Fundamental offensive and defensive tactics are of utmost importance. However, its level was only 39, insufficient to penetrate even Chen Fan's defenses. The adage once bitten, twice shy held true for Chen Fan, as such battles did not pique his interest significantly. Yet, glancing at his newly acquired skill, he resolved to test out his recently mastered technique, Dance of Fire. As a buffing skill, its most formidable aspect lay in its offensive capabilities. Flames began to rise around Chen Fan, flickering in the gusts generated by Kuai Yonhua's palm strikes. Were this a duel between humans, it would undoubtedly be striking. However, envisioning a small Lu Wei, wobbling on its short legs and shaking its plump rear, brought forth a comedic effect. Chen Fan's attack was not lacking in strength, but he had previously encountered only mighty legendary beasts or the elite Pokémon of top trainers. Moreover, the chili buff provided a 50 boost to fire-type attacks. Just as Chen Fan was gaining the upper hand against Kuai Yonhua, his momentum abruptly slowed. As a bold idea struck him, to merge Fire Leap with Dance of Fire. Kuai Yonhua was unfazed by Chen Fan's momentary lapse in aggression. Its flurry of slaps intensified, their power rivaling that of some finishing moves. Achieving a ratio of 11-2 was not so simple. It inadvertently rendered his skills somewhat clumsy, and soon, Chen Fan found himself on the defensive. Yet, Kuai Yonhua showed no signs of elation. It understood that its attacks could not inflict any real harm on Chen Fan. Nevertheless, it continued its assault, embodying the spirit of a noble warrior. Even if it could not yet claim that title. With Kuai Yonhua's cooperation, Chen Fan began to find his rhythm, displaying an inexplicable talent for skill fusion. Under the relentless barrage of slaps, he grew increasingly adept. Congratulations to the host for mastering the fuse technique, Fire Leap Dance. This amalgamation of Fire Leap and Dance of Fire possessed both perplexing offensive and defensive capabilities, reducing the duration of enhancement from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. Through self-awareness, he grasped the fusion skill, and the Fire Leap Dance was further enhanced, adding additional special attack damage upon activation, with the enhancement time reduced to 1 minute. Kuai Yonhua recognized its impending defeat. Lu Wei's progress surpassed its own. Lu Wei, come forth. Kuai Yonhua abandoned healing and wiggled its rear, seemingly hinting at something. Observing Kuai Yonhua's antics, Chen Fan, originally intending to use Flame Vortex, inexplicably executed a teleportation, swiftly following it up with a powerful kick. Oh, this was the sensation he sought. A peculiar blush spread across Kuai Yonhua's face. For heaven's sake, what is that expression of satisfaction on your face? Chen Fan gazed at the now limp Kuai Yonhua, acknowledging that he was somewhat repulsed. Suddenly, the infamous 1,000-year kill of the Little Prince of Chrysanthemum emerged, concluding the battle without a hint of suspense. Bao Yingguai's high decibels marked the end of this confrontation. You just had to be reckless. Damn that Little Prince of Chrysanthemum. Chen Fan felt his reputation had been tarnished irreparably. The Pokémon associated with the Orange Invitation posed little threat to Chen Fan, as they all resided between levels 39 and 49, giving him a sense of being a standout among them. Following another wave of 10 consecutive victories, a formidable opponent finally emerged. Jianya Lusha, level 49, a quasi-legendary third-tier cave Pokémon, possessing the dragon and ground types. With the ability Sand Veil and skills such as Double Slash, Dragon Rage, Sandstorm, Quicksand Hell, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dive, Awakening Power Fire, Protect, and Shadow Clone. Inherited skills, Dragon Breath, Rampage, and Tornado. This Pokémon boasted a pure dragon lineage, enhancing the power of its dragon-type moves. It resembled a shark, adorned with 2 protrusions on its head, each encircled by blue-gray stripes. Its body was equipped with 4 fins, 1 on each forelimb, 1 on its back, and 1 on its tail. Its claws were white with a single toe, while its feet featured 3 toes, and its thighs bore white bony spikes. This creature exuded an air of arrogance, letting out a disdainful snort at Chen Fan as soon as the battle commenced. Filthy Lu Wei, admit defeat. Engaging with a creature like you is a disgrace. Alas, Chen Fan's reputation was far from stellar. Brains are a fine asset, but regrettably, you lack them. Chen Fan found himself exasperated. Who indulged such arrogance? You, of all beings, are forsaken by the heavens. As battles progressed, the rules began to mirror those of formal combat, with the terrain selected randomly before each round. This time, the arena had shifted to a desert, a significant advantage for Jianya Lusha. Once the battle commenced, Jianya Lusha wasted no time, summoning a sandstorm that engulfed the entire stage. With its Sand Veil ability, it vanished entirely within the swirling sands. Faced with such blatant disrespect, Chen Fan decided to take the fight seriously, standing resolutely amidst the tempest. Dragon Claw. A sharp green blade tore through the sandstorm towards Chen Fan. Boom. The powerful attack struck Chen Fan, yet as the dust settled, he remained unscathed. Not even close. A devilish grin curled upon his lips. Chapter 66. Without comparison, there is no harm. Let us see how this fares. Before Jianya Lusha could finish its taunt, Chen Fan sensed a shift beneath his feet. The sandy ground began to collapse, forming a swirling quicksand that relentlessly dragged him downward. Previously, he had been curious about why people could not escape quicksand. Now, he experienced the chilling reality. His limbs sank into the soft sand, with no purchase to push against, leaving him helplessly aware of his slow descent, a truly despairing sensation. Moreover, the rotating quicksand emitted a strange energy that rendered Chen Fan's teleportation skill ineffective. The quicksand trap was a highly effective move, albeit with many limitations. However, it was the perfect choice against Chen Fan at this moment. Are you powerless now? Pathetic. The arrogant Jianya Lusha couldn't resist mocking him. I despise insipid remarks. Yet, what could Chen Fan do? Surrounded by sand, he was grounded, unable to fly. Wait. Fly? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Activating the Dance of Fire skill, 2 flaming wings sprouted from his back, and with a flap, he began to ascend. Just then, the sound of air being sliced apart announced Jianya Lusha's next attack. The green dragon head, radiating powerful energy, loomed over Chen Fan. The technique known as Longshi used by the G New York LSH is truly formidable. Chen Fan activated his defensive skills. The Longshi attack sent Chen Fan crashing to the ground, and before he could regain his composure, swirling quicksand began to churn beneath him. With no other choice, Chen Fan resorted to the Dance of Fire once more. How foolish. The G New York LSH's onslaught continued, unleashing another awe-inspiring Longshi. This was the moment Chen Fan had been waiting for. He executed a sudden teleportation followed by a million-ton flying kick, concealed within the sandstorm. The G New York LSH could only counterattack when it launched its assault. After teleporting, Chen Fan found himself inexplicably positioned behind the G New York LSH, delivering a kick to a particularly sensitive area, triggering the 100-year kill buff once again. The G New York LSH was taken aback. How could someone be so brazen as to employ such a humiliating attack in front of so many? For it, this was a profound indignity. You shall pay dearly. The light of evolution surged, and under Chen Fan's provocation, the G New York LSH evolved into the Li Yo LSH. Oh dear, how frightening. Chen Fan chuckled. Encountering such a self-important creature was hardly worth his ire. Just a simple stomp would suffice. The transformation from G New York LSH to Li Yo LSH signified not merely a change in appearance, but a quantum leap in combat prowess. As a quasi-divine being situated at the upper echelons of the Pokémon ecosystem, the Li Yo LSH exuded an intimidating presence. Just as it completed its evolution and let out a roar, a vortex of flames enveloped it. Please, we are in the midst of a battle. Why flaunt your bravado? Chen Fan couldn't help but question the creature's intellect. The Li Yo LSH, looking rather disheveled, was incensed. A colossal surge of energy erupted from within it, expanding before suddenly exploding, scattering energy into numerous meteor-like orbs that descended violently onto the arena floor. This was one of the most fearsome moves of Dragon-type Pokémon, the TNL Ingli Xing. This Li Yo LSH demonstrated exceptional mastery of the TNL Ingli Xing, accurately directing several meteors towards Chen Fan's position. The defender is always in a passive role, although Chen Fan's defenses were robust. Sometimes the effectiveness of defense fails to match statistical projections. Sensing the threat posed by the opponent's attack, Chen Fan had no intention of enduring it. He activated the spatial body as properties. As the meteors rained down, dust and sand billowed. At this moment, Chen Fan found himself yearning for the explosive voice of Bowing Monster. Without a proper commentary, the battle felt lacking in fervor. The referee, Lizard King, seemed to possess only an exaggerated stare. Just as Chen Fan's mind wandered, the dust raised by the dragon meteors began to settle. With the protection of the spatial body, even the formidable TNL Ingli X Ing could not inflict significant damage upon Chen Fan. Observing that Chen Fan emerged unscathed from such a devastating attack, the Lyolsh was utterly perturbed. I refuse to believe this. Destruction Beam. The Destruction Beam possesses a semi-locking effect, yet Chen Fan remained unhurried, as if biding his time for the Lyolsh's strike. Again, the Destruction Beam was unleashed. This is a condition that requires rectification. Sensing the murderous intent within the Destruction Beam, Chen Fan ceased to hold back. As the beam was about to be released, he executed his teleportation and a combination technique of the million-ton flying kick. The familiar sound echoed, reminiscent of an old recipe. How outrageous! How outrageous! How outrageous! The Lyolsh was driven to madness, exclaiming that this was not how battles should be conducted. Chen Fan quietly withdrew his hind paw, concealing his achievements. In the annals of Pokémon battles, perhaps for the first time a character like Chen Fan emerged. In contests against other Pokémon, defeat was the worst fate. But battling Chen Fan meant not only loss, but also humiliation. Suddenly, with eyes wide in fury, the Lyolsh collapsed. Those who harbor excessive self-satisfaction are often the most fragile. Oh, the youth of today? Chen Fan shrugged. Congratulations to Li Wi for securing yet another victory. The referee, Lizard King, concluded this thrilling duel with indifference. Following an impressive 11 consecutive victories, coupled with a prior streak of 10, Chen Fan had amassed a total of 21 victories. Therefore, he temporarily halted his challenges to check on the status of Xiaoel on the first floor. However, upon examining the map, Chen Fan was astonished to discover that Xiaoel had already reached the second floor. Once again, the flying leaf blade of LLD, boosted by energy concentration, instantaneously annihilated the DYNSH. Congratulations to LD for yet another overwhelming triumph. The booming voice of Bowing Monster resonated in Chen Fan's ears. What? Chen Fan observed Xiaoel's current achievements and was taken aback. He had fought valiantly to achieve 21 victories, while Xiaoel had already secured 20 victories. The air was thick with a sour scent. Chen Fan felt a pang of jealousy. Boss, did I not disappoint you with my performance? Xiaoel approached Chen Fan after stepping off the stage. You did exceptionally well. What more is there to say? You caught up to me in no time. LD Xiaoel, Shiny, level 46, type, normal grass, quality, stage 1 leader, abilities, tenacity, vitality, abundance. Skills, inherited skill, flying leaf blade, grass knot. Held item, Shalebi's miracle seed. Grass type skills are enhanced, and flying leaf blade has a 50 chance of dealing double damage. Comparing his own stats to Xiaoel's, Chen Fan wondered why he was not as formidable. Transforming his frustration into strength, Chen Fan resolved to embark on his lengthy battle once more. After a grueling trial of 29 consecutive victories, Chen Fan finally encountered his 30th opponent. In the arena, elevating one's score is no easy feat. Unique characters like Chen Fan and Xiaoel are a rarity. Following 29 consecutive wins, a single additional victory would elevate his invitation to yellow status. Thus, the arena would assign a formidable opponent, colloquially referred to in gaming terms as the first-level boss. Xiaoel had suffered defeat in his 30th consecutive battle against a level 50 FNGSGU. The disparity between level 49 and level 50 represents a significant leap in power, compounded by type advantages and the absurd speed effect, rendering Xiaoel's exceptional physical attack ineffective. Fellow Pokémon, our beloved Prince of the Chrysanthemum has achieved a luxurious 29 consecutive victories. Only one more victory stands between him and a yellow invitation, making this battle decidedly challenging. Let us welcome the opponent of the Prince of the Chrysanthemum with thunderous applause. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Chen Fan beheld his adversary. This spells trouble. Chapter 67, The Self-Cultivation of an Actor. Before Chen Fan stood a large blue creature, the JZHO. This final evolution of the water-type starter from the Hoenn region has always been a troublesome opponent. Its physique was 1.5 times larger than the average JZHO, indicative of superior growth and formidable power, capable of overwhelming Chen Fan with its water-ground type. To make matters worse, this seemingly adorable creature could also play the victim. Woe is me. I have never known my parents since childhood. Hey, come on, this isn't a talent show. You are a Pokémon. After all, being bred by humans is quite ordinary. It was quite amusing, yet the storytelling lacked sincerity. Oh, how pitiful. Upon hearing the sounds from the audience, Chen Fan was utterly astounded. Though he had been deemed inadequate as a child, he never gave up, persevering through training until he arrived here. This JZHO seemed in no rush to commence battle. How touching, what an inspirational tale. Prince of the Chrysanthemum, do not be too harsh on him, or we shall not spare you. Chen Fan felt completely at a loss. Could such a shallow story truly evoke emotions? Indeed. Chen Fan had been somewhat troubled by the formidable creature before him. What he feared most was not the divine beast itself, but rather these resilient beings with thick hides, as their attacks were rather feeble. Consequently, a tedious and prolonged battle commenced. The fiery vortex ignited, and the sheen on the giant swamp monster seemed to intensify. Water cannon. Chen Fan nonchalantly flicked the droplets off his body. Who is attacking whom here? Fortunately, both Chen Fan and the giant swamp monster had watched the actors' self-cultivation, and their seemingly thunderous attacks, under the performance of two actors, were nothing short of earth-shattering, with explosive sounds echoing and dust swirling. Thus, while they found the spectacle dull, the audience was stirred with fervor. However, this fervor dulled after half an hour. Hey, you two, you've been swaying since early on, just fall already. You must be two unyielding dolls. Six-Tails brother, just concede. This is my upgrade match, from an orange invitation to a yellow one. I have fought 16 battles, each time losing at this critical juncture. As he spoke, tears nearly streamed down the giant swamp monster's face. This time, it was not an act, but a genuine display of emotion. Regrettably, this is also my upgrade match. In truth, Chen Fan was not overly concerned with upgrades. The crux lay in the reward for achieving 30 consecutive victories, which he did not wish to miss. Given this, he decided to be unreserved. The giant swamp monster suddenly struck, its left arm coalescing into a massive ice blade aimed at Chen Fan. Although the swamp monster's attack was unorthodox, Chen Fan swiftly responded, activating the Fire Leap step. Ice-type attacks are particularly troublesome as their frigid aura induces a slowing effect. While Fire Leap was formidable, it excelled only against close-range assaults. The farther the distance, the greater the limitations. Fortunately, the Swamp King's attack speed was relatively slow, allowing Chen Fan to narrowly evade its strikes. What was that? This move was not displayed. Chen Fan checked his opponent's data once more. The giant swamp monster was level 51, with water and ground attributes, second-tier leader rank, and the ability Torrent. Its skills included Muddy Water, Ice Wind, Arm Thrust, Ice Punch, and Water Cannon, with inherited skills of Tidal Wave and Avalanche. This creature, thriving in permafrost, possessed a unique comprehension of ice-type techniques. My foolish host, the creatures in this world are not as dim-witted as those in cartoons. This giant swamp monster has honed its Ice Punch to a high degree, naturally evolving it into its own attack style. With a rare opportunity to perform, the system certainly wished to assert its presence. So that is how it is. Chen Fan felt as if a new world had opened before him. The ice blade of the giant swamp monster was powerful, but also highly exhausting. Suddenly, Chen Fan remembered another skill of his and decided to test its might. Teleportation. It appeared, the ultimate move of the Flower Prince. Could the giant swamp monster evade its grasp? The voice of the referee and commentator, the loudspeaker monster, suddenly elevated in volume, startling even Chen Fan. Please, take it easy, he thought, though his movements did not falter. Terrifying energy coalesced in his hands, and soon 3 flaming claws shot towards the giant swamp monster. The swamp monster, fully focused on defending against Chen Fan's 1,000-year kill, realized its misjudgment and hastily attempted to guard itself. Yet, it was too late. Chen Fan's attack struck with full force. A single blow to defeat. In battle, Pokémon are often shielded by certain rules, which means that many seemingly ferocious attacks do not result in fatal damage, but rather in dazzling defeats. It turns out we were all deceived by this Six-Tails. That is its true terror. Congratulations to the Flower Prince, as the orange invitation ascends to a yellow invitation. The loudspeaker monster quickly regained its composure, its voice soaring. The swamp monster's error in judgment regarding the move, coupled with the exhaustion from the ice blade, led to its swift defeat. Chen Fan's fiery claws, while formidable, were still limited by his special attack, with much potential yet to be tapped. This fiery claw consumed considerable stamina, and Chen Fan estimated he could only use it twice. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that the reward for the 30 consecutive victories had been granted. 2 chances to draw skills, along with 500,000 energy points, added to the previous balance and battle rewards, nearly totaling 700,000 energy points. Without hesitation, Chen Fan purchased 5 special attack fruits and 5 physical attack fruits from the system store. Little Green, keep an eye on this for me. Moving to a relatively quiet corner with Little Green, Chen Fan began to consume the fruits he had bought. Indeed, the flavors of these 2 types of fruits were legendary. Crispy and chicken-flavored. As Chen Fan consumed the fruits, he felt as though he were in a sauna, a delightful sensation that made him sweat profusely. Host, it is recommended to consume 4 of each type of attribute fruit from the shop. Why didn't you mention that earlier? You could have told me before I bought them. Don't dare to bite me. The system did not explain its reasoning, and Chen Fan did not inquire further. Since it had been said, he resolved to consume 4 of each type, regretting the waste of 100,000 energy points. The 2 types of attribute fruits in the store were not interchangeable. What Chen Fan could consume, Little Green could not. So, the store will upgrade to offer even better fruits, will it? Congratulations, host, you have learned to think. However, it's unfortunate, you guessed wrong. Only by consuming 4 of each of the 5 attribute fruits will higher-level attribute fruits be refreshed. Such trickery is utterly despicable. Despite his banter with the system, Chen Fan remained in good spirits. Soon, having absorbed the energy from the fruits, he took Little Green to upgrade his invitation. Six-Tails Rattata, there is a dignitary in the arena who wishes to meet you. May I inquire if you wish to proceed? After upgrading his invitation to yellow, the sprite handling their procedures suddenly addressed Chen Fan. Chapter 68, The Monkey's Invitation. Following Little Green, Chen Fan entered a private space within the arena. This space resembled a human office, furnished with sofas, bookshelves, and various artworks. On the desk, there was a vase adorned with fresh flowers. As if anticipating their arrival, a large sofa chair turned to face them. Seated in the chair was not a human, but a sprite, Shinado. At that moment, Shinado exuded an air of aloof authority akin to a high-powered executive, yet to Chen Fan, it seemed rather out of place, entirely different from his preconceived notions of sprites. Six-Tails, do not be surprised. In this world, sprites possess significantly greater power than humans. However, due to certain world rules, many powerful factions do not interact with humans. Furthermore, as long as humans do not cross the line, sprites are unable to intervene. Shinado's voice resonated within Chen Fan's mind, a unique ability of psychic-type sprites. Chen Fan remained silent, examining Shinado's data. Shinado, level 92, attributes, psychic fairy, qualification, quasi-divine peak, abilities, synchronization, extrasensory, skills, magical shine, life droplet, future sight, dream eater, healing wave. Psychic force, light wall, reflect wall, mysterious guard, trick space, wonder space, magic space, psychic terrain, ultimate absorb, sunny day, solar flare, shadow ball. Inherited skills, shared destiny, shadow strike. Bind, farewell gift. The lordly technique, a sprite powerful enough to be on the cusp of divine beasts, mastering psychic abilities. Undoubtedly, this was a sprite of such overwhelming strength that it left Chen Fan feeling despondent. I am quite curious. Why have you summoned us? Chen Fan inquired. Your potential, along with your friend Rattata, is quite remarkable. Consider joining our Huafeng realm. Huafeng realm? Indeed, it is one of the factions under the command of Feng Wang. May I decline? For I already possess a trainer. Having a trainer does not impede your entry into the realm of the Pokémon. And without the protection of a faction, the more powerful the Pokémon, the more susceptible they are to attacks from the dark Pokémon. Dark Pokémon? Pokémon of the dark type? Chen Fan grew increasingly curious about this world. The realm of Pokémon appears to be far more intricate than it seems. That is all for now. We shall converse again when you wish to join us. The implication from Shanai Duo is that I have been dismissed. Allow me to pose one final question. Are you the strongest Pokémon in Huafengling? No, there are also Lord Yin and Lord Long. Chen Fan departed from the Colosseum with Xiao LV, deep in thought. Shanai Duo, a promising candidate indeed. You should invest more time persuading it to join Huafengling. In Shanai Duo's chamber, the Hudi who had assisted Chen Fan in registration entered. Those with the yellow invitation are not in haste, Shanai Duo remarked casually. You have overlooked one detail. It is still a Lu Wei, not a Jiu Wei. Hudi refrained from saying more and quietly took a seat nearby. My oversight. The value of a Lu Wei and a Jiu Wei achieving the current results is fundamentally different. After completing a streak of 30 victories, the system ceased to issue higher consecutive win tasks and instead presented a cyclic mission. Achieve 10 consecutive wins to earn a reward. A training task was assigned. Within 24 hours, steal a new energy cube manufacturing machine recently launched by a high-tech company. Completion reward. Materials for energy cube production, an amount sufficient for all followers for 3 months. Penalty for failure. Randomly forget one learned skill. Forget the penalties altogether. Who knows what this new energy cube manufacturing machine entails? Chen Fan lacked enthusiasm for this task. He had initially intended to let the Pokémon battle and level up on the way back. The penalty for failing the task doubles, and failure to complete it results in the random deduction of 2 learned skills. Such is the uncompromising nature of the system. You are quite ruthless. What can Chen Fan do under such circumstances? He might as well comply with the mission. Lu Wei halt. Just as Chen Fan was feeling disgruntled, an unpleasant voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Turning around, he found 3 deep blue birds adorned with gentlemanly hats glaring at him, and Xiao LV. Your talent is commendable. Join under Lord Wu Bo and serve him. Together, we shall witness Lord Wu Bo's reign over all. The leading Pokémon resembled a fervent devotee. Long live Lord Wu Bo. The other 2 Pokémon instinctively echoed the sentiment. Chen Fan was utterly perplexed. Why do you not answer my question? Do you not wish to serve the great Lord Octopus King Wu Bo? If that is the case, then perish. Without any further ado, the leading Pokémon launched an attack at Chen Fan. Die, die. Seeing their leader attack, the other 2 Pokémon followed suit. Thus, Chen Fan found himself inexplicably embroiled in battle. Pray tell, are you monkeys summoned for this? The lead Pokémon, level 69, with attributes of Dark Flying, qualifications, first tier leader. Ability, Insomnia, skills. Chen Fan quickly skimmed through the lead Pokémon's profile, noting that the other two were level 63 and level 62, respectively. He recalled Xiao LV into the follower space and prepared for defense, leaving the encounter with these seemingly random Pokémon to Jingku. Leader, let us unleash Shadow Ball together for a more impressive display, Minion number 1 suggested. No, we ought to showcase our signature street knife technique, Minion number 2 countered. Shadow Ball is splendid. Evil Wave is excellent. And so, these two minions began to bicker. What is the situation? Chen Fan remained in a state of confusion. The leading Pokémon wore a look of exasperation and tapped one of their heads. You two fools, attack freely. That's the phrase we were waiting for, leader. Minion number 2 swung their wings toward Chen Fan, the blades glimmering with a chilling light. At that moment, Minion number 1 hurled their charged Shadow Ball at Chen Fan. Bang! The Shadow Ball struck Minion number 2, who was just about to execute the street knife technique on Chen Fan. Consequently, the two minions began to fight amongst themselves. Lu Wei, you are doomed. You have thoroughly enraged me now. Perish. The leader of the dark flying Pokémon transformed embarrassment into motivation and unleashed its most proud move, the street knife technique. This particular street knife technique was distinct from the ordinary. Golden brilliance adorned its wings, refracting light as it advanced towards Chen Fan, dazzlingly bright. Closer. Ever closer, Chen Fan stood transfixed, witnessing the approaching attack of the dark flying Pokémon. Humph, not a single competent opponent to be found. Just as the leader of the dark flying Pokémon was about to declare victory, it suddenly felt a gentle sting in its waist. Then, the dark flying Pokémon dramatically collapsed at Chen Fan's feet. Alas, my waist has gone numb. It is all due to that female bird's wild antics last night. Being a man is truly not easy. Chapter 69, The Questionable Intelligence of a Certain Individual. The sudden descent of the dark flying Pokémon was not due to a midlife crisis, but rather a sting from Jingku. As a product of countless genetic experiments conducted by Team Rocket, combined with Chen Fan's nurturing through the system, Jingku, whose qualifications reached the pinnacle of semi-divine status, was undoubtedly Chen Fan's strongest trump card against the dark flying Pokémon before him. Leader, your landing posture is incredibly stylish. I am but a male bird and nearly fell in love with you. Leader, you must teach us later. With such peculiar subordinates. Chen Fan marveled at the resilience of the dark flying Pokémon to have survived thus far. Get lost. The dark flying Pokémon roared in fury. Ah, leader. I feel it too. Soon, the other two dark flying Pokémon followed suit, plummeting to the ground. If it were not for the tiresome task at hand, Chen Fan would not have minded indulging these amusing creatures a while longer. Retrieving Jingku, Chen Fan dashed towards the direction of Heiyun City. Curse Lu Wei. Do not flee. Leader, he is undoubtedly afraid of you. Indeed, he must have been frightened away by our impressive landing. Humph, it appears this Lu Wei is quite timid. He is unworthy of serving Lord Wu Bo. The leader's wisdom is unparalleled. Long live Lord Wu Bo. The leader is mighty. Long live Lord Wu Bo. With such subordinates, one wonders whether it is a stroke of fortune or misfortune for that octopus king. Upon returning to Heiyun City, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Unlike the desolation when Ash arrived in Heiyun City in the animation, the present Heiyun City remains a vibrant metropolis. However, the impact of industry on the environment is gradually becoming apparent, as the air in the city is somewhat murky. Strolling through the city in the form of Lu Wei. The method for producing energy cubes is a recent invention by the humans of this world, yet it is immensely favored by Pokémon, rapidly spawning an entire industrial chain. The manufacturers of energy cube machines are predominantly a select few conglomerates, allowing Chen Fan to swiftly locate several vendors offering the latest energy cube manufacturing machines developed by high-tech companies. In this world, humans and Pokémon have become completely intertwined. It seems that anything lacking either would appear somewhat unnatural. The populace of the city is generally amicable toward most Pokémon, with the exception of those filthy Rattata and Meowth that pilfer from humans. The six-tailed creature enjoys considerable popularity, as evidenced by the attention Chen Fan has garnered throughout his journey. Human nature, after all, possesses certain inherent flaws. For instance, the more aloof a creature appears, the more fervently they are pursued. Most individuals of the six-tailed species exhibit a haughty demeanor. By around midnight, the city had descended into a state of tranquility. The nightlife in this world is scarce, and most individuals adhere to a disciplined routine. Concealed in a corner of the park, Chen Fan transformed into the form of a small Rattata, the signature baldness of which remained conspicuous even in the dim light of night. Meow? You have finally made your appearance. Are you off to pilfer something again? The sudden voice behind him startled Chen Fan. Turning around, he found himself face to face with the Meowth he had encountered previously. As a special energy entity approached, the system's voice resonated in Chen Fan's ear, alerting him to an energy signature foreign to this realm, aligning with the task objective. Do you wish to trigger the mission? It dawned on Chen Fan that he had unwittingly accepted a peculiar task following the Dark Lugia encounter. Do not trigger it. He exclaimed, what a joke. Such missions aimed at preserving world peace should be entrusted to others. Moreover, the system had previously indicated that the rules of this world were sufficient to counter any incursions from alternate dimensions, and this Meowth seemed to harbor no malice towards him. Upon reviewing the information regarding the Meowth before him, Chen Fan noticed that with the system's upgrades, the displayed details had changed. Meowth, variant, type, unknown normal, aptitude, unknown. Ability, technician unknown. Skills. This Meowth has retained its independent consciousness after being tainted by unknown energy, and its life form is undergoing a significant transformation. After examining the Meowth's profile, Chen Fan felt he had gained little, so he decided not to dwell on it. So, do you wish to accompany me? He pondered aloud, responding to the Meowth's inquiry. Absolutely. When I encounter a master thief like you, I must follow. After all, becoming a legendary thief is my dream, the Meowth replied, displaying a remarkably human expression. Very well. But this time you must exercise caution and avoid alerting the guards as you did last time. The recollection of the previous incident brought a wave of embarrassment to Chen Fan. I will be careful. It was just that the flashlight's beam was too round for me to resist. I cannot be blamed for that. Perhaps it would be best if you don't follow me for now. You should be able to find me later, Chen Fan mused, feeling as though he had become the target of this creature. Each time he transformed into a small Rattata in the city of Heiyun, this Meowth would appear. The Meowth nodded before vanishing from Chen Fan's sight. Has this creature truly taken an interest in me? It seems that whenever I adopt the guise of a small Rattata, it appears by my side. However, since it harbors no ill intentions, Chen Fan chose not to overthink it and melted into the shadows of the city. His first target was one of the largest department stores in Heiyun City, Meowth Department Store. This shopping center is most recognizable for its lifelike Meowth statue at the entrance. In this tangible world, only a select few Meowths have mastered the extraordinary skill of treasure gathering, thus making their image synonymous with prosperity and fortune. The energy cubes represent the latest research achievement in this world, giving rise to a burgeoning industry. High-tech companies have amassed wealth by leveraging cutting-edge energy cube manufacturing machines. These innovative devices do not merely produce energy cubes, they encompass various production recipes. By adhering to the specified requirements, even novices can craft commendable energy cubes. Of course, the taste and effects of those produced by such machines cannot compare to those expertly concocted by seasoned breeders. But how many elite breeders exist in this world? Naturally, the price of such machines is a staggering figure. Despite transforming into a small Rattata, Chen Fan's vision remained unaffected, even becoming more expansive. Navigating through the store was a breeze for a small Rattata, allowing him to traverse from the first floor's leisure area to the third floor, where he finally discovered a section dedicated to equipment sales. Along the way, he encountered numerous advertisements for the new energy cube manufacturing machines, making it easy for him to locate his target. This task felt like a boon, far too simple. After securing the final machine into the system's space, a notification arrived. Task item does not match, please search again. Chen Fan then realized that the machine was not even a prototype, but merely a plastic shell. After all, such expensive machines are custom-made, and perhaps all the actual units had sold out that day. How did you manage that? The Meowth reappeared silently. It's a secret. Chen Fan replied, feeling somewhat irked. What else can I do? Onward. Master, you are truly impressive. Hey, Master, are you leaving already? Is that it? One cannot imagine the tenacity of a Meowth aspiring to become a master thief in such matters. Next shop. Wow, Master, you truly are magnificent, so stylish. The Meowth gazed at Chen Fan's retreating figure, filled with admiration. Soon after, it disappeared from sight. Having exited the Meowth store, Chen Fan could only continue to the next location. Stop right there, thief. At last, I have caught you. Surrender without resistance. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out beside him. Following the sound, he spotted a figure clad in a distinctive blue police uniform that accentuated her shapely silhouette. Beneath her blue skirt were long legs encased in black stockings, while her striking dark green hair stood out prominently. This voluptuous woman made it immediately clear to Chen Fan that she was Junsha. Accompanying her was the customary Irichigu. Honestly, I knew your mission was fraught with tricks. Chen Fan thought to himself, rolling his eyes at the system. Now, obtaining the energy cube manufacturing machine would be even more challenging. Did you think you could just tell me to stop? I am not a fool. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan promptly turned and fled. Woof. The Irichigu immediately reacted, barking furiously as it chased after Chen Fan. Next time, I must remember to purchase 4 speed berries to consume. Chen Fan was not running slowly, but unfortunately, he had but 4 small legs. As the Irichigu closed in, Junsha was not far behind, closely following the 2 creatures. You pesky little Rattata, I will certainly capture you. The recent surge in thefts in Heiyun City had been attributed to him. And recalling the effort he had exerted these past few days made Junsha seethe with rage towards the bald little Rattata before her. Host, I cannot believe I have to say this, But with your small stature, do you not realize that you should avoid places where an Orichigu cannot follow? Intelligence is a valuable asset, yet it seems you lack it. Chen Fan suddenly felt a pang of realization, beginning to doubt his intelligence. But his body instinctively darted down a narrow alleyway. Is it truly a matter of lacking intelligence? He pondered. No. It must be due to my transformation into a small Rattata, he reasoned, finding comfort in his excuse. Bam! Just as Chen Fan's thoughts wandered, he spectacularly crashed into a wall. Orichigu, is this creature truly a skilled thief? Are we sure we haven't misidentified the target? Even an experienced officer like Junsha found herself perplexed at the sight of this seemingly dim-witted creature that had just collided with a wall. Woof! Catching a foolish thief certainly does not give a dog any sense of accomplishment. Host, please do not associate me with you in the future. The system could no longer tolerate the situation, contemplating the humane annihilation of Chen Fan. Honestly, even you do not understand me. This is all part of my strategy. Chen Fan could only force himself to explain. Stop talking. You are lowering my intelligence. You have been blacklisted by the system. I was merely using the wall to execute my teleportation skill for an escape. Do you understand? Chen Fan finally devised a perfect excuse. With a flash of white light, he teleported to the opposite side of a high wall, which could shield him from Junsha and Katigo. How clever am I? However, before Chen Fan could revel in his success, his expression changed dramatically. Fool! The merciless taunt of the system echoed in his ears. Chapter 70. The Pursuit. Who could have known that behind the wall lay a heap of garbage? Upon teleporting, Chen Fan magnificently tumbled into the refuse. Crawling out of the pile, he found a banana peel precariously perched upon his head. Bah, what a round moon tonight. Looking up at the overcast sky, Chen Fan felt increasingly embarrassed. He would surely be ridiculed by the system for quite some time. Woof, woof. The distant barking of dogs alleviated Chen Fan's awkwardness, and he regained his focus to continue his escape. It was evident that Junsha was not alone in her endeavor. Chen Fan spotted other officers alongside Katigo. Why mobilize so many to capture me? Approximately a dozen officers were attempting to apprehend him, gradually tightening their encirclement. Realizing his escape route was continually narrowing, he decided to incite a little chaos in the city. Chen Fan altered his strategy and dashed towards some lavishly decorated houses. Along the way, he did not hesitate to ignite a few mansions with his fire dance. Transformed back into Xiao Lada, Chen Fan could no longer utilize jet flame and flame vortex. In no time, the entire Heiyun city descended into turmoil. The scene could be described in words as follows. Suddenly, thousands of voices cried out, countless children wept, and innumerable dogs barked. Amidst the cacophony of collapse, explosions, gusts of wind, and a chorus of cries for help, the sound of houses being looted and splashed with water filled the air. Everything that should exist was present. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the achievement. Arson and Mayhem. Success rate of Intimidation Aura is 1, with 100,000 energy points awarded. The system's voice resounded. No way, did I just commit murder? Chen Fan was taken aback by the term murder. Previously, on Tiantang Island, he had commanded Jing Ku to slay, but this time, he had merely set fires. The system proceeded to explain this to Chen Fan. That is a relief. After all, Chen Fan's soul belonged to a human. He could not disregard the value of life. Xiao Lada, you cannot escape this time. It is no longer a simple arrest. Junsha reappeared before Chen Fan, her delicate face clouded with frost. Truly a persistent specter. With no other choice, Chen Fan turned to flee. Come forth, Charizard, and teach this little mouse a proper lesson. Seeing Chen Fan attempt to escape, Miss Junsha grew anxious and released her cherished Pokémon, a well-trained Charizard. This woman's intellect seems to be lacking. Faced with the imposing creature, Chen Fan felt no fear. Charizard Steel Wing. After glancing at Junsha as Charizard's information, Chen Fan was startled. Its power had reached level 71, with qualifications at the pinnacle of semi-divine status. Intending to confront it head-on, he had no choice but to employ his Fire Leap technique. Charizard, what are you doing? Quickly deal with the opponent, Steel Wing. In order to use Steel Wing, Charizard needed to ascend into the air to gather strength. By the time it dove downward, Chen Fan had already taken refuge within a building, while also mockingly flaunting his bald head at Junsha. Charizard, unleash your full power. The irate woman had lost her composure. Her intent was no longer to capture, but to annihilate the little Rattata. Has this woman gone mad? Chen Fan was at a loss. After all, she was a police officer. Is this truly acceptable? Charizard, unfettered by such considerations, prepared to unleash its powerful move, Heavy Cannon. Though somewhat reminiscent of Jet Flame, its might was incomparable. As the terrifying flames coalesced in Charizard's mouth, they shot forth like artillery shells. The wind howled fiercely. However, he underestimated the might of Charizard's Heavy Cannon. The flames penetrated the stone slab he sought refuge behind and struck him directly. Boom. The flames ignited a violent explosion, engulfing a nearby restaurant in flames. Finally, it is over, humph, boring little mouse. Before Junsha's words could fully dissipate, a charred figure darted swiftly into the distance. What? This cannot be real. When did Rattata become so formidable? It was crucial to note that this was not a Pokémon duel, and thus not bound by rules. Junsha found it hard to believe that Charizard's full force strike had not obliterated Rattata. Charizard, follow Kati go. Junsha leapt high and landed on Charizard's back. Chen Fan made a significant decision. He would mark today as his unlucky day and resolve never to venture outside on this date in the future. The recent blow from Charizard left him feeling unwell, and he could even faintly smell the scent of roasted meat. TSK, it is practically cooked. The system did not miss the opportunity to taunt him. Be quiet. Does this even resemble human conversation? Is there truly such a system? Not only does it fail to offer comfort, but it also adds fuel to the fire. If one were to inquire of the weary Chen Fan what attribute was most crucial at this moment, he would unequivocally respond, speed. Without evading Kati Go's pursuit, he could not safely complete his mission. The world of Pokémon is vast, and the urban landscape is sparse, dominated by solitary structures. As he dashed through the courtyard of a detached villa, Chen Fan collided with a soft object with a loud thud, raising his head in disarray. He was met with the sight of a pink Pokémon clad in a spotted dress. Its large head reminiscent of the Shar-Pei he had seen in his past life. Consulting the system, Chen Fan discovered this Pokémon was named Bulu, with a level barely in the 30s and ordinary qualifications. You ugly mouse, get out of my house. Bulu warned Chen Fan in a deep voice. You, a mere beauty dog, should take a good look at who is truly ugly, Chen Fan thought, exasperated. Just then, Bulu caught sight of Kati Go roaring outside the door, and its eyes lit up. Little mouse, do you know that Kati Go? Bulu's previously deep voice softened, sparkling with newfound excitement. Chen Fan quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, that Kati Go has secretly harbored feelings for you for quite some time, but was too shy to confess, hence it asked me to relay the message. Really, is that true? Oh, how embarrassing. Bulu shyly grasped the hem of its dress with its paws. Do not be shy. Do you not also have feelings for it? Go and tell it. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow at Bulu. Oh, you are such a tease. How embarrassing. Bulu playfully swatted at Chen Fan with its paw. Why do you not respond on my behalf? I understand your feelings, so you must believe in yourself. Go, tell it your thoughts. Pursue love and be brave. Chen Fan encouraged Bulu. All right, I will go. I have some energy cubes at home. They were made by my master with a machine he just purchased today. They are delicious, and I will gift some to you. Bulu joyfully trotted towards the roaring Kati Go outside. TSK, love. Chen Fan applauded his own cunning. Wait, energy cubes? Chen Fan approached the small house belonging to Bulu and discovered the energy cubes placed aside. These red cubes emanated a faint fragrance, tantalizing his appetite. But the thought of them possibly having been licked by that dog made it impossible for him to indulge. Given Bulu's level, it was unlikely it could consume high-grade energy cubes, and this recipe was not among those provided by the system. Remembering Bulu mentioning its master's newly acquired machine, Chen Fan gazed thoughtfully at the villa nearby. Kaka, I'm coming. I love you. Upon catching sight of KDGU's handsome visage, Bi could no longer contain the emotions swelling within her. Indeed, the sight of a dashing dog easily led her to a love at first sight. Woof, move aside. I am busy assisting my master in apprehending criminals. KK, that mouse has already divulged your intentions to me. Are you a domineering CEO or a cool male deity? Oh, I adore both. BL stood before KDGU, her fingers bashfully entwined. I am but a female dog. KDGU succumbed under BL's gaze. No doubt, I am male. A flurry of winged beats echoed. KDGU, why are you standing here? JNSH leapt down from the back of a fire dragon. KDGU let out a helpless whimper, redirecting his gaze towards the nearby villa. Upon seeing the villa, JNSH hesitated. The owner of this villa was a prominent businessman in the city, known for his capricious nature and challenging demeanor. Even JNSH was reluctant to provoke him. BL, may I accompany you inside? I did not expect you to be such a KDGU. Then, let us enter. BL replied in a barely audible voice. KDGU exchanged glances with JNSH and followed BL into the villa. Upon entering, the anticipated scene in BL's mind failed to materialize. KDGU merely trotted about, sniffing the scents left behind by CHNFN. Eventually, he discovered that CHNFN's scent lingered at the opposite exit. Swiftly, he dashed back to JNSH, leading her in pursuit of CHNFN's fleeing direction, leaving BL in a state of disarray. Was BL's love destined to end thus? Under the night sky, a solitary dog lamented. Thanks to BL's brief delay, CHNFN managed to mask his scent. Yet, instead of heading towards another destination, he slipped into a sewer through a drainage opening. My lord, what brings you here? As soon as CHNFN entered the sewer, Miomio appeared. No need to say, too much talk only brings tears. Tonight, a mouse has met its demise. Miomio, sometimes when faced with a foe stronger than ourselves, we must rely on wits rather than strength. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we disrupt. When the enemy tires, we strike. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. As long as we achieve our goal, The immediate victory or defeat is of little consequence. CHNFN began to expound to Miyomio. Seeing the admiration in Miyomio's eyes, CHNFN felt an immense sense of vanity fulfilled. Unable to bear it any longer, the system could no longer contain its disdain for such shamelessness. So, my lord, what is your purpose in the sewer? CHNFN's discourse abruptly halted, for he dreaded the sudden lull in conversation. Just then, the communicator in JNSH's hand, who was searching for CHNFN alongside KDGU, suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller, JNSH promptly answered, "Boss. Comrade JNSH. Congratulations on yet another complaint. This matter is not easy to resolve. Retreat immediately." An irate yet resigned voice echoed from the communicator, a young master trainer. Possessing excellent academic performance and professional skills, yet cursed with a volatile temper prone to causing trouble. "Humph, that detestable little LD. I shall remember you." JNSH scoffed, gathering KDGU to retreat. HG, in the sewer, let out a resounding sneeze. Chapter 71, Untitled. Ding dong, the SHUsh unfriend is online. With nothing pressing at the moment, CHNFN paid a visit to the group of SHUshun he had previously encountered. Perhaps due to the transformation into a LD, the sewer was surprisingly not foul, but rather fragrant, akin to a delightful confection, which startled CHNF and himself. In the name of friendship between the LD clan and the SHUshun, CHNFN extended a warm greeting and transitioned into a mode of oration, imparting a cleansing of the soul and spirit to them. Nearly an hour later, a glimmering figure flew from afar. JNGK. "Boss, those individuals have retreated. And within that house lies a machine you desire." Prior to exiting the villa, CHNFN had instructed JNGK to observe the situation. Nodding in acknowledgement, CHNFN bade farewell to the SHUshun group. "Wait, my friend." At that moment, the leader of the SHUshun called out to CHNFN. "What is it, my friend?" CHNFN watched as the SHUshun reached into its large mouth and rummaged about. "What are you up to, my large-chested brother?" Before he could finish, the SHUshun astonishingly produced SHUshun from its mouth. "Can you believe it? My friend, my offspring is the most exceptional young member of the SHUshun clan. I do not wish for it to remain here forever. I hope you can take it with you." The SHUshun had witnessed CHNFN's little companions, all of whom were formidable Pokémon. Truth be told, CHNFN felt a twinge of reluctance. Although he did not despise SHUshun, his affinity for them was lacking, yet he found it difficult to refuse. "Very well, my friend, I shall nurture your son to become remarkable." CHNFN nodded in agreement to the request of the SHUshun leader. SHUshun, Shiny, Level 15, Type Poison, Qualification, 3rd Stage Semi-God, Ability, Adhesion, Poisonous Grip, Skills, Gas Attack, Mud, Sturdy, Petrification, Mud Bomb, SHUshun Bomb, Endurance. Inherited Skills, Dust Shot, Acid Bomb, Eject. Special Skill, Super Absorption, under the influence of mysterious forces, capable of absorbing any energy within limits. This SHUshun, modified by the subtle mysterious force, possessed immense potential. The unexpected arrival of this SHUshun delighted CHNFN, for its imperfections were inconsequential. Though reluctant to leave its kin, the SHUshun resolutely approached CHNFN's side. The most instinctual desire of a Pokémon is to grow stronger. SHUshun, from now on, you shall call me boss. I have no particular demands, just heed my words. The unity of the revolutionary team is paramount. Yes, boss. SHUshun nodded in agreement. Witnessing the obedience of his new companion, CHNFN nodded with satisfaction. "You may stay here. I shall be stepping out." Upon returning to BL's residence, CHNFN had already instructed JNGK to incapacitate her with poison to avoid alarming her. Following JNGK's guidance, he successfully acquired the machine. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the trial task. The materials for the energy cube have been distributed to your storage space." The system calculates a general range based on the Pokémon's growth, ensuring a consistent quality. Delightfully, the materials provided by the system were of superior quality, resulting in the production of high-grade energy cubes. "Alas, my esteemed companion, your actions have left me utterly disillusioned, resorting to thievery in such an unchallenging locale." The silhouette of Meow Meow has indeed reappeared. "You may not comprehend this, but anything deemed essential is inherently valuable. If a matter can be resolved effortlessly, why complicate it?" "Very well, this is rather dull. Perhaps you should wait until your next opportunity for thievery." There seems to be an intriguing nuance in Meow Meow's tone. "Are you departing? I am yet unaware of your residence." Chen Fan remains quite curious about this. Meow Meow. "What? Do you wish to accompany me for a glimpse?" Meow Meow's words suddenly carried an air of mischief, as if it discerned that Chen Fan harbored knowledge. Perhaps it is best left unexplored. Who knows what secrets this child Meow Meow possesses? Should it fall under the sway of that energy and transform into an unconscious monstrosity, Chen Fan would find himself bereft of solace. The hour is still early, Let us depart the city with my companions to train. Meanwhile, within the precincts of the Heiyun City Police Department, chaos reigns. The recent clash between Chen Fan and Junsha has affected the local populace, leading to an overwhelming influx of reports. Junsha, I require an explanation. Although the Junsha family has a presence in police departments globally, not every Junsha holds the title of chief officer locally. In the office of the chief, a stern-faced middle-aged man with a square jaw regards Junsha with intensity. Yi Ju, I acknowledge my mistake. Under the formidable gaze of the middle-aged man, even the fiery Junsha feels a twinge of trepidation. Do you dare to envision a second chance? I am revoking your captaincy. Should this occur again, consider your position as an officer null and void. Despite his admiration for Junsha's abilities, he is more troubled by her propensity for trouble. The demotion from deputy chief to officer underscores how ill-suited her temperament is for police work. As you command, sir. Junsha exited with a heavy heart, muttering, Cursed little Lotta, this is all your fault. I hope I catch you. Yet, the nightmares for the police department have only just commenced. At 7 in the morning, an important guest graced the precinct, a pompous and somewhat unattractive plump woman. Her role was merely that of a housekeeper, yet she served a member of parliament and was here due to a theft at the parliamentarian's residence. Miss Junsha, I must question the competence of your police force. The parliamentarian contributes significantly to the city's tax revenue. Are you incapable of ensuring safety in Heiyun City? Housekeeper Luo, we do not require your guidance in our investigations. We shall recover the stolen machinery from the parliamentarian's residence. Although the Junsha family does not fear a mere parliamentarian, this housekeeper has chosen the wrong adversary. Miss Junsha, did you not appear at the parliamentarian's doorstep last night? Surely an explanation is warranted. To succeed as a housekeeper in a prominent family, one must possess a certain shrewdness. This left Junsha momentarily speechless, and she could not help but harbor a hint of resentment towards Chen Fan. Outside the city of Heiyun, a bald Lotta sneezed heavily. Chapter 72, The Source of the King. Chen Fan did not encounter formidable individual or collective spirits near Heiyun City, so prior to reverting to Lu Wei, he had his armored bird and sludge engage in battles to level up. After a substantial day of skirmishes, the levels of the armored bird Xiao Yin and sludge Xiao Bai rose to 20 and 17, respectively. Indeed, that luminous sludge bore a distinct appearance, being white in color, thus earning the highly popular and catchy title of Xiao Bai. The evolution of spirits does not rely on experience points as Chen Fan does. Sometimes, a single battle can elevate a spirit by one level, while at other times, several battles yield no increase. In the system's terminology, Chen Fan and his companions exist in a different leveling framework than other spirits. Their levels merely serve as a numerical standard for gauging spirit strength. For instance, when Chen Fan first encountered Kinna's young frostbite bird, it was at level 55, having only hatched a couple of months prior. Chen Fan's peculiar circumstances mean that his level does not determine his strength. For others, leveling up correlates with an increase in power, whereas for him, an increase in level translates to enhanced strength. Unbeknownst to him, levels are essentially a benefit conferred upon Chen Fan and the spirits produced by the system. Had they adhered to conventional standards, Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin's abilities would undoubtedly exceed their current levels. In simpler terms, the system has subtly altered the rules. Given their potential, Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin might have possessed an innate strength around level 20 at birth, yet the system has allowed them to commence from level 0. After 24 hours of transformation, Chen Fan reverted to Lu Wei amidst the astonished gaze of the sludge. Just as he predicted, upon returning to his dwelling, Kinna awaited him at his door with a mournful expression. You, at last, have returned. I have been waiting for you for half a day. At this juncture, the most prudent course of action was to yield, act adorably, and remain silent, which Chen Fan dutifully executed. After a minute of mutual silence, Kinna finally conceded. Accompany me tomorrow. Do not venture out tonight. Stay put. Chen Fan nodded obediently, relishing the prospect of going out. Although it seemed that every outing with Kinna led to misfortune, yet the rewards were invariably substantial. You little rascal, you are almost maturing into a cunning creature. Witnessing Chen Fan's compliance, Kinna's previous grievances had no outlet, prompting her to leave in a huff. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Acting adorably was quite exhausting. Returning to his cozy abode, he languidly reclined, for he had not enjoyed a restful night. Home is indeed the most comforting place. Wait, something feels amiss. Have I truly come to regard this little doghouse as my home? How lacking in ambition. Nevertheless, it must be said that within this world of advanced technology, even Chen Fan's doghouse possesses remarkable features, including a comfortable resting area, a small pantry stocked with spirit food, and a restroom equipped with bathing facilities, conditions that his previous rented apartment lacked entirely. A night passed without incident, and at dawn, Kinna ushered Chen Fan onto the path of adventure. Her life appeared ceaselessly busy, for the prowess of a quasi-king is not solely reliant on talent. This time, Kinna boarded a luxurious airship, replete with opulent suites, a dining area, and various entertainment options. Once Kina concluded her affairs and reclined on the sofa in her room, Chen Fan presented a note he had prepared. Where are we headed? Kina, upon receiving the note, showed no impatience. Instead, she promptly elucidated. Their destination was the starry desert of the Fanyuan continent, where an ancient relic known as the Source of the King lay hidden. This relic had lost its original name to time, but since its discovery 2 centuries ago, many aspiring kings and their spirits had found breakthroughs within its confines, elevating them to the status of kings. The relic opens its gates every 5 years. Even a trainer of Kina's caliber would not miss such an opportunity. For no one would ever complain of having too many opportunities. Each opening allows for 300 entrants, which sounds plentiful. However, in the grand scheme of the world's population, 300 spots are exceedingly scarce. Those fortunate enough to secure a place are typically powerful and fortunate aspiring kings. After a moment's hesitation, Kina spoke again. Of the 300 aspiring kings who enter the relic, only a handful may emerge alive, and even fewer will achieve ascendance to king within its depths. The area I intend to explore is the extreme region of the relic. The opportunities available may not be suitable for you. My initial intention in bringing you was to facilitate better communication with them. However, this seems rather unfair to you. Why not wait for me outside the ruins? Chen Fan shook his head at Kana, insisting that he could not be absent from the dungeon raid. Miss Kana, I am your spirit. It is only right for me to assist you. I would lay down my life for you without any regret. Wait a moment. At first, it felt somewhat touching. But the more one looked, the more it seemed insincere. Kana found herself both amused and exasperated by her peculiar spirit. This time, Ailun, shall undoubtedly become the champion. Anyone who dares to stop me shall face my wrath. Right, my magnificent Boscador? In a small oasis within the Xingqian desert, a gaunt man clad in a white short-sleeve shirt was emitting a piercing, eerie cackle. This fellow was none other than the madman Ailun, the Pokémon hunter who had previously snatched the Mega Evolution Stone on Paradise Island. Nearby, several mangled corpses of both humans and Pokémon lay strewn about. Responding to him was a colossal Pokémon encased in iron armor, its pristine white plating glimmering ominously. This Pokémon was the Mega Evolved Boscador. In a flash of white light, Boscador shed its metallic armor, reverting to its original form, which was a blend of rock and steel. Around its neck hung a distinctive collar adorned with a gem radiating an extraordinary energy. Hung Fong was now in a state of panic. She did not desire the coveted qualifications to enter the champion's source ruins that others clamored for. How could she wish for such a fate when she would face 299 ferociously powerful quasi-champions? But this was not a choice she could refuse. The higher one climbs, the harder one falls. Such was the nature of the environment. Engaging in competition could be exhilarating, yet Hung Fong found no joy in it. She could only strive relentlessly to ascend, continually strengthening herself. Aboard the ship of the water fleet, as she approached a destination she wished to avoid, Hung Fong felt a deep sorrow within her heart. Mom, I really want to go home. Young master, are you truly giving your qualifications for the champion's source to someone else? The elder, clad in butler attire, though not surprised, regarded the radiant young man before him, whose white hair belied his youth. Indeed, I have stated from the outset that I do not require them, and now, I need them even less. The charming young man's smile, however, failed to conceal his underlying emotions, for he was still quite young. Could it be that you have broken through, young master? At this moment, the seasoned elder's expression shifted, revealing genuine joy. Indeed, I have become a champion. The young man, known as Du, subtly raised the corners of his mouth. He hailed from the Yulong family. Chapter 73, 110. There's a cheat here. As night fell, the airship carrying Kana arrived at Shangwang Town. Look, little one. That is Xingqian Lake. Following Kana's gaze, one could see a small expanse of starlit sky within the desert night, enchanting in its allure. Xingqian Lake is the cradle of life in the Xingqian desert, and at night, starlight emerges from the lake, rendering its surface a reflection of the cosmos, truly breathtaking. While Kana immersed herself in the beauty, she took the time to explain to Chen Fan. Nature's artistry never fails to inspire awe. And Chen Fan quietly appreciated the magnificent scenery before him. Apart from the times when the ruins were open, this small town was essentially inaccessible to outsiders. Once, a researcher had sought to study the local ecosystem, but was turned away. It is unfortunate that such beauty is seldom witnessed by outsiders, as they can only admire it once every 5 years. The ruling family of this town, which also governs the champion's source ruins, is the Gaia family. This family, adept at nurturing rock, ground, and steel-type Pokémon, openly boasts 3 champions and dozens of quasi-champions, while their hidden strength remains a mystery. It is said that the head of the Gaia family, Gaia Guagai, possesses not only the signature Onyx and Metagross, but also the legendary Pokémon, Regigigas. If the Gaia family were not sufficiently powerful, they could scarcely protect this ruin. Welcome to Shangwang Town, our esteemed guests. Upon disembarking from the airship, they were greeted with fervent hospitality. Just as the visitors marveled at the warmth of the townsfolk, the latter quickly donned their mercantile smiles. Guests, come stay at my home. I will make you feel as comfortable as if you were at home for just 100 gold coins a day. Guests, my wife's singing is enchanting, and my daughter cooks splendid meals. For just 120 gold coins, you can stay at my home. Dear guests, there are only 10 rooms left in the town's inn. They are 80 gold coins a night. Book now. For the residents of this town, the opening of the ruins marked their happiest time in 5 years, eagerly awaited. They had not operated for 5 years, thus now they thrived. Prices soared exponentially, and even the quasi-champions, who typically had ample resources, found themselves frowning at the inflated costs. Yet, no one dared to cause a disturbance. What choice did they have? The quasi-champions had no option but to comply and select accommodations from the townsfolk that appealed to them. Kana stepped away from the airship's docking area and strolled toward the town, having prepared her lodging in advance. This quaint town, reminiscent of a Western cowboy aesthetic, featured small taverns glowing with warm light, and the sounds of revelry echoed from within. Occasionally, lively music wafted through the air, enticing one to indulge in a drink and sway to the rhythm. Upon reaching the cottage where Kana would reside, Chen Fan anticipated encountering a matronly figure, only to find a graceful, exotic beauty instead. Indeed, the women in this world generally possessed striking beauty. Seeing his six-tailed form stirred a tinge of melancholy within him. Yet he soon felt a flicker of joy, for he would be able to share a night with Kana. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after breakfast, Kana took Chen Fan out, intending to visit the Gaia family on behalf of her own. Bathed in the morning light, the desert town exuded a unique charm, thanks to the presence of the Xingshan Desert, which fostered a lovely oasis. Under ordinary circumstances, gathering so many quasi-champions in one place to exchange insights would be splendid. But at this critical moment, one's closest companions might also be one's rivals. For the sake of profit, no one knew where the moral line lay. Even those with enmity would turn a blind eye to one another. In such moments, everyone needed to conserve their strength. Revealing too much would render them vulnerable to other opponents when entering the champion's source ruins. The facade of a family is paramount. Upon entering the headquarters of the Gaia family in Shangguang town, one was immediately struck by its grandeur. The main entrance was sculpted from a massive glowing rock, a true marvel of craftsmanship. The stone door operated with advanced technology, seamlessly closing and opening. Upon entering through the front door, the exterior appeared as an opaque reflective stone wall, while the interior offered a clear view of the outside. The headquarters of the Gaia family was situated underground rather than above. Descending via an elevator to the subterranean level revealed a stunning garden, complete with pavilions and lush greenery. As Kana navigated through the intricate corridors, she finally encountered her intended audience, Gaia Jin Gang, son of Gaia Guagai, and the current acting patriarch of the Gaia family. Perhaps due to their affinity with rock and steel-type Pokémon, the members of the Gaia family possessed particularly lustrous skin, reminiscent of metal. Notably, there were many bald individuals among the Gaia family, including Gaia Jin Gang himself. However, this baldness did not detract from his appeal. Rather, it imbued him with a captivating masculinity. For reasons unknown, Chen Fan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing him. Beautiful Miss Kana, forgive your admirer for arriving late. Allow me to express my knightly affection. As Kana exchanged pleasantries, a young man clad in a white crescent robe entered, his shining bald head complementing his youthful, cherubic visage, lending him an air of endearing charm. He knelt before Kana, taking her hand and bestowing a gentlemanly kiss upon it. Observing the flicker of annoyance crossing her face, it was evident that she harbored no fondness for the young man before her. Chi-Yu, your audacity knows no bounds, Jin Gang remarked, delivering a punch to the bald head with a resounding thud. My rather unremarkable son has taken quite a liking to you. Why not consider it? Kana suddenly proposed to Gaia Chi-Yu. Let us engage in a Pokémon duel. If you emerge victorious, I might entertain the idea of a date. If you fall short, well, you understand. Very well, should I lose, I'll grant you a polar map within the ruins, the young bald man responded with a nod. Before we enter the ruins, my primary Pokémon requires rest. I shall utilize this little fellow. A knowing smile graced Kana's lips. In that case, I shall refrain from using my main Pokémon. A man lacking in decorum must not allow Kana to underestimate him. Watching his son and Kuna's retreating figures, Jin Gang chuckled to himself. Chi-Yu, how delightful it is to be young. Upon reaching the dueling arena, Chi-Yu wore a mischievous grin, ready to unleash his Pokémon, a speedy Froakie. Now, where should I take Miss Kana on our date? Perhaps Xingchen Lake or LV Foam Slope would be ideal. Lu Xiao, do not let me down, Kana instructed Chen Fan earnestly. Chen Fan nodded in response, confident in his 58-level Froakie. The battle rules dictated a 1v1 match. The first Pokémon to lose its fighting capacity would be deemed the loser. Now, let the battle commence. In the Gaia family, referees were plentiful. A flash of white light enveloped the arena, halting Chen Fan's movements just as Froakie prepared to unleash its signature move. Kana, your Lu Xiao appears to be in a daze. I shall not hold back. Froakie, use Hell Roll, Chi-Yu declared, brimming with confidence in his Froakie's offensive capabilities. Froakie rolled forward, enveloping Chen Fan and swiftly tumbling across the ground, transferring its momentum directly into him. To Froakie's astonishment, Lu Xiao seemed hardly affected by the attack. Froakie, follow up with a barrage of slaps. As a quasi-king, Chi Yu remained focused during the battle. Froakie's rapid slaps generated fierce winds, seemingly encasing Chen Fan within their force. However, the outcome was unexpected. After a flurry of attacks, not a single hit landed on Chen Fan. This marked Chen Fan's first attempt at combining Fire Dance with Fire Leap. Yet, due to the significant level disparity and the water type's resistance to fire, he opted against launching an offensive. The charging effect of Fire Dance enhanced his special attack, and in that moment of skill accumulation, a thundercloud unleashed a powerful thunderbolt upon Froakie. As the thunder crackled, a fearsome intimidation effect took hold, causing Froakie to collapse, defeated. Hello, is this 110? Lu Xiao just took down my Froakie with thunder. Chi Yu was left bewildered. This had been the most perplexing battle of his trainer career. My apologies, it seems our date may have to be postponed, Kana remarked, a tremor of amusement dancing at the corners of her mouth as this Lu Xiao exceeded her expectations once again, departing the Gaia family amidst the bald man's disappointed gaze. Kana felt a sense of satisfaction. Keep striving, my friend. In another world, you are invincible, Chen Fan silently encouraged Chi Yu. Chapter 74, The Ruins. The Ruins. The moment for the opening of the ruins arrived quietly, gathering the quasi-kings near a grand altar beside Xingchen Lake. In this world, the population surpassed that of Earth. Yet true champions and kings were scarce. These quasi-kings were indeed the CR, mi de la CRME. In other locales, they might be revered, but here, they were mere mortals. The ruins would open in 5 minutes, and those possessing keys would be randomly teleported to various locations within. The ruins would remain accessible for 30 days, and those wishing to exit would be automatically transported once they relinquished their keys. Jin Gang stood imposingly among the 300 quasi-kings, exuding an aura of authority. The Gaia family cared not how these individuals acquired their keys, nor would they dissuade anyone from entering the ruins or engaging in internal conflict. As 5 minutes swiftly passed, waves of azure light emanated from the lake, enveloping all present at the altar, and one by one, the trainers began to vanish. Wait for me, I'm coming. A latecomer, unaware of the reason for his tardiness, stumbled onto the scene. Too late, Jin Gang's frigid voice cut through the air. This opportunity was one I paid dearly for. Do you have an issue with that? Jin Gang's tone turned icy. And no, the quasi-king stammered under Jin Gang's piercing gaze. Return home. With your disposition, you will never become a king. Jin Gang's words, albeit harsh, were rooted in concern, as he understood the perilous environment within the ruins. The onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only the Gaia family behind. Chi Yu, this time, the life energy required for the ruins is considerable. Release those individuals as well. Jin Gang instructed, gazing toward the ruins. Do we need to release those monsters? Chi Yu seemed to recall something terrifying. We provide these individuals with opportunities and treasures to ascend to kinghood, while they contribute their lives as energy for the ruins. Is that not a fair exchange? Chi Yu aspired to become a formidable force and could not afford to be overly compassionate. Jin Gang, though still the kind-hearted giant, spoke words that sent chills down the spine. Understood, father, Chi Yu replied, bowing his head in silence. Based on the map Chi Yu provided to Kana, the ruins spanned an area comparable to an entire province. They were divided into 8 distinct regions, the ice region representing ice, the fire region symbolizing fire, the stone forest representing rock and ground types, the thunder region embodying electricity, the wave region denoting water, the rainforest representing grass, the hurricane region signifying flying types, and the chaos region representing light and darkness. Kuna found herself in the rainforest region, and by traversing the wave region, she could reach the ice region. While Kuna's family possessed a rudimentary map of the ruins, it paled in comparison to the detailed one Chi Yu had provided her. Within the ruins, aside from guarding against other Pokémon trainers, one must also be wary of numerous hazards, as the might of nature often proved insurmountable for humanity. Furthermore, the unique beasts inhabiting the ruins posed significant dangers. These creatures could be considered another form of Pokémon, yet they could not be captured with Pokeballs. The Gaia family had been endeavoring to merge Pokémon with these beasts, hoping to create new species. Unlike Pokémon, the beasts within the ruins exhibited a strong aggressiveness toward humans, and many quasi-king trainers had met untimely ends before these creatures. As Kana examined the map, an unexpected peril emerged. A green venomous serpent lunged at her, baring its fangs. In a split second, the nearby Mi Chun Jia unleashed an ice punch, encasing the serpent in frigid energy and extinguishing its life. What a perilous place this is. Despite the sense of caution, the dangers here exceeded Kina's imagination. Alongside Mei Chun Jia and Chen Fan, Kina summoned the ice-type Dazong Long from the Alola region. After discerning the general direction, Kina began to tread carefully. Meanwhile, Chen Fan discreetly released Jing Ku to assist in scouting ahead. The rainforest was adorned with broadleaf trees suited for tropical climates. with thick layers of fallen leaves creating a soft ground. Due to the rarity of human presence, the thorny paths were arduous to traverse. The journey was unexpectedly quiet, causing Kinna to feel an unsettling surprise. Utilizing a strategy to anticipate lurking threats, he was soon confronted by a colossal python. The serpent coiled there like a small hill, and upon sensing an intruder in its territory, it opened its large, lantern-like eyes. Mei Chunjia, you lead the charge. Kinna decided to take the initiative. The mightiest trainers often command their Pokémon less, relying on their synergy to communicate without excessive orders. When they do speak, it is usually to identify opportunities or make pivotal decisions. Most Mei Chunjia moved with a certain clumsiness. However, Kinna's was remarkably agile. Coupled with the freezing effects of frost breath and blizzard, the cold-blooded serpent's speed was significantly hampered. Yet, the battle proved to be anything but simple. A flash of green light coursed through the python's body, causing it to shrink in size, while simultaneously increasing its speed. Be cautious, this python is venomous. Chen Fan relayed information from the system, scribbling a note to pass to Kinna. Mei Chunjia, erect an ice wall for protection. Without a moment to ponder, Kinna promptly issued the command. No sooner had he spoken than the python unleashed a stream of pale green venom, which sizzled ominously upon contact with the hastily erected ice wall. With another ice wall to absorb the damage, Mei Chunjia launched a rapid ice beam. The cold affected the python, freezing its tail as it failed to evade the attack. While this strike inflicted harm, it also incited the python's ferocity. It slammed its tail to the ground, causing the frozen wound to crack, yet due to the low temperatures, blood did not flow. In an instant, the python's tail glimmered with green light, healing the injury as if it had never occurred. Mei Chunjia, create an ice prison, Kinna commanded. An energy rapidly coalesced around Mei Chunjia, summoning a cascade of ice pillars from the sky. The python, in its frantic maneuvers, found itself gradually ensnared by the descending ice. Ultimately, it was encased within a frigid prison, yet the threat did not subside. With a piercing howl, the python regained its original size, shattering the icy confines. This is bad. Danger looms. Kinna sensed the impending crisis and swiftly vacated his position. Sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground where he and Mei Chunjia had just stood, and as they evaded, more and more spikes surged upward from below. Dazonglong, initiate an earthquake. Responding to Kinna's command, Dazonglong slammed its right claw onto the ground, causing violent tremors that disrupted the python's assault. Retreat, retreat. Chen Fan had already distanced himself from the battlefield, adhering to the wisdom of not standing beneath a dangerous wall. Come forth, Chenglong, unleash water gun upon the ground. Mei Chunjia and Dazonglong follow with ice beam on the moist terrain. The python grew agitated as it perceived the surrounding area transforming into a realm of ice and snow, a terrifying adversary for any serpent. It thrashed its tail in a desperate attempt to shatter the icy surface before it, but despite the power of each strike, it could not match the swiftness of the freezing process. The python, now considering retreat, attempted to flee, swiftly shrinking in size as it darted away. It is too late to escape now. Chenglong, commence your icy waltz. Although Chenglong moved awkwardly with its paddle-like limbs, it adeptly glided across the ice. Its purpose was not to attack, but to obstruct the python's escape. On the icy surface, Chenglong's speed was ghostly, rendering the python nearly immobile. This python was formidable, possessing potent healing abilities and the capacity to alternate its strength and speed. However, it tragically encountered Kinna, a master of Ice-type Pokémon. The Ice-type's natural advantage against serpents rendered the python's might and swiftness ineffective, while the icy energy nullified its healing and formidable defenses. Those unfortunate individuals found themselves ensnared in a dire battle, while those fortunate enough began to reap the rewards. Hung Fong remained unperturbed as she found herself in the wave zone, encountering two powerful beasts engaged in a fierce struggle over a single plant. After easily dispatching the weakened creatures, her two spiky Juka beasts, one having evolved, uncovered a large blue crystal within the defeated beasts, and upon consuming the gem, they were enveloped in water-type energy, cocooning them in two azure sheaths. Though the specifics eluded her, she sensed her Pokémon growing stronger. Meanwhile, Mainasi and Bailalong also enjoyed substantial gains, each consuming a fruit born from the plant contested by the beasts, entering a state of energy enlightenment. Such is the might of a fortunate individual. In the volcanic region, a thrilling battle had just concluded. With a thunderous crash, a massive lizard-like beast collapsed, felled by a robust duck-billed fire dragon. You are strong, but alas, you are no match for my duck-billed fire dragon. A tall trainer approached the fallen creature. Nearby, a vibrant red plant bore a blazing fruit. Just as he prepared to claim his spoils, a sudden eruption occurred, and a towering column of magma surged from the earth. The astute duck-billed fire dragon instinctively shielded its trainer with its own body. As a creature of magma, the duck-billed fire dragon had no fear of the molten flow. However, to their astonishment, the strange magma began to corrode the dragon's skin and energy. What on earth is happening? Duck-billed fire dragon, Take me away from this magma zone. The trainer commanded urgently. Yet, despair soon enveloped him. The magma column clung to them like a parasite, refusing to release its grip. I cannot perish here. My life has only just begun. He lamented, yet regardless of his reluctance, he and the duck-billed fire dragon were consumed by the magma column, which then inexplicably vanished, leaving only the lifeless body of the unknown beast and the vibrant plant emanating powerful flames. Electric Dragon, return. The once alluring voice now held a note of despair, as her beautiful visage became somewhat distorted by her scattered hair. Yet, all that responded was the electric dragon's mournful cries and the crackling of the electric net before her. Within the net floated a pearl radiating immense electrical energy, which, if adorned by an electric-type Pokémon, would undoubtedly amplify its skills to an astonishing degree. Treasures stir the heart, yet they also signify ominous foreboding. As a quasi-champion of the electric type, Jelia could scarcely fathom that her primary Pokémon could perish amidst the thunder. It was all her fault for being too careless. She murmured an apology to the electric dragon. The resoluteness in the woman's eyes was unmistakable. To recklessly enter the storm would spell certain doom. Thus she decisively departed from that place. These items are indeed troublesome. Nevertheless, they are perfectly suited as provisions for my precious ones. A hoarse and aged voice resonated. Following the sound, she discovered an elderly woman, her hair already touched by the passage of time, accompanied by an eerie cackle. A colossal Gung Gue materialized from the dimness above. Ms. Juzi, Gung Gue, this fruit captivates me. I shall not hold back. The voice of another Pokémon echoed through the air. This creature, resembling a shadow, appeared akin to a dilapidated hourglass draped in a tattered cloak. Its hair swirling like mist, revealing only a pair of bright, deep blue eyes. Around its neck was a collar-like structure of serrated red, with long strips of tattered black cloth hanging from its shoulders, terminating in clawed hands. In the realm of Pokémon, it bore the formidable title of the Nightmare God, Dekulai. If Chen Fan were to hear this elderly woman's name, he would undoubtedly deduce her identity as the future ghost-type champion, Juzi. Why would I be stingy with something that can enhance your strength, right, Gung Gue? Juzi chuckled, a smile that appeared somewhat grim, yet inexplicably warm. Gung Gue nodded, displaying its signature grin. Dekulai also nodded. Perhaps this was the reason it would become Juzi's partner. What a splendid item, yet it offers no assistance to you. Kina collected the crystal core of the gigantic python along with a high-level spirit plant growing beside its lair. Now, let us hasten to the polar region. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, Kina released not only Mi Lianjia, but also Chuan Shan Wang. If necessary, she would not hesitate to summon 1 or 2 additional Pokémon, although the others were not particularly suitable. Chen Long was more adept in aquatic battles, and the icy bird was ill-suited for activities in the rainforest, while Tai Jiabei possessed minimal mobility. Kina, may I venture into the volcanic region alone? Chen Fan suddenly handed Kina a small note. He felt somewhat embarrassed to speak. Kina had sacrificed a slot for him to join, leaving her with only 5 Pokémon besides him. Yet, he could not bear to miss the system-issued task. Can you return to my side in 15 days? Can you ensure your safety? Kina hesitated upon reading Chen Fan's note and inquired. Chen Fan gazed steadily at Kina and nodded earnestly. Go ahead, Kina waved at Chen Fan. Having already prepared for the journey, especially with 2 maps in hand, she could easily navigate around excessively perilous areas. Chen Fan nodded and turned to leave. Mission: eliminate the Ruins King, independently or with assistance. Current count: 8. Rewards: distributed based on completion. Penalty: permanent closure of the Ruins shop. Exploration mission: collect 1 high-level spirit plant from each of the 8 Ruins areas. Rewards: distributed based on completion. Penalty: one of the 5-dimensional attributes reduced to 0. For Chen Fan, these were 2 arduous tasks, for even the mightiest warrior, Jingku, stood at merely level 66. You are pushing me. Chen Fan sensed the daunting nature of the tasks, though the creatures within the ruins were far from as terrifying as the Dark Lugia. This mission required him to seek out keys, and this time, he was truly compelled to engage in combat. Host, you guessed correctly. So what now? You must obediently fulfill your duties. Is it pleasing to vent your grievances? The mischievous system chimed in once more. Indeed, your contentment suffices. Now, hasten to complete your tasks. Chen Fan felt a rush of frustration, yet he was powerless. In this era, systems are the true masters, and one must tread lightly. In addition to Jingku, Chen Fan also summoned Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai. The ruins could not be solely populated by fearsome entities. There existed weaker races and life forms, making it an excellent training ground. Having perused the map, Chen Fan had roughly simulated his route, opting to navigate the rainforest area to circumvent the stone forest region, traversing the volcanic area and the hurricane zone before reaching the polar region. Should unforeseen events arise that prevented him from arriving at the polar region, he could utilize a teleportation device purchased from the system shop to return to Kina's Pokeball. Lord Chen Fan, I can finally travel with you. My heart races with excitement. Oh, how delightful and embarrassing. Xiao Lu exclaimed the moment she appeared. Chen Fan's expression darkened. Oh, Xiao Lu, why has your demeanor changed so? Even the slow-witted Xiao Lu sensed Chen Fan's shift in mood. At that moment, it was as though he had been struck by the energies of the Gamma system. His mind suddenly ablaze with clarity. Adhering to the philosophy of better a comrade's demise than my own, he swiftly sold out the unscrupulous system. Lord Chen Fan, the other day, a being called System appeared and invited me to watch a show called The Love of a Yaoi Fan for a homebody. Oh. He claimed it was a drama and told me you would appreciate its dialogue. Remarkably, the usually inarticulate Xiao Lu articulated this lengthy statement with precision in just 5 seconds. System, come forth. The unscrupulous System wisely chose silence. In the midst of this sudden stillness, Chen Fan's mind was abruptly invaded by Jing Ke's cries for help. In an instant, his demeanor soured further. As the trump card of the team, the most formidable ally was sending an SOS. To rescue or not to rescue? That was the question. Chapter 76, Utter Embarrassment. Embarrassment, profound embarrassment. Can you imagine Chen Fan and his companions, filled with trepidation, cautiously approaching the location where Jing Ke sought aid, only to find him ensnared by a carnivorous plant? Most importantly, this plant was a veritable weakling. Chen Fan simply exhaled a breath of fire, reducing it to ashes. Oh, boss, I'm in a bind, I'm in a bind. After the carnivorous plant was incinerated, Jing Ke tumbled to the ground. Remarkably, the plant's toxins seemed to have affected Jing Ke, despite his usual resistance to poisons. Even the venom of the largest flower was barely harmful to him. Yet, the life forms within the ruins appeared to possess an entirely different energy system. Reflecting on the forest's environment, it seemed there were numerous predators targeting Jing Ke. The most powerful warrior in the team, Jing Ke, appeared to be of little use. Observing the seemingly lackluster intellect and strength of Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai, Chen Fan felt a wave of longing to return to Kin's side and quietly serve as a sycophant. I truly am in a difficult position. This was akin to attempting a dungeon at a higher level only to have the main DPS incapacitated before the battle even began. How could they proceed? Boss, I was merely careless. I can manage, trust me. After a while, Jing Ke regained his composure. Chen Fan scrutinized him, his gaze filled with skepticism. Can I trust you? Absolutely. Jing Ke is reliable. The proud Jing Ke raised his diminutive twin pistols. Then be cautious and scout ahead. It seems there is truly no one else dependable here. Leave it to me, rest assured. 10 minutes later. Boss, be careful, there are monsters ahead. Jing Ke's voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind once more. What kind of monster? A spider spirit. And then, boss, save me. I've been ensnared by the monster's web. The spider that spun the web is hardly a formidable creature. Its web possesses little resistance to fire and was easily incinerated by Chen Fan. Yet, astonishingly, it managed to ensnare Jing Ke. Can you believe it? Perhaps Jing Ke was afflicted with a buff that granted him a 100 chance of being captured by a nemesis upon entering the ruins. Boss, I believe I can still salvage this, Jing Ke said weakly, gazing at Chen Fan. Chen Fan recognized that this was not Jing Ke's fault, but what could be done? Could he blame himself? Thus, he had no choice but to let Jing Ke take the fall. I don't blame you. Truly, it is not your fault. Why don't you take a moment to rest? Save your rations for dinner. Rest assured, I am neither angry nor resentful. Indeed, the act of shouldering the blame seemed to elevate one's spirits. Without Jing Ke to scout ahead, Chen Fan had no choice but to proceed cautiously with Xiao LV and Xiao Bai. He even transformed from a Li Wi into a Rattata, as the former seemed more appetizing, while the latter would likely deter those creatures from feeling hungry. Unbeknownst to them, they had been walking for quite a while when Chen Fan suddenly realized that the surroundings had grown eerily quiet. Typically, this indicated the imminent arrival of a boss. As is often chronicled in novels, welcome, mortals, to your doom. Life can be peculiarly whimsical, manifesting one's thoughts into reality. Oh, my apologies. It appears I am confronted by 2 diminutive rodents. How amusing. It has been ages since such weaklings dared to challenge my authority. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed a towering tree not far ahead. Its canopy seemed to stretch into the clouds. Its trunk adorned with numerous vines that could scarcely be embraced by a multitude of individuals. The speaker was a chibi figure, notably a plant person. Ahem, do not misconstrue. I do not refer to a human in a vegetative state, but rather a petite flower possessing large, adorable eyes, with slender flower stems and roots as limbs. Without the system, one might not even perceive it. It stood atop the trunk, gazing down at Chen Fan and his companions. The system relayed the information, unknown entity, attributes unknown, meets conditions for task 1. Chen Fan's spirits plummeted. Fulfilling the system's task criteria surely indicated a fearsome creature. Fortunately, this entity appeared to lack intellectual prowess. Hello, I was merely passing through. I shall take my leave now. Passing through indeed. Here I am, a king. A modicum of respect would not go amiss. This plant person could not be tolerated, and thus, Chen Fan resolved to teach this little mouse a lesson. He leapt gracefully from the towering tree in an aerial somersault, executing 2.5 rotations and a 720-degree twist. A rather embarrassing sound echoed through the air, and everyone froze. The plant person's landing spot was on top of the stinky mud that was Xiaobai, not by accident, but rather by design. As Xiaobai emanated an irresistible allure. Yet, who could have anticipated that with this descent, its feet would become deeply embedded within the muck, rendering it unable to extricate itself? Mortals, swiftly extricate me from this creature. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Boss, please assist this child. I feel as though my essence is being drained. Xiaobai lamented pitifully. In that moment, the flower and the mud seemed like a match made in heaven, inextricably bound. No matter how hard Chen Fan and the others tried, they could not separate them. Even the battle anthem for pulling up turnips could not alter the outcome. Boss, please collect me. Please collect me. Oh, clarify your request. Such ambiguity can easily lead to misunderstandings. At last, Chen Fan comprehended Xiaobai's intention and retrieved it into the system space. New species detected. Would you like to proceed with enhancement? A new variety of sprite has been obtained, and this enhancement incurs no cost. Just as Chen Fan was about to store the stinky mud within the system's voice suddenly resonated. Enhance. To his astonishment, he unwittingly brought that entity into the follower space as well. Fusion in progress. Please wait 60 minutes. Given the unexpected turn of events, Chen Fan decided to rest beneath the great tree. Although he remained uncertain of the plant person's true nature, its presence assured the safety of the area. An hour passed swiftly, and Chen Fan entered the follower space to check on Xiaobai's condition. The originally soft, white, mud-like entity had transformed into a stone figure resembling ceramic, intricately crafted and adorable, adorned with a vibrant flower bud atop its head. Unnamed sprite, Form 1, Level 22. Attributes, Grass, Poison, Rock, Dark. Quality, Tier 3 Divine Beast. Traits, Poison Touch, Rocky Skin, Enhanced Recovery. Skills, Gas Attack, Mud, Stony Defense, Petrification, Stone Bomb, Defensive Stance, Endurance, Self-Recovery. Photosynthesis, Solar Flare, Explosive Seeds, a skill unique to special sprites. Randomly buries 5 explosive seeds underground. Energy Absorption, restores stamina and energy upon contact with the earth. Inherited skills, Dust Shot, Acid Bomb, Eruption, Forest Domain, creates a forest area that grants speed and stamina bonuses. Special skill, Super Absorption, Origin Power, when attacked. Absorbs a portion of the damage while enhancing attack damage by 3, with a maximum enhancement of 100. Form 2 can be switched. Remarkably powerful indeed. I am astounded. Not only is it an exceptional tank, but it can also deal damage. Xiaobai, switch to Form 2. Understood, boss. The colorful flower atop the stone figure blossomed, enveloping Xiaobai's entire form, subsequently revealing a flower fairy adorned with a white jade crown. Forest Child, Form 2, Level 90. Attributes, Grass, Poison, Rock, Fairy. Quality, Tier 2 Divine Beast. Traits, Forest Child. When in grass or forest terrain, special attack increases by 50, health recovery enhances by 100, and speed increases by 50. Night Fragrance. Gains additional combat power when battling dark or ghost-type sprites. Skills. Army of Plants. Can transform plants into combat soldiers. Outcome. Creates a random fruit with enhancement effects to consume. Effects do not stack. Parasitic Seed. Instant recovery. Fully restores target status. Thorn Prison. Creates a cage of thorns. Thorn Whip. Swings 5 sturdy thorn whips at enemies. Rain of Fallen Leaves. Summons a rain of leaves to assault foes. Photosynthesis. Automatically recovers abilities and stamina when exposed to sunlight. Special skill. Absorption Shield. Summons a shield that absorbs damage. Exclusive skill. Forest Wish. Conjures the primordial power of the forest, randomly generating one of 5 wish powers. Life Wish. Summons a clone with 80 combat power. Withering Wish. Annihilates the life force within the opponent, with reduced trigger probability during battle. Ancient Wish. Summons 2 immovable war ancient trees that attack targets within a certain range. Sunlight Wish. Gathers and releases sunlight to obliterate enemies. Forest Wish. Forcibly transforms the terrain into an unchangeable forest area. Destruction Wind. Gathers the primordial power of fairy toxins to create a fearsome fairy wind. Due to the significant disparity in power, Form 2 lasts for 1 minute daily. Chapter 77. It is time to expand. You wretched mortals, what have you done to me? The flower fairy inquired fiercely. Yet her adorable appearance rendered her threats ineffectual against Chen Fan. Who knows? Chen Fan shrugged. Now you are my subordinate. What more can be said? Nevertheless, Chen Fan prided himself on not being a malevolent overlord, and thus felt compelled to win the little creature's genuine allegiance. Well, how should I put this? Logically speaking, a being like this must yearn for freedom. Xiaohua, although you may be a ruler within this relic, you undoubtedly long for the world beyond, do you not? Have you not realized that you can escape this relic? Chen Fan activated his life mentor mode. Away with you, Xiaohua, your entire family is Xiaohua. At least here, I still possess freedom. After all, an ancient being unaware of its own existence does not fall for Chen Fan's words. However, I am truly weary of this place, so leaving would be welcome. I do enjoy your haughty demeanor, little one. Chen Fan revealed a meaningful smile. My brother, having spent so many years here, must have accumulated quite a few treasures. Why not share them? Go seek them out, and if you cannot find them, leave them for the creatures of this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the 1-minute timer elapsed, and the transformation reverted to the first form, dominated by Xiaobai. Everyone, let us think of a grand and extravagant name. Suddenly, it struck me that I had yet to name Xiaobai, by Suzhen beneath the Qingshan system. Are you forcing humor? It is not amusing in the slightest. How about we name it Thanos then? Thus, it was decided with delight. Naming successful. Your little brother Thanos is now online. Thanos is a name designated for this new species, yet it will still primarily be referred to as Xiaobai. Come forth. Xiao Jin, Jing Ku, Xiao Yin, along with Xiao Lu and Xiaobai, and the Jirachi in my backpack, Chen Fan felt quite satisfied with his formidable lineup. With DPS, a tank, and an assassin, the second form of Thanos even serves as a super healer. The only drawback is the lack of levels. Currently, the highest potential member of the team, Xiaobai, stands at a mere level 22, while the also well-qualified Xiao Yin is only at level 26. The once-promoted Divine Beast, Xiao Jin, is now at level 36, the mobile turret Xiao Lu at level 48, Chen Fan at level 46, and the mightiest Jing Ku at level 66. Brothers, let us commence our treasure hunt around this grand tree. Chen Fan planned to linger near this tree for a day, awaiting the cooldown for Xiaobai's transformation before setting off. Father, this plant is remarkably unique. It is undoubtedly something special. The voice of the armored bird, Xiao Yin, echoed swiftly. After much training, Chen Fan had finally ascended from dad to father. How painful it is to realize that a single man has become a father. Silly child, this is merely an ordinary mountain thorn. Well, the armored bird has a penchant for such prickly plants. Boss, this flower is for you. May you shine as brilliantly as it does every day. Xiao Lu timidly approached Chen Fan, holding several flowers in her beak. System, come out. What kind of television show are you letting a good child watch? You have utterly ruined her. Boss, I have discovered some energy-infused fruits for you. Jing could toss down a fruit that resembled a pine nut, landing beside Chen Fan. Boom. This is a self-destructing fruit. Jing Ku, I fear you have just exhausted your rations for today and tomorrow. Chen Fan felt exhausted and yearned for peace. You all should place your cherished items over there in the clearing. Boss, Xiao Jin's voice came again. What now? I am stuck. Save me. The upper half of Xiao Jin had vanished into a tree hole barely 2 fingers wide. It was hard to imagine that this creature, towering several meters high, could shrink so minutely. Versatile and compact, simply essential for home and travel. Can't you shrink a little more? This is already its smallest form. Weary, Chen Fan had no choice but to summon Xiao Jin back into the follower space and then call her forth again. Perhaps, the low level is not the greatest issue. It seems intelligence is the true concern. Host, I wish to convey 5 words to you. The system's cheeky voice chimed in once more. Did you think I was unaware of what you wish to say? I cannot be bothered to respond. You think that by remaining silent, I will too? Intelligence follows the master, intelligence follows the master, intelligence follows the master. Such shamelessness. Chen Fan found himself feeling overwhelmed, no longer wanting to engage in treasure hunting. Why toil so hard? Let me take a short rest and enjoy a moment of tranquility. When Chen Fan awoke, he found himself surrounded by an array of flowers and peculiar plants. To assert that there was nothing useful would be an understatement. Yet to claim that there was something useful felt equally unfounded, tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard. Everyone performed admirably. Let's add some extra rations. Boss, I genuinely found something wonderful. Jing Ku excitedly descended from the towering tree, clutching a fruit larger than his own body. This time, Jing Ku truly brought back something worthwhile, leaving Chen Fan uncertain of this creature's reliability. Fruit of the giant tree, unripe, a fruit that condenses the essence of the giant tree when worn by a grass-type spirit, has a 10 chance to amplify the attack's power significantly. The heavy artillery technique enlarges and enhances its power by 100. Well done. This item is perfect for Xiao Lu. Now the mobile turret's power will be elevated. Just don't cut off my rations. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is challenging. Having grown accustomed to the fine fare prepared by Chen Fan, Jing Ku is reluctant to hunt for his own food. Eat up. Sometimes, the notion of punishment is not the focal point. If I threaten to cut off Jing Ku's rations, it is merely to assert my authority. After preparing the spirit food for my little brothers, Chen Fan took the opportunity to organize his own backpack. Although it initially held only 10 square meters of space, it had expanded significantly with upgrades, accumulating a variety of items. In this rummaging, a delightful surprise emerged. Chen Fan discovered a peculiar stone, one he vaguely recalled finding when seeking the heart of the sea god on Tiantang Island. At that time, he had not paid much attention and casually placed it inside. Through the system's exploration function, Chen Fan finally discerned the true nature of this stone. It was a super evolution stone for spirits, specifically for the beedrill. Congratulations to the host for discovering the Beedrill Super Evolution Stone, with sufficient rapport with the follower Jingku. Would you like to bind it? Bind it, of course. The Super Evolution Stone transformed into a small corset, encasing Jingku's slender waist without hindering its movements. The super evolution of a spirit is not a simple matter. Merely possessing a Super Evolution Stone does not guarantee evolution. Chen Fan's identity as a spirit undeniably facilitated Jingku's evolution. Jingku, Super Evolution. With Chen Fan's command, a radiant white light of evolution emanated from Jingku's waist. The super-evolved Jingku did not grow in size. Instead, its body became more streamlined, with its front limbs becoming heftier and its rear limbs morphing into dual stingers akin to its forelimbs. Super Beedrill. Attributes: Bug Poison. Skills: Gale Pierce. Transforms into a silver light to pierce enemies. Gale Storm. Launches a flurry of attacks with the stingers on its forelimbs. Toxic. Inflicts lethal poison during attacks. Quickness. Constantly accelerates during battle. Dance. A gathering skill that, upon completion, boosts speed by 20 and physical attack by 50 for 1 minute. A perfect assassin combining physical attack, poison, and speed. Despite having only 5 skills post-evolution, Jingku's abilities are devoid of frivolity, purely brutal. I, Chen Fan, feel myself swelling with pride. Chapter 78, Crystal. Everyone, should we consider Task 1 completed? Observing the task status, the number of Relic Kings remaining was only 7, yet the task status remained unchanged. The task requires either slaying or assisting in slaying. Currently, the conditions for the task are not met. It is time to feign seriousness. You must savor it carefully. The King of Relics has utterly ceased to exist. In a certain sense, it was I who aided you in its demise. Chen Fan exhibited his utmost prowess, the art of haggling with the vegetable vendor. With a smile on his lips, he was cursing inwardly. Chen Fan harbored deep resentment towards the system, judging by the King of Relics. It undoubtedly possessed the power of a legendary divine beast, which posed a significant challenge. Well, even if you have met the task requirements. Without defeating the King of Relics once more, this kill count will merely offset the task without yielding rewards. Should the King of Relics be vanquished again, then the kill will be justly rewarded. The system, reflecting upon its recent excesses, decided to show a rare moment of mercy. Finally, you have begun to regard yourself as a person. Esteemed audience, is it truly my fault for encountering such a taciturn and overly dramatic host? The first task can be set aside for now, but the second task also burdens Chen Fan. Collecting 8 distinct high-level spiritual plants proves even more daunting than the first. First and foremost, he must traverse each region, and secondly, he must be extraordinarily fortunate to locate high-level spiritual flora while also confronting the formidable guardians of treasures. Fortunately, with the emergence of Xiao Bai's second form, Chen Fan now possesses a fighting chance. Otherwise, he would have contemplated having Jingku take a gamble to stealthily procure them. With newfound strength, Chen Fan altered his course, striving to discover suitable high-level spiritual plants in the other 6 regions before returning to the polar domain. Initially intending to venture to the Stone Forest region, Chen Fan resolved to first explore the chaotic southeastern corner. In the Stone Forest, towering stone pillars of various sizes punctuate the landscape, interspersed with numerous piles of debris. The creatures here have long since adapted to their environment, their skin mirroring the colors of the scattered stones due to the absence of protective hues. Moreover, many stone caves of varying sizes serve as shelter from the elements and resting places. In one corner of the Stone Forest, explosions occasionally erupted as a figure clad in a t-shirt emblazoned with a fearsome skull fled in disarray. How wretched it is that such a terrifying presence exists here. Since acquiring the Super Evolution Stone, his boss, Cater, has faced its first defeat without a chance to retaliate. Trailing behind him was a massive crimson shadow. Not far from the fleeing figure, 2 individuals were hidden within a vast stone cavern, engaged in conversation. Shaolin, since I seek your collaboration, I shall certainly demonstrate my sincerity. In future endeavors, should we come upon rare treasures, you may choose first. How does that sound? Not everyone is a genius. And for many, striving to become a heavenly king entails risking their lives. Collaborating with others undoubtedly presents greater hope, which is the lament of the weak. I trust in Xiao Yu's character. Let us cooperate. The 2 were already acquainted, their strengths comparable, and the other's integrity was commendable. Failing to collaborate would indeed be a pity. It seems there are 2 unfortunate souls ahead. Allow me, Alan, to deliver a grand gift to you. As a Pokémon hunter, he acted without hesitation. A fortress landed not far from the 2, and an explosion of white light erupted. Lizard King, Seed Machine Gun. Attack Fortress. Steelix, use rock closure to defend against the damage. Though not geniuses, they were excellent trainers who had reached the threshold of semi-legendary status, quickly responding to the situation. However, Alan's intent was not to assault them, but to exploit the smoke from the explosion to make a hasty retreat. A creature resembling an ancient dinosaur appeared silently. This beast stood over 4 meters tall, its red scales resembling transparent crystals under the sunlight. These scales refracted a beautiful crimson light, as if sculpted from myriad crystals. The term crystal dinosaur is undoubtedly fitting. Cowardly wretches. How can one aspiring to be a heavenly king falter in fear? Charge forth, Xiao Yu. Indeed, charge forth, Shaolin. Our journey to become heavenly kings begins with this battle. In addition to the Lizard King and Steelix, they summoned their strongest trump cards, Aerodactyl and Snorlax. This was also the reason they had chosen to come to the rock region. Before they could attack, the crystal dragon roared, causing a surge of dense spikes to erupt from the ground. Lizard King, leap over the spikes. Aerodactyl, ascend and unleash Hyper Beam. Steelix, brace yourself. Snorlax, use gravity. Their responses were correct, yet they remained oblivious to the terror of the colossal beast. As the Lizard King leapt, it was struck by the protruding spikes. As their speed of attack was exceedingly swift, Steelix, armored as it was, could not withstand the assault of the spikes, sustaining grievous wounds. The airborne Aerodactyl and hovering Snorlax evaded the spike's grasp, simultaneously unleashing their signature moves. Snorlax's gravity enveloped the crystal dragon, while Aerodactyl unleashed a devastating beam that engulfed the entire creature. The terrifying force mingled with the sounds of explosions, yet the two trainers had no time to celebrate. They rushed toward their Pokémon. Without the protection of rules, the Lizard King and Steelix, having sustained a single blow, found themselves on the brink of collapse. Regrettably, they had no opportunity to heal their Pokémon. Aerodactyl and Snorlax, previously airborne, suddenly plummeted to the ground, embedding themselves deeply into the stone, immobilized. The two trainers felt as if the very air around them bore immense weight, making it difficult to breathe. As the energy from the Hyper Beam dissipated, its terrifying attack left only a negligible mark on the crystal dragon. At that moment, the creature regarded them with a mocking and ferocious gaze. Its gravity skill was far more potent than that of Snorlax. Go, Aerodactyl, let it witness our might. Super ancient power, Dragon Soul Impact. A roar, resonating from the depths of antiquity, transformed Aerodactyl into a colossal dragon that charged toward the crystal monster. Snorlax, unleash your power, Polaris Light. In a show of defiance, a luminous star appeared atop Snorlax's massive snout, trailing like a comet as it surged toward the creature. Both semi-legendary Pokémon unleashed their ultimate moves, unleashing overwhelming power. And the crystal monster found itself once again enveloped in terrifying energy. This time, it emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Alas, the surrounding gravity intensified, and a crimson light pierced through the explosion's smoke, settling upon the two semi-legendary trainers and their Pokémon. After the red light faded, their struggles gradually ceased, rendering them motionless, like sculptures, as their bodies began to crystallize, ultimately transforming into lifelike crystal statues, devoid of any semblance of life. The crystal dragon let out a victorious roar, glanced in the direction of Alan's escape, and ultimately turned away, opting not to pursue. Hee, that creature is indeed terrifying. Next, it shall be hunted. Sensing that the monster no longer pursued, Alan halted, revealing a manic grin. Shifting focus to the Chaos Realm, an intense battle was concurrently unfolding. Chapter 79, Rise from Ruin. The Chaos region is the most terrifying area within the ruins. According to legend, chaos is the inception of heaven and earth. However, the chaos within these ruins is not so pure. Light and darkness intertwine in a most bizarre manner. Yet, conversely, the more perilous the place, the greater the opportunities it conceals. In a certain area of the Chaos Zone, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, illuminating the surrounding space for miles. The wandering knight's spirit opened a portal to another dimension to absorb energy. Even the ghostly elderly woman felt a surge of anxiety as she beheld the attack, which was as radiant as sunlight. This battle represented an opportunity for Josie to transcend to the Heavenly King level. The wandering knight's spirit revealed its form, resembling a black hole capable of absorbing even light. Light counters darkness, and likewise, darkness counters light. As the corporeal light cascaded towards the wandering knight's spirit, it was entirely devoured by the black hole. Such a formidable black hole could not exist without limitations. After executing this maneuver, the wandering knight's spirit experienced significant depletion of energy. As the light dissipated, an indistinct monster hovered in the air, its dove-headed, ape-bodied form wielding a strange golden spear. This creature was evidently the King of Ruins, a spirit of divine beast caliber, and a light attribute that instilled fear in ghosts. There is no light attribute in Pokémon. Josie refrained from directing the battle. She would not speak unless she identified a turning point or breakthrough. Moreover, she had no intention of summoning other spirits for support, for she aimed to break through alongside the wandering night spirit. Displeased that its powerful attack had no effect, the monster let out a furious roar and hurled its weapon. This weapon was peculiar, capable of striking the ethereal body of the wandering night spirit with a guaranteed hit attribute. A painful wail echoed as a small, glowing arc-shaped wound appeared on the wandering night spirit's left arm, the strange arcs inhibiting the wound's healing and inflicting a burning sensation. Upon closer inspection, Several similar small wounds marred its body, gradually diminishing the wandering night spirit's combat capabilities. Fortunately, as an enigmatic spirit, its only weakness lay in the voids of its body, which also constituted its greatest strength. Thus, the strike from the peculiar spear, despite its guaranteed nature, was significantly weakened. Seemingly weary of the ongoing battle, the monster roared, and one creature transformed into five. 5 monsters, 5 spears, coalesced into a bizarre solar wheel formation. Unlike the shadow clones of spirits, the 5 manifestations of this monster were all corporeal, each possessing formidable strength. The 5 monsters simultaneously launched their spears at the moment of release. The spears inexplicably returned to their hands, only to be flung out once more. Thus, a torrential rain of spears descended upon the wandering night spirit. Wandering night spirit. Feel my intent, shield of souls. A trainer does not merely command. When a trainer resonates with their spirit, the spirit's combat prowess can multiply exponentially. A transparent shield enveloped the wandering night spirit, only for the spirit beneath to be shrouded in darkness. When the shield shattered, darkness surged forth, and within it, the wandering night spirit fully restored its form, the terrifying wounds inflicted by the spears vanishing entirely. However, Kona, standing behind, coughed up blood. Realizing that its ultimate move had failed to harm the wandering night spirit, the 5 monsters swiftly encircled it, facing outward, and began to spin rapidly. A strange solar wheel commenced its rotation, evolving into a colossal vortex of light. Wandering night spirit, persevere. Seize this moment to rise anew. A dark energy pillar suddenly connected Josie and the wandering night spirit, attempting to obscure the terrifying solar wheel. However, the monster's assault was overwhelming. The darkness was instantaneously dispelled, and the wandering night spirit's entire being suffered the same fate. All that remained was a peculiar black hole. Josie also spat blood and collapsed, her breath faint. This was their trial. If they survived, they would experience rebirth. If they failed, Josie was confident in her ability to retreat, though finding another breakthrough opportunity would become increasingly difficult. With the essence of the wandering night spirit entirely undetectable, the light monster emitted a victorious roar, its gaze shifting toward Josie. Yet it refrained from immediate attack, for other threats still lingered, though merely as threats and not instilling fear. In a matter of breaths, the monster regained some strength, condensing the light spear in its hand, seemingly preparing to hurl it at Josie. At that moment, the black hole left by the wandering night spirit underwent an eerie transformation. An inky darkness surged forth, pure blackness from which not a single ray of light could penetrate. The darkness swelled, forming an immense black canopy. Within this darkness, a terrifying presence quietly emerged. The ultimate darkness is the ultimate light. Break through, dawn's light. A glimmer of white light quietly blossomed from the black shroud, growing brighter and more radiant. This was the wandering night spirit's beacon of hope, as well as the embodiment of despair for its opponent. The light transformed into a slender white line, enveloping the light monster, which then shrank into a point before erupting in a dazzling explosion. The wandering night spirit materialized, now enveloped in soft white light, even the voids in its body transforming from inky black to white. At the pinnacle of semi-divine power, it was on the verge of breaking through to divinity. Not far away, Josie also underwent a transformation, her appearance shifting from that of a woman in her 50s to one resembling a woman in her 30s. The wounds she had previously sustained had entirely healed. The distinction between the heavenly king and the semi-divine level, though merely a single word apart, represented an insurmountable barrier for countless trainers throughout their lives. The battle was far from over. Despite the wandering night spirit's ascension to divine rank, it still lacked the strength to rival the king of ruins. However, Josie possessed more than just the wandering night spirit among her divine-ranked spirits. Unfortunately, the enraged king of ruins, wounded and furious, focused solely on the wandering night spirit, intent on tearing apart this troublesome adversary. This time, the light emanating from it shifted from dazzling yellow to a spectrum resembling a rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The rainbow coalesced into a radiant bow, while the spear transformed into a fearsome arrow. In that moment, the wandering night spirit sensed an impending crisis. That arrow could obliterate it. However, it remained unperturbed, placing trust in its trainer and allies. The beautiful rainbow bow released a lethal arrow, pinning the wandering night spirit to the ground, utterly extinguishing its vitality. Yet, the king of ruins soon realized something was amiss. Its attack had inexplicably failed to land. Let me be your opponent. Suddenly, Josie's nightmarish spirit appeared on the battlefield. In just a day, it had undergone some changes compared to before. The king of ruins immediately adopted a defensive stance, recognizing that this new arrival was nearly its equal in strength. Suddenly, it felt a searing pain in its back. Unbeknownst to it, a colossal shadow ball crashed into it from behind. Floating behind, it was a massive Gingue. Flight was the instinctive thought of the king of ruins. It was not invincible. Many king of ruins had perished at the hands of humans and strange beings before this moment. If only you had arrived a moment sooner, perhaps you could have escaped. Josie's voice echoed ominously, for she too had become a dangerous entity. Despair flickered in the eyes of the King of Ruins as it sensed the looming threat of death. Yet, almost immediately, its gaze transformed into one of madness, and it began to gather a terrifying energy, coalescing into white light that bristled with explosive power. It chose to self-destruct. No, Josie, who had believed victory was assured, was unwilling to witness this scene and sought to prevent the monster's self-detonation. However, the King of Ruins had no intention of dying. As long as it lived, hope remained. A small orb of white light shot up into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the gray chaos, while the body that was meant to self-destruct crashed to the ground. What a troublesome creature. It managed to escape, but that is enough. Although the monster fled, the energy crystal left behind in its body remains, a gem that can greatly accelerate the growth of the wandering night spirit. The title of a Tianwang trainer and the presence of divine beasts signify merely a new beginning. Furthermore, there is a spirit plant guarded by the King of Ruins. Wait, where is that glowing fruit of the light person? At that moment, Josie realized that the fruit, which resembled a little person and had been growing on the spirit plant, was gone. It seemed someone had taken advantage of the chaos. Regaining her composure, Josie did not dwell too much on her loss. The purpose of this expedition into the ruins had already been fulfilled, and everything else was merely a bonus. Boss, I don't want to hear about dreams. I just want to know what rewards I can receive. At this moment, Jingke looked at Chen Fan with a haughty expression, for it had just helped him acquire a precious item. All right, dinner is doubled. Sometimes, the ones who appear least like gluttons turn out to be the biggest foodies. And Jingke was just such a character. Seeing the second high-level spirit plant collected in the task prompt, Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was he who had instructed Jingke to steal what originally belonged to Josie. Moreover, after their successful operation, they had swiftly fled to a distance. With a triumphant smile, he reveled in the pleasure of reaping the benefits of others' efforts. Just as Chen Fan was reveling in his triumph, Jingke's voice rang out again. Heavens, it seems to have grown dark. Chapter 80, Little Cutie. Who am I? Where am I? At some point, Chen Fan began to feel the surroundings growing darker and quieter. Unbeknownst to him, the figures of Jingke and the others gradually faded away, a realization he had yet to grasp. He wandered aimlessly for a long time, uncertain of his destination, yet unwilling to stop, even as fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He sought someone, though he could not articulate whom he was searching for. Gradually, his walk transformed into a run, as if some terrifying entity were pursuing him from behind. Jingke and the others seemed to be calling for him, yet he refused to turn back. The scenery around him began to feel familiar, accompanied by the sounds of street vendors hawking their wares, their calls blending Mandarin with local dialects. Stinky tofu. Authentic Changsha stinky tofu, 10 yuan a portion. I hear spicy crayfish pairs well with beer. Roach poison, rat poison, sadly no one wants them. The long-lost dialect filled Chen Fan with an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. He understood the fear that resided within him. It was a deep-seated loneliness. A glimmer of light appeared before him, leading him to what seemed to be a long-forgotten place. Closer, nearer, suddenly, Chen Fan came to a halt. Come on, pass through here, and you can return to your hometown. Really? If I go through here, I won't be lonely anymore. Yes, hurry. Can you hear the call of your homeland? But I'm so tired from walking, and I want to eat some spirit fruit. With that, Chen Fan plopped down. The air fell silent, and soon, several fruits exuding an enticing aroma appeared beside him. Without hesitation, he picked one up and began to eat. It was then he realized he had reverted to his human form. If he could bring a treasure back, his future would surely be secure. No, I cannot leave just like this. Having finished the few fruits that tasted like sweet mangoes, Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation. Before long, a beautiful black gemstone appeared beside him, glimmering with flecks of white light like stars. He unceremoniously pocketed the gemstone, sighing, "Ah, if only I could have a girlfriend." The shadow in the darkness nearly wept, feeling wronged. "Baby is so aggrieved. I want to play with you anymore." "Hey, don't go, little rabbit." A flash of white light flickered, and it seemed Chen Fan had grasped something. The surrounding darkness receded, revealing an eerie gray environment. Beneath his claws lay a small creature resembling a rabbit, with long ears, bright red eyes, and a triangular mouth. "You actually found me? What a curious illusion. Too bad it's mere childish play for me. Yet, you're just a fool," the mocking voice of the system echoed. Were it not for the existence of this system, a flaw immune to illusions, Chen Fan would surely have fallen into the pit filled with animal excrement ahead. Delicious. So delicious. "Boss, give me another plate." Not far away, Jingke was happily gnawing on a rock, its transparent wings fluttering gently. Truly a voracious eater. "Boss, don't get up. Let us sleep a little longer," came the voice of Xiao LV. "You think of me as a brother, and yet you want to sleep with me." Upon hearing Xiao LV's voice, Chen Fan felt utterly dismayed. Soon, the spirits began to awaken one by one. "Do you know why you were affected by the illusion? It is because your willpower is insufficiently strong. Fortunately, This time it was merely a mischievous little creature. If it had been an enemy, you would have faced life-threatening danger. Someone began their performance. When confronting something you desire or fear deeply, you must remain calm. Only then can you make the right judgment in critical moments. Dad, your words are so insightful. The armored bird excitedly flapped its wings. Long live the boss. Xiao LV exclaimed, showing the signs of an overly enthusiastic fan. A single phrase awakens those lost in dreams. Jingku appeared contemplative. So do you understand now? Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Not at all. They chorused. Jingku, you are not allowed to eat tonight. Chen Fan's expression turned dark. Jingku looked up innocently. Why is it always me who gets hurt? The little rabbit caught by Chen Fan possessed little strength apart from creating terrifying illusions, which was why it was easily captured. System, can you find a way for me to take this little guy out? It's so adorable and has such a fascinating ability. It would be a shame to let it go. Task 1 content has changed. Defeat or participate in the defeat of 2 or more ruins kings to receive the specified reward. Transform this unknown creature into a spirit. Would you like to change the task? Given the system's unusual humanity, Chen Fan naturally accepted. Little one, would you like to try some carrot-flavored tree fruit? Chen Fan addressed the rabbit he had captured with a warm smile. The little rabbit innocently shook its head. Good children should not be picky eaters. As he spoke, Jingku and Xiao LV approached with mischievous expressions. I'll eat, is that not okay? Trembling under the gaze of several large figures. The little rabbit accepted the carrot-shaped unknown food from Chen Fan and took a bite with closed eyes. What? This is unexpectedly delicious. Soon, the carrot was devoured. The rabbit then looked up at Chen Fan with wide, adorable eyes, extending its tiny paws towards him. Poor child, seeing you so hungry, if you follow me. I promise you'll eat well. With that, Jingku and Xiao LV flashed friendly glances at the little rabbit. Dad, I want to eat roasted rabbit. A single remark from Xiao Yin left the little rabbit utterly dismayed. You're all a bunch of bad guys. Thus, Chen Fan's team gained a delightful new companion. Outside the ruins, the Gaia family. Father, in merely 2 days, 101 trainers have perished, a staggering casualty count, suggesting some unforeseen turmoil within the ruins. However, it is of little concern. As long as we can ensure the survival of certain individuals, all shall be well. As the overseer of the ruins, as long as there are no significant mishaps leading to self-destruction, the Gaia family will guarantee the safety of those with special identities. The young clan leader has already been placed within the ruins, exhibiting commendable adaptability. Thus, the Spark program may officially commence. At that moment, a masked researcher approached behind Gaia Jingguang. This time, there is no room for failure. After years of sowing, it is time for a bountiful harvest. On the computer screen before Gaia Jingguang, there appeared a sprite entirely enveloped in black, emanating a dark luminescence. It possessed blood-red eyes, white irises, and black pupils. With small horn-like protrusions at the tip of its nose, and a crown of bright blue at the end of a thundercloud-like formation atop its head. The sprite bore shoulder armor reminiscent of a protective structure, with similar formations at the base of its wings, which spread outward in a fan-like, net-like fashion. The inner sides adorned with wing spikes. Its forearms resembled baseball gloves, culminating in 3 clawed hands, while the front part of its waist was black, with fine stripes adorning its abdomen and thighs. The 3 clawed feet and the main section of the hind foot were predominantly black, and its tail was composed of a massive conical structure with spikes, akin to a generator, featuring an in-band structure on both the interior and exterior. This sprite is known as Jikaluomo.